Chapter 1. Jiang Yao's ATM? Lin Chen, you wretched beast. Our Lin family has raised you for 18 years, and yet you would do such a thing to your sister. Dad, brother Lin Chen didn't mean it. Please don't blame him. Don't try to pull me back. I want to strike this ungrateful child. Lin Chen coldly observed the theatrical performance of the father and daughter, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Isn't it just that you wish to drive me away? Very well, I shall leave, but spare me your theatrics. Do you not tire of it? Ungrateful child, not only do you refuse to acknowledge your wrongs, but you also speak nonsense here. Kneel before me. Lin Chen scoffed, you are unworthy. With that, he turned to leave. Stop, ungrateful child. If you no longer wish to stay in this home, so be it. However, you must leave all that the Lin family has provided you over the years. Seeing the man produce a contract he had evidently prepared in advance, Lin Chen's scorn deepened. I would gladly welcome that. Everything about the Lin family disgusts me. He took the contract, signed it, and inscribed, Lin Chen, willingly sever all ties with the Lin family, and shall henceforth have no further connection with them. After signing, he tossed the contract to the ground and departed without a backward glance. 18 years prior, the Lin couple, at the behest of others, adopted 7-year-old Lin Chen from an orphanage. The name Lin Chen was derived from a note found in the blanket he was wrapped in when they discovered him, and they decided to keep it. Lin Chen initially flourished within the Lin family, gradually acquiring a measure of power. Yet, 18 years later, it seemed the Lin couple had achieved their goal. Lin Chen had become expendable. They systematically undermined his authority within the family's business and gradually stripped him of his assets. At first, Lin Chen paid little heed, for the Lin family had offered him a home. However, he underestimated their intentions. They grew increasingly ruthless until they orchestrated the plan to oust him. Once used, cast aside like a worn-out shoe, Lin family, I shall make you pay for this. After leaving the Lin household, Lin Chen dialed his girlfriend Jiang Yao's number. He was now penniless, and the best refuge would be Jiang Yao's home. Yao, I have left the Lin family. Do not worry, even if I walk away with nothing, I will never let you suffer. I will find a job immediately. Before Lin Chen could finish, he was interrupted by the woman's voice on the line. Lin Chen, it's over. Considering how much you've spent on me, I do not wish to deceive you. In truth, you were merely my ATM. Do you believe you still have the means to be an ATM now? Do not contact me again. I already have a new boyfriend, the Young Master Zhang family, who is far more generous than you'd be. By the way, I suppose you have nowhere to go now. Should I transfer you some money? The woman's tone was icy and merciless, laced with mockery, like a dagger piercing his heart, and the call was abruptly terminated. Lin Chen stared blankly at his phone, the last flicker of light in his eyes gradually fading away. The sky darkened with the passage of time, and snowflakes began to fall intermittently, hinting at an impending heavy snowfall. The pedestrians hurried home, but where could he possibly go? Lin Chen wandered aimlessly along the deserted street. Although the weather was somewhat chilly, he felt a flicker of warmth emanating from within him. Cast out by the Lin family and ruthlessly betrayed by his girlfriend, he was engulfed in a tempest of anger, resentment, and disappointment, the embers of his last vestiges of fervor. The dual blows of familial and romantic betrayal clutched at Lin Chen's heart like a vice. Gradually, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The icy flakes landed upon his forehead and neck, their coolness bringing him a momentary clarity. He caught a snowflake, exhaling deeply as if bidding farewell to the past. That which does not belong to him is ultimately not his. As the snowfall intensified, Lin Chen quickened his pace, seeking shelter from the relentless snow. However, the establishments along the road had long since closed, leaving him in the company of dim streetlights and the swirling snowflakes. With no other choice, Lin Chen pressed on. As he passed a solitary telephone booth, a sudden loud noise echoed behind him. A car had blown a tire and come to a halt by the roadside. A woman stumbled out of the vehicle and began walking towards him, followed closely by 5 men clad in black. To be precise, 5 men in black were pursuing her. Realizing she was on the verge of being caught, the woman decisively entered the telephone booth and locked the door behind her. The 5 men swiftly surrounded the booth. Through the booth's glass and the faint internal light, Lin Chen could see a woman inside. Her long hair obscured part of her face, yet could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. However, her demeanor appeared somewhat unsettling. "So Yueli, you must be feeling quite miserable right now. Hurry up and open the door, my brothers, and I will take good care of you. The leading man in black sneered, a repugnant grin spreading across his face. Come on, I can hardly contain myself. When the woman inside the booth did not respond, the man chuckled again. If that's the case, don't blame us for taking the initiative. With that, he produced a hammer from his bag. Bang! The hammer struck the booth's fragile glass, leaving a crack in its wake. With each successive blow, the glass began to shatter. The man continued to strike while laughing. Yueli, tomorrow everyone will see the disgraceful appearance of the esteemed young lady of the Su family. Damn it! Why haven't they arrived? Yueli fought against her discomfort, listening to the sound of the glass being broken as she glanced around anxiously. For some reason, her bodyguards had yet to arrive. In the distance, she vaguely spotted a figure standing that moment. Lin Chen's gaze locked with Yueli's through the slightly fractured glass. Despite her dire situation, her beautiful eyes still radiated an unmistakable pride and coldness. What kind of woman was this? It was undeniable that her beauty, coupled with her queenly demeanor, possessed an irresistible allure for men, completely eclipsing that treacherous Jiang Yao. Yueli, it seems. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 5 prominent families in Huagua. Although rescuing Yueli would be a trivial task for Lin Chen, he had no desire to involve himself in the matter, as his own life was a chaotic mess, leaving him little room to concern himself with others. Under Yueli's gaze, Lin Chen gradually retreated, vanishing from her sight. With a resounding crash, the final blow shattered the telephone booth's glass, unleashing a gust of cold air intermingled with snowflakes that rushed in. Yueli, we have arrived, cackled the man in black as he extended his hand towards the booth, preparing to open the door. In that critical moment, Lin Chen, having returned unbeknownst to anyone, dashed towards the telephone booth with remarkable speed. With a powerful flying kick, he sent the outstretched hand of the man in black hurtling back, colliding with another individual behind him, and both fell to the ground. Simultaneously, you brat, are you seeking death? Chapter 2. If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Eliminate him. The man in black, clutching his abdomen, rose to his feet as 5 others swiftly encircled Lin Chen. Young man, even a hero rescuing a damsel must consider his own capabilities. The leader of the black-clad men brandished a hammer and charged at Lin Chen. In his leisure time, Lin Chen had honed various martial arts skills. He deftly evaded the attack, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the hammer flying from the assailant's grasp. From there, it became a simple matter. Though these 5 appeared intimidating, they were nothing but bluster, and within moments, Lin Chen had them sprawled on the ground. Upon witnessing Lin Chen retrieve the hammer, they hastily scrambled away toward the main road. Once he confirmed their departure, Lin Chen approached the telephone booth, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful woman inside. Are you all right? In truth, Lin Chen was reluctant to involve himself, particularly with a family of such prominence in the nation. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, he could not bear to see such a lovely woman mistreated. Yueli, her gaze dazed, looked through the shattered glass at the man who had just rescued her. He was tall, his visage akin to a meticulously sculpted statue with sharp features. Beneath his sword-like brows, his eyes sparkled like stars in a wintry night, captivating her. Thank you, Yueli breathed, her breathing slightly rapid, her exquisite face flushed as if intoxicated. Witnessing this, Lin Chen recalled the earlier conversation among the 5 men. It dawned on him what was transpiring with Yueli. Miss, allow me to escort you to the hospital. As Lin Chen opened the telephone booth door, the unique fragrance of the woman enveloped him, reminiscent of lilies adorned with morning dew. Yueli instinctively raised her hand to shield her chest. Do not touch me. Lin Chen halted his reaching hand midair. Indeed, given the circumstances, physical contact was inappropriate, so he took a step back, granting Yueli some space. She steadied herself against the unbroken glass wall and cautiously emerged. Yet, she was exceedingly weak, and as soon as she stepped out, she teetered forward uncontrollably. Noticing this, Lin Chen rushed to support her, and in an instant, Yueli collapsed into his arms. You, how dare you? My apologies. Inhaling the faint scent of lilies emanating from Yueli, he found it difficult to release her embrace. At that moment, The previously resistant Su Yueli suddenly clung tightly to Lin Chen's waist, pressing her face against his chest. You feel so cool. She then glanced at Lin Chen's exposed neck and, with her rosy lips, playfully bit down. What audacity! Lin Chen mused internally. This rogue woman had begun to make advances upon him. If this continued, his virtue would surely be compromised. Moreover, once she regained her senses, she would undoubtedly seek to harm him. Lin Chen decisively attempted to push Su Yueli away, but she clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to detach. Miss, if you continue like this, I shall not hold back. A gentle kiss met Lin Chen from Su Yueli's tender, rosy lips. The faint fragrance blossomed instantly between Lin Chen's lips and teeth. He was forcefully kissed. This was his first kiss. During his time with Jiang Yao, she never allowed Lin Chen to touch her. Only when he bought her bags or shoes did she reluctantly permit him to hold her hand. Reflecting on it now, that wretched girl was merely afraid of being seen by other wealthy suitors. Once a kiss from Jiang Yao was hard to come by, but now, Lin Chen was kissing the delicate lips of Su Yueli, the young lady of the Su family. It was utterly surreal. As he felt the teasing of Su Yueli's tongue, Lin Chen could no longer contain himself. If you enjoy playing, then I shall indulge you. He was already simmering with rage due to the Lin family in Jiang Yao, and having just fought with 5 men left him unsatisfied. Su Yueli's arrival was perfectly timed. Lin Chen glanced at the Ferrari that had been halted by the 5 men in black. He reached out and opened the rear door of the Ferrari, embracing Su Yueli amidst the swirling snow and wind as they entered the car. Time passed, and the Ferrari eventually came to a standstill. Su Yueli had returned to her usual self, though a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. A few snowflakes that drifted inside had turned crimson. This woman must be a vixen. Lin Chen observed the bite marks adorning his body, thinking to himself, "Get dressed." Su Yueli's beautiful eyes regarded Lin Chen with a commanding tone. "Could you please turn around?" Lin Chen replied awkwardly, as if she had not heard him. Su Yueli continued to gaze at him with her cold, piercing eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen said nothing further. He resigned himself to her scrutiny. After all, they had already crossed that line. Once Lin Chen had dressed, Su Yueli delicately lifted his chin with her fair, elegant hand, observing Lin Chen's chiseled features. Starry eyes and well-defined physique, Su Yueli revealed a hint of satisfaction. "Not bad, not a loss at all. What is your name?" Su Yueli inquired. Her condescending gaze irked Lin Chen, prompting him to grasp her wrist and move her hand away from his chin. Lin Chen. Su Yueli did not take offense at his action. She merely murmured to herself, "Lin Chen, not bad, a pleasant name. Do you know who I am?" Su Yueli continued to probe. "I do not know, nor do I wish to know. Miss, you are fine now, and I must take my leave." Lin Chen expressed without a hint of reluctance, reaching for the car door to exit. "Stop." A chill crossed Su Yueli's lovely face. "You think you can just walk away after what you did to me? Do you take me, Su Yueli, so lightly?" Lin Chen's heart sank. He knew this matter would not be so easily dismissed, yet he truly did not wish to be entangled with this young lady of the Su family. In such circumstances, it is inevitable for anyone to lose their composure. With a heavy heart, he mustered the courage to say, "Miss Su, I am truly sorry for what has transpired. I will make amends." "Amends? What did you possibly offer?" Lin Chen initially contemplated promising her financial compensation, but as the thought crossed his mind, he felt an urge to slap himself. Who was this woman? The esteemed young lady of the Su family, devoid of any monetary needs. What could she possibly lack? Upon reflection, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for what he could possibly offer to appease Su Yueli. Noting Lin Chen's silence, Su Yueli raised his chin with an authoritative grip, asserting, "I want you." "No." Lin Chen firmly swatted her hand away, unequivocally rejecting her proposition. Were he anyone else, he likely would have knelt before her, fervently proclaiming his willingness the moment she spoke. But Lin Chen was not one to succumb. He could not accept the prospect of being with a woman he did not cherish, regardless of her noble lineage and unparalleled beauty. Moreover, being associated with someone of Su Yueli's stature could invite peril he was ill-equipped to face. Some things, though beautiful, are best left as mere dreams. Su Yueli's elegant brows furrowed slightly, revealing her dissatisfaction with Lin Chen's response. No one defies me. Now it seems you have. Lin Chen replied coolly. Lin Chen, had it not been for your intervention, do you believe you would still be alive to converse with me? Facing Su Yueli's threat, Lin Chen appeared unperturbed. If Miss Su has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I will certainly find a way to make it up to you. With that, he opened the car door and strode away without a backward glance. Lin Chen, Su Yueli's chest rose and fell with agitation at his departure. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, a group of over 10 men in suits suddenly appeared before him. Were they the accomplices of the previous 5? Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran towards Su Yueli. Still irate, Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden return. What? Have you come to your senses? What are you doing? He extended his phone towards her, saying, They are back. Quick, call the police. I will hold them off. You must escape. With that, Lin Chen picked up a hammer from the ground and charged at the group of suited men. Su Yueli looked up and realized that they were indeed her bodyguards. Lin Chen wait, but it was already too late. Is this the brat attempting to kidnap the young lady? Brothers, let's take him down. Chapter 3. Bind him for me. As Su Yueli stepped out of the car, Lin Chen was already entangled in a fierce struggle with her bodyguards. Initially, Su Yueli intended to command her guards to cease their assault. However, she was astounded to witness Lin Chen standing his ground against more than a dozen well-trained bodyguards. It is worth noting that her bodyguards had undergone rigorous training and were among the finest fighters in Huagua. Yet, here was Lin Chen single-handedly blocking their advances. At the end of the road, he exuded an aura of invincibility, as if he could withstand an army. Recalling Lin Chen's earlier performance in the car, Su Yueli concluded that such prowess was indeed to be expected. Observing him in action, a flicker of admiration appeared in her eyes. He was not only handsome, but also capable in combat, and, in the midst of the skirmish, Lin Chen caught sight of Su Yueli approaching from the corner of his eye and shouted, Who allowed you to come here? Run. Despite his apparent disdain for her, Su Yueli was still considered his woman. Should he falter, it would be her who would suffer the consequences. He could not allow such a fate to befall her. Though Lin Chen possessed remarkable agility, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. After a miscalculated attack, he was swiftly struck in the calf by one of the bodyguards, causing him to fall to the ground. 2 others seized his arms and pinned him down. As he witnessed the remaining bodyguards advancing towards Su Yueli, Lin Chen struggled desperately, but with his arms restrained, he was rendered powerless. Come at me. Do not touch her. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Yueli's beautiful eyes. At least you have some sense of loyalty, she murmured softly. Just as Lin Chen anticipated that the assailants would strike at Su Yueli, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The lead bodyguard, Zhang Long, along with the others, halted 2 meters from Su Yueli, suddenly bowed in respect, and nervously stated, Miss, we apologize for our tardiness. Please punish us. Su Yueli ignored their pleas and stepped past them to Lin Chen's side. Release him. Her voice carried an undeniable authority and commanding presence. The 2 bodyguards, though puzzled, complied with Su Yueli's command and released Lin Chen. Su Yueli gently helped Lin Chen to his feet, brushing the snowflakes from his clothing as she said, Well done. I shall forgive your earlier disrespect. Upon witnessing the subservient demeanor of the bodyguards, Lin Chen immediately understood that they were indeed Su Yueli's loyal protectors. He felt somewhat speechless. Had she been deliberately withholding this information? If she had simply instructed them to stop, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Why wait until he was on the ground to speak up? Seeing Lin Chen's somewhat resentful gaze directed at her, Su Yueli couldn't help but chuckle. Who told you to be so impulsive and ignore my words? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the smile that graced her lips. Meanwhile, the bodyguards were equally astonished. When had their mistress ever smiled at a man? Regaining his composure, Lin Chen looked at Su Yueli and said, Since your people have arrived, I shall take my leave. Return my phone. He reached out to retrieve his phone, but Su Yueli placed her hand, holding the device, behind her back. I never said you could leave. Su Yueli, what do you truly intend to do? Lin Chen cast a glance at Su Yueli, tinged with anger. Did I not make myself clear? I want you. Upon hearing these words, all the bodyguards were momentarily struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Madness. Today is utterly insane. They had merely stepped away from their mistress for a brief moment, and yet the world had turned upside down. The earlier smile Su Yueli had bestowed upon Lin Chen had already astonished them. Now, she audaciously declared her desire for him. If her suitors were to learn of this, they would surely tear Lin Chen to shreds. The previously bowing bodyguards, lacking Su Yueli's command, dared not rise, instead curving their bodies to scrutinize Lin Chen. What could this fellow possibly possess that is of worth? Su Yueli, this is impossible. You ought to abandon this delusion. Lin Chen replied coldly. The bodyguards surrounding them were instantly filled with indignation. How dare he? Truly, he is asking for trouble. Had it not been for Su Yueli's orders, Zhang Long would have lunged forward with his comrades to deliver a severe beating to Lin Chen. Who is Su Yueli? She is a woman whose slightest stamp could shake the capital. She is the overseer of the Su family, one of the 5 great families of Hua country. This scoundrel actually dared to reject their mistress, and he did so with such impudence. Unperturbed by Lin Chen's words, Su Yueli smiled once more and asked, "Are you certain you will not stay?" "Absolutely." Lin Chen did not waver for a moment. His resolute answer caused Su Yueli to retract her smile. She then turned to the bodyguards, still bowing, and, parted her red lips, commanded, "Bind him. Do not strike him." Su Yueli added, "Acknowledged." Zhang Long and the others, unable to contain themselves any longer, charged toward Lin Chen at Su Yueli's command. "You insolent brat! How dare you? Prepare to receive my fist." Su Yueli slowly retreated, leaning against the car, watching as her bodyguards gradually overwhelmed Lin Chen. "Su Yueli!" Lin Chen let out a low roar, filled with regret, not for having saved Su Yueli, but for having softened his heart when she begged for mercy in the car, granting her a moment's respite. That had been the first time he had held the upper hand against this proud and unreasonable woman. Should he find himself in this situation again, he would show no mercy. He would make her weep, bitterly weep. As a heavy punch struck the back of his head, Lin Chen gradually lost consciousness. "Miss, the man has been subdued." Zhang Long dragged the unconscious Lin Chen to Su Yueli's side. "So, we would again to bend dong." Her fingers caressing Lin Chen's cheek. "If only you had been obedient, how much better it would have been. Yet, this is also acceptable. It has been a long time since anyone dared to defy me. It will be quite entertaining to take him back to the villa. He is not to emerge without my command." "Understood." The two carried Lin Chen out of the narrow path, placing him into a black business vehicle before driving away. What is happening today? Su Yueli turned to Zhang Long, her elongated, beautiful eyes devoid of warmth, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. If not for Lin Chen's timely arrival today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Miss, we received your command and rushed over immediately, but we were obstructed on the way. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it is confirmed that it was the Chu family's people." Zhang Long lowered his head, afraid to lift it, his heart filled with trepidation. Fortunately, the young lady appears to be in good spirits, or else he would feel that even 1,000 lives would not suffice to atone for his failure. Not to mention that the Su family would hold him accountable. He himself would never forgive his own negligence. He is an orphan. Had it not been for the Su family shelter, he would have long perished on the streets from hunger. Thus, he is resolute in defending the Su family and Su Yueli. Chu Jinghong. Su Yueli had long anticipated that the Chu family would take action against her, but she never imagined they would resort to such unscrupulous methods. "Take me to the company." Su Yueli entered the car driven by Zhang Long. "Miss, the Chu family has treated you this way. We cannot let them go unpunished." Zhang Long exclaimed in anger while driving. "If you require, I can take care of him. We will bear the consequences." "I will go too." Another bodyguard in the passenger seat echoed. "Enough, focus on driving. I have my own plans." Su Yueli leaned back against the soft rear seat, her eyes half closed, seemingly resting yet also lost in thought. Several hours later. "It hurts. Where am I?" Lin Chen opened his eyes, rubbing the back of his head where a sharp pain throbbed. Before him lay an exquisitely luxurious bedroom. Moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the space. Beneath him was an exceedingly soft, large bed, imbued with a familiar scent. It was the fragrance of that woman. At that moment, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Su Yueli, clad in a loose bathrobe, her long hair cascading down her shoulders as if she had just bathed, reclined on the sofa, her enviable fair legs crossed. Watching Lin Chen, those legs glistened alluringly under the moonlight. Awake? Chapter 4 Insulted Lin Chen lacked the inclination to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him. He rose from the bed and made his way directly to the bedroom door, only to discover it was secured by a password lock. A password? Lin Chen turned to gaze at the woman seated upon the sofa, her figure bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. Do you truly wish to avoid my company? Su Yueli gracefully retracted her legs and stood up, her delicate feet making contact with the soft carpet. Her exquisitely defined collarbone tantalizingly hinted at alluring thoughts. Were she an ordinary woman, Lin Chen would have relished the opportunity, but this woman was different. Noting the relatively calm demeanor of Su Yueli, Lin Chen approached her, striving to speak gently. Miss Su, I believe you are well aware of the incident that occurred earlier. Although something intimate transpired between us, had it not been for my interference, you would have long fallen into the clutches of those individuals. And you know all too well the dire consequences that would have ensued. Moreover, I too was a novice in such matters. We are, in a sense, even. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Su Yueli's enchanting visage, awaiting her response. Su Yueli nodded in agreement with Lin Chen's words. You are correct. You are indeed not at fault. Just as Lin Chen felt a glimmer of hope for departure, Su Yueli continued, but I insist on keeping you here. Is that a problem? Her assertion cast a shadow over Lin Chen's expression. This woman was utterly unreasonable. With this in mind, he saw no need to engage in further polite discourse. Miss Su, I shall ask you one last time. Are you certain you will not allow me to leave? Absolutely, she replied nonchalantly, a hint of curiosity dancing upon her features as she anticipated how this man would react under her relentless pressure. Having been dominant since childhood, she found herself oddly drawn to the notion of being in a submissive role. Lin Chen surveyed the room, confirming that only he and Su Yueli were present before advancing and ensnaring her in his embrace. One arm encircled her waist while the other gripped her slender neck. The faint fragrance unique to Su Yueli enveloped him. It hurts, cough cough. Lin Chen realized he had applied too much pressure, as a flicker of pain crossed Su Yueli's exquisite face. Observing this, he eased his grip slightly. Miss Su, I do not wish to resort to this. You have left me no choice. If you grant me passage, I shall release you immediately and apologize. With her breath restored, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Su Yueli's eyes as she gently nodded. Very well, I shall assist you in your departure. Then please proceed. Lin Chen guided her to the door, releasing her right hand to allow Su Yueli to input the password. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I am struggling to catch my breath. She feigned weakness. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen relaxed his hold further. He had no apprehension that Su Yueli would deceive him. She was entirely within his control. Yet, in that fleeting moment of leniency, Su Yueli abruptly raised her arm and struck Lin Chen's right chest with her elbow. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, she deftly extricated herself from his embrace. She raised her delicate foot and kicked directly at Lin Chen's abdomen. Lin Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly lifted his arms to defend himself. Nevertheless, he was still sent staggering backwards against the door by Su Yueli's kick. Suddenly, Su Yueli commanded, Chris, open the door. With a click, the door behind Lin Chen swung open, causing him to lose his support and fall directly to the floor. Chris was the intelligence system within the villa, and Su Yueli's voice could command all the devices in the house. Stepping forward, Su Yueli placed her foot on Lin Chen's chest, looking down at him from her elevated position. Lin Chen, do you believe I am merely a weak woman who can only issue orders? As the manager of the Su family, there are many matters that cannot rely solely on intellect. She then straightened her disheveled nightgown and stepped over Lin Chen, exiting the room without a hint of concern for his position. The falling nightgown brushed past Lin Chen's face. This woman, Lin Chen rose and followed Su Yueli downstairs to the dining room. A gentle-looking middle-aged woman was setting a lavish dinner on the table. Upon seeing Su Yueli descend, she hurriedly approached with a smile, saying, Miss, dinner's ready and can be served. Thank you, and The table was large, adorned with a dozen different dishes and a bottle of fine red wine. Yueli took her seat at the head of the table and patted the chair beside her. "Sit down." Lin Chen did not hesitate, sitting down and beginning to eat. After a day of exertion, he was ravenous. Moreover, having saved Yueli, he felt entitled to partake in her meal. Although he had once been a young master of the Lin family, the quality of his meals paled in comparison to Yueli's, highlighting the extravagant lifestyle of prominent families. Seeing Lin Chen devour the food voraciously, Yueli remarked with exasperation, "Slow down, it's just the two of us. I'm not competing with you. Annan, is the soup ready?" Yueli inquired. "Yes, I will bring it right over." Soon, Annan approached with an exquisite porcelain bowl, the aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from within. "What is this?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar soup before him. Annan smiled and explained, "This is the 10-in-1 nourishing soup that the young lady specifically asked me to prepare for you. I assure you, after drinking it, you will feel invigorated and replenished." As she spoke, her gaze towards Lin Chen resembled that of a mother looking at her son-in-law, increasingly pleased. Annan had been with the Su family since Yueli was a child and had long considered her as a daughter. Lin Chen was also the first man Yueli brought home. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback and then turned to Yueli, asking, "What do you mean by that?" He felt a sense of indignation wash over him. Was she implying he needed medication? Was she suggesting he was inadequate? Who was it that begged for mercy before? Noticing the peculiar look in Lin Chen's eyes, Yueli was also taken aback. She even specifically researched online, claiming that after a man engages in that act, consuming this medicine would be beneficial for his health. Is it not so? Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Annan, being a woman of experience, immediately understood the situation and hastily intervened. "I apologize. It was my suggestion to prepare this soup. Do not blame the young lady. If anyone is to be blamed, let it be me. You need not explain on my behalf. It was I who requested Annan to make the soup. If you do not wish to drink it, simply pour it out." "This is absurd," Yueli retorted with irritation. Mississippi. Hearing their exchange, Lin Chen realized he had misjudged Yueli, and he sensed a hint of grievance in her demeanor. "I apologize. I was overthinking it. Annan, thank you for the soup. It is delightful." Lin Chen lifted the bowl and took a sip, addressing Annan similarly to Yueli. Observing the atmosphere ease, Annan let out a slight sigh of relief. "Take your time. Call me if you need anything." With that, Annan retreated to the living room, granting the two young people some privacy. Once they had nearly finished their meal, Lin Chen turned to Yueli, who had barely touched her food, and inquired, "Now that we have eaten, shall we discuss the matter of my departure?" Yueli regarded Lin Chen with exasperation. Why was this man so intent on leaving? Did he truly wish to be rid of her company? "And after you leave, what do you intend to do? The Lin family has forsaken you," she questioned him. "You?" Yueli shot him an incredulous glance. "I must at least know what kind of man I share bed with. Do you truly think I'm only concerned with looks and physique?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "First, I will find a job to save some money, and then I shall travel to clear my mind." These words were half-truths. He needed time to gather his strength and uncover the truth behind the Lin family's decision to adopt him. "Is that all? Just that?" Yueli was incredulous. "Do you not wish to take revenge on the Lin family? And what about your ex-girlfriend? I can assist you." "No need. I will handle it myself." Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, a smile crept onto Yueli's lips. "Now that is more like it. Very well. Do not bother looking for another job. You may come directly to my company." Chapter 5. Housekeeping? Your company? Lin Chen gazed contemplatively at Yueli, who was in close proximity. The incident that transpired between them had been entirely fortuitous, leaving him utterly unaware of the true nature of Yueli. She was of noble lineage, and the wisest course of action would be to distance himself from her rather than entangle himself further. Who could fathom the intentions concealed beneath such a beautiful exterior? Lin Chen spoke, "What if I refuse?" Yueli seemed to anticipate his response. "If you refuse, you shall never leave this villa for the rest of your life." It was unlikely that anyone else would dare to reject such an ultimatum. Yet Lin Chen was different. She could perceive his lack of interest in the proposition, as well as his desire to sever ties with her. Su Yueli, do you comprehend what you are doing? This is illegal confinement. If anyone discovers my disappearance, they will alert the authorities. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Did this woman intend to treat him as a caged canary? A chacal escaped Yueli sleeps. Laced with a hint of mockery. Given the status of the Su family in Huagua, which officer would dare to investigate me? Not to mention, who would even notice your absence? Your parents from the Lin family? Your hypocritical sister? Or perhaps your ex-girlfriend, who merely views you as a source of income? As for friends, do you have any? When she spoke of his ex-girlfriend, Lin Chen could distinctly sense a trace of annoyance in her tone. She was correct. No one from the Lin family would remember him, not even Jiang Yao. As for friends, he seemed to lack any close companions, his thoughts consumed by the management of the Lin company. No one would recall him, ever since he was cast out of the Lin family. It appeared his phone had fallen silent, save for the occasional message from 10086. It seemed that if he did not acquiesce, he might indeed be condemned to spend a lifetime within this villa. He believed this woman was capable of such a fate. After a prolonged silence, Lin Chen inquired, "So, if I agree to work at your company, you will permit me to leave here?" "It's a compromise," Su Yueli replied, swirling her wine glass and taking a delicate sip. "While working, you may indeed leave, but during your off hours, you must return." This woman had no intention of releasing him entirely. Lin Chen furrowed his brow momentarily, though it soon relaxed. As long as he could exit the villa, once outside, he could go wherever he pleased. Could she truly control him? "Very well, I agree. Such a swift agreement. Are you plotting an escape?" Su Yueli leaned in closer, grasping the collar of Lin Chen's shirt. Before he could respond, she continued, "Since I am willing to let you leave, I am not afraid of your escape. Feel free to test it. However, should I catch you, it will not merely be a matter of being prohibited from leaving the villa." Lin Chen paid little heed to her seemingly threatening words, silently resolving, "Let the trial begin. By the way, what task do you wish for me to undertake?" Lin Chen inquired. "There's no rush. You shall find out tomorrow," Su Yueli replied, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, eliciting a sense of foreboding in Lin Chen. What about the salary? This was Lin Chen's primary concern. If the remuneration were sufficient, he would not mind waiting until he accumulated enough funds to abscond. "Just a number. How much do you desire?" Su Yueli remarked nonchalantly, as if the concept of money held little significance for her. "Is any amount acceptable?" Lin Chen probed. "Of course, after all, you're under my auspices. As long as you comply, I can grant you whatever you wish." Su Yueli now resembled a wealthy matron indulging her charming little husband. Though it felt somewhat demeaning, Lin Chen ventured, "Would 1 million suffice?" The Su family's wealth transcended mere numerical value. To Su Yueli, 1 million was akin to dust. "No problem," she readily agreed. "No delaying of wages. Payment must be made upon completion. Do you take me for one of those ruffians from the Chu family? Rest assured, among the 5 prominent families, the Su family is the most trustworthy," Su Yueli scoffed. "All right, it's a deal." She lazily stretched her arms, affirming their agreement. Having settled the salary, Lin Chen resolved to work for a month and then make off with the money. Aside from Su Yueli, there was no other place that could offer him 1 million in just 1 month. He would even scrub toilets for such a sum. "Well then, everything is arranged. Come to work tomorrow. It's time for bed. I have an early meeting in the morning," Su Yueli instructed. "Enin, please show him to the room next to mine." With that, she stood, yawning gracefully, and headed toward her bedroom. Lin Chen briefly pondered whether this woman intended for him to attend to her needs. Thankfully, her room was indeed larger than his, yet his accommodations were still quite spacious. After tidying up a bit, Lin Chen collapsed into slumber. Early the next morning at 6, Lin Chen awoke naturally, a testament to his well-established habits. After a brief wash, he made his way to the dining room, only to find Su Yueli absent. After inquiring with Anin, he learned that she had departed early. This woman was rather busy. Well, Lin Chen did not particularly desire to see her. After a light breakfast, he recalled Su Yueli mentioning that he was to commence work today. How would he get there? At that moment, he heard a man's voice from outside the house. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am your dedicated driver, Wang Qi. Your work arrangements have been made. Please follow me." To his surprise, this woman had even arranged for him to have a driver. Quite the attentive service. "Thank you," he replied. Stepping outside the villa, Lin Chen inhaled the fresh air, the sunlight cascading over him in a most comforting manner. Wang Qi ushered him into a white Maserati, and with a press of the accelerator, they sped towards the Su family's largest company in the capital. From today onward, I will be responsible for your daily commute, Mr. Lin. Additionally, you may summon me at any time. Wang Qi spoke as he handed Lin Chen a bag containing a business card and Lin Chen's long-lost mobile phone. The card bore the contact information of the driver, Wang Qi. Upon opening the phone, Lin Chen discovered, as Su Yueli had mentioned, that no one had reached out to him. He truly felt forgotten by the world. May I ask, what is my task for today? Lin Chen inquired. Apologies, Mr. Lin, but I am merely a driver. I am unaware of anything else, Wang Qi replied. Very well, Lin Chen thought, eager to discover what kind of work this woman had arranged for him. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Su family's corporate building. The appearance of the Maserati drew considerable attention from onlookers. With a slight twitch of his lips, Lin Chen requested, "Could you please park the car in a less crowded area? I prefer not to make such a grand entrance." Though puzzled, driver Wang Qi complied. Lin Chen alighted from the vehicle and proceeded on foot to his destination, Jiang Group. This was the largest company under the Su family's umbrella, its operations spanning the globe. As he approached, a woman clad in a sleek, black-fitted suit approached him. Her neatly cropped hair framed her face, and her figure was accentuated by the attire, showcasing her form. While she may not rival Su Yueli in beauty, she was certainly more than a match for Jiang Yao. Lin Chen, I presume? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Qian, assistant to President Su. Please follow me. Very well, Lin Chen replied. Chen Qian guided him through the lobby, where people greeted her with, "Hello, President Chen." They continued walking until they arrived at a room resembling a storage area, filled with various cleaning tools. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen as he beheld the scene. "This will be your job," she stated. "President Su has instructed that you will be responsible for the cleanliness of her floor from now on." Chapter 6. Just playing around on the 36th floor. Once dressed in her work attire, one could ascend. "I shall take my leave now. Remember, work concludes at 5 this afternoon," Chen Qian remarked, leaving Lin Chen, whose lips twitched, standing there alone. "Goodness, I was only contemplating this last night, and it has actually come to fruition," Lin Chen thought, gazing at the cleaning tools before him with a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, he proceeded to open the wardrobe and change into his uniform. After all, who could earn such a handsome sum as 100,000 in a month as a cleaner? Once attired and equipped, Lin Chen made his way toward the elevator, only to be halted by a security guard at the entrance. "I apologize, miss, but the lady has instructed that any male cleaner is not permitted to use the elevator." The guard gestured towards the stairway. Lin Chen's expression darkened instantaneously. He knew all too well that earning this woman's money would not be a simple task. For the sake of that 1 million, he endured. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen ascended the stairs, Chen Qian arrived at Su Yueli's office. "Everything is arranged. He will be up shortly," she informed. Su Yueli smiled. "I doubt it will be too soon." "Chen Qian, what are your impressions of him?" Chen Qian hesitated for a moment before responding candidly. "He has a decent appearance and an impressive physique. My initial impression is quite favorable." "Yueli, what is the situation between you two? How did he end up at your place? Where did he come from?" As Su Yueli's close friend and assistant, Chen Qian was utterly bewildered and astonished by the presence of a man in Su Yueli's home. Su Yueli had not disclosed to anyone, not even her closest confidant, Chen Qian, the events that transpired between her and Lin Chen in the car the previous day. "I found him looking quite appealing on the roadside, so I decided to take him in. Is there a problem with that? One could simply take someone in like that." Chen Qian gazed at Su Yueli, who appeared utterly serious, with a bemused expression. "So, do you have feelings for him? What do you think?" Su Yueli replied nonchalantly. "I merely find him amusing. He is just a playful diversion." Chen Qian had no doubts regarding Su Yueli's words, for she was the type of person who had always excelled. Never having been captivated by any man, they simply did not pique her interest. "Well then, enjoy yourself, but do be cautious not to go too far. Be mindful not to lose both your heart and body, or else your parents will not spare me," Chen Qian advised, sensing that it was time for Su Yueli to have a male companion, if only to alleviate her relentless self-torment. Little did she know that Lin Chen's arrival would only increase her burdens. Chen Xian's words brought forth the wild memories of the previous day into Su Yueli's mind. Her body had already been lost. Enough about him. Let us prepare for the upcoming meeting, Su Yueli suggested, rubbing her waist as she handed the documents to Chen Xian, unaware that a faint blush had crept onto her face. Thankfully, the morning sunlight streaming through the window helped to mask it somewhat. On the other side, Lin Chen, drenched in sweat, was laboriously climbing to the 28th floor with a bucket and mop in hand. Only 8 more floors. After catching his breath for a moment, he once again grasped his tools and pressed onward toward the 36th floor. As Lin Chen ascended to the 30th floor, he encountered a girl at the stairwell, clad in identical attire, presumably a fellow janitor. The girl appeared youthful, likely a university student, with striking beauty and hair elegantly tied back, exuding a sense of vivacity and innocence. Startled by Lin Chen's unexpected presence, she had stepped into the corridor to rebutton her blouse, as the restroom was crowded. To her astonishment, she found someone climbing the stairs. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment while averting her gaze from him. Fortunate to be facing away from the wall, thus concealing any potential mishap. "Why didn't you take the elevator?" she stammered. Lin Chen scratched his head and replied, "I'm just exercising." "Oh, I see. Are you new janitor? I haven't seen you before," she inquired as she adjusted her outfit and descended a few steps to stand before him. "Yes, today is my first day. I'm Lin Chen," he introduced himself. "Lin? What a coincidence. My surname is also Lin. I'm Lin Ku, she responded, her interest piqued. Just as Lin Ku contemplated continuing the conversation, a gruff voice crackled through her walkie-talkie. "Lin Ku, where are you? Mr. Su is about to hold a meeting. Hurry to clean the conference room." The sudden urgency in the voice caused Lin Ku to tremble slightly, revealing her trepidation. "Sorry, I have to go to work. Let us talk later," she exclaimed, swiftly darting away from the stairwell. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity as he watched her retreating figure. Regaining his focus, he resumed his ascent, determinedly reaching the 36th floor. Upon exiting the stairwell, he was greeted by 2 familiar figures, Zhang Long, the man who had assaulted him the previous day, along with another bodyguard. "Lin Chen, my brother. I must apologize for yesterday's incident," Zhang Long exclaimed warmly. "The young lady informed me of your bravery. Without you, she would have been in grave danger. You have indirectly saved our lives. You are not only her benefactor, but ours as well. Rest assured, should the young lady ever instruct us to confront you again, we shall be more lenient. You need only feign a few cries for effect." The other bodyguard chimed in. Taken aback by their declaration of gratitude, Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. Assault, confinement, ascending staircases, and cleaning. Was this truly how one treated a benefactor? Nevertheless, cultivating a good rapport with Su Yueli's bodyguards could be advantageous. "Thank you, brothers," he replied, contemplating that Su Yueli had likely only mentioned that he had saved her. If they were to discover that he had not only rescued her, but also shared a more intimate encounter, their demeanor might drastically change. Given the intensity of their previous actions, it was evident that these bodyguards were fiercely loyal to Su Yueli. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to work. Do you require a search?" Lin Chen inquired. Zhang Long, adhering to the meticulousness expected of a bodyguard, conducted a thorough check before allowing him entry. Before entering, Zhang Long could not help but curiously inquire why Lin Chen had chosen to become a janitor. They had believed Lin Chen would be among the members of the bodyguard team. Lin Chen could only offer a vague excuse, claiming he had always enjoyed tidying up since childhood. Upon entering, Lin Chen soon realized that this entire floor belonged solely to Su Yueli. It featured an office, a lounge, a reception area, a screening room, a gym, and a CAF, among numerous other rooms. At the end of the corridor, there was a spacious bedroom. This woman truly knew how to indulge herself. After a few sarcastic remarks, Lin Chen prepared to commence his duties. He carefully avoided the office and other rooms that might contain confidential documents. What if Su Yueli suspected him to be a spy and decided to eliminate him? That would be an unjust fate. However, Lin Chen was clearly overthinking. Su Yueli had thoroughly investigated him, and aside from failing to uncover his true identity, It could be said that he stood before her stripped of all secrets. She genuinely seemed at ease, allowing him to enter alone. After a busy morning, he had nearly finished cleaning, leaving only a few rooms for the afternoon. It was time for lunch. He washed his hands and intended to ask Zhang Long where the dining area was. Just as he stepped out, Zhang Long remarked, "Lin Chen, the lady has asked you to wait here for a moment. She will return shortly." Chapter 7. Carry me to the bedroom. Lin Chen returned to the sofa in the lounge, patiently awaiting her return. Shortly thereafter, Yueli appeared at the doorway, the sharp click of her high heels echoing against the floor. Clad in a sleek black suit, her elegant silhouette was accentuated by the clean lines of her attire. Upon spotting Lin Chen, her gaze flickered momentarily. "Are you accustomed to the work today?" Yueli inquired as she gracefully settled beside him. Lin Chen shot her an exasperated glance. "Accustomed? What sort of look is that? If you dislike me, I can arrange for a change." "No, this job is quite delightful. I thoroughly enjoy it." Lin Chen quickly declined, uncertain of what peculiar role he might be assigned instead. As they conversed, a twinge of hunger surfaced, prompting Lin Chen to turn to Yueli. "Miss Su, shouldn't we consider dining?" "Dining sounds good, but I'm feeling a bit fatigued right now. Please carry me to the bedroom for a rest, and then you can go eat," she replied, removing her high heels and shedding her suit jacket, revealing a delicately unbuttoned white silk blouse. Without seeking Lin Chen's consent, she draped her legs over his lap. "Kerime, Yueli commended. Don't you have feet?" Lin Chen retorted, bemused by her brazen demeanor. Nevertheless, as she seemed unperturbed, he decided not to dwell on it. He gently encircled her waist and lifted her in a princess carry. Yueli responded by wrapping her arms around his neck, resembling a couple in the throes of romance. On their way to the bedroom, Yueli playfully pinched Lin Chen's cheeks, treating him like a charming doll. "Hey, if you continue like this, I might just drop you," Lin Chen remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Yueli merely chuckled, "Undeclared," and continued her playful antics. Lin Chen quickened his pace, soon arriving at the end of the hallway leading to the bedroom. He gently placed Yueli on the bed, yet her grip around his neck remained steadfast. "Miss Su, I must attend to my meal," he stated. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Come lie with me for a while," Yueli insisted, pulling him down beside her. Had Lin Chen not rolled to the side, his face might have been buried in the softness of her figure. Just as he prepared to rise, Yueli hugged his waist, burying her head in his chest, her eyes fluttering shut. "Miss Su, I believe my job description lacks the provision for accompanying you in slumber," Lin Chen remarked. "Now it does," Yueli whispered softly. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. This woman had an uncanny knack for improvisation. Yet, he could hardly consider it a loss. He could indulge in a brief respite with a delightful, soft companion after a demanding morning. He, too, wrapped his arms around Yueli's waist. Feeling the warmth of Lin Chen's embrace, Yueli displayed a glimmer of tranquility. It struck her as peculiar. She had always resisted the presence of men, let alone such intimate contact. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion towards Lin Chen. She cherished the scent that lingered on him and the warmth of his embrace, a sensation she had never experienced before. "Chris, sleep mode," Yueli murmured softly in Lin Chen's arms. With a few clicks, the lights, curtains, and door all responded, plunging the room into darkness akin to the night. The sudden arrival of this obscurity momentarily disoriented Lin Chen. In the unfamiliar and shadowy environment, he instinctively tightened his hold on the fragrant woman in his embrace. "Yueli, do not move," he admonished, grasping her wandering hands in the dark. This woman was undeniably restless, fearing a repetition of the absurd events of the previous day. Even though Yueli was now awake, he spoke again. "Miss Su, kindly open the door. I must go for a meal." "Is the food more delectable than I am?" came Yueli's cool voice. "Perhaps to some. You are indeed more appetizing than a meal, but for me, the food holds greater appeal." After a brief silence, Yueli gently replied, "Chris, open the door." With a click, a beam of light pierced the dark room, and as it entered, Yueli released her hold on Lin Chen. "Thank you." Lin Chen quickly rose from the bed and walked towards the door, thoughtfully closing it behind Yueli. Observing the door gently close, a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. An intriguing man. She moved to the spot where Lin Chen had just lain, still warm with his presence. Just as he had taken a few steps away, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and turned back to knock on the door. "What is it? Have you decided I am more appetizing than the food?" Upon the door opening, Yueli's voice came through. "Not at all. I merely wish to request your permission to use the elevator." "Go away." The door shut once more. With no other option, Lin Chen continued his descent down the stairs. He had just learned from Zhang Long that the dining hall was on the 12th floor. Time to exercise, he encouraged himself. As he reached the 30th floor, he overheard a sharp reprimand from behind a door. "Lin Kuer, is your mind solely consumed with food? You are not permitted to eat until the conference room and lounge are cleaned." Lin Kuer replied, somewhat aggrieved, "But if the supervisor cleans now, there won't be any food left in the dining hall." Before she could finish, the voice interrupted, "You won't starve from missing one meal." This was followed by the loud bang of a door slamming. It seemed that the man had departed. Lin Kuer was the young girl he had seen earlier. Lin Chen surmised that she was currently facing difficulties, likely being bullied by her supervisor. He continued his descent until he arrived at the 12th floor dining hall. "Hello. Please pack 2 meals for me." "Wait, make that 3. 1 for myself, 1 for Lin Kuer, and 1 for Yueli." To the 30th floor conference room. Lin Kuer wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and took a moment to catch her breath while seated in the chair. The conference room had been tidied up, yet the lounge remained untouched. With a touch of frustration, she patted her protesting belly and headed towards the lounge with her cleaning tools. It seemed that once again, she would be relegated to a meal of instant noodles. As she busied herself with the cleaning, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Initially, Lin Kuer assumed it was Supervisor Wang come to inspect, prompting her to scrub the floor with even greater vigor, fearful of reprimand. At that moment, a voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, rang out. "You should eat first. I will help you tidy up." Lin Kuer was momentarily taken aback before recognizing Lin Chen, who was holding a lunchbox. Lin Chen, Chapter 8. Lin Kuer's invitation, did you buy this for me? Lin Kuer questioned, unsure she had misheard. She had only met Lin Chen once, and that encounter had been rather hurried. Observing Lin Kuer in a moment of daze, Lin Chen smiled and said, "What are you daydreaming about? If you don't eat soon, it will get cold." Hearing Lin Chen's gentle and caring words, Lin Kuer's beautiful, expressive eyes began to glisten with tears. Her reaction revealed the burdens she had endured at work. Even the kindness of a stranger could touch her so deeply. In Lin Kuer's eyes, Lin Chen seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. "Thank you," she said, taking the lunchbox from him, her voice trembling. "Go ahead and eat. I'll help you." With that, Lin Chen began to take the tools from Lin Kuer's hands to tidy up the break room. Realizing what was happening, Lin Kuer quickly protested, No, you've already done so much by buying me food. I cannot let you." Her voice faltered, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. No one at work had ever shown her such concern. They always left the most arduous tasks for her, while constantly criticizing her efforts. In that moment, Lin Chen became indelibly etched in Lin Kuer's heart. His appearance, his scent, his voice, everything about him. Eventually, a few tears glimmered on Lin Kuer's face as she and Lin Chen finished tidying the break room together. If someone were to walk in at that moment, they might mistakenly think Lin Chen had done something untoward to Lin Kuer. After washing their hands, the two of them opened the lunchbox and sat on the steps of the corridor to enjoy their meal. "How did you know I didn't have lunch today?" Lin Kuer asked, her mood lightening with curiosity. "I happened to overhear your supervisor while I was exercising and coming downstairs as Lin Chen mentioned her supervisor." Lin Kuer's eyes dimmed slightly, indicating a significant shadow cast by that individual. "Does he always bully you?" Lin Chen inquired. Nibbled on her food, Lin Kuer nodded gently. "It's all right. I'm used to it. But you, brother Lin Chen, why did you come to work as a janitor? You are so handsome and refined. You clearly aren't an ordinary person." Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "I accidentally signed a dubious contract, which is why I ended up here." "What? How could they do that?" Lin Kuer exclaimed, her indignation evident. "Have you reported it?" Seeing her puffed-up expression warmed Lin Chen's heart. "It's fine. The contract lasts only a month, and then I shall leave," he reassured her. "That is good to hear. Brother Lin Chen, please be more discerning in the future." Since it was their first meeting, They refrained from delving into particularly deep topics, respecting one another's boundaries. After finishing their meal, they engaged in casual conversation for a while before preparing to resume their work. Brother Lin Chen, how about I treat you to dinner after work tonight? It will be my way of thanking you for your kindness today. Lin Chen initially intended to decline, yet upon witnessing Lin Ku's eager expression, he felt a pang of reluctance to refuse. Very well. He carried the now-cold meal for Yueli back to the 36th floor. He had planned to reheat it, only to discover that she had already departed, likely preoccupied with another meeting. After sampling a few bites, he resumed his work. Once he finished tidying the remaining rooms, it was time to clock out. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Lin Ku waving at him, alongside a Maserati parked in the distance. Much like in the morning, a crowd had gathered to gawk at the vehicle, speculating about which company executive had acquired it. Lin Chen felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondering how others might perceive him, a mere janitor, alighting from such an opulent car. Would they think him a privileged youth indulging in life's luxuries? Or perhaps a kept man supported by a wealthy benefactor? In any case, he was none too fond of such assumptions. He retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Qi's number. Xiao Wang, you may head off first. I have some matters to attend to and will need a ride later. Although Yueli insisted he return to the villa each night, she had not restricted his outings. Upon receiving Lin Chen's directive, Wang Qi revved the engine and sped away. Vanishing from sight, Lin Ku gazed enviously at the departing Maserati and remarked, "That car is truly stunning. I would love to experience what it feels like to ride in it." Lin Chen was tempted to respond, "I have sat in it for you. It is indeed quite comfortable. Brother Lin Chen, shall we go? How did you arrive?" Lin Chen pointed towards a nearby bike-sharing station. Lin Kuter smiled. "I did the same." The two pedaled through the bustling streets and arrived at a youthful, trendy restaurant. Upon seeing the establishment, Lin Chen paused, recognizing its proximity to Jiang Yao as home. Recalling fond memories of dining there together, Lin Kuter seldom frequented such places, yet in gratitude for the light Lin Chen had brought to her during dark times, she was willing to spend on this occasion. They entered a private booth within a restaurant. "Brother Lin Chen, order whatever you like. It's my treat," Lin Ku proclaimed with a charming air of a little benefactor. "Then I shall not hold back," Lin Chen replied with a smile as he perused the menu, selecting 3 vegetarian dishes and a soup. These choices were reasonably priced, both economical and satisfying. "Ah, Brother Lin Chen, you've ordered all my favorites," Lin Ku exclaimed, surprised as she took the menu. "Is that so? It seems we are quite fated," Lin Chen smiled in response. After Lin Ku chose a few more dishes, she suddenly inquired, "Brother Lin Chen, do you drink?" Lin Chen recalled the numerous times he had embarrassed himself during social gatherings at the Lin family home. As a result, he had developed a considerable immunity to alcohol, making it difficult for him to become intoxicated. "I do," he admitted. "Then let's have a drink," she suggested. "Drinking is not good for your health, and you're still quite young," Lin Chen cautioned. "Oh, but today is a happy occasion," Lin Ku asserted, ordering a round of beer. "Cheers!" As their glasses clinked, the two engaged in delightful conversation while dining. Lin Ku occasionally picked up food for Lin Chen, filling his bowl to the brim. Under the warm glow of the lights, Lin Chen found himself inexplicably enveloped in a sense of warmth as he beheld Lin Ku's smile, accentuated by her delicate dimples. "Lin Chen, why are you swaying so?" Lin Ku inquired with a gentle smile, her head bobbing slightly as she held her wine glass. It was evident that she had indulged a bit too much, surprising him with her low tolerance. "Come on, let us drink. I'm truly delighted to know you. This is the happiest day of my work life," she exclaimed, plopping down beside Lin Chen with a bottle of wine, resting her head comfortably on his shoulder. "Drink," she urged, wrapping an arm around Lin Chen's. "Ku, I think you've had enough," he replied. "I have not," Lin Ku murmured, her cheeks flushed, leaning against him. With a resigned smile, Lin Chen gently took the bottle from her grasp. "Where do you live? I shall escort you home." "My home," Lin Ku murmured dreamily, providing Lin Chen with an address. After settling the bill with the waiter, Lin Chen called Wang Qi, saying, "Come pick me up. I've sent you the address." After waiting by the roadside for a brief moment, a white Maserati glided to a halt, drawing the attention of passers-by. Wang Qi respectfully opened the rear door, and Lin Chen assisted Lin Kuer into the vehicle. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from a distance. Lin Chen. Turning to look, he was confronted by the sight of the woman who had once chilled his heart, Jiang Yao. Chapter 9. Who allowed you to dine with other women? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Yao so soon. He averted his gaze, unwilling to behold this woman any longer. Disgusting. However, Jiang Yao was quite the contrary. Her eyes remained fixated on Lin Chen. More precisely, they were glued to his car. It was a Maserati, a far cry from the modest BMW Lin Chen had previously driven, its value multiplied many times over. Had he not left everything behind? Where did he acquire the funds for such a vehicle? As she pondered these questions, the enviable Maserati had already sped away. A thought crossed Jiang Yao's mind. Although Lin Chen had seemingly been left with nothing, he must possess a considerable amount of hidden wealth. Judging by the car alone, one could infer as much. Suddenly, a twinge of discomfort crept into her heart. Even the milk tea in her hand took on a hint of bitterness. Since being with the young master of the Zhang family, she had found little joy in her life. Although Zhang Xiao was extravagantly generous, he always insisted she accompany him. In contrast, Lin Chen would fulfill her every whim without her needing to offer anything in return, indulging her with gifts of her choosing. Buzz, buzz. Jiang Yao's phone rang. It was Zhang Tianhao, the young master of the Zhang family. Xiao Yao, where are you? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yao replied, I am on my way home. It's such a drag to head home at this hour. I have a few friends here. Why not come and join us? Zhang Tianhao's voice was accompanied by the raucous sounds of revelry, suggesting he was in a bar. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I want to be going. Jiang Yao's words were barely out when Zhang Tianhao's displeased voice echoed through the line. Jiang Yao, you're disregarding my feelings with so many friends around. Aren't you? Aye. That has settled then. I'll have a driver come and fetch you. The call abruptly ended, with a slight reddening of her eyes. Jiang Yao placed her phone down. Zhang Tianhao never considered her feelings. At that moment, she longed for the days spent by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, you scoundrel. If you had only mentioned you still had money, how could I have left you? A BMW pulled up, yet this time it garnered little attention, as it paled in comparison to the recently departed Maserati. Jiang Yao slipped into the car, inhaling the lingering scent of smoke and alcohol, suddenly feeling nauseous. The interior of Lin Chen's Maserati must have been delightful, she mused. Opening the window for fresh air, the driver from the front seat tossed a shopping bag to Jiang Yao in the back. What is this? These are the clothes the young master wants you to wear shortly. Please change in the car. Upon opening the bag, she discovered it contained outfits worn by the dancers at the bar. A wave of humiliation washed over her. What did Zhang Tianhao take her for? And to have her change in the car. Did he not fear the driver witnessing it? Lin Chen would never treat her in such a manner. Stop the car. Suddenly, Jiang Yao found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted at Zhang Tianhao's driver, I demand that you stop. Confused, the driver complied and pulled over to the side of the road. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Jiang Yao flung her clothes forward, exclaiming, Let him wear this himself. With that, she opened the door and dashed off in the opposite direction. She had made her decision. She was determined to return to Lin Chen's side. She believed that Lin Chen still harbored feelings for her. With just a little charm, he would surely forgive her. She longed to sit in Lin Chen's splendid Maserati and reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. Meanwhile, a Maserati was cruising steadily along the highway. Lin Kuer, nestled against Lin Chen's arm, had fallen asleep. Unbeknownst to her, she was in the very Maserati she had envied during the workday. The car came to a stop in front of an apartment, Lin Kuer's rented home. Lin Chen initially intended to wake her, but hesitated, fearing the awkwardness of explaining the luxurious vehicle. Instead, he gently lifted Lin Kuer out of the car and waited until they had moved a good distance away before rousing her. Kuer, wake up, we're home. Lin Chen supported her as they ascended the stairs, retrieving her keys from her waist to unlock the door. The room was modest, yet warmly decorated, suffused with a sweet, youthful aroma reminiscent of strawberries that was uniquely Lin Kuer. Brother Lin Chen, sleepy. He helped her out of her shoes and gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Ke murmured softly, "Don't go." Hug. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. During the day, it was Su Yueli, and now at night, it was Lin Ke, both wishing to embrace him. Did he possess such an irresistible charm? He took a pillow and placed it in Lin Ke's arms as a substitute for himself. Watching her breaths grow steady, he finally felt assured enough to leave. Upon exiting the apartment, Lin Chen stretched his arm, which had grown numb from Lin Ke's embrace. He returned to the car, and time was nearly 9 o'clock. "I apologize for the trouble today," he said to Wang Qi, conveying a hint of regret. "Not an issue. It's part of my job," Wang Qi replied. Lin Chen's amiable demeanor sparked a sense of goodwill in Wang Qi. Upon returning to the villa, he discovered that Su Yueli had not yet returned. As he passed through the dining area, he noticed Ant and selecting ingredients. "Shaolin, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like Annie to prepare something for you?" "Thank you, Enin, but I have already eaten. I'm feeling a bit tired today, so I'll head to my room," he replied politely before retreating to his bedroom. After a day of cleaning, especially climbing stairs, he felt quite fatigued. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed and began to relax by watching short videos. Just then, a text message from Jiang Yao arrived. "Lin Chen, can we talk? Things are not as you think." Reading Jiang Yao's message, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Perhaps she regretted it upon seeing him in a luxury car. He had seen through Jiang Yao's true intentions. Lin Chen paid no heed to Jiang Yao. Instead, he swiftly blacklisted her and resumed his indulgence in short videos. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao, noticing Lin Chen's prolonged silence, picked up her phone once more and sent another message. "Lin Chen, could you grant me an opportunity to explain? If you desire, anything can be resolved." After a moment of hesitation, she added that final sentence. She held firm in her belief that Lin Chen would undoubtedly respond. Such was her confidence as a woman. However, upon sending the message, the glaring red notification left her momentarily dazed. She murmured in disbelief, "You blocked me. Lin Chen, you scoundrel. I sacrificed Zhang Tianhao for you, and this is how you repay me." Yet, she conveniently forgot that she had just relinquished Lin Chen for Zhang Tianhao in monetary gain. "You must be testing my resolve, right?" Lin Chen remained oblivious to Jiang Yao's current fury, but even if he were aware, he would likely mock her for her self-inflicted plight. He plugged in his phone to charge, preparing for sleep, when suddenly the sound of high heels clicking echoed from outside. In the next instant, his door was forcefully kicked open. Before him stood Su Yueli, her exquisite and frosty visage captivating yet intimidating. Her eyes glimmered with a chilling light, akin to two icy blades aimed directly at Lin Chen. "Who permitted you to dine with another woman?" Chapter 10. The Madwoman. Confronted by Su Yueli's sudden interrogation, Lin Chen felt utterly perplexed. His dining companions were none of her concern. As her words lingered in the air, Su Yueli boldly strode to the foot of Lin Chen's bed, seized his coat, and inhaled its scent. In addition to Lin Chen's familiar aroma, there was a faint, sweet fragrance, a signature of Lin Karen. Su Yueli's gaze sharpened, and in a fit of fury, she hurled all of Lin Chen's clothing out the door. "What madness is this? Why are you throwing my clothes?" Lin Chen protested, sitting up wrapped in a blanket. "If I ever catch a whiff of another woman's scent on your clothes again, I shall discard each piece I find." Su Yueli's declaration left Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. "What is our relationship that I cannot bear the scent of another woman?" Before Lin Chen could further articulate his thoughts, Su Yueli approached, leaning down to sniff around him. "What are you doing?" "I've just showered." Lin Chen had just bathed, his body imbued with the crisp fragrance of men's shower gel. Yet, Su Yueli remained unconvinced. She grasped Lin Chen's chin, forcing his head upward, and commanded, "You still carry her scent. Wash it off. Thoroughly." Her grip was firm, and Lin Chen felt as though she might crush his jaw. The intensity of Su Yueli's demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within him. After all, he was merely her employee. What right did she have to issue such commands? Did she perceive him as a pet or a canary? He met her proud gaze, which radiated haughtiness and indignation, as if nothing could defy her will. Yet, Lin Chen was determined to resist. He tightened his grip on Su Yueli's wrist, matching her tone. "Su Yueli, if you continue this farce, do not expect me to remain courteous." How amusing. This man dared to threaten her. Lin Chen's defiance acted as a catalyst, only intensifying Su Yueli's resolve. This was quintessential Su Yueli. When faced with opposition, she responded with even greater force. She raised his chin once more. I shall ask you one last time. Will you wash or not? Lin Chen held her wrist firmly, locking his gaze onto her eyes, enunciating each word. No, I will not wash. Upon hearing his anticipated response, Su Yueli erupted into laughter. Her laughter was beautiful, yet it bore the ominous tranquility that precedes a storm. Sensing her grip loosening, Lin Chen gradually released her wrist. Finally, she had quieted. Without further words, Su Yueli turned and entered the bathroom adjoining Lin Chen's room. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the sound of running water permeated the air. As Lin Chen pondered whether she was using cold water to calm herself, Su Yueli emerged, carrying a basin of water. Surely not. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen. As Su Yueli's basin of water began to tilt gradually as she approached Lin Chen, she declared, "Since you refuse to wash, allow me to assist you." With that, she splashed an entire basin of cold water over him, drenching Lin Chen completely. In an instant, a chill coursed through him as his bedding and mattress became soaked. The icy water trickled down his hair, forming slender rivulets. "Su Yueli, you mad woman." Even though the villa was warm, the unexpected cold shower in the midst of winter was too much for Lin Chen to endure. He hurriedly leapt from the bed, opening the wardrobe beside him, and wrapped himself in a blanket. Seeing Lin Chen shiver, a triumphant smirk crossed Su Yueli's face. This was the consequence of defying her. "Lin Chen, remember this. You are forbidden to touch any woman but me." She added politely, "Now that you have washed, it is time for bed. Good night. Sleep?" With a soaked pillow, drenched blanket, and saturated mattress, how could he possibly rest? Watching Su Yueli's departing figure, Lin Chen's mind drifted back to her pleading demeanor from the previous day. Since she had treated him this way, he would not hold back. He wanted her to cry. He would make her cry. Without hesitation, Lin Chen rushed forward and pulled Su Yueli back into his embrace. Feeling the chill radiating from him, Su Yueli shuddered slightly. Was he truly this cold? However, she quickly regained her composure and looked up at the man holding her tightly. "What is this? Now you wish to please me? It's not as simple as just a hug." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen's lips fiercely claimed hers. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. And after a moment of struggle, they slowly closed as she surrendered to the sensation, akin to a kitten being caressed. This intoxicating feeling of passivity, of having no means of resistance or escape. She relished it. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen finally released her. The haughty demeanor that once adorned Su Yueli's face was replaced by a delicate flush, her gaze now tinged with a hint of daze. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Chen felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction, yet was still insufficient. "My bed is wet. I cannot sleep," he stated in a low voice. Seemingly attempting to reclaim her pride, Su Yueli regarded Lin Chen with a mixture of inquiry and provocation. "My bed is dry. Do you dare sleep there? Why should I fear?" Lin Chen leaned slightly forward, effortlessly lifting Su Yueli into his arms, striding towards her room. Throughout the entire process, Su Yueli offered no resistance. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a spark of anticipation she herself was unaware of. "Open the door," Lin Chen commanded. "Chris, open the door. Chris, close the door, dim light mode." As Su Yueli issued her instructions, the lights in her room extinguished, leaving only a soft, warm glow emanating from beneath the bed. In the enveloping darkness, it felt like a mysterious island. A gentle glow emanated a warm and comforting ambience, just enough for them to behold each other's faces. "Su Yueli, I shall make you weep." Lin Chen gently set her down, caressing her breathtakingly beautiful visage. "This time, I shall not yield to softness." "Then you shall. Give it a try." With an air of pride, Su Yueli initiated a kiss with Lin Chen, much like she had done the previous day. The warmth and fragrance of the woman blossomed once more upon Lin Chen's lips. However, this time, both were fully aware. As they ascended to that enigmatic island, the true essence of the night began to unfold. The temperature within the room began to rise, permeated by an enchanting atmosphere. Eventually, the woman nestled like a small cat in the man's embrace. Only the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes and the marks upon the man's shoulder bore witness to their poignant tale. Chapter 11. Salary increase on the following morning. Lin Chen instinctively stirred his arms as if to embrace something, only to find emptiness. This hollow sensation gradually roused him from slumber. He glanced beside him, noticing that Yueli had already risen. The space where she had lain still held the delicate fragrance reminiscent of lilies and the lingering warmth of her presence. As Lin Chen moved to get out of bed, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his shoulder, prompting an involuntary hiss. Sitting up, he gazed at the uneven bite marks on his shoulder with a wry expression, muttering to himself, "This woman must be part dog." The vivid memories of the previous night surged forth alongside the ache, as Yueli had fiercely bitten him and declared, "Lin Chen, you are mine. You are not to touch anyone else." In a daze, Lin Chen recalled that he had seemingly acquiesced to her words. At that moment, an inner voice continually echoed within him, affirming that he belonged to Yueli and she belonged to him. Scenes from the night flipped through his mind, ultimately crystallizing in the image of Yueli, tears brimming in her eyes, gazing at him with the last vestiges of stubbornness and pride. Yueli was crying. Reflecting on that beautiful yet tumultuous night, Lin Chen murmured to himself, "Yueli, I stand by my word." After rising and freshening up in the bathroom, he remembered that his clothes had been discarded by Yueli the previous night. As he pondered how to exit the bedroom without attire, he noticed a few pieces of men's clothing laid out on the nearby sofa. They must have been placed there by Yueli after her awakening, still imbued with her lingering fragrance. After dressing, Lin Chen returned to his room to fetch his phone before heading to the dining area. To his surprise, Yueli was present. He had assumed she had already departed for work. Dressed in a light-colored nightgown, she was enjoying breakfast, a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. Lin Chen felt a wave of serenity wash over him. Indeed, beauty has the power to elevate one's mood. "Good morning, Miss Su," he greeted her warmly. "Good morning," Yueli replied in a flat tone, leaving her emotions unreadable. Lin Chen smiled gently and sat beside her, choosing not to eat, but rather watching as she took delicate spoonfuls of porridge. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, Yueli turned to him with mild annoyance, asking, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Nothing in particular. I just find Miss Su quite lovely and wish to admire you a bit longer," Lin Chen blurted out instinctively. Yueli shot him an exasperated glance. The sun must have risen from the west for you to utter such words. I recall someone saying yesterday that food was tastier than I am. Faced with her sardonic remark, Lin Chen chose silence, having realized that, indeed, Yueli was far more delectable than any meal. "Stop daydreaming and hurry up to finish your breakfast. And don't forget to tidy my office later," she instructed. Understood. The two sat side by side, partaking in their breakfast together. As Yueli finished her last spoonful of porridge and prepared to leave, she tilted her head towards Lin Chen and remarked, "Well, you did quite well with your overtime work last night, so I'm increasing your salary by 1 million. With that, she turned and headed back to her bedroom to change clothes. Lin Chen, who was engrossed in his meal, nearly choked. Last night's work? Was she referring to that particular task? This woman certainly had a formal way of speaking. Was it so difficult for her to acknowledge his prowess? However, what excited Lin Chen the most was her unexpected announcement of a 1 million salary increase. Wasn't that an extraordinary deal? A thought that should not have emerged flickered briefly in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. After their meal, Wang Qi drove Lin Chen to work. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen sensed that Wang Qi seemed hesitant to speak, and his eyes carried a hint of guilt. "What is the matter, Xiao Wang?" Lin Chen inquired. Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Wang Qi appeared to finally find an opportunity to voice his thoughts. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. Miss instructed me to report your whereabouts daily. I informed her about your encounter with that girl last night. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble." Lin Chen had anticipated this when Yueli had kicked the door the previous night. He bore no ill will towards Wang Qi. It was merely part of his duties. Besides, last night had not been unpleasant. In fact, it had been quite delightful. "Hadn't it? It's all right. You needn't feel guilty. Just focus on your job. Also, please don't call me Mr. Lin. it feels rather awkward. Just refer to me as Chungu, he replied warmly. Oh really? Wang Qi, who had expected Lin Chen to scold him in the car, was taken aback by Lin Chen's friendly gesture. Chun, Gu, you truly don't hold against me? Wang Qi asked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Rest assured, I have the final say between Miss and myself, Lin Chen said, with a hint of bravado, though there was a degree of deception in his words. His primary intention was to ease Wang Qi's tension. Upon hearing Lin Chen's reassurance, Wang Qi's expression softened considerably, and admiration began to shine in his eyes. As before, Lin Chen alighted from the car at a less crowded area near the company and walked in on foot. I wonder if Ku has woken up? If she is late again, her supervisor will surely scold her. Just as Lin Chen contemplated calling Lin Ku, she appeared blushing behind him. Lin Chen, brother, she said. Lin Ku had awakened early, recalling how she had clung to Lin Chen's arm while intoxicated last night, and how he had ultimately escorted her home. Furthermore, she had promised to treat him to a meal, only to have him foot the bill instead. She felt a bit at a loss on how to face him. Lin Chen turned to her with a smile. Oh, you're already here. I was worried you might oversleep. Are you feeling unwell? He asked, noticing her slight embarrassment. Lin Ku lowered her head shyly and replied, I'm fine. A good sleep did the trick. How can it be fine? This is quite serious. Lin Chen suddenly adopted a stern expression. Lin Ku's heart sank at his tone, a flicker of panic crossing her delicate features. Brother Lin Chen, are you angry with me? She stammered, I'm so sorry, Brother Lin Chen. I promised to treat you to a meal. I will transfer the money to you right away. And I shouldn't have hugged you so recklessly. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by her words. What was she saying? That wasn't what he meant at all. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, this isn't the focal point. There are other matters at hand. Noticing that Lin Ku had misunderstood his intention, he decided to play along, eager to see what else the little girl would say. Upon hearing Lin Chen mention other matters, Lin Ku grew increasingly flustered. Could it be that she had done something to him while intoxicated? She desperately tried to recall the events, but could conjure no memory. Finally, with a hint of anxiety, she looked at Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin Chen, I'm truly sorry. My memory isn't very reliable. If I did something to you, I will take responsibility. It seemed that Lin Ku had summoned all her strength to utter those final words, and upon finishing, she wobbled slightly. Lin Chen, bewildered, thought to himself, oh no, this misunderstanding has escalated. Chapter 12. A delightful plaything, he had not anticipated Lin Ku's remarkable ability for wild conjecture. If this continued, he feared she might soon have children. Ahem, enough jesting. Lin Chen, somewhat exasperated, gently flicked Lin Ku on the forehead. How is it that your imagination runs so wild? Not a single guess correct. You must be punished. Lin Kaya luokit puzzled. If none of these were true, what else could she possibly do? I must inquire. With such poor tolerance for alcohol, why do you indulge in drinking? Are you not afraid that I might be a nefarious character? Should you encounter someone with ill intentions? Do you comprehend the potential consequences? Henceforth, no more drinking, do you hear me? Lin Chen's tone was stern and admonitory, akin to an elder brother chastising a naive younger sister. Listening to Lin Chen's seemingly reproachful, yet genuinely caring words warmed Lin Ku's heart. It dawned on her that Lin Chen was not upset about her failure to pay, her impulsive embraces, and, well, there was no further elaboration needed. The tension in her face dissipated, replaced by a sweet smile, her dimples enchanting. Lin Chen is certainly not a villain. I can feel it. I'm aware of my poor alcohol tolerance, but yesterday I was simply overjoyed to meet Lin Chen. Moreover, I hardly drink. Lin Kaya mumbled softly, her countenance radiant with happiness. Lin Chen was the first person she had encountered in her professional life who genuinely cared for her, not in a superficial manner, but with heartfelt concern. Remember, do not drink indiscriminately in the future, especially not with men, Lin Chen reiterated emphatically. Understand, I promise not to drink casually, particularly not with men. Lin Ku repeated Lin Chen's words as if taking an oath, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Just remember, now hurry to work. Time is of the essence, Lin Chen reminded her. All right, I shall go to work now. See you at lunch. Lin Ku waved as she headed off, while Lin Chen gathered his tools, preparing to ascend to the 36th floor. Just as he lamented the need to climb the stairs, a security guard approached him. "Miss, starting today, you may use the elevator." This was splendid news for Lin Chen, as he could finally enjoy equitable treatment. Last night's efforts had not been in vain. His salary and benefits had improved. Unbeknownst to him, a long-haired woman wearing sunglasses had been observing him from a distance. After Lin Chen entered the elevator, she removed her sunglasses, revealing a face that was relatively attractive yet somewhat haggard, her eyes swollen as though she had wept throughout the night. It was Jiang Yao. After being blocked by Lin Chen last night, she had been in distress, and shortly thereafter received a call from Zhang Tianhao, questioning her sanity. Jiang Yao, disinclined to converse, abruptly hung up. After a night of muddled thoughts, Jiang Yao rose from the sofa, intending to procure something to eat. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Chen, who was riding a shared bicycle to work. She recognized Lin Chen at once, the very girl Lin Chen had embraced and seated in the Maserati the previous evening. Suddenly, Jiang Yao seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and decided to follow Lin Chen. She believed that as long as she followed Lin Chen, she would have the chance to meet Lin Chen. Indeed, at the entrance of Zhini Group, she caught sight of him. "Lin Chen, I knew our destinies were not yet fulfilled. Heaven is aiding me in finding you." At that moment, Lin Chen, who was tidying up the office for Su Yueli, suddenly shivered. It must be the cold water from last night. The office was swiftly cleaned, and as Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his thoughts wandered. Not long ago, he had his own office and desk at the Lin family estate. Of course, his office could not be compared to Su Yueli's. He gazed at the chair behind the desk, which belonged to Su Yueli. It resembled a regal throne reserved for the most esteemed person in the building. "What? Do you wish to sit?" Su Yueli had returned unnoticed, leaning against the door frame and observing Lin Chen. Coming to his senses, Lin Chen gently shook his head and smiled. "No, sitting in that chair must come with immense pressure. How would you know unless you try?" Su Yueli urged Lin Chen to approach her chair. He hesitated, but she promptly pressed him down onto it. Following that, she perched herself on Lin Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "So how does it feel? Is the pressure overwhelming?" Lin Chen replied. "Carry me to the bedroom for a moment." Su Yueli whispered softly in his ear. "Now, it's only 10 in the morning. The meeting for today is already over. Is it too much to take a little rest? You didn't let me sleep well last night." Hearing Su Yueli's slight complaint, Lin Chen chuckled silently, accepting his fault. He effortlessly lifted Su Yueli and headed towards the bedroom. "You're not going anywhere. Come lie down," Su Yueli called out to stop him. "I still need to clean." "No, your job today is to be my pillow." "Miss Su, it is rather inappropriate for one person to hold so many roles, don't you think? I'll raise your salary by 1,000,000. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Chen lay down beside her. He was already earning 3,000,000 this month. At present, staying near Su Yueli seemed quite advantageous, with food, shelter, money, and companionship. Wait, am I really living off a woman? Perhaps Lin Chen had not even realized that after just 3 days and 2 intimate encounters with Su Yueli, his mindset and feelings had begun to shift. He no longer wished to sever ties with this woman. Su Yueli naturally nestled against Lin Chen's solid chest, and they inhaled each other's scent, enveloped in a sense of inexplicable comfort. Gazing at Su Yueli in his embrace, Lin Chen felt a stir of emotions. It was a jest. Who could claim to remain indifferent with such a beautiful woman nestled against him? Yet, "Miss Su, what exactly is our relationship?" Lin Chen suddenly inquired, as he recognized that what they were doing did not align with their respective identities and statuses. "What? Are you seeking a title?" Su Yueli's slender fingers gently brushed against Lin Chen's cheek. The title of the eldest daughter of the Su family's boyfriend indeed sparkled, evoking envy in countless hearts. Lin Chen shook his head. He was not a materialistic individual and paid little heed to such things. Instead, he believed that he and Su Yueli had no emotional foundation whatsoever, and engaging in such actions was perilous. At present, he felt as though he were a commoner in the company of a princess. What fate awaited a commoner who claimed a princess meant for another prince? "Miss Su, what do you perceive me as?" Lin Chen inquired. Su Yueli pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps a rather delightful plaything. When he posed this question, Lin Chen had already contemplated the answer. Yueli's response was anticipated. After all, how could a woman endowed with immense wealth and high status genuinely fall for him merely due to their shared encounter? Even though he had long known the answer, an inexplicable sense of melancholy settled within Lin Chen. Yet he was aware that he did not harbor any feelings for Yueli. He genuinely wished to distance himself from her. Why, then, did he experience such emotions? When you tire of me, will you cast me aside? Lin Chen continued to inquire. Without a moment's hesitation, Yueli replied, yes. Very well, I understand. Lin Chen felt an odd sense of relief for having asked this question in advance. Had he waited until he was utterly ensnared, only to be discarded by Yueli, the anguish would have been unbearable. Since Yueli regarded him as a mere plaything, he resolved to fulfill that role adequately. After all, he had his own matters to attend to. In a month's time, upon receiving the 3 million, it would mark the end of their entanglement. Or perhaps, he mused, Yueli would grow weary of him before that. The two remained silent, still nestled against one another. Yet an intangible sense of distance had manifested between them. Beep, beep, beep. At precisely 12:10, Lin Chen's phone rang. In a daze, Yueli reached for Lin Chen's phone and answered the call. A sweet voice emerged from the device. Lin Chen, dear brother, why haven't you come for lunch yet? Are you still working? Shall I bring you something to eat? Chapter 13. The forced closure upon hearing Lin Ku's voice. Yueli instantly regained her senses. She recognized Lin Ku as the woman who had dined with Lin Chen the previous evening. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her as she coldly declared into the phone, "He will not be dining today." After uttering those words, she abruptly terminated the call and hurled Lin Chen's phone into the trash bin. Lin Chen, who had initially felt no fatigue, found himself enveloped in an inexplicable drowsiness while holding Yueli. In his slumber, he seemed to hear his phone ringing and reached out to grasp it, only to find nothing in his hand. Realizing he could not locate his phone, he turned to the now awake Yueli and inquired, "Have you seen my phone?" With a dispassionate tone, Yueli replied, "I threw it away." "What?" Lin Chen sat up abruptly, bewildered. "What did my phone do to offend you?" At the sound of Lin Chen's address, Yueli furrowed her brow slightly. "What did you call me?" "Miss Su." Lin Chen promptly corrected himself. Perhaps due to her own vexation, Yueli was not fond of the title, yet she could not conjure a more suitable form of address at that moment. "Your phone disturbed my sleep," Yueli offered as an explanation. "Is that all?" Lin Chen replied, somewhat incredulous. "Is that a valid reason? Where did you throw it?" he asked. Yueli pointed towards a trash bin. Lin Chen got out of bed and retrieved his phone from the bin. Fortunately, he had tidied up the area the day before, and there was no refuse present. Upon checking, he discovered that Lin Ku had just attempted to call him, though the call had already been answered. In that instant, Lin Chen began to comprehend Yueli's motive for discarding his phone. It seemed clear that he could not remain in this room. What if Yueli, in a fit of madness, decided to drench him with water? As Lin Chen prepared to leave, Yueli commanded sharply, "Stop." "Miss Su, it is time to eat," he offered as a pretext. "You are not permitted to eat today," she retorted. 10 hours of forced closure. The term forced closure implied that even if Yueli wished to open the door midway, it would remain sealed. By the clock, they would not be able to exit the room until 10 o'clock that evening. Lin Chen was incensed. What was this woman thinking? She refused to eat herself, yet denied him sustenance as well. "Yueli, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall not hesitate to make you cry once more." He leaned over the bed, gazing down at Yueli. At the mention of crying again, her gaze noticeably softened. "There is nothing to explain. I simply do not want you to dine with her." "Is that reasonable?" "Reasonable? Quite reasonable," he retorted. "If you find it reasonable, we have 10 hours until we may leave. I suggest you lie down, otherwise you will grow quite hungry." "Very well." Lin Chen opted not to return to the bed, instead reclining on the nearby sofa, as though sulking like a jilted lover. Meanwhile, Lin Ka. Upon hearing Yueli's voice and the abrupt disconnection of the call, was immediately engulfed in panic. She was oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, but realized she had undoubtedly caused a calamity. "Brother Lin Chen, I am truly sorry." Lin Kuer clutched her phone tightly, feeling at a loss. The delectable dishes laid before her had lost their appeal. After hastily consuming a few bites, she returned to her work, but not before preparing a takeout meal for Lin Chen. As time passed, 6 hours slipped away, and employees began to depart one by one. Lin Kuer waited patiently at the company entrance, standing there for a full hour without catching a glimpse of Lin Chen. She longed to call him, yet feared she might disturb him, so she remained in her vigil. In addition to Lin Kuer, another figure awaited nearby, Jiang Yao, who was also anticipating Lin Chen's exit. Surely, Lin Chen was a prominent leader of the Zhini group, engrossed in his duties? Jiang Yao murmured to herself, convinced that Lin Chen was within, having spotted his white Maserati parked below just an hour earlier. Time trickled by, and as the clock struck 8, Lin Chen glanced at his watch, realizing he would be free in just 2 hours. It had been over 10 hours since he last ate, but fortunately, he had had a hearty breakfast. With a water dispenser in his room, he could alleviate his thirst somewhat. However, Yueli was feeling quite uncomfortable. She had hardly eaten in the morning, merely sipping a bowl of congee. By midday, hunger had begun to gnaw at her, though her anger had initially masked it. As her emotions settled, the hunger resurfaced, gradually encroaching upon her. Lin Chen occasionally heard the rumbling of Yueli's stomach. While he felt some dissatisfaction with her earlier actions, he still amicably offered her a cup of water. Have a sip, he encouraged. Yueli lay with her back to him, and seeing her unmoving, Lin Chen assumed she was ignoring him, especially since she had engaged him in conversation earlier that afternoon, to which he had not responded. Miss Su, even if you wish to avoid me, you must take care of your health, he called out several times, but received no reply. A sense of unease crept over Lin Chen, prompting him to lift the covers to check on her. To his alarm, he discovered that Yueli had fainted, presumably from hunger. He swiftly gathered her into his arms, her exquisite face etched with weakness, her once rosy lips now pale. It seems you've succumbed to low blood sugar from not eating, he murmured. Yueli, awaken. He shook her gently multiple times, but to no avail. He hurriedly grabbed a nearby cup and attempted to feed her water, but she was too unconscious to drink. With no other option, he drank some himself and then offered it to her. A few moments passed, and Yueli's eyelashes fluttered as she weakly opened her eyes. Did you not wish to speak to me? Let go of me, she murmured softly, her voice frail. Given your condition, can we set aside the quarrel? Shouldn't I be the one upset? Lin Chen replied, feeling somewhat helpless. What time is it? Yueli inquired, and Lin Chen checked the clock. There is still an hour and a half left. Yueli felt a twinge of regret, pondering that had she foreseen the consequences, she would have confined only Lin Chen. If Lin Chen were privy to her current thoughts, he would likely urge her to expel the water she had just consumed. Allow me to fetch you another cup of water, Lin Chen offered, presenting her with another steaming cup. After sipping from it, Yueli's condition improved slightly. She gently leaned against Lin Chen, awaiting the conclusion of their confinement. In those arduous final moments, the two found solace in each other's embrace. Finally, after 10 long hours, the clock struck 10. Chris. Yueli began to speak, but fell silent. Come on, Yueli, at least utter the words, open the door, Lin Chen thought in despair. Just as he felt hopeless, Yueli seemed to regain her composure and softly uttered, open the door. With a click, the door swung open, and Lin Chen, filled with renewed hope, rushed out with Yueli in his arms. He dialed Wang Qi from the elevator. Xiao Wang, bring the car to the company entrance. As close as possible, Wang Qi arrived at the company's entrance, where most of the employees had already departed, yet he noticed a small girl clutching a lunchbox. Hurry, open the door. Just as his curiosity piqued, Lin Chen burst out of the elevator, carrying Yueli. Brother Lin Chen. Lin Kuer had been waiting anxiously, and just as she thought she might leave in disappointment, Lin Chen appeared before her. Kaya? Lin Chen was astounded to see her in this frigid weather. Her small face flushed from the cold. However, he had no time for words. Yueli's condition was critical. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the lunchbox in Lin Kuer's hands. Is that food you are holding? Chapter 14. I never pressured you. There was no time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Though Lin Kuer was somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events, She obediently followed Lin Chen into the back seat of the Maserati. "This is President Su." Lin Kuer instantly recognized the woman cradled in Lin Chen's arms, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. "I'll explain later. Do you have any candy?" "Yes." Lin Kuer retrieved 2 colorful candies from her bag. She often dealt with low blood sugar, so she kept them on hand. Lin Chen gently unwrapped one and placed a strawberry-flavored candy into Su Yueli's mouth. A wave of sweetness began to spread within her. Moments later, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she awoke. Seeing Su Yueli regain consciousness, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. "Kuer, may I let her have some of your food?" Lin Chen glanced at the lunchbox in Lin Kuer's hands. Of course, that was meant for you anyway. The meal she had brought for lunch had cooled. So Lin Kuer had stopped by the company cafeteria after work to purchase another for Lin Chen, to prevent it from getting cold. She had kept the lunchbox close to her. However, it had still grown somewhat chilly over time. A warmth spread through Lin Chen's heart as he accepted the lunchbox from Lin Kuer, which still retained some warmth. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 disposable bowls, one filled with longan and white fungus soup, the other with rice topped with numerous shrimp. "Here, eat something." Lin Chen first ladled the soup, feeding it to Su Yueli spoonful by spoonful. As the warm broth was consumed, color gradually returned to her cheeks, and her eyes began to regain their vitality. Once she finished the soup, Lin Chen peeled shrimp for Su Yueli and gently fed them to her. This enchanting scene left Lin Kuer sitting nearby, utterly astounded. She instinctively rubbed her eyes and pinched herself to confirm that this was not a mere illusion or a dream. Having been responsible for cleaning the conference room on that floor, she had encountered Su Yueli many times. In her eyes, Su Yueli was an imperious and proud woman, always exuding an air of aloofness that made others hesitant to meet her gaze. Every time she attended a meeting, her presence alone could overshadow the entire room. She was the manager of the Su family, the most esteemed woman in the world. Yet now, she was cradled in Lin Chen's arms, being fed like a delicate wife. Suddenly, she recalled the cold voice she had heard during a phone call at noon. It was indeed Su Yueli's voice. Witnessing this scene, a bold conjecture surfaced in her mind. Could it be that Brother Lin Chen and President Su share that kind of relationship? Noticing that Su Yueli was nearly fully revived, Lin Chen wiped his hands and adopted a lecturing tone. "I must insist that you refrain from such foolishness in the future. Even if you disregard my concerns, you should pay attention to your own health." Su Yueli, seemingly reluctant to speak due to her discomfort, turned her head away, avoiding Lin Chen's gaze. This movement inadvertently aligned her eyes with Lin Kuer's, who was observing from the side. Confronted with the ultimate boss of the company, coupled with the phone call from earlier that day, Lin Kuer hurriedly lowered her head, unable to meet Su Yueli's gaze. "Hello, General Manager Su." Naturally, Su Yueli recognized Lin Kuer, having often encountered the diligent young woman during meetings. Furthermore, having heard about Lin Chen dining with a girl last night, she promptly instructed Chen Qian to investigate the girl's identity. "Was it you who provided the sweets and food?" Su Yueli inquired gently. "Yes," Lin Kuer replied softly. "Thank you. No need to thank me. Oh wait, it's my duty." Lin Kuer could hardly believe that Su Yueli would express gratitude towards her. In contrast to Lin Kuer's astonishment, Lin Chen, standing nearby, felt a twinge of annoyance. He had attended to Su Yueli, bringing her water, carrying her, serving her soup, and peeling shrimp, yet she had not uttered a single word of thanks to him. However, he did not dwell on this. Seeing Su Yueli thank Lin Kuer brought him some relief. He had feared that Su Yueli might cause trouble for Lin Kuer due to that phone call, but it seemed that would not be the case. "Lin Kuer, starting tomorrow, you will no longer be responsible for cleaning." Su Yueli's voice resonated again. Lin Chen's heart sank. Had this woman truly directed her ire towards Lin Kuer? The distinction between personal grievances was stark. This situation arose from him, and he could not stand idly by while Lin Kuer faced such treatment. It was profoundly unjust. He furrowed his brow and addressed Su Yueli. "Su Yueli, do you have any humanity? You consumed her food, drank her soup, and now you wish to dismiss her? You cannot be so ruthless." As the two began to argue, a trace of panic washed over Lin Kuer. She understood that Su Yueli's displeasure stemmed from that phone call. "Brother Lin Chen, please don't." Lin Chen interrupted her with a wave. "Kuer, Do not speak. Allow me to properly reprimand this large-breasted, brainless woman. It is unfathomable how someone like her could manage the Su family business. Merely because Lin Kuer had called him, Su Yueli sought to dismiss her? That was utterly unreasonable. Just as Lin Chen prepared to continue his tirade, Su Yueli interjected coldly, turning to him. When did I say I would dismiss her? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hastily swallowed his words. Su Yueli, uninterested in his protests, continued, Lin Kuer, starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for the registration work at the company library. The library. Within the Trui group, this was considered the most leisurely job, requiring only the registration of borrowed and returned books. Nowadays, most people were engrossed in their phones, and very few actually read books. Thus, sometimes only a handful visited the library each week. Therefore, working in a library was both relaxed and easy, with a commendable salary. Lin Kuer had always envied the library staff. Little did she expect to find herself among them today. Thank you, General Manager Su. Lin Kuer exclaimed excitedly, expressing her gratitude. You're welcome. This is my way of showing appreciation to you. After speaking, Su Yueli turned her gaze towards Lin Chen and urged, come on, continue. A hint of awkwardness enveloped the car. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and glanced out the window, remarking, the night view is quite nice. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Qi drove Lin Kuer back home. Inside the villa, Lin Chen and Su Yueli sat in the dining room, engaging in a bout of indulgent eating. Su Yueli was relatively restrained, consuming a few pieces of fish to replenish her strength, along with a small bowl of congee, her frail body nearly restored. In contrast, Lin Chen feasted as if at a buffet, leaving no dish untouched, and soon his table was piled high with plates. Hey, don't overdo it, Su Yueli admonished, unable to bear the sight. Overindulgence is your fault, Lin Chen muttered between mouthfuls. It was only after Su Yueli emerged from her shower that Lin Chen concluded his extravagant banquet. By now, it was nearly midnight, and it was time to rest. Lin Chen wiped his mouth and prepared to return to his room. However, Su Yueli called out to him, come to my room. No way, he retorted. What if this woman locks the door again on a whim? Lin Chen had no intention of closing the door while sleeping tonight. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yueli splashed a basin of water onto Lin Chen's bed. The bed, come or not, it's your choice. I'm not forcing you. Chapter 15. The motivation of feeding it truly is. No one forced me. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, stepped into Su Yueli's room. Once again, he found himself serving as her pillow that night. Could it be that this woman has developed an affection for his physique? Gazing at the enchanting profile of the woman nestled in his embrace, Lin Chen felt a moment of disorientation. Yet, Su Yueli's words from earlier in the day lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He was merely her plaything, destined to be discarded. With this thought, Lin Chen took a deep breath, striving to quell his restless heart. Thank you, Su Yueli. Su Yueli looked up at him, bewildered by his sudden expression of gratitude. Thank you for not taking your anger out on Kuer and for securing her a good job. Su Yueli met Lin Chen's gaze, her expression questioning. Am I truly seen as such an unreasonable person in your eyes? At least, you are unreasonable towards me, Lin Chen replied. There is no need for reason when it comes to a plaything. Her words left him momentarily speechless. I am tired. I shall sleep. Su Yueli nestled back into Lin Chen's embrace, inhaling his pleasant and warm scent as she gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Chen, with a resigned smile, closed his eyes, savoring the delightful fragrance of her hair. While everyone reveled in the tranquility of the night, a woman walked awkwardly along the street. Jiang Yao had been waiting for Lin Chen to emerge, yet after more than 4 hours, he remained elusive. She was dressed rather lightly, and with the cold wind picking up, she could no longer endure it and decided to head home. However, just a few steps into her departure, a white Maserati sped past her. Through the window, she caught a glimpse of Lin Chen inside. Lin Chen, she hurriedly began to run, calling out to him, but within mere seconds, the Maserati vanished from sight. In her haste, she lost her footing and fell, scraping her knee painfully, making her wish to roll on the ground in agony. Lin Chen, I will come to find you first thing tomorrow morning. I will not miss you this time. A night passed. Lin Chen instinctively reached out, only to discover a soft pillow in his arms. Wait, this sensation feels rather peculiar. A somewhat dissatisfied voice emerged. Don't move. Let me sleep a little longer. Aren't you getting up for work? Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 8. It's Saturday. What work? Yueli murmured. Our company operates on a standard 9-to-5 schedule. Only then did Lin Chen come to a realization. During his time at the Lin family, he had been so engrossed in its development that he had not taken a single day off, rendering him oblivious to the concept of weekends. If that is the case, then perhaps a little more sleep wouldn't hurt. At the entrance of the Jiang group, the cold wind howled. Jiang Yao had arrived as early as 5, anxiously waiting, terrified of missing Lin Chen. After 3 hours of waiting, she finally noticed the sparse crowd at the company entrance and suddenly realized it was the weekend. She felt a strong urge to slap herself. When did I become so foolish? Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Yao pulled out her mobile phone, which displayed a call from Jiang Yu, her elder brother. Every time Jiang Yu calls, it brings no good news. Sister, I'm in trouble at the casino. Could you lend me some money to get out of this mess? Jiang Yao lamented her own financial woes, having spent her funds rather lavishly. No money? That's impossible. What about my brother-in-law Lin Chen? He.S. wealthy. Help me borrow some from him. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Jiang Yao felt a pang of bitterness. She replied somewhat sorrowfully, I broke up with him. What? You've ended things just because I haven't called in a few days? Jiang Yu's voice rose in shock. Xiao Yao, how could you let go of that money bag, my good brother-in-law? I don't care what happened between you two. Go and win him back. Hurry and get some money. Otherwise, they will chop off my hands. After hanging up, Jiang Yao gazed at the imposing gates of Jiang Group and murmured, I wish I could. Despite her annoyance with her irresponsible brother, he was still family, and she felt compelled to help. After much hesitation, she dialed Zhang Tianhao's number. He was her only hope for financial assistance. Brother Hao, it's Xiao Yao. I was wrong the other day. I was in a bad mood. Just forgive me, and I'll do anything you want. Meanwhile, in a villa, Lin Chen and Yueli emerged from their room shortly after 10, and in looking at them with a satisfied smile. Miss, would you like to dine now? Yes. During the meal, Yueli pushed her bowl towards Lin Chen. Feed me. Are you addicted to being fed now? Lin Chen ignored her, continuing to eat. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked her, does feeding come with a salary increase? Yueli paused slightly. You don't seem like someone who likes money. You said I'm your plaything. Who knows when you might discard me? To avoid losses, I must extract some fun from you, Lin Chen explained. You needn't worry about that. Even if I were to discard you, I would ensure your future is secure. I don't care. You need to give me some motivation to feed you. All right. Yueli agreed and casually tapped her phone. Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a message. Huagua Bank reminds you. Your account ending in 5300 has received 1 million yuan. Is that satisfactory? Lin Chen was taken aback by Yueli's decisiveness. Aren't you afraid I might take the money and run? You know I originally had no intention of staying. Lin Chen jested. Just break your legs and bring you back, she replied succinctly, a statement both menacing and confident. Given her earlier actions of splashing water on him, he knew she would not hesitate to follow through. All right, you're impressive. Lin Chen picked up Yueli's bowl and fed her spoonful by spoonful. After finishing, he kindly wiped her mouth. As Lin Chen continued his meal, Yueli's phone rang. What is wrong with Qian? Chun Qian's voice emerged from the telephone. Next week, the company is set to launch a new energy project. Do you prefer to designate a company or to open it up for bidding? Upon hearing this news, Yueli glanced at Lin Chen, who was engrossed in his meal. A smile graced her lips as she inquired, Lin Chen, if I recall correctly, the Lin family's company specializes in the field of new energy, does it not? Indeed, what of it? Lin Chen replied, continuing to eat. After receiving Lin Chen's affirmation, Yueli responded to Chun Qian, let us go with the bidding this time. There should be no restrictions on the size of the enterprises. Anyone capable may participate. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen. Very well, I shall issue the announcement shortly, setting the date for next Monday. No problem. And you will oversee the bidding this time, Yueli added. No sooner had she spoken than Chun Qian's voice came through the phone, tinged with mild exasperation. Ah, why is it always me? Realizing she could not decline, Chan Xian groaned for a moment before continuing. It's fine for me to go, but you must grant me a holiday once this is concluded. All right, I will arrange for you an assistant. Lup du, Li Bao. After discussing work, Chun Qian's curiosity surfaced. How are things between you and that Lin Chen? Have you been enjoying yourselves these past few days? Su Yueli pondered before responding. It's all right. Having him as a cushion is rather nice. What? You let him touch you? Chun Qian's shrill voice echoed through the phone. Li Bao, while he is indeed quite handsome, you must uphold your boundaries. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Although Su Yueli reassured her, it was evident that her confidence wavered. Enough of that. I must busy myself with the preparations for the bidding. It's all your fault. Now I have to work overtime this weekend. Chun Qian expressed her grievances once more before hanging up. After the call, Su Yueli turned to Lin Chen, who was still dining. Next Monday, I'll be taking on a new part-time job. Chapter 16. Deceiving the sugar-coated hawthorn, listening to the conversation between Su Yueli and Chun Qian. Lin Chen had nearly pieced together the situation. You aren't suggesting that I assist her with the bidding, are you? Close enough. What do you mean by close enough? Observing the subtle smile at the corner of Su Yueli's lips, Lin Chen had a nagging feeling that it was not a serious task. She had just mentioned the Lin family. Surely she wasn't going to make him interview for them, was she? Perhaps she intended for him to enact a dramatic return of a once-esteemed heir seeking vengeance. Yet, Lin Chen evidently underestimated Su Yueli's penchant for mischief. He could only hope that she would not go too far, for he would not hesitate to bring her to tears if pushed. Where are you going? Seeing Lin Chen dressed and ready to leave, Su Yueli called out to him. Just going out for a stroll. Miss Su, it's the weekend. You wouldn't actually prevent me from going out, would you? Lin Chen asked with a hint of preemptive challenge. What do you mean by that? I never said you couldn't go out. Just wait a moment. I'll join you. Hearing that Su Yueli had not impeded his exit, Lin Chen felt a slight relief, but the thought of her accompanying him stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Spending these past few days with Su Yueli had left him feeling somewhat constrained, and he longed to relish the joy of solitude. However, with her presence, it seemed his brief moments of happiness would be halved. Just as Lin Chen contemplated how his enjoyment might dwindle with Su Yueli's company, she emerged clad in loose, casual attire. Though the garments were somewhat oversized, her movements still revealed her alluring silhouette. The sweatshirt bore a charming cartoon motif on the front. Until now, Lin Chen had only seen Su Yueli in formal wear. This was the first time he witnessed her in such relaxed clothing. Usually exuding the air of a domineering CEO, this attire seemed far more fitting for her age. Lin Chen suddenly felt that going out with Su Yueli might not be so bad after all. Drive, she commanded as she settled into the passenger seat of a Maybach parked outside the villa. You're quite forward, Lin Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet he took his place behind the wheel. Where to? He inquired. Anywhere you wish. All right then, let's south hit the road. With a luxury car and a beautiful companion, Lin Chen felt that even the most elite scions of the capital could not compare to his current situation, for nothing could rival the presence of Su Yueli beside him. After Lin Chen departed, Zhang Long and his team of bodyguards followed discreetly in another vehicle, ever vigilant to ensure Su Yueli's safety. In truth, Su Yueli had not originally intended to go out. She had merely been inspired on a whim upon seeing Lin Chen leave. She was curious about what he would do. Ever since her parents entrusted the Su family to her, her life had taken on a rather monotonous quality. Each day was consumed by piles of reports from various Su family enterprises, and only the presence of Chun Qian alleviated some of the tedium. The arrival of Lin Chen had introduced a refreshing element to her otherwise dull existence. He would defy her, engage her in banter, and showed no concern for her status. Though Su Yueli was reluctant to admit it, Lin Chen was indeed the only man who had ever made her beg for mercy. Strangely, despite the humiliation attached to such an admission, it felt as though she had unlocked a door to a new realm, revealing a version of herself she had never encountered before. She found herself rather fond of this unfamiliar self. As she observed Lin Chen driving, a smile instinctively graced her lips. The car soon arrived at a shopping center, Luo High Mall. Lin Chen frequented this venue during his university days, often visiting the nearby snack street. The familiar stalls and tastes beckoned to him. Approaching noon, various food vendors had begun to set up. Shall we grab something to eat? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at Yueli. Although Yueli had dined here a few times during her university years, she had grown wary of the hygiene and seldom returned to such places. Lin Chen could easily discern her hesitance and joked, "Look at me. I've been eating here for years without issue." After a moment as contemplation, Yueli acquiesced with a soft, "all right," and opened the car door. Though they had recently dined together, the moment they stepped out of the vehicle, the aromas of various foods enveloped them, stimulating their appetites. "Uncle Ali, it's been a while," Lin Chen greeted as they strolled past a candied hawthorn stall. The proprietor, a jovial middle-aged man, warmly acknowledged Lin Chen's presence. At that moment, Uncle Li caught sight of Yueli beside Lin Chen and was momentarily taken aback. He had never before encountered such a stunning woman. However, he quickly redirected his gaze to Lin Chen, chuckling, "Little Chen, you're quite the fortunate one. Your girlfriend is even more beautiful than the stars on television." Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Lin Chen's heart raced, and he swiftly glanced at Yueli. Although they had developed a romantic connection, their relationship was not quite defined in that manner. He feared that Uncle Li's comment might upset her, and she might retaliate by sending Zhang Long and the others to topple Uncle Li's stall. Fortunately, Yueli appeared unfazed, which eased Lin Chen's anxiety. "Uncle Li, you've misunderstood. This is my boss," Lin Chen quickly clarified. He feared that any peculiar remarks from Uncle Li might provoke Yueli's ire. Uncle Li paused, realizing his misjudgment, and offered an awkward smile. "My apologies, young lady. I tend to speak without thinking. If you must blame someone, let it be me, not little Chen." With that, Uncle Li handed them 2 gleaming candied hawthorns, their sugary coating glistening in the sunlight. "Here, these are for you too. Consider them my apology," he said with a cheerful demeanor. The freshly set candied hawthorns emitted a tender fragrance of hawthorn. Lin Chen accepted the treats with gratitude, smiling, "Thank you, Uncle Li, but I still need to pay." Just as Lin Chen was about to pay, Uncle Li, with a stern expression, said, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? If you continue to be so polite, don't bother coming back." Reluctantly yielding to Uncle Li's admonition, Lin Chen ultimately refrained from making the payment. "Cool me. Try Uncle Li's candied hawthorn. I dare say, no one in the capital can make it better." Lin Chen picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn and offered it to Yueli. As she gazed at the glistening, ruby-red treats under the sunlight, Yueli instinctively swallowed. "Feed me," she commanded. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that ever since he had fed Yueli during their meal, she had unlocked a new way of dining. With a resigned smile, he brought the candied hawthorn to her lips. The plump treat brushed against her rosy mouth, and with a slight parting of her lips, Yueli delicately took a bite. It was evident that even while eating, a beautiful person carried an exquisite charm. At that moment, Lin Chen sensed Uncle Li's disapproving gaze. The interaction between Lin Chen and Yueli hardly resembled that of an employer and employee. Have you ever seen an employee so intimately feeding their boss? "Xiao Chen, are you trying to swindle my candied hawthorn?" Chapter 17. The melancholy of the snack street. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, ultimately opting for silence as he bore the blame. "Well, we've known each other for so many years. 2 candied hawthorns hardly matter. When we leave later, feel free to take a few more. Next time you come by, I'll treat you again," Uncle Li said, revealing his hearty smile. "All right, Uncle Li, I'll take her over there to browse," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Go ahead. Old Wang and the others were just mentioning you the other day." After Lin Chen and Yueli departed, Uncle Li's smile gradually faded, giving way to a hint of bitterness. "Xiao Chen, perhaps next time we won't see us old folks again." As the two continued to walk, numerous acquaintances greeted Lin Chen, who responded to each with warmth. "You seem quite popular here," Yueli remarked, noticing the attention directed at him. "I often came here during school. Over time, I became familiar with them, and when it was busy, I would even lend a hand." Lin Chen held a variety of snacks, gifts from the vendors as they passed by. It struck him as peculiar how unusually warm the vendors were today. Typically, they would offer him leftovers as the day wound down, but today, just approaching noon, when foot traffic was beginning to swell, they generously bestowed upon him an abundance of treats that nearly overwhelmed him. Initially, Lin Chen attributed their kindness to Su Yueli's presence, as they seemed to regard her as his girlfriend. Yet, as time passed, he sensed a deeper significance. While their eyes sparkled with joy, their faces bore an unmistakable trace of lingering sorrow, a realization he had first encountered with Uncle Li, whom he had assumed was merely preoccupied with busyness. Something felt amiss. The vendor's generosity seemed akin to a farewell. This thought permeated the air with an unmistakable tinge of parting melancholy. At that moment, 2 vehicles appeared at the end of the snack street, followed by 7 or 8 men clad in security uniforms descending from the cars. As these security personnel arrived, the expressions of the vendors visibly shifted to one of hostility. The guards displayed a lack of civility, either kicking at the stalls haphazardly or brandishing their nightsticks threateningly before the vendors. "Uncle Wang, what's going on?" Lin Chen inquired, turning to the nearby pancake vendor. "Did Old Li not inform you?" Uncle Wang sighed, casting a glance toward the distant security personnel. "The owner of our mall has gone bankrupt, and a new proprietor has acquired this place. Recently, that new owner has entrusted its management to his son, likely as a means of training him. A change in ownership shouldn't affect us much, but the new owner's son seems to believe that our stalls tarnish their mall's image. Thus, we were notified to vacate hastily. However, given the current fierce competition, the desirable stalls have long been occupied. Having labored here for over a decade, where can we possibly relocate? This week marks the final deadline, and should we fail to move, they will forcibly evict us." After listening to Uncle Wang, Lin Chen finally comprehended the lingering sorrow etched on their faces, as well as their unusual generosity today. Ultimately, this food street falls within the jurisdiction of the shopping mall, leaving these vendors with no recourse. A sense of melancholy welled up within Lin Chen. If these individuals were to depart, perhaps some might find a better location to sustain their livelihoods, yet many would likely face unemployment. He could not bear to witness these familiar uncles and aunties leave, yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Chen. He glanced at Su Yueli, who was enjoying her dumplings. If she were willing to assist, it could undoubtedly remedy the current predicament. But why would she extend her help to those with whom she shares no kinship? "Xiaoqing, they're coming over. You all should hide quickly. These people are quite aggressive. Be careful not to get hurt." "It's fine," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Just a few security guards. Even if it comes to blows, I am confident I can handle them. After all, they can't possibly be as formidable as Su Yueli's bodyguards." Before long, the 8 security guards swaggered over. "Old man, why haven't you moved? Let me make myself clear. Our young master will be here for an inspection tomorrow. If you're still here, don't blame us for taking action." The lead security guard, a stout man, brandished his baton menacingly at Uncle Wang. It seemed he noticed Lin Chen's presence and aimed to assert his authority, kicking Uncle Wang's pancake cart aside, causing the plastic wrapping in front to tear. "You!" Uncle Wang gritted his teeth but chose to suppress his anger. These individuals were not to be trifled with, and he was too weak to confront them, having no place to voice his grievances. Just when Uncle Wang thought they would leave, the head of security suddenly realized he had finished his cigarette. He looked at Uncle Wang arrogantly and inquired, "Old man, do you have a smoke?" Uncle Wang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly produced the cigarettes he had just purchased. "What the hell? You dare bring out such lousy cigarettes? Get lost." The head of security swatted the cigarettes from Uncle Wang's hand, scattering what he considered fine tobacco across the ground. Witnessing this scene ignited a spark of indignation within Lin Chen. "Miss Su, please wait for me over by Uncle Li," he whispered to Su Yueli, setting aside his belongings. To his surprise, she did not leave, but merely stepped back, appearing eager to observe the unfolding drama. Just as the security guards prepared to swagger away after their display of intimidation, Lin Chen raised his hand to block their path. "Kid, what is the meaning of this? You damage someone else's property and don't even offer an apology?" Lin Chen's voice was low yet laced with palpable anger. The security guards erupted into laughter, clutching their batons as if they had heard a great joke. "Kid, who do you think you are?" The security captain brandished his baton before Lin Chen, prompting Uncle Wang to hurriedly step out from his stall and position himself between the two parties. "Xiao Chun, this matter does not concern you. Do not interfere, just leave." Uncle Wang, fearing for Lin Chen's safety, especially with his stunning girlfriend by his side, knew that the consequences could be dire if these men chose to act maliciously. Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth. Although Uncle Wang was not his kin, he was undeniably more protective than the members of the Lin family. Gently pulling Uncle Wang behind him, Lin Chen reassured him, "Do not worry, Uncle Wang. I will be fine. I cannot take everything you have given me in vain." Xiao Chun. Lin Chen flexed his wrist as he faced the security personnel, declaring, "You enjoy a scuffle, do you? Allow me to indulge you." Chapter 18. Encountering Jiang Yao again, the head of the security team burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Young man, since you wish to defend this old man, I shall oblige you. Stand back and witness how I deal with this brat." The security chief, portly in stature, appeared to be twice the size of Lin Chen, and his imposing exterior was indeed intimidating. However, one must not merely judge by appearances. Go ahead and make your move first. I wouldn't want you to claim that I am bullying you. Well then, I shall not hold back. A smile crept across Lin Chen's face. There was no need for reason with someone like him. Since he sought a fight, he had only himself to blame. With a slight bend at the waist, Lin Chen executed a sweeping kick, sending the security chief crashing to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to tremble. "Ah!" The security chief let out a scream, not from the pain of the fall, but from the excruciating sensation radiating from his leg, as though it had shattered upon impact. He rolled on the ground, clutching his leg, incapacitated for the moment. Lin Chen, aware of the man's considerable weight, had applied a bit more force in his kick. The security chief, blinded by arrogance, had squandered his only opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, Lin Chen lifted his foot and aimed it directly at the hand of the security chief, the very hand that had swatted Uncle Wang's cigarette away. "Ah!" The security chief screamed once more, his cries echoing in sheer agony. Uncle Wang, witnessing the scene, silently applauded, though a shadow of concern crossed his face. For there were still 7 others accompanying the security chief. "Get him! Hold this brat down. I want to grind my foot in his face." The security chief barked orders to his subordinates. In an instant, the 7 men surrounded Lin Chen, brandishing their batons as they advanced slowly towards him. "Dragon, should we assist?" A bodyguard of Su Yueli inquired of Zhang Long from a distance. "Not to worry. They're merely a bunch of worthless thugs. My brother Lin Chen can handle this." Zhang Long replied, exuding confidence. It had taken more than a dozen of them to subdue Lin Chen previously. With fewer on their side now, the outcome was uncertain. Hence, Zhang Long held steadfast faith in Lin Chen's capabilities. Furthermore, it seemed Lin Chen might not even need to lift a finger. As the commotion escalated, the vendors at the nearby stalls began to gather. "You beasts! What kind of skill is it to bully a child? Come at me if you dare." Uncle Li charged forward, wielding a pot used for making syrup. With Uncle Li leading the charge, the long-suppressed anger of the vendors erupted, and all eyes turned toward the 7 surrounding Lin Chen. With over 20 vendors rallying together, the sheer force of their collective outrage overwhelmed the 7 security guards. "Xiao Chun, come here." Uncle Li beckoned Lin Chen. Lin Chen surveyed the group of security guards, noticing their hands trembling as they clutched their batons. It was evident that they were accustomed to picking on the weak, and now, facing united vendors, fear gripped them, realizing that the fight could not continue. Lin Chen took a measured step forward, unimpeded by any of them. They feared the man with the large iron pot might drop it upon their heads. "You have some audacity." Although the 7 individuals were filled with trepidation, the security captain exhibited no semblance of fear. Seated on the ground, he regarded the crowd with disdain. "My master has graciously allowed you time to vacate, yet you dare to show such ingratitude. I shall call him immediately and have him send someone to dismantle your stalls." As he spoke, the captain retrieved his phone. Soon, the call was connected, and he exaggeratedly declared, "Master, there is a rebellion at the mall. They have banded together to assault me. Yes, I await your arrival." Hanging up, he rose with the support of a fellow security guard, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he looked at the crowd. "You're finished. My master is nearby and on his way. Especially you." He pointed at Lin Chen. "My master has decreed that whoever lays a hand on me will face dire consequences." With these words, the other guards regained their former arrogance. Their grips on their batons seemingly strengthened. Your master? Lin Chen replied with a hint of amusement, glancing at Su Yueli outside the throng. If a confrontation were to arise, he was confident he could overpower them, and if it came to connections, he believed that anyone who arrived would kneel before Su Yueli. Lin Chen prided himself on his recent work, and if that so-called master intended to trouble him, he was certain that Su Yueli would intervene. After all, should anything untoward happen to him, it would be a blow to her pride, and her haughty nature would not allow such an affront to go unpunished. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Su Yueli remained unfazed, appearing indifferent as she calmly extracted a candied fruit skewer and began to savor it leisurely. Lin Chen suddenly felt a pang of doubt regarding her reliability. Would she indulge in some dark humor at such a moment? Xiao Chun, we should leave quickly. Once that master arrives, it may be too late for you to escape, urged Uncle Li and Uncle Wang, concern etched on their faces. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, rest assured, I shall be fine. No sooner had he spoken than a Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance of the mall, flanked by 2 luxury vans. The master has arrived, the security captain shouted excitedly. As the door of the Lamborghini swung open, a young man clad in a black coat stepped out, followed by a woman from the passenger seat. 8 bodyguards emerged from the vans behind them, making their way toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the 2 figures in the lead, momentarily taken aback. He recognized them. Wasn't he that Jiang Yao and Zhang Tianhao? One was a betrayer he once cared for, while the other was a former business rival. Lin Chen had attended a soiree with Jiang Yao, during which she had met Zhang Tianhao. Now, Lin Chen harbored no feelings for Jiang Yao. Observing the pair of scoundrels walking side by side, he turned his head slightly, feeling a wave of revulsion. Jiang Yao, walking beside Zhang Tianhao, was equally surprised to spot Lin Chen in the crowd. She had waited 2 days for him to appear, only to unexpectedly encounter him here. After she called Zhang Tianhao in the morning to apologize, he promptly sent someone to bring her over. Following a harrowing experience, Jiang Yao successfully obtained a fund from Zhang Tianhao for Jiang Yao. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tianhao received a call from the head of security, prompting him to adjust his trousers and accompany Jiang Yao to the location. Young master, you must take charge. That scoundrel incited these individuals to assault me. The head of security limped towards Zhang Tianhao, lamenting, while pointing a finger at Lin Chen. Zhang Tianhao followed the direction of the finger and caught sight of Lin Chen. Initially, he had only noticed a crowd, not realizing Lin Chen was among them. Upon recognizing him, a sly smile crept across Zhang Tianhao's face. In the past, their family business had suffered significant losses due to Lin Chen's appropriation of projects, and his association with Jiang Yao bore an element of revenge against Lin Chen. Isn't this the young master of the Lin family? My apologies, I seem to have forgotten that you have been disowned by the Lin family. What brings you here? Have you nowhere else to go? As he spoke, he deliberately pulled Jiang Yao closer to him. Xiao Yao, do you know this man? Chapter 19. A humiliating encounter. After witnessing Lin Chen's Maserati, Jiang Yao found herself yearning to return to his side. Lin Chen was considerate and gentle, never imposing his will upon her. If it were not for the necessity of raising funds for her brother Jiang Yao, she would not have reached out to Zhang Tianhao. Particularly now, reuniting with Zhang Tianhao had brought her more humiliation than ever before, solidifying her resolve to leave him and return to Lin Chen. Yet, she never anticipated their reunion would unfold under such circumstances. She understood that if she followed Zhang Tianhao in humiliating Lin Chen now, she would truly sever any chance of returning to him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yao closed her eyes and summoned the courage she had mustered when she had fled from that BMW 2 days prior. With determination, she broke free from Zhang Tianhao's grip and shouted at him. He is Lin Chen, the man I love most. Zhang Tianhao's smile froze in an instant, clearly taken aback by Jiang Yao's bold declaration. After a moment of stunned silence, he struck her face with a heavy blow, a mixture of anger and disbelief in his eyes. Jiang Yao, have you lost your mind? The impact was harsh, leaving the impression of his ring on her cheek. I am not insane. I am very clear-headed now. Zhang Tianhao, my heart has always belonged to Lin Chen. Jiang Yao turned to Lin Chen, imploring him, Lin Chen, I've been searching for you these past 2 days. Please give me a chance to explain. Things are not as you think. Zhang Tianhao has coerced me into this. You're lying. Was it not you who climbed into my bed willingly? Zhang Tianhao retorted, clearly infuriated by her claims. With her hair disheveled and half her face flushed, Jiang Yao's tear-filled eyes presented a pitiful sight, evoking sympathy from the young security guards nearby, who felt compelled to comfort her. What game is she playing? Has she realized that she is better off being herself? Lin Chen, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of disbelief and indifference. No matter what, he could not bring himself to trust Jiang Yao again, choosing to ignore her heartfelt display entirely, not even casting a glance in her direction. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. She had anticipated that her dramatic act would surely move him. To her dismay, it had no effect whatsoever. Lin Chen, you still blame me, don't you? That's all right. I will stay by your side every day from now on. I will be obedient. Whatever you desire, I will comply. I will come to you right now. Jiang Yao pressed forward, recalling how Lin Chen had once been vulnerable to her pleas. She refused to believe that he would remain unmoved. As she prepared to rush towards him, Zhang Tianhao seized her once more, delivering a second slap. Jiang Yao, you are truly insane. Someone put her in the car. With that, 2 bodyguards stepped forward to drag Jiang Yao toward the vehicle. Let me go. Let me go. Lin Chen, save me. Help me. Shut up. You'll regret this when we return. Zhang Tianhao seethed, his earlier sense of superiority evaporating, humiliated by Jiang Yao's actions. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the unfolding drama. Had this young master merely staged a performance for their amusement? Xiaochun, Yao, she. Uncle Li hesitated before speaking. Do not concern yourself with her. I have severed ties with her, Lin Chen replied indifferently. The vendors undoubtedly recognized Jiang Yao, as Lin Chen had previously brought her to this place. However, today, when Lin Chen accompanied Yueli, they tactfully refrained from mentioning Jiang Yao, fearing it might trouble Lin Chen. Though unspoken, their curiosity about Jiang Yao's whereabouts lingered. They now understood that she had forsaken Lin Chen for monetary gain. With Jiang Yao being dragged away, this farce temporarily came to an end. Zhang Tianhao, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger, sought to alleviate his own discomfort by redirecting the conversation towards Lin Chen. So, you are the one who struck my man? Lin Chen replied coolly, indeed. That simplifies matters. I offer you a chance. Come over and bow to my security a few times until he forgives you, and we shall consider this matter settled. Zhang Tianhao chuckled, eager to reclaim the face he had lost moments prior. And what if I refuse? Lin Chen countered. If you refuse, I will smash all the stalls here. Zhang Tianhao smirked, intent on making it clear that the destruction of their stalls would be Lin Chen's fault, fostering animosity towards him among the vendors. Will you bow or not? Zhang Tianhao pressed aggressively. Xiaochun, do not bow to him. If a stall is to be destroyed, let it be. The vendors rallied behind Lin Chen, harboring no ill will towards him, for they recognized that the root of this turmoil lay with the arrogant Zhang Tianhao. Naturally, Lin Chen would not bow, and Zhang Tianhao would not dare to destroy the stalls. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had sensed a surge of fury emanating from where Yueli stood. She was poised to take action. Lin Chen smiled and turned to Zhang Tianhao. I too extend an opportunity to you. Come over and bow 3 times to these uncles and aunts of mine. Perhaps I may even intercede on your behalf later. Zhang Tianhao, as if hearing the most absurd joke, scoffed at Lin Chen, a mere expelled waste, daring to threaten him. Lin Chen, I truly wonder if being cast out from the Lin family has scrambled your brains. Since you refuse to bow, then prepare for destruction. Yes. The bodyguards and security swiftly dispersed, ready to wreak havoc upon the stalls. Just then, a frigid female voice sliced through the air. I dare anyone to try. The crowd turned to see the icy gaze of Yueli. As she slowly approached Lin Chen, a chill enveloped the atmosphere. Upon seeing Yueli, Zhang Tianhao's eyes lit up. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty. In an instant, he forgot what Jiang Yao even looked like. You kneel. Yueli wasted no time, directly commanding Zhang Tianhao with a cold tone. Zhang Tianhao, taken aback by the demand from this striking beauty, was bewildered. At that moment, he had completely forgotten about Lin Chen, his mind consumed by the allure of Su Yueli. Miss, this is rather inappropriate. Why don't we find a place to discuss this properly? Seeing that Zhang Tianhao remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen offered a somewhat benevolent reminder from the side. Young Master Zhang, you might want to kneel. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you speak again, you shall kneel alongside him. Such a disgrace. Su Yueli cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was immediately at a loss for words. How had he become embroiled in this as well? He hurriedly shifted aside to avoid being inadvertently harmed by Su Yueli. Not kneeling? Su Yueli asked coldly, her gaze fixed on Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao regained his composure and beheld the woman before him, whose eyes sparkled with pride and an unassailable authority. Although this woman appeared formidable, he was the eldest son of the Zhang family, which had only recently entered the ranks of the top 500 enterprises in Huagua. While not comparable to the most prestigious families, they still held some weight. Would he truly be intimidated by this single woman? Miss, though you are quite lovely, it does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly. Perhaps you are unaware of my status? I am. Just as Zhang Tianhao was about to invoke his connection to the esteemed enterprise, Su Yueli impatiently turned to leave. She commanded the approaching Zhang Long and others, make him kneel, and while you're at it, silence him. Chapter 20. Do you mind that I have eaten? What are you planning to do? Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a dozen robust men clad in black suits, Zhang Tianhao instinctively sensed impending danger. These individuals traversed the crowd, casting a multitude of unfriendly glances in his direction. Stop them. Zhang Tianhao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively retreated, urging his bodyguards and security personnel to confront the approaching threat. The outcome was predictable. His men, mere pawns in comparison, were swiftly subdued by the elite forces of Su Yueli, collapsing to the ground at the first encounter. Soon after, Zhang Long and his associates began to close in on Zhang Tianhao, compressing his available space. Witnessing his men being so easily overpowered, Zhang Tianhao's expression shifted to one of panic. As he backed away, he stammered, "W, what do you want? I am the eldest son of the Zhang family. My family, 500. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Long had already approached him, raising his knee forcefully into Zhang Tianhao's abdomen. In an instant, Zhang Tianhao doubled over like a shrimp, collapsing onto the ground. Hey, Our Lady ordered you to kneel, not lie down. Zhang Long seized Zhang Tianhao by the hair, forcing him to kneel on the ground. What a thing, daring to speak to Our Lady in such a manner. Lin Chen and the onlookers observed with a hint of amusement. As it appeared, Zhang Long and his crew were more villainous than Zhang Tianhao himself. Ugh, you dare strike me. I am. Zhang Tianhao felt utterly humiliated. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to deliver blows, never the recipient. Indeed, the lady just mentioned tearing his mouth. You too. Hold him down. Zhang Long recalled Su Yueli's words, and as two companions restrained Zhang Tianhao, he immediately set to work on tearing at Zhang Tianhao's mouth. What? You dare? As he beheld the two approaching hands, Zhang Tianhao could hardly believe they truly intended to tear his mouth. Following a series of agonizing screams, Zhang Long wiped his hands, saying this guy's skin is really tough. It one tear. As he pondered how to fulfill Su Yueli's command, Lin Chen approached, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, when Su Yueli had instructed Zhang Long not to tear his mouth during their earlier confrontation, he had been obedient, following her commands to the letter. Zhang, brother, I believe your lady's intent might be to silence him rather than literally tear his mouth, Lin Chen suggested. Zhang Long's face brightened at this realization. Right? Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lin. Brothers, come, each of you give him a slap. Zhang Tianhao, witnessing the dozen muscular men before him, thought to himself, wouldn't a single slap from each of them in his life? He hurriedly shouted towards Su Yueli, Lady, I am wrong. I am wrong. I will bow to you. Who are you calling, lady? Zhang Long bellowed, his massive hand descending towards Zhang Tianhao's face. Slap, slap, slap. After a round of slaps, Zhang Tianhao's face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Lady, it is done. Su Yueli turned around and walked over to Zhang Tianhao, who was kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, Lin Chen is mine. No one has the right to insult him but me. Do you understand? Zhang Tianhao was rendered speechless and nodded obediently. Lin Chen, standing nearby, felt somewhat helpless. Sister, did you have to say it so charmingly? No one would believe he isn't living off me now. This shopping mall is yours. It is mine now. A simple exchange of words, yet none present perceived it as a jest. I am weary. I am going home. With that, Su Yueli headed towards where she had parked. At that moment, only Lin Chen, the vendors, and the entire Zhang family lying on the ground remained. Oh, and one more person who was still kneeling. Take your young master and leave. Lin Chen directed the several security guards sprawled on the ground. Just moments ago, they had been too frightened to move. But upon hearing Lin Chen, they hurriedly helped Zhang Tianhao to his feet and fled. Zhang Tianhao had initially intended to humiliate Lin Chen upon their meeting, but he found himself utterly defeated. Before departing, a deep anger lurked beneath his swollen eyes. He attributed his misfortune to the superior strength of Lin Chen's bodyguard. He vowed to return with reinforcements for revenge. However, he would have no chance, for the Zhang family was doomed. Lin Chen, what is your girlfriend's background? Uncle Wang couldn't resist asking. Uncle Li and the others wore curious expressions. They had enjoyed watching Zhang Lan's performance so much that they felt tempted to land a few slaps themselves. Lin Chen hesitated to reveal Su Yueli's true identity and evasively replied, She's a big boss. By the way, Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, you need not move away. Remembering Su Yueli's words, Lin Chen gazed at everyone with a hint of joy. Lin Chen, it's not that we don't believe you, but can her mere statement really hold that much weight? Rest assured, no one else's words carry more weight than hers. If you don't believe it, just wait a couple of days, and you'll see. Lin Chen smiled. All right, if it turns out to be true, as you say, feel free to eat as much as you like whenever you come. We won't charge you a penny. Yes, eat freely when you come. Everyone echoed. After chatting with them for a bit, Lin Chen hurried towards Su Yueli's car, thinking that if she waited too long, he might end up being beaten by Zhang Lang. As he left, he specifically grabbed a few candied hawthorns from Uncle Li, having noticed that Su Yueli seemed to enjoy them. Upon returning to the car, he found Su Yueli on the phone. Qian purchased the Luo High Shopping Mall, but keep the snack street at the entrance. Hearing Su Yueli casually acquire an entire building, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at her wealth. Truly extravagant. But that wasn't all. Su Yueli's next statement blew Lin Chen's mind entirely. After the purchase, let the Zhang family disappear. Wow, having money really means doing as one pleases. Once Su Yueli finished her call, Lin Chen remarked, Isn't this a bit too ambitious? Is it? Perhaps in Su Yueli's eyes, few matters were deemed significant. I thank you on behalf of Uncle Li and the others, Lin Chen said softly. No need for thanks. Their delicacies are truly delectable and deserve to be cherished. The reason the snack street remains is largely due to the way they have captivated Su Yueli with their culinary delights and genuine spirit. In a sense, they have salvaged themselves. Your ex-girlfriend claims she still loves you. What are your thoughts? Su Yueli suddenly recalled Jiang Yao, whom she regarded as a trifling insect. Merely a woman driven by monetary gain, it seems she now desires both wealth and sweet affection. Lin Chen analyzed Jiang Yao. Once, he could have provided her with everything. Yet now, even if he had the means, he would not grant her anything anymore. Let us not speak of her. Let us depart. Lin Chen was reluctant to mention Jiang Yao again, as it would only serve to remind him of his poor judgment in the past. He started the car and drove towards a villa. Throughout the journey, Su Yueli indulged in the candied hawthorn skewers Lin Chen had just brought her. Miss Su, save one for me. Lin Chen, who also had a fondness for candied hawthorn, had tasted one from Uncle Li's batch, but the rest had been devoured by Su Yueli. Glancing down, Su Yueli noticed she had only one candied hawthorn left, along with its bare stick, the remaining piece already having a bite taken out of it. Feeling somewhat guilty, she softly said, There's one left. Do you want it? Are you sure it's just one? Lin Chen observed the adorable bite mark on the candied hawthorn, the origin of which was the same as the one on his shoulder. Oh well, it's better than having none at all. I'm driving. You can feed me. Lin Chen suddenly wished to experience the sensation of being fed. However, Upon seeing Su Yueli's lack of movement, he changed his mind, saying, "How could I trouble Miss Su? I'll manage on my own." Just as Lin Chen was about to reach out, Su Yueli's voice broke through. "Open your mouth." Immediately, she extended her delicate hand, offering half of the candied hawthorn to his lips. The first scent that reached Lin Chen was not the sweet and sour aroma of the treat, but the faint, lily-like fragrance from Su Yueli's hand. He suddenly felt as though the candied hawthorn had lost its allure, and he was tempted to nibble on her finger instead. "What? Do you mind that I've taken a bite?" Su Yueli asked when Lin Chen remained silent. Her words jolted him back to reality, and he promptly consumed the portion of candied hawthorn that had been touched by her lips. It was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, intertwined with a hint of Su Yueli's essence. "I don't mind. How could I possibly mind?" Chapter 21. Farewell to the Lin family upon returning to the villa. Aunt and had prepared lunch. However, both of them were already satiated from their indulgence at the snack street, contenting themselves with only a modest bowl of soup. In the afternoon, Su Yueli departed due to work obligations, leaving Lin Chen to languidly recline on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. As he opened his social media feed, he noticed a recent post from Lin Chen, the younger sister of the Lin family. "Today, our family is climbing the mountain," accompanied by a group photo featuring Lin Chen, her parents, and her two siblings. Excluding Lin Chen, who had distanced himself from the Lin family, there were 2 daughters and 1 son, the eldest daughter Lin Yuding, the second son Lin Yun, and the youngest daughter Lin Chen. Just a few days prior, Lin Chen had feigned a fall before him, only to accuse Lin Chen of inappropriately touching her when he rushed to assist her, triggering his abrupt departure from the Lin household. Once, Lin Chen had genuinely cherished the Lin family, for they had provided him with a dreamlike home. Yet as time passed, he began to suspect that their motives for adopting him were far more self-serving than he had initially perceived. The truth remained elusive to him. He pondered why the Lin family had chosen to adopt him and why, 18 years later, they had expelled him. With the bidding event scheduled for the following Monday, he surmised that the Lin family would likely be present, considering their ascent towards becoming a Fortune 500 enterprise. Securing the Zhini Group's project would solidify their standing without question. The afternoon slipped away as he idly played on his phone. After dinner, Su Yueli had yet to return. Lin Chen resolved to retire to his room, but his bed remained damp from Su Yueli's earlier mishap with water. He contemplated entering Su Yueli's room, but her door was firmly locked. Resigned, he retrieved a blanket and returned to the sofa to lie down. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Su Yueli returned, bringing with her a chill reminiscent of winter. Upon entering, she spotted Lin Chen asleep on the sofa. "Why are you not in your bedroom? Were you waiting for me?" Su Yueli inquired. Groggily, Lin Chen murmured, "Hmm." Hearing this, Su Yueli's gaze softened slightly as she approached and gently caressed Lin Chen's drowsy face with her cool hand. A shiver ran through Lin Chen, abruptly awakening him. "Miss Su, don't you think it's rather impolite to touch someone in slumber with such cold hands?" he complained as he sat up. "Do you dare to criticize me?" Su Yueli retorted, before swiftly pulling back the blanket and burrowing beneath it. The chill emanating from her enveloped Lin Chen entirely. "You." Lin Chen was now fully awake. With her head resting on his shoulder, Su Yueli softly stated, "Today's task is to be your heater." Lin Chen. Although the initial contact was frigid, it soon warmed as his body heat enveloped her, the coolness gradually dissipating. "Miss Su, shall we perhaps find a different place to sleep?" The sofa felt rather cramped for the two of them. "All right." With Su Yueli's consent, Lin Chen assisted her in rising, lifting her into his arms as they made their way toward her bedroom. Everything unfolded with such effortless grace. The following day, Su Yueli set out early once again, and Lin Chen waited for her return like a devoted spouse. In the meantime, he visited the snack street to check on Uncle Li and the others. Chun Xian exhibited remarkable efficiency. Now the entire mall and its surroundings were adorned with the Su family's insignia. As for the snack street, it had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight, boasting upgraded facilities that appeared far more hygienic and delectable. Additionally, dedicated security personnel had been assigned to maintain order within the area. As soon as Lin Chen stepped onto the snack street, he was warmly surrounded by the enthusiastic vendors, who expressed their gratitude towards him and Su Yueli. "Xiao Chun, A gem like her is hard to come by. You must cherish her, they exclaimed. Although we are men, there are times when one must embrace the comforts of life. Lin Chen responded with an awkward smile, offering a token acknowledgement. Before departing, he grabbed a few skewers of candied hawthorn. The weekend swiftly passed. Lin Chen resumed his routine, climbing into Wang Qi's car for work. He pondered what task Su Yueli might assign him today. If he guessed correctly, it would likely pertain to the Lin family. This woman seemed eager to observe his reactions when faced with the Lin household. In fact, this morning, Su Yueli had whispered something in his ear that left him perplexed. Lin Chen, remember, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. Throughout the day, Lin Chen could not decipher her words and ultimately dismissed them as mere morning musings, choosing not to dwell on them further. The car drove to a discreet location as usual, and Lin Chen walked toward the company building. Perhaps due to the impending bidding process, numerous vehicles belonging to competing business owners were parked outside. Lin Chen scanned the area but did not spot any Lin family vehicles, likely indicating their absence. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Chen encountered Lin Ke, whom he had not seen in 2 days. Ke, he greeted her. Upon seeing him, Lin Ke appeared visibly tense. After the previous incident, she had refrained from reaching out to Lin Chen, despite her myriad of questions. Brother Lin Chen, can we talk now? She inquired cautiously. Noticing her apprehensive tone, Lin Chen decided to tease her, lowering his voice deliberately. Don't worry, she's not here right now. We can talk in secret. Huh? Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. Brother Lin Chen, isn't that inappropriate? Her words clearly indicated that she perceived a romantic relationship between Lin Chen and Su Yueli, while she felt distinctly like an outsider. Seeing Lin Ke becoming engrossed in her thoughts, Lin Chen swiftly brought her back to reality. Ke, are you overthinking things again? I'm not teasing you, Su Yueli, and I do not share the relationship you imagine. We are merely colleagues. That day, I was just responding to an urgent situation, he clarified. Lin Ke believed Lin Chen wholeheartedly, for he was the first person who had made her feel warmth after entering the workforce. Upon hearing that Lin Chen and Su Yueli were not lovers, a sense of inexplicable joy blossomed within her. So, can I still reach out to Brother Lin Chen in the future? Lin Chen initially intended to agree, yet he hesitated, fearing that Su Yueli might again act irrationally. After contemplating for a moment, he turned to Lin Ke and said, This month is rather exceptional. You may seek me as you wish next month. For his next month that Lin Chen plans to abscond with his salary, no longer fearing the oppressive presence of Su Yueli. All right, Brother Lin Chen, I must head to the library to register. We shall converse when I have a leisure. She replied, Go ahead. Once Lin Ke departed, Lin Chen waited in the hall for a while, only to find no one seeking his attention, and his phone remained silent, suggesting that he was momentarily unneeded for other tasks. Thus, he retrieved cleaning supplies, intending to assist Su Yueli in tidying her room. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, 2 men approached from the entrance of the hall. It was members of the Lin family. The newcomers were his former adoptive father, Lin Jingde, and his once brother, Lin Yan. Lin Chen wished to ignore them and was about to take the stairs instead, when Lin Yan suddenly recognized him. Father, is that not Lin Chen, the ungrateful wretch? Lin Yan pointed at Lin Chen, who was holding a mop and bucket. Lin Jingde scrutinized him closely, and indeed, it was Lin Chen. After living together for 18 years, despite Lin Chen now donning a janitorial uniform, he was easily identifiable. Let's approach him and extend our greetings, Lin Yan suggested with a hint of malice as he strode toward Lin Chen. Chapter 22. Did I force him? Isn't this my dear second brother? What a coincidence, remarked Lin Yan with a hint of mockery. Lin Chen chose to ignore them, continuing his ascent toward the staircase. Aren't you quite the arrogant one? You left without batting an eye, yet here you are, tidying up? Since you enjoy cleaning so much, why not return to our Lin family and do the same? I could offer you triple the salary. After all, isn't sweeping the floor the same wherever you do it? Noticing Lin Chen's indifference, Lin Yan persisted in his taunts. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lin Chen, as Lin Chen excelled in every aspect. Although he was the sole son of the Lin family, ever since Lin Chen's arrival, he had been overshadowed at every turn. The outside world recognized only the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Chen, oblivious to Lin Yan's existence. He dreamed of stepping over Lin Chen. And now that Lin Chen had left, he finally saw an opportunity. Hearing Lin Yun's words, a cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Triple? Can you afford that? Thanks to Su Yueli's generosity, Lin Chen's salary was calculated in the millions, a sum the Lin family could not provide. Lin Yun dismissed Lin Chen's words as mere nonsense, considering the drastic drop from being a prestigious heir to a mere janitor. Such a fall could indeed warp one's mind. You're in charge of cleaning, aren't you? Lin Yun said, pulling out several sheets of tissue paper from his pocket, tearing them into pieces and scattering them on the ground like petals from a celestial maiden. Come, pick up the paper at my feet. If Lin Chen were to clean up the tissue, he would have to bend down before Lin Yun, which was precisely the outcome Lin Yun desired. Yet, Lin Chen had no intention of obliging. A smile graced Lin Chen's face as he pointed to the nearby surveillance camera. Discarding trash indiscriminately and troubling a humble janitor. Who would have thought the young master of the Lin family lacked such basic decorum? Is this all the poise of a future Fortune 500 company? Lin Chen gestured with his fingers, indicating the size of a sesame seed. You, Lin Yun stammered, searching for a retort but finding himself at a loss, his bravado deflated. I forgot to mention, I'm quite familiar with the security guard in the monitoring room. You wouldn't want your careless littering captured on camera, would you? By the way, you're here for a bidding, aren't you? Do you think this might tarnish your company's image? Lin Chen cast a glance at Lin Jingde, who was approaching, his expression dark and stormy. Whether from Lin Chen's provocation or from the foolishness of his own son, Lin Yun. Yunner, pick up the paper, Lin Jingde sighed, addressing Lin Yun. Father, I command you to pick it up. Under the pressure of his father's authority, Lin Yun begrudgingly bent down to retrieve the scattered paper. However, in doing so, he inadvertently bowed his head toward Lin Chen. At that moment, he regretted tearing the paper into such small pieces, unwittingly prolonging the time he spent bowing before Lin Chen. Finally, having collected the paper, just as Lin Yun was about to stand, Lin Chen suddenly lifted his foot. Beneath it lay another small piece of tissue. Young Master Lin, I have more here. Lin Chen, do not take advantage of me. Lin Yun's face flushed as he gritted his teeth. Lin Chen chuckled, glancing at Lin Yun. You were the one who chose to pick it up. I did not compel you. He then turned to Lin Jingde. Did I force him? Lin Jingde's expression darkened further as he looked at Lin Yun. Yunner, pick it up and let us move. Reluctantly, Lin Yun reached down to retrieve the piece of paper that had brought him such humiliation. Before departing, he glared at Lin Chen, threatening Lin Chen. You'd better watch out. I will make you pay. Lin Jingde, equally displeased, remarked, Lin Chen, it seems you have truly come into your own. Lin Chen responded with a smile, attributing it to the education from the Lin family. After seeing off the father and son, Lin Chen finally felt a sense of tranquility and prepared to wait for the next elevator to ascend. At that moment, Chun Qian approached, carrying a paper bag from the lobby. Come with me. It appeared that his new job was about to commence. After placing his work attire and cleaning tools back into storage, Lin Chen followed Chun Qian into the exclusive elevator for company executives, ascending to the 21st floor, the venue for the forthcoming bidding among major corporations. Meanwhile, the arriving bosses were waiting in the lounge on the 20th floor for notifications. In the bidding room, Lin Chen and Chun Qian entered. Director Chun, may I inquire what my task is today? Chun Qian glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of sympathy before handing him the bag. For now, assist me in interviewing these companies. Change into this suit. The word for now carried a certain implication. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was prepared to face whatever challenges arose. Should Su Yueli dare to embarrass him today, he would ensure she faced the same fate by nightfall. Upon donning the suit, Lin Chen noted its peculiar style, straddling the line between formal and informal. It resembled attire worn by office workers, yet could also pass for that of restaurant staff. A thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind, as if he were beginning to piece something together. An hour later, as the bidding commenced, Lin Chen, who had spent the entire night preparing materials without rest, said, I need a rest for a moment. Please wake me when the time comes. Chun Qian, having spoken, laid her head on the table and promptly fell asleep. Such confidence she had. With the bidding imminent, she could still find slumber. Yet, considering the circumstances, It was understandable. After all, it was the companies that sought to curry favor with the Su family. Even if Chen Qian were to oversleep and keep them waiting for hours, they would hardly dare to complain. With no pressing tasks at hand, Lin Chen exited the bidding room and made his way to the company's library, curious to see how Lin Kutter was faring in her new role. Upon entering, he spotted the lovely young woman at the front desk. In her new environment, her eyes sparkled with vitality. "Hello, may I assist you in finding a book?" Lin Kutter asked with an air of professionalism. "Very well, looking quite the part. Do you have Shuai?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled his childhood visits to the bookstore, where Shuai had been his favorite comic. Over the years, he had seldom read physical books and found himself nostalgic for that sensation. However, it was unlikely that the library of Jiang Group would stock such works. "Please hold on. I will check." Lin Kutter opened her computer and entered her name, and soon her eyes lit up with surprise. "Yes, we have it. Please wait a moment while I fetch it for you." This unexpected delight took Lin Chen by surprise. He never anticipated that the library of Jiang Group would possess such books, especially since they had vanished from many bookstores outside. Before long, Lin Kutter returned with a thick stack of books in her arms. The familiar texture rekindled memories within him. However, Lin Chen noticed that these books appeared remarkably new, with the date indicating they had been updated just last week. Hadn't this comic series already ceased publication long ago? He had lamented this for quite some time. As he meticulously flipped through the pages, he realized these volumes were not available elsewhere. What could be the reason for this? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yueli had also been an avid fan during her childhood. Upon learning of the author's hiatus, she had directly approached him with financial support to encourage him to continue creating, and the resulting works had been placed within the library of Jiang Group. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it for long. He settled down in the library, leisurely engrossed in his reading. Before he knew it, time was slipping away, and he needed to return to rouse Chen Qian. "I shall take my leave now. I am borrowing these 2 books." "All right." Lin Chen ascended to the 21st floor, and just as he was about to enter the bidding room to awaken Chen Qian, he suddenly spotted a rather unsavory figure lurking at the door. "Lin Yun? What is he doing here?" Chapter 23. Is the new job just serving tea and water? Lin Yun crouched by the crack of the bidding room door, peering in like a voyeur. Unfortunately, the door was tightly shut, and he could see nothing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Chen called out, startled by Lin Chen's voice. Lin Yun shuddered, panic flitting across his face. Only upon recognizing Lin Chen did his expression gradually return to its previous disdainful demeanor. "What business is it of yours if I go to the bathroom?" Lin Yun replied somewhat awkwardly. "Isn't there a restroom on your floor?" "Full. It's full," Lin Yun stammered, his implausible excuse failing to convince Lin Chen. If he was not mistaken, Lin Yun was likely attempting to bribe Chen Qian. After all, the Lin family was on the brink of becoming a top 500 enterprise, hinging on the success of this project with Jiang Group. Securing it would undoubtedly elevate the Lin family's status. However, how could a mere Lin family muster anything substantial enough to entice Jiang Group? It could even backfire. After all, Lin Jingde, seasoned from years in the business world, would never make such a blunder. Lin Chen speculated that Lin Yun aimed to prove himself to Lin Jingde through this dubious act of bribery. In truth, it was not that Lin Chen's brilliance overshadowed Lin Yun, the legitimate heir of the Lin family. Rather, Lin Yun was simply too foolish. Had Lin Chen returned a little later, Lin Yun might have barged in, potentially being thrown out by Chen Qian for trespassing before even retrieving his bank card. In this light, Lin Chen had inadvertently saved the Lin family. "Don't think I don't know why you're here. Get lost, or I'll inform the others downstairs," Lin Chen warned. "I was just in the restroom," Lin Yun stammered, feeling guilty. He hurriedly turned and dashed downstairs, only for Lin Chen to hear a scream soon after, likely the result of Lin Yun tripping in his haste. Stepping into the bidding room, Lin Chen found Chen Qian still asleep, her head resting on the table. Their earlier exchange had not disturbed her slumber. She must have been exceedingly fatigued. A beam of winter sunlight streamed in, casting a golden hue over her closed eyes, as if adorning her with a gilded mask. Under the sun's warmth, Chen Qian awakened before Lin Chen could call her, her gaze falling upon his tall figure and sharply defined features. Rubbing her eyes, she shyly wiped the corner of her mouth, where a silver strand had lingered. "Did you?" Watch me sleep the whole time? Chun Qian asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Upon waking to find the handsome Lin Chen bathed in sunlight, she felt a slight flush creep into her cheeks. However, she quickly composed herself. If Yueli found out she had blushed at the sight of Lin Chen, it would not bode well for her. I had just entered and was about to call you when you woke up, Lin Chen replied. All right, let us begin, she said. The two then allocated their tasks, with Chun Qian taking the lead and Lin Chen assisting her in recording and analyzing the information. Initially, Chun Qian did not harbor high hopes that Lin Chen could assist her significantly. However, to her surprise, Lin Chen's intellect and insights proved to be remarkably astute, often pinpointing issues she had overlooked. This revelation led her to regard Lin Chen with newfound respect. Gradually, it began to feel as though Lin Chen was steering the entire bidding process. Chun Qian instinctively started to take notes, observing Lin Chen's earnest inquiries and meticulous examination of the contract, which struck her as eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of another Yueli. When both were earnest in their endeavors, their likeness was striking. Had she known Lin Chen possessed such prowess, she would have spared herself the late nights of overtime preparing for this project. During a lull after departing from the previous company, Chun Qian expressed her grievances. Lin Chen, with a smile, replied, "These skills were honed during my time managing some of the Lin family's enterprises." Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the Lin family, Chun Qian's demeanor shifted slightly, recalling the task assigned to her by Yueli. She scanned the order list and noted that the next to enter was indeed the Lin family. Lin Chen, although what follows may cause you a degree of embarrassment, it is a directive from Yueli, and I must convey it to you. Lin Chen had anticipated this, knowing from the outset that Yueli would not allow him to navigate this bidding smoothly. Go ahead, it's nothing to worry about, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yueli mentioned that when the Lin family arrives for the bidding, she will take my place, and your role will be to serve tea and refreshments. Chun Qian was well aware of the complexities between Lin Chen and the Lin family, and she understood the humiliation he would endure if he were to comply. With a sharp crack, Lin Chen crushed the pen in his grip. He believed he had been enjoying a pleasant time with Yueli, shopping, dining, and even sharing a bed. If one disregarded their respective statuses, it appeared idyllic. Even though Yueli referred to him as a mere plaything, she had never crossed the line, often defending him against provocations from the Zhang family. Yet this matter struck at his dignity. He could not comprehend why Yueli would suddenly impose such a demand upon him. Why would he bow to a family that had once inflicted pain upon him? I'm sorry, but I quit, Lin Chen declared, turning to leave. At that moment, Chun Qian called after him, wait. Yueli said, that is compensation. You can choose the candidate for this bidding. What kind of compensation is that? Who gets selected is of no concern to me. Lin Chen could not restrain himself from swearing. Tell her I'm leaving and not coming back. With that, he strode toward the door. Where do you think you're going? Just as Lin Chen pulled the door open, Yueli stood in the doorway, her voice cold yet authoritative. Already agitated, Lin Chen found it impossible to vent his frustration on Chun Qian. Seeing Yueli there, he lost control. He pulled her inside and pinned her against the wall. Yueli, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Lin Chen, release Yueli at once. Chun Qian exclaimed from the side. It's fine, don't worry. Yueli waved her hand dismissively towards Chun Qian. Immediately, Yueli gently caressed Lin Chen's slightly flushed face, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, of course. I merely wish to see how you look when you're angry. Yueli, you have crossed my limits. Lin Chen seized Yueli's wrist with a grip so fierce it seemed capable of shattering her bone, only relenting when he detected a flicker of pain in her expression. Releasing her, he regarded her with a gaze imbued with cold disdain. Yueli, irrespective of your motives, be it amusement or mere entertainment, I shall no longer acquiesce to your whims. Despite Lin Chen's fervent emotions, Yueli maintained a serene smile, seemingly pleased with the unfolding drama. In truth, she had no intention of having Lin Chen serve tea to the Lin family. Her desire was merely for him to don the attire of the Genie Group's mascot and greet the companies arriving for the bidding at the entrance. However, she had suddenly noticed that Lin Chen had been excessively docile over the weekend. It is worth noting that her initial attraction to Lin Chen stemmed from his defiant demeanor when facing her, his audacity to challenge her. The image of him, unyielding and willing to confront a multitude to defend a woman he barely knew, was etched in her memory. Furthermore, the way he looked at her, filled with a desire to conquer when she wept, was a unique allure that others lacked in her presence. While the compliant Lin Chen was agreeable after 2 days, she longed for a change, eager to sample the intensity of a more assertive Lin Chen, one even stronger than the one from that day. Chapter 24. He will return. Lin Chen could not fathom the thoughts occupying Su Yueli's mind. At this moment, his sole desire was to depart. Even though there had been a fleeting instant while cradling Su Yueli in slumber when he thought perhaps this was not so bad, he soon came to realize that this woman acted solely on her whims, leaving him utterly perplexed regarding her intentions. One moment she was basking in his warmth, and the next she could very well send him to the Arctic to mine icebergs. At this juncture, he had already received the 1 million she had transferred to him, which satisfied his initial demands, thus granting him the freedom to leave. Farewell, Su Yueli, Lin Chen declared as he moved to push the door open. However, at that very moment, Su Yueli languidly remarked, Lin Ker, Snack Street. Upon hearing Su Yueli's words, Lin Chen's steps abruptly halted. What do you mean by that, Su Yueli? He inquired, bewildered. What you think I mean is precisely what I mean, she replied, adjusting her wrist that Lin Chen had inadvertently squeezed too tightly. Crossing her legs as she settled into a nearby chair, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Why should our matters involve others? She continued, I have not. I merely mentioned a name. Why are you so agitated? A slight smirk curved her lips, perhaps due to a woman's intuition, or perhaps because she recalled the day Lin Chen had valiantly defended her against his own bodyguards. Su Yueli understood that Lin Chen was a man who valued his affections deeply. He would protect those he deemed worthy or significant. While she was uncertain of the weight Lin Ker and the denizens of the snack street held in Lin Chen's heart, her instinct suggested this was indeed his Achilles heel. Through Lin Chen's reaction, Su Yueli became convinced of this. You do not think I would remain because of them, do you? I'm not so benevolent. With that, Lin Chen pushed the door open and strode out, the door creaking in protest as it swung back. Li Bao, he has fled. Will you not pursue him? Chun Qian inquired with a puzzled expression as she approached. Su Yueli brushed her hair back and smiled. Do not worry. If he leaves, then he is not truly himself. He will return, just as Lin Chen had once come back to safeguard her after initially departing. In the depths of Lin Chen's heart, she perhaps represented his vulnerability, though he remained oblivious to this fact, or perhaps lacked the circumstances to recognize it. Indeed, within half a minute, the door to the bidding room swung open once more. Lin Chen re-entered, his expression devoid of emotion. He had genuinely intended to leave, yet with each step he took, Lin Ker's sweet smile surfaced in his mind. He understood that his feelings for Lin Ker were not of a romantic nature. Instead, it was a different sentiment, akin to the protective affection he had once felt for Lin Shanshan. Yet this feeling for Lin Ker was 100-fold stronger. He could not bear the thought of that young girl being relegated to a dismal work environment by Su Yueli or being unceremoniously dismissed from the company. And what of the uncles and aunties from the snack street, who had only just begun to find stability? He considered himself not to be one overly burdened by sympathy. Yet ultimately, he returned. Since he had decided to stay, it was time to quickly adjust his mindset and prepare for his new endeavor. Su Yueli rose to smooth out the creases in Lin Chen's clothing, resembling a devoted wife tidying her husband's attire. Chun Qian looked on as if she had seen a ghost. How could Li Bao be like this? Lin Chen grasped Su Yuli's hand, gazing into her beautiful eyes as he softly declared, Su Yueli, I do not wish for next time. Do not wear such a wronged expression. Did I not offer you compensation? Su Yueli replied, gently caressing Lin Chen's hand with a smile. Compensation, deciding on the bidding candidates. What does that have to do with me? Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled the words Su Yueli had whispered in his ear that morning. Lin Chen, remember, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. So that phrase was meant for this moment. He realized what Su Yueli intended to do. Seeing the flicker of understanding in Lin Chen's eyes, Su Yueli displayed a satisfied smile. This fellow finally comprehended. If he had grasped it sooner, perhaps he would not have insisted on leaving. Their gazes intertwined, as if they could perceive each other's thoughts. A hint of regret crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Had he understood earlier, such a situation might have been avoided and others would not have been involved. Although he surmised that Su Yueli bore no malice, it did not alter his resolve to depart. He felt compelled to leave, for Su Yueli was an unpredictable individual who knew what she might do next. He needed to escape before more vulnerabilities emerged. Yet, before leaving, he intended to make Su Yueli weep once more, profoundly, to release the frustrations he harbored that day. As for Lin Chen and the snack street, Lin Chen believed that if he truly fled and Su Yueli could not find him, she would likely not blame Lin Chen, considering that Lin Chen had been the one to provide her with sweets and sustenance during her weakest moments. Su Yueli had also stated that she was not unreasonable. Shaking his head, Lin Chen cast aside these thoughts, resolving to focus on the immediate task at hand. He turned to Su Yueli and said, "Let us begin. I am prepared. Remember to cooperate well with me in our performance." Su Yueli smiled in response. All right. Lin Chen understood Su Yueli's intentions. Thus he could accept whatever she proposed. If he was not mistaken, Su Yueli truly wished to orchestrate a dramatic act of revenge. Chen Xian made a phone call to the lounge downstairs, notifying the anxious Lin Zhengde, who had been waiting for quite some time, to come up. Soon, Lin Zhengde, accompanied by Lin Yun, knocked and entered the bidding room. To Lin Zhengde's astonishment and trepidation, it was none other than Su Yueli herself conducting the interview. Wasn't it supposed to be her assistant and a young man interviewing them? Why had it turned into Su Yueli herself? Could it be that Su Yueli held a favorable view of their family? Upon contemplating this, Lin Zhengde's body involuntarily trembled. To earn the favor of Su Yueli, the one who holds the highest authority within the Su family, would far surpass the value of merely winning a project. At that moment, they caught sight of Lin Chen in the corner. So, the young man was indeed him. Wasn't he supposed to be a cleaner? How would he be here? Upon noticing the water kettle in his hand, Lin Zhengde realized that he must be temporarily serving as a waiter. Lin Zhengde remained unfazed by this scene. Yet Lin Yun could not suppress a hint of amusement on his face. Just moments ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Chen downstairs, and his plans had been thwarted at the entrance. He felt quite aggrieved. However, upon discovering that Lin Chen was responsible for serving them tea, his heart swelled with delight. He could already envision the begrudging yet submissive look in Lin Chen's eyes when he poured water for him. "Mr. Su, I never anticipated that you would personally interview me. It truly fills me with trepidation." Observing the cold yet proud gaze of the woman before him, Lin Zhengde lowered his demeanor, wishing to leave a favorable impression on Su Yueli. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was lost in his fantasies, momentarily forgetting to speak. Lin Zhengde hastily nudged him, prompting him to greet Su Yueli. "There's no need for pleasantries. Please have a seat. Let us discuss the project." Su Yueli stated in a tone that was both frigid and indifferent. Yes. I assure you my plans will certainly meet your expectations, Mr. Su." Just as Lin Zhengde and Lin Yun settled down, Su Yueli suddenly cast a glance toward the corner where Lin Chen stood, deliberately infusing her voice with displeasure. "What are you doing standing there? Do you not know how to serve water?" Chapter 25. The show begins upon hearing Su Yueli's words. Lin Chen dutifully approached with a water kettle, pouring steaming tea for both Lin Zhengde and Lin Yun. Throughout the process, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yun's expression, which bore a hint of mockery and derision, as if to say, "Weren't you just so impressive? Now you must respectfully serve me tea? What's the matter with you? How could you serve our clients such scalding water? Go and change it," Su Yueli remarked, her displeasure evident as she observed the steaming cups before the Lin family. Lin Chen, gripping the kettle tightly, returned to fetch water at a more moderate temperature. "CEO Su, it's no trouble at all, just a cup of water," Lin Zhengde quickly interjected, sensing Su Yueli's irritation over the tea, and smilingly added that it would be unfortunate if their discussion about collaboration were to be affected by such a trivial matter. It seemed that Su Yueli was not aware of his relationship with Lin Chen. Otherwise, she might have inquired further. "No, Lin's company is the one I value the most in this endeavor. I cannot afford to treat them with such negligence." Upon hearing Su Yueli's remarks, Lin Zhengde felt as though he were dreaming. Her words implied that the Lin family's prospects of winning the bid were quite promising. After all, not everyone had the privilege of being personally attended to by Su Yueli, who openly acknowledged their importance. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Jingde expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, CEO Su, for your consideration." He then remained silent, mentally strategizing how to best present their project plan and advantages to Su Yueli, while also awaiting the tea from the once rejected Lin Chen. Before long, Lin Chen returned with another cup of tea for the Lin family, this time at the perfect temperature. Yet, Su Yueli remained dissatisfied. "How do you conduct your business? You've spilled water all over the table. Pull it again." With that, she discreetly signaled Lin Chen with a glance. Receiving the cue, Lin Chen forcefully dropped the kettle onto the floor, water splattering everywhere, drenching the Lin father and son in the process. "Su Yueli, this is excessive. If you are dissatisfied with me, you may dismiss me directly, rather than toying with me in this manner. Your company has far too many flaws. I shall no longer serve." With that, Lin Chen adopted a defiant stance, preparing to walk out. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Su Yueli's beautiful eyes ignited with fury. Then she turned to Chun Qian beside her. "Xiao Chun, investigate this person's entire background. I want them to vanish." The previously enthralled Lin Jingde and Lin Yun were suddenly taken aback. They had been reveling in Su Yueli's appreciation and Lin Chen's deference. The abruptness of Lin Chen's act shocked them, yet a wave of delight surged within them. Who was Su Yueli? She was the manager of the Su family, one of the 5 great families, wielding unparalleled status and power in Huagua. How dare Lin Chen audaciously shatter something before her? He had truly brought his household antics into this realm. Still clinging to the delusion of being the once esteemed young master of the Lin family, reduced to menial tasks and serving roles, he still dared to act so defiantly. Was he not courting disaster? As they prepared to witness how Su Yueli would punish Lin Chen, they were taken aback when she declared that everyone associated with Lin Chen should disappear. This would undoubtedly implicate the Lin family. Faced with this unforeseen calamity, Lin Jingde had reason to suspect that Lin Chen had intentionally shattered something in front of Su Yueli to incite her wrath upon the Lin family. However, Lin Jingde's conjecture was only partially correct. Seeing Chun Qian about to investigate Lin Chen, Lin Jingde panicked. He reasoned that it would be better to take the initiative to confess rather than be exposed. If he maintained a sincere demeanor and severed ties with Lin Chen, Su Yueli should not blame the Lin family, especially since she had initially expressed a favorable disposition towards them. Lin Jingde hastily pulled Lin Yin to his feet and respectfully addressed Su Yueli, saying, "Ms. Su, I sincerely apologize. There is something I have yet to disclose to you. Initially, I thought it unnecessary and unrelated to our collaboration today, but I never expected this ungrateful son to be so disrespectful to you." "What does Mr. Lin mean by that?" Su Yueli feigned ignorance, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, for the drama was about to unfold. Lin Jingde gritted his teeth and continued. "In truth, this waiter was once an adopted son of the Lin family." "Oh, so he's your son? Is this how the Lin family educates its members?" Su Yueli replied with a hint of surprise, her tone nonchalant. "However, he has since been expelled from the Lin family and bears no relation to us now." Lin Jingde hastily distanced himself from Lin Chen, fearful of any misunderstanding from Su Yueli. "I understand. Mr. Lin is worried I might hold your family accountable. Am I correct?" A chill emanated from Su Yueli, causing Lin Jingde to tremble involuntarily. "I wouldn't dare," he stammered. Su Yueli lowered her gaze and remarked, "Ah, I truly admired the Lin family, but I did not anticipate Mr. Lin to be so timid and apprehensive. How can I feel at ease?" Her words plunged Lin Jingde's heart into despair, as if they had pronounced the death sentence for the Lin family's bid, perhaps even foreshadowing their demise. Lin Jingde's mind raced, contemplating what actions he could take to redeem the situation. Suddenly, he recalled Su Yueli's dissatisfaction with Lin Chen. He could leverage that as an entry point. "Ms. Su, I sincerely apologize. I should not have distanced myself. My wayward son's behavior today is largely a reflection of my shortcomings as a parent. I implore you to grant me an opportunity to make amends." Lin Jingde bowed earnestly. "Oh, can Mr. Lin ensure he behaves? Ever since he joined my company, he has been a considerable headache. Were it not for his capabilities, I would have dismissed him long ago. Upon hearing Su Yueli's words, Lin Jingde's eyes brightened. Her implication was clear. If he could discipline Lin Chen to her satisfaction, then perhaps the Lin family still had a chance. Rest assured, Miss Su, I will ensure your satisfaction. With Su Yueli's approval, Lin Jingde straightened his posture, emboldened, particularly Lin Yun, who had previously hesitated to discipline Lin Chen for fear of adverse repercussions on the company and the bidding process. But now that Su Yueli had spoken, what was there to fear? Unfilial son, kneel down and apologize to President Su. Lin Jingde strode forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Chen's nose. You worthless wretch. Do it now. Lin Yun, too, assumed an air of authority, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a petty tyrant. With a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Chen retorted, Old man, I dare to disregard Su Yueli's words. What makes you so confident? Lin Jingde was momentarily rendered speechless, particularly stung by the term old man. Just then, Su Yueli interjected, Mr. Lin, does he speak to you this way at home? Indeed, this ungrateful wretch shows no regard for the kindness our Lin family has bestowed upon him. A thought raced through Lin Jingde's mind. Lin Chen was sharp-tongued and thick-skinned, likely impervious to verbal assaults. However, he could resort to physical force. If he were to strike Lin Chen within the confines of the bidding room, it might incite Su Yueli's disdain. If that disdain could be amplified, perhaps he could request the use of a belt. In that scenario, he could have Lin Yun restrain Lin Chen while he wielded the whip, and Su Yueli would surely feel satisfied. This ungrateful child has committed numerous offenses since entering our home, seizing possessions from his siblings and assaulting innocent children. Had we not considered him a mere child deserving of a chance, he would have been expelled long ago. Lin Yun chimed in, not only that, but he even stole my sister's clothes, and had the audacity to lay hands on my younger sister. He is nothing but a beast, a disgrace. Lin Jingde and Lin Yun diligently concocted a plethora of accusations against Lin Chen, slandering and humiliating him, all in an effort to delight Su Yueli and deepen her contempt for Lin Chen. Their aim was to persuade her to allow them to take further action against him. Is he truly so wicked? Su Yueli mused, casting a glance at Lin Chen, as if seeking his confirmation. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at her, silently questioning her perception of him. President Su, this unfilial son is exceedingly thick-skinned. I believe such a beast should be made to understand the sting of a belt. Lin Jingde declared, seizing the moment. Very well, employ whatever means necessary to make him obedient. Su Yueli acquiesced. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Jingde unsheathed his belt. Rest assured, President Su, I will make him beg for mercy. Yinner, let us join forces to deal with this unfilial son. Chapter 26, Roller Coaster All Right. Lin Yun replied with a smile, promptly moving the surrounding chairs aside as he prepared to confront Lin Chen. Typically, Lin Chen never showcased his combat skills in front of the Lin family, leading Lin Yun to believe he was of similar caliber. Are you certain you wish to engage me? Lin Chen replied coolly. Lin Chen, you have always suppressed me within the Lin family. Today, I shall make you aware that I am no less capable than you. Lin Yun declared, charging towards Lin Chen. Father, once I have subdued him, unleash your full wrath upon him. In the face of Lin Yun's clumsy assault, Lin Chen precisely delivered a kick to his abdomen, causing Lin Yun to collapse to the ground, clutching his midsection. Useless. Lin Chen did not even spare a glance at Lin Yun, addressing the air instead. Yinner. Lin Jingde's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurriedly discarded his belt to check on Lin Yun's condition. The confrontation between the Lin father and son ended before it truly began. Were it not for Lin Jingde being over 50, Lin Chen would have had no qualms about delivering a kick to the elderly man, ensuring he would think twice before besmirching his name again. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. The Lin father and son had prepared for a lengthy confrontation, only to be thwarted by Lin Chen's swift action. Lin Jingde quickly helped Lin Yun to a nearby chair, his concern for Lin Yun evident as he scrutinized the state. Only when Lin Yun was able to speak did Lin Jingde feel a sense of relief. Lin Chen, you ungrateful wretch. Yinner is your brother. How could you strike him so mercilessly? Lin Jingde bellowed in anger. Faced with Lin Jingde's unjust accusations, Lin Chen replied helplessly. You are the ones who sought to strike me. I was merely acting in self-defense. Su Yueli can testify for me. Furthermore, he has never been my brother, nor will he ever be. You, Lin Jingde, realizing he had no means to counter Lin Chen and had failed to fulfill Su Yueli's instructions, felt panic rise within him. If this continued, not only would he lose face today, but the Lin family itself might face ruin. Yet, what recourse did he have? A torrent of regret and despair flooded his heart. If only he had delayed expelling Lin Chen from the family, perhaps such a scenario could have been avoided. To this day, he did not regret casting Lin Chen out. He merely felt he should have postponed the act. Within the bidding room, an unspoken understanding prevailed, with only Lin Yun's intermittent groans breaking the silence. Lin Jingde continued to ponder if there were any remaining assets or value that might persuade Su Yueli to show leniency towards the Lin family. After much contemplation, he arrived at the deepest secret harbored within his heart. This secret pertained to the reasons behind adopting Lin Chen, as well as how the Lin family had transitioned from a humble factory to its current stature. However, this secret held no value for Su Yueli, and he had vowed to that person never to reveal it. Otherwise, everything the Lin family had built would vanish. Lin Jingde's form gradually slumped, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. He bent forward, adopting the most humble posture possible as he addressed Su Yueli. "Ms. Su, I'm truly sorry for my inadequacy. It is of no consequence. I understand that you could never best him, though I am dissatisfied with the outcome. I appreciate your intent to seek retribution on my behalf," Su Yueli replied. Just when he thought he was about to face the wrath of Su Yueli, she uttered words that caught him completely off guard. This revelation pulled Lin Jingde back from the brink of despair, and a flicker of joy returned to his face. Su's intention was clear. After perusing the contract for a few moments, Su Yueli addressed Lin Jingde, stating, "The project plan is commendable, and in light of your efforts to advocate for me, I would like to select the Lin family for this bid." This statement was an unexpected delight for Lin Jingde. He had presumed that the relationship between Lin Chen and himself, coupled with his failure to adequately support Su Yueli, had doomed any prospects. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Yueli had unearthed him amidst the ruins. Was this truly happening? Lin Jingde felt as though he were on a roller coaster, experiencing dizzying highs and lows. It was as if he were dreaming. After a heated argument with his once wayward son, despite losing the quarrel and the fight, he had emerged victorious in the end. Was this not a dream? "Thank you, Ms. Su. I will ensure that the Lin family exerts every effort on this project, and we shall not disappoint your expectations." Having emerged from the depths of despair, Lin Jingde felt buoyant once more, while Lin Yun, who had been groaning beside him, also wore a look of joy. If the Lin family were to join the ranks of the top 500, his quality of life would elevate several tiers. Luxury cars, beautiful women, all within reach. Lin Yun cast a smug glance at Lin Chen while clutching his abdomen. Lin Chen remained indifferent, fully aware that Su Yueli was merely playing a part. She had previously stated that the ultimate decision rested in his hands. Just as Lin Jingde was poised to have Su Yueli sign the contract, she did not accept it. "Miss Su, what do you mean?" Su Yueli turned to Lin Jingde, her expression cool as she replied, "Boss Lin, I cannot sign this contract." "What? Didn't you say my contract proposal was commendable and that you wish to select the Lin family?" "I do believe it is commendable, but I lack the authority to make that decision," Su Yueli stated, her gaze drifting towards Lin Chen. Was she jesting? Was there truly anything in the Su family that she did not have a say in? Lin Jingde suddenly felt as though the roller coaster had come to a halt at its peak. Su Yueli did not continue to regard Lin Jingde, but instead approached Lin Chen, offering him a faint smile. Confused by Su Yueli's behavior, Lin Jingde wondered how she could transition from an argument with Lin Chen to this warm demeanor. An ominous feeling crept into Lin Jingde's heart. It seemed the roller coaster was malfunctioning. "Boss Lin, I genuinely do not possess the authority to sign this contract, for the choice lies not with me, but with him." As she spoke, Su Yueli placed a pen into Lin Chen's hand, a pen that would determine the fate of the Lin family. What? Lin Jingde could scarcely believe his ears. The esteemed manager of the Su family claimed she lacked the power to sign a contract, while that authority rested with a mere attendant. Was this madness? Boom! The roller coaster's track snapped, sending Lin Zhengde plummeting from its apex, leaving him unable even to scream in horror. Lin Zhengde's complexion instantly turned ashen, and Lin Yun was so startled that she fell directly from her chair. If the mere transfer of power to Lin Chen were the only concern, it would not have been too dire. They could have attempted to appeal to his better nature based on past affections. The troubling aspect was that from the moment Lin Zhengde and Lin Yun laid eyes on Lin Chen today, they subjected him to various humiliations. Particularly just now, in a bid to curry favor with Yueli, he even resorted to fabricating falsehoods to tarnish Lin Chen's reputation. No individual would exhibit such magnanimity, especially not Lin Chen, who had recently been cast out of his own home. Why? Lin Zhengde was baffled as to why Lin Chen possessed such authority. Yueli generously elucidated, half-truthfully, "It is because he saved my life. In gratitude, I promised him a condition. When he learned I was to hold a bidding, he requested this power from me, knowing that the Lin family would surely come, thus wishing for me to assist him in staging a performance, a spectacle to bring the Lin family from the heights of glory to the depths of despair." As Yueli spun her web of fabrications, Lin Chen found himself unable to suppress the urge to silence her. Did he desire this power? It was clearly something Yueli had imposed upon him. Moreover, who had asked her to act? He never anticipated that Yueli was such a thespian. Thus, Mr. Lin, it is time for you to begin beseeching forgiveness from this castaway. A word of caution: if today's contract does not bear his signature, the Lin family shall face obliteration. Having said that, Yueli resumed her previous position, quietly observing the ensuing drama involving Lin Chen and the others. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhengde seemed to accept this grim reality. He turned to Lin Yun, who was racked with pain upon hearing this news, and commanded, "Yun'er, kneel alongside your father." Chapter 27: The Truth of Adoption Father. Lin Yun's eyes brimmed with defiance. Kneeling before Lin Chen? Absolutely not. For as long as he could remember, Lin Chen had overshadowed him, and now that Lin Chen had departed from the Lin family, he believed he could finally surpass him. The next time they met, he vowed to humiliate Lin Chen thoroughly, to unleash the years of humiliation he had endured. Yet, he was unprepared for the greater humiliation that awaited him upon their reunion. How could this outcast be so fortunate as to rescue Yueli? But for the sake of the Lin family and the allure of luxury cars and beautiful women, he had no choice but to kneel. Thus, the father-son duo of the Lin family suppressed their humiliation and lined up, kneeling before Lin Chen. "Xiao Chen, it is my fault. I was misled by other slander, believing you intended to seize the Lin family's entire fortune, which is why Xiao Chen, I understand now. You must have suffered greatly. I have come to my senses. I wish to bring you back to the Lin family. Let us return to the way things were in our youth. You still being the kind older brother to Yun'er and Shan. Return home?" He had no desire to set foot in that house again. As Lin Zhengde spewed his insincere words, Lin Chen could not help but feel a pang of regret. Had he participated in an impromptu performance on television, he would surely win an award for Best Actor. Lin Yun added, "Brother, I was wrong." His performance, however, fell short. His lines were few and clearly forced, earning him poor reviews. Lin Chen grew weary of the father-son duo's theatrics. He seized the contract and tore it into shreds, scattering the remnants over the kneeling pair like Lin Yun had done earlier with the paper. Lin Zhengde's heart sank. The torn contract symbolized Lin Chen's disdain. A wave of despair washed over him. The Lin family was doomed. Yet at that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. "Oh, how did the contract get torn? Perhaps you should print another copy?" His words were like fireflies in the darkness, dim yet glimmering with a hint of hope. Lin Zhengde realized that Lin Chen was merely venting his frustration from earlier. Perhaps once his anger subsided, he would sign the contract. Though the hope was slim, he felt compelled to pursue it. "All right, I shall print it now," Lin Zhengde responded, rising to head downstairs to the lounge for a new copy. Just as Lin Yun prepared to rise as well, Lin Chen placed his foot firmly on his shoulder, commanding, "Stay kneeling." Lin Yun and I. Soon, Lin Zhengde returned, limping, having stumbled down the stairs in his haste. "Xiao Chen, here is the contract." But the moment Lin Zhengde handed the contract to Lin Chen, it was once again torn to shreds, showering Lin Yun, who was still kneeling with the remnants. Another one gone. I will print it. Lin Jingde turned and rushed out once more. This back and forth continued for over a dozen rounds until Lin Yun was nearly buried under the debris of torn paper. Only then did Lin Chen cease his destruction of the contract. Su Yueli observed this scene with a faint smile, noting how Lin Chen's antics mirrored her own. Both had put Lin Jingde through a roller coaster of emotions. Though it was played out more psychologically, Lin Chen had truly sent him scurrying up and down. Under the weary gaze of Lin Jingde, who was teetering on the brink of despair, he finally opened the contract and began to read it, not with indifference, but with sincere attention. Upon examining the contents, he realized that the Lin family had indeed invested considerable effort into this bidding process. Judging by the project planning, it was evident that the Lin family stood as the best contender. At this moment, the pen rested in his hand, and the fate of the Lin family lay within his grasp. This could be considered an unexpected reward bestowed upon him by Su Yueli. After all, the authority to determine whether the Lin family would succeed in the bid might not impose significant losses upon them. At worst, it would merely leave them feeling a twinge of disappointment upon reaching their peak. However, should the stakes be raised to include the potential for the Lin family's obliteration, it would instantly grant Lin Chen absolute power. The family he had been part of for 18 years now hinged upon his single thought. With this power, he could finally seek the elusive truth he had long desired to uncover. Lin Chen looked down coldly at Lin Jingde, kneeling before him, and spoke. Lin Jingde, you desperately wish for me to sign this contract, do you not? Shao Chun, as long as you sign this contract to secure the Lin family, I will do anything you ask. Lin Jingde replied, his excitement palpable. Lin Chen had anticipated this very response. Very well, I shall pose a question to you. If you can provide an answer, I will sign. Ask away. I inquire why you chose to adopt me 18 years ago. Why me? Lin Chen posed the question he had been investigating all along. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingde's expression shifted dramatically, as if the Lin family had already vanished. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen would broach this topic. Had Lin Chen discerned something? He could respond to many inquiries, but not this one. To divulge it would spell doom for the Lin family, for that individual was as formidable as Su Yueli. Su Yueli, upon hearing Lin Chen's question, also felt a flicker of intrigue. Shao Chun, there is no particular reason. I happened to pass by the orphanage, found you pleasing to the eye, and decided to adopt you. Lin Jingde replied, forcing the words out. You lie, Lin Chen declared, tearing the contract to shreds once more. Print another copy, and when you return, I shall ask you again. Reluctantly, Lin Jingde, burdened by his 50 years, made yet another trip. On the way back, he concocted a response. However, upon his return, Lin Chen saw through the ruse and tore the contract apart again. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Look into my eyes and speak. Gazing into Lin Chen's fervent eyes, which subtly hinted at the demeanor of a higher authority, Lin Jingde felt as though all was laid bare before him. This was his last chance. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to reveal a certain truth. 18 years ago, someone approached me, offering me 100,000, urging me to adopt you. At that time, the Lin family's factory was in need of funds, so I acquiesced. This is the reason for your adoption and the process that followed. And who was that individual? Lin Chen pressed. I do not know. They were heavily cloaked, their face obscured, and I could not discern their features. A man or a woman? A man. Is there nothing else? Lin Chen continued to inquire. Nothing more, truly. This is all there is. I too am curious about the identity of that enigmatic individual, but he has only made a single appearance over all these years. Lin Jingde employed his remarkable acting skills once again to assert his point. He could divulge no more. Any further discussion would surely lead to the downfall of the Lin family at the hands of that person. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into a moment of deep contemplation. He had studied psychology and sensed that Lin Jingde's words were indeed genuine, albeit incomplete. He was certainly concealing something of great importance. Particularly, the identity of that mysterious figure was crucial, and Lin Jingde must possess knowledge of it. That individual must be terrifying, to the extent that Lin Jingde would rather see the Lin family perish than reveal the truth. Such a formidable presence could likely rival that of Su Yueli, one of the 5 prominent families of Huagua. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen chose not to press further, for he knew that Lin Jingde would not speak the truth and might concoct more fabrications to deceive him. There was no need for that. Knowing what he did was sufficient. At least it provided him with a direction. Little Chen, I have told you everything I know. May I sign the agreement now? I beg you. Lin Jingde implored. And to Lin Chen's astonishment, he began to bow before him, tears streaming down his face. All of Lin Jingde's lifelong dignity lay shattered at this moment, irretrievable. Very well. Considering your compliance, I shall sign it, but I have one final condition. Lin Chen gestured towards Lin Yun. Use your belt to strike his mouth until I say stop. The expressions of both Lin Jingde and his son shifted dramatically, yet they dared not utter another word. Yunner, for the sake of the Lin family, endure this. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, Lin Jingde picked up the belt and began to strike Lin Yun, paper fragments swirling through the air like snowflakes, reminiscent of Lin Yun's tears. At last, when Lin Yun was nearly breathless from the blows, Lin Chen finally signed the contract and cast it to the ground. Lin Jingde clutched the contract to his chest as if it were a treasured possession, observing the chaos surrounding him. Lin Chen softly stated, "Clean this mess within 10 minutes, and then leave. Understood? I shall tidy up immediately." Lin Jingde commenced the task that originally belonged to Lin Chen. In truth, he could have outright rejected signing after receiving Lin Jingde's response and allowed Su Yueli to annihilate the Lin family. However, Lin Chen believed that delving deeper into this mystery might necessitate the Lin family's existence in the future. Let them survive for a while longer, for the Lin family was currently the only apparent lead. While matters regarding the Lin family could now be set aside, there was still another issue Lin Chen needed to address. He approached Su Yueli and Chen Qian, grasping Su Yueli's slender arm firmly and leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Come with me." Chapter 28. Let me weep. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Chen Qian exclaimed, positioning herself defensively in front of Su Yueli, who was being roughly pulled by Lin Chen. From Lin Chen's gaze, she sensed that he was still seething from Su Yueli's earlier provocations. She feared for Su Yueli's safety, apprehensive of Lin Chen's potential volatility. However, this concern was evidently unwarranted, for Lin Chen had already crossed that line. "Qian, it's fine. You stay here and handle the subsequent handover. Don't worry about me," Su Yueli assured Chen Qian with a reassuring glance. "Yet, rest assured, I will be all right." Before Chen Qian could utter further words, Su Yueli took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Chen's and smiled. "Let us go." Watching their departing figures, Chen Qian felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. As they exited the bidding room, Lin Chen guided Su Yueli to the elevator, pressing the button for the 36th floor, her exclusive domain. Inside the elevator, Lin Chen remained silent, gripping Su Yueli's arm tightly. A discerning observer might notice that something within Lin Chen's eyes was on the verge of breaking free. "Be gentle. I'm not going anywhere," Su Yueli chided him softly, casting a playful glance his way. Yet, Lin Chen did not loosen his grip, remaining steadfast as they ascended. "Why did you choose to sign? Would it not have been better to let me help you annihilate the Lin family?" This was the thought that lingered in Su Yueli's mind. Lin Chen was her plaything, destined solely for her to torment and humiliate. She envisioned tormenting the Lin family before allowing Lin Chen to personally enact their sentence of death. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Su Yueli pressed on. "Is it because of that secret concerning you and the Lin family? I can assist you in uncovering it." Yet, her words were met with Lin Chen's continued indifference. "Hey, I am speaking to you. Do you dare to ignore me?" A flash of irritation crossed Su Yueli's beautiful eyes. She reached out and pinched Lin Chen's waist sharply, but he remained unresponsive, as though he were a mere doll. Before long, the elevator reached the 36th floor, and the doors opened to reveal Zhang Long and his companions awaiting them. "Miss," they acknowledged, instinctively turning away upon seeing Lin Chen grasping Su Yueli's wrist. Lin Chen led Su Yueli inside, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, he released her hand, only to lift her into his arms. Su Yueli made no resistance, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck, feeling her warmth and softness. Lin Chen gazed into her eyes with a fervent intensity, Su Yueli, do you know what I intend to do? Meeting his gaze with a smile, Su Yueli replied, I know. It's still not too late to call Zhang Long and the others to save you. No need. Very well. With their dialogue concluded, Lin Chen carried Su Yueli deeper into the corridor and into the bedroom. Su Yueli was eager to experience the stronger version of Lin Chen. Soon, the temperature in the room began to rise, and an intoxicating atmosphere enveloped them. After a while, tears began to cascade down the cheeks of the proud and stubborn woman. Lin Chen regarded the weeping figure in his arms, devoid of any sympathy, only harboring a long-suppressed fury. Yet, as her tears flowed, this anger slowly began to dissipate. Lin Chen, do not gaze upon me. I am not weeping. Su Yueli buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace, refusing to lift it again. It seemed she was reluctant to acknowledge that she had once more surrendered her pride before him. I wish to sleep. Hearing Su Yuli's plea, which resembled a cry for mercy, Lin Chen chose to disregard it, for his anger had yet to fully dissipate. Again, time trickled by, and the blazing sun outside was gradually supplanted by the cool, rising moon. Lin Chen gazed at the slumbering woman in his arms. A flicker of emotion stirring within him, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Ultimately, Su Yueli had come to assist him to seek retribution on his behalf, and he pondered whether he had been too harsh on her. No, it was not excessive. It was Su Yueli who had first threatened him. The fair skin of the woman's shoulders radiated a luminous glow under the moonlight, enigmatic, noble, and alluring. Lin Chen studied Su Yuli's exquisite profile for a long while, finally succumbing to the urge to place a gentle kiss upon her fragrant shoulder. His emotions were in turmoil. When Su Yueli had used Lin Ku'er to threaten him, he had resolved to leave. However, upon feeling Su Yuli's warmth and fragility, that determination began to crumble at an alarming rate, especially upon witnessing the tears in Su Yuli's eyes. A stark contrast to her usual pride, the resolve to depart was shattered in an instant. He could not fathom why he felt this way. Had he developed feelings for Su Yueli? No, it was not permissible. Su Yueli regarded him merely as a plaything. He must not allow his heart to engage, absolutely not. Otherwise, when she cast him aside, he would plunge into an abyss of despair. After a struggle, he summoned his strong willpower and gradually gathered his resolve to leave. He looked at Su Yuli's stunning profile, filled with an indescribable emotion, and softly uttered, "Farewell." Then, he held her close and drifted into slumber. This was likely the last time they would share a bed. A night passed. A ray of warm sunlight fell upon Lin Chen's face, and under its gentle caress, he slowly awakened. Instinctively, he reached out beside him, only to find it empty. A wave of disappointment surged within him. However, upon hearing the sound of water running in the bathroom, a semblance of relief washed over his expression. Before long, Su Yueli emerged, rept inatawil. You're awake? Perfect timing. Help me dry my hair. Very well. Lin Chen did not refuse. He approached the sofa where Su Yueli sat, took the hairdryer, and began to dry her silky long hair. Occasionally, the scent of shampoo mingled with the delicate fragrance of lilies emanating from Su Yueli wafted into Lin Chen's nostrils. As she perused the documents on her phone, Su Yueli reveled in the delightful sensation of Lin Chen's fingers weaving through her hair. My shoulders ached terribly. Would you massage them for me? Certainly. In that moment, the two resembled a genuine couple. Regardless of what Su Yueli said, Lin Chen responded with a simple okay, marking the last few gestures he could offer her before parting ways. Deep down, he yearned to engage in conversation with Su Yueli, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It is often said that those who rise with the sun are filled with vigor, yet Lin Chen felt utterly drained, perhaps because today signified his departure from Su Yueli. After breakfast, could you hold me and let me sleep for a while? I didn't rest well last night. Su Yueli's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue as she tilted her head and spoke softly. Today, she appeared particularly tender, opting to inquire rather than command Lin Chen, much like a girl playfully seeking affection from her beloved. Perhaps her demeanor was influenced by Lin Chen's assertion from the previous night. Su Yueli, I detest being threatened. Speak. You were wrong. You wouldn't dare. Subsequently, Su Yueli, in tears, admitted her fault and her reluctance. Yet, One could argue that these confessions were not entirely sincere, as they were extracted under duress. Or perhaps, Yueli experienced a sudden pang of conscience, realizing she had previously treated Lin Chen with undue rudeness, prompting her to adopt a softer tone today. Or maybe she simply wished to indulge in the sensation of being cherished. Should Lin Chen dare to refuse her, she would not hesitate to revert to her usual self. Lin Chen paid little heed to these subtleties. He did not decline her request and softly replied, "All right. Is okay the only thing you'll say today?" Yueli remarked, observing Lin Chen, who appeared somewhat dazed from a lack of sleep. "All right." Yueli fell silent, wondering if Lin Chen had perhaps overexerted himself last night. "Someone has brought breakfast. Go fetch it, and no arguments." "All right." Lin Chen stepped outside to retrieve the breakfast, deliberately leaving the door ajar. He placed the meal before Yueli and, anticipating her request to be fed, took a spoon and gently offered it to her lips. He attentively fed her until she finished, then tenderly wiped the slight swelling from her mouth. "Hold me while I sleep." Lin Chen was speechless, quietly fulfilling his final task in Yueli's presence. Before long, she began to breathe evenly in his embrace, drifting into slumber. Lin Chen leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, inhaling her scent deeply before slowly rising and making his way toward the door. Chapter 29. Farewell. The distance from Yueli's room to the elevator spanned several hundred steps. With each step Lin Chen took, he stifled the inexplicable feelings he harbored for Yueli. Having resolved to depart, he knew he must not dwell on it further. Hesitation would render him incapable of any action. As he entered the elevator, it began its descent to the first floor. The moment he stepped out, he transformed once more into the Lin Chen who had just been cast out from the Lin family. He was no longer a mere plaything of Yueli. He was simply Lin Chen, belonging to no one. Lin Chen pulled out his phone to check the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock, just as the workday commenced. Lin Chen should be arriving soon. Before he left, there was one final matter to attend to, finding Lin Chen. For if he departed without a word, Yueli would undoubtedly be furious, and the only person she could unleash her wrath upon would be Lin Chen, with whom Lin Chen shared a good rapport. He did not wish for this girl, who resembled a younger sister to him, to suffer due to his actions. He had to do something for her. Brother Lin Chen. Soon enough, he spotted Lin Chen approaching on a shared bicycle. Due to the chilly weather, she wore an adorable hat adorned with rabbit ears. Brother Lin Chen. "Why aren't you going in? Are you waiting for me?" "Yes." His simple reply brought a glimmer of joy to Lin Chen's youthful face. "Kaya, I was actually waiting to discuss something with you. It's cold here. Let's go inside." Lin Chen noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed from the wind. "All right, I'll go sign in first." After signing in at the library, Lin Chen joined Lin Chen at the CAF on the second floor of Jiang Group. "Brother Lin Chen, what did you want to talk about?" she inquired, removing her hat and holding it in her hands. I'm leaving." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Didn't you say you signed a 1-month contract?" A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. Lin Chen paused for a moment before responding. "I'm sorry. I deceived you. I didn't sign any contract at all. I was compelled to remain by Yueli's side for certain reasons." "I see. It's all right." Brother Lin Chen isn't malicious. Lin Chen did not harbor resentment towards Lin Chen for misleading her. She merely felt a twinge of confusion regarding his sudden departure. There were so many things she wished to say to him, hearing her words. Lin Chen felt a pang of guilt. He continued for various reasons. "I must now leave her side, but I will be doing so discreetly. When she discovers my absence, she will surely be angered. Given your amicable relationship with me, she may inadvertently involve you. I'm sorry at this point." Lin Chen understood. He was concerned that Yueli would direct her anger towards her after he left, which was why he had come to explain himself. She could see the remorse and self-reproach reflected in Lin Chen's eyes. "Rest assured, Brother Lin Chen, I am but a mere insignificant person. President Su would not take any action against me," Lin Chen reassured him. "No," Lin Chen replied, fully aware that Yueli was capable of anything. After all, she was Yueli, a woman who feared nothing in the entirety of Huagua. "Kaya, how much do you earn in a year here?" Lin Chen suddenly inquired. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Previously, the cleaning staff earned very little. "But now that I work at the library, I might make around 100,000 a year." Kur, I will give you 300,000. Leave this place. Perhaps even if you depart, she may still not spare you, but Lin Chen hesitated before uttering, but that will no longer concern me. That 300,000 will serve as my compensation to you. It may sound as though I am an irresponsible scoundrel, but this is all I can do. In her presence, we are utterly insignificant. Send me your bank card details, and I will transfer the funds to you later. Falavel, Kaia. Once Lin Chen uttered his final words, he rose to depart, but Lin Kur immediately stood up, calling out to him. Tears welled in her beautiful, expressive eyes. No, brother Lin Chen, you are not irresponsible. It is not your fault. If you were a scoundrel, you would not have come to tell me. You could have simply left. If you were a scoundrel, you would not offer me money as compensation. Brother Lin Chen, please do not blame yourself. I will never hold you accountable. Upon hearing Lin Kuter's words, which seemed to convey both understanding and comfort, Lin Chen fell silent. He gently wiped the tear stains from her face and softly said, Kur, I must go now. Farewell. As Lin Chen's figure receded, Lin Kuer felt her eyes blur once more. After finally meeting such a kind person in this unfamiliar city, must they part in this manner? She had unspoken feelings. In that fleeting moment, Lin Kuer longed to rush forward and embrace Lin Chen, exclaiming, Brother Lin Chen, I wish to leave with you. I do not want any money. I only wish for you to take me along, if you would be so kind. There was no elaborate rationale behind her desire. It was merely the warmth of the meal Lin Chen had offered that illuminated her heart. Yet, she could not act upon it. She understood that she could not be of assistance to Lin Chen and might even become a burden, fearing she would only add to his burdensome heart. It was not until Lin Chen vanished completely from her sight that she softly murmured, Brother Lin Chen, farewell. Upon exiting the Jinni group, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared normal, and Su Yueli was likely still asleep. He hailed a taxi from the roadside and commenced his journey of escape. Not long after Lin Chen departed, Su Yueli awoke from her slumber. Instinctively, she reached for the edge of the bed, only to find nothing but a pillow. Lin Chen. She called out several times, but received no response. With a hint of confusion, she sat up and searched the bedroom. Yet Lin Chen was nowhere to be found. However, the door to the room was locked, and without her voice commanding it, no one could open it. At that moment, Su Yueli suddenly recalled the detail of Lin Chen closing the door after bringing back the meal. It seemed he had not fully secured it. A thought flickered through Su Yueli's mind, and she promptly picked up her phone to dial Lin Chen's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is powered off, sorry. The voice emanating from the phone caused Su Yueli's gaze to turn icy, and she gripped her phone so tightly that the screen slightly warped. Lin Chen, how dare you run away without my permission? Very well. She hung up the call and dialed Chen Xian. Put aside all your current tasks and mobilize every resource to bring Lin Chen back to me. Chapter 30. Interception by the fighter jet. What happened, Li Bao? Chen Xian inquired over the phone. She could discern the fury in Su Yuli's tone. It was a rare sight to witness such a tempestuous outburst from her, having known her for quite some time. Su Yuli's response was laden with palpable rage. Enough with the pleasantries. Find him. The call abruptly ended. Chen Xian stared at her phone, momentarily taken aback. It seemed her life was one of constant toil, whether negotiating contracts or dealing with commercial properties. Now she had the added task of locating someone. After issuing her commands, she proceeded to Su Yuli's floor. Li Bao, what on earth has caused such an uproar? You seem quite agitated. Upon her arrival, Chen Xian immediately noticed the changes in Su Yuli. Oh, why is your lip swollen? And those marks on your neck? Suddenly, it dawned on her, and her words trailed off. Coupling Su Yuli's fury with her demand to apprehend Lin Chen, a terrifying thought swiftly emerged in her mind. Li Bao, could it be that this is all Lin Chen's doing? Did you too indulge in something? Su Yuli remained silent, yet Chen Xian was now entirely convinced. Only Lin Chen could draw so close to Su Yuli. Oh no, this is disastrous. Chen Xian panicked, darting about as if the world were coming to an end. The reason for her distress was simple. If Su Yuli's parents were to discover this, the entire nation would tremble. Moreover, when Su Yuli's parents departed, they had entrusted Chen Xian with the responsibility of watching over her, ensuring she was not mistreated by any man. But it was Su Yuli, after all, who would dare to provoke her. Thus, Chen had not been overly concerned. When Lin Chen had appeared, she thought little of it, believing that no significant trouble would arise, and perhaps it would even grant her a few days of ease. She never anticipated such a monumental issue would emerge. When Yueli's parents returned, she feared the repercussions would be dire. Well, didn't do anything inappropriate. He merely kissed me. Perhaps sensing Qian's anxiousness and wishing to quiet her, Yueli told a little white lie. Li Bao, do you think I'm foolish? After such a kiss, how could nothing else have transpired? Qian replied, her expression clouded with concern. I assure you, nothing happened. When he tried to take it further, I kicked him away, and he fled. Yueli felt at a loss on how to distort the truth and decided to weave another small fib. In her narrative, Lin Chen was depicted as a would-be assailant who scurried away with his tail between his legs. She possessed a talent for lying without the slightest blush. Yet as she spoke, vivid memories of her encounter with Lin Chen flooded her mind, almost as if they were testifying on his behalf. Were Lin Chen to learn of Yueli's slanderous portrayal of him, he would undoubtedly rush back to confront her, demanding, Yueli, have I been too gentle with you? This was a matter of a man's dignity. Fleeing was simply not an option. Is that truly the case? Qian halted her frantic pacing, her demeanor slightly more composed as she regarded Yueli. Indeed, enough with the questions. Today we must capture him. It appeared that Yueli felt a twinge of guilt for speaking ill of Lin Chen, as even her anger over his escape had somewhat diminished. By the way, I intended to bring Lin Cougar here to threaten Lin Chen, but suddenly recalled that under Lin Chen's coercion yesterday, I had promised not to use anyone else to intimidate him. Moreover, since Lin Chen was attempting to flee, he must have been well prepared. Even using Lin Cougar as leverage might not prove effective. Just then, Qian's phone vibrated with a message. After answering the call, a glimmer of joy crossed her face. There was a lead. Someone at the airport had spotted Lin Chen. Yueli's eyes lit up, and she immediately dispatched someone to the airport. However, Qian's expression turned somewhat awkward as she said, but the plane has already taken off. Just have it return. Yueli insisted. Li Bao, that airline is not part of the Su family's holdings. It's a company from Sakura Nation, Qian explained. Then send the Su family's fighter jets to intercept it. Have them turn back. That might not be advisable. Qian hesitated. This could jeopardize diplomatic relations between our two nations. What is the harm? It's merely a small island nation. If they dare to object, I shall sink it. Yueli replied with fierce confidence. You are formidable, truly impressive. Qian gave Yueli a thumbs up before swiftly coordinating the deployment of the Su family's fighter jets. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was reveling in the breathtaking scenery above the clouds, having requested a glass of red wine from the flight attendant to celebrate his newfound freedom. He could already envision himself lounging on the sandy beaches of Sanya in a few hours, basking in the sun, sipping on drinks, and gazing at bikini-clad beauties. Cough, cough, perhaps not the beauties. After encountering Yueli, he had lost interest in any woman's physique. Yueli was simply too perfect. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but slap himself lightly. Why was he unconsciously thinking of her again? Uncle, are you feeling unwell? A child sitting next to Lin Chen witnessed the self-inflicted slap and couldn't resist asking. Lin Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, ruffled the child's hair and replied, It's nothing, just a tickle on my face. As time passed, the flight attendant announced that the destination was just an hour away. Lin Chen's heart brimmed with joy. He was one step closer to his life of freedom. At that moment, he heard a child behind him shout, Look, there's a fighter jet outside. It has rocket launchers. Fighter jets and rocket launchers? Am I dreaming? Is this a war? But as more passengers turned to gaze out the window, Lin Chen couldn't help but follow suit. What unfolded before his eyes was an unforgettable sight. A dozen fighter jets appeared in perfect formation outside the window, just as the child described. Fighter jets and rocket launchers. Lin Chen couldn't contain his shock and exclaimed, What the? Is this really going to be a war? As he pondered the perplexing presence of these aircraft, the plane he was aboard suddenly began to tremble violently. Almost immediately, the sultry and mature voice of the flight attendant resonated through the cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent announcement. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we are about to return to the capital airport. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to your journey. Upon hearing these words, chaos erupted within the aircraft, as passengers voiced their disbelief. What do you mean we're turning back now, just as we were nearing our destination? Lin Chen thought to himself, baffled by what could possibly constitute such compelling circumstances for a return. The weather appeared perfectly fine. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly recognized the emblem on the fighter jet outside. It bore the insignia of the Su family. Is this truly happening? He exclaimed inwardly, incredulous. Chapter 31. Just escaped only to be recaptured not long after. The aircraft, escorted by a fleet of fighter jets, returned to the Beijing airport. The passengers, laden with palpable discontent, disembarked one by one, leaving Lin Chen as the sole occupant aboard. Reluctantly, he made his way toward the exit when the flight attendant urged him to do so. Lin Chen was enveloped in a profound sense of frustration. He had anticipated that Su Yueli would dispatch individuals to retrieve him upon discovering his disappearance. Thus, he had chosen the farthest flight available to escape in a short time. However, he never fathomed that he would be brought back down from the skies. Even more astonishing was the deployment of fighter jets by Su Yueli. This was no mere cinematic plot. Such resources could not be mobilized at will. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted several familiar figures, Su Yueli's bodyguards. Zhang Long approached, seizing Lin Chen's arm and whispering in his ear, "Brother Lin Chen, please do not make this difficult for us." What a predicament this was. Lin Chen had reflected extensively before his departure. His feelings for Su Yueli were tumultuous, and the air was thick with the sorrow of impending separation. He had nearly played the villain in front of Lin Ke, only to be effortlessly recaptured. It seemed he had underestimated Su Yueli and failed to devise a comprehensive escape plan. Should he attempt to flee again, meticulous planning would be essential. Conventional methods would no longer suffice. But would there even be another chance? He shuddered at the thought of what Su Yueli might do following this failed escape. Lin Chen offered no resistance to Zhang Long's grip, for he noticed that the bodyguards were armed. Whether with tranquilizers or real firearms remained uncertain. The prospect of Su Yueli issuing a command to end his life if he dared to flee again was too grim to contemplate. Shortly thereafter, he was escorted back to the villa by Zhang Long and the others. Upon entering the villa, he was greeted by the frosty visage of Su Yueli. It had been merely a few hours since his escape, yet here they were again. "Hello, Miss Su," Lin Chen awkwardly greeted, attempting to gauge her current mood. His hands were bound behind his back, and without uttering a word, Su Yueli grasped his collar and led him into the bedroom. Observing her reaction, Lin Chen's heart sank. The situation had grown precarious. She closed the door and slowly removed her silver high-heeled shoes. As Lin Chen pondered her intentions, Su Yueli abruptly delivered a kick to his calf, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. It seemed she had removed her shoes to avoid injuring him. With his hands restrained, he struggled to rise. Just then, Su Yueli planted her foot on his chest. "You enjoy running, do you? Do you remember what I told you?" she remarked, looking down at him from her elevated position, her voice frigid and devoid of warmth. "If you dare to run again, I will have your legs broken and bring you back. The only reason I haven't had them broken yet is that I wanted to handle this personally." As the words fell, Su Yueli removed her delicate foot from Lin Chen's body and retrieved a baseball bat from the nearby cabinet. "Speak up, which leg shall I break first?" Su Yueli said, as the tip of the bat glided slowly over Lin Chen's thigh. The cold determination in her eyes left no room for doubt. She was entirely serious. If she were to break his leg, he would indeed lose all chance of escape, becoming nothing more than a plaything at Su Yueli's mercy. Yet, would he yield to her? The answer was a resolute no. "Oh, no words? Then I shall commence with this leg that has always bullied me," she declared, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to swing the bat. Just as the bat was about to descend, Lin Chen suddenly broke free from his restraints, snatching the bat from her grasp and tossing it aside. Had he been struck, the consequences would have been dire. He had been meticulously untying his bonds on the way here, and the moment was fortuitous. Without delay, Lin Chen rose and enveloped Su Yueli in his arms. Holding her soft form, inhaling the familiar and enchanting fragrance, he felt a sense of reclamation. However, such feelings were inappropriate at this moment. "Miss Su, do you still wish to break my leg?" Lin Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed into her frosty eyes. Su Yueli offered no resistance to his embrace. It was as if, in her eyes, this was not a confinement, but rather a long-awaited reunion. Her beautiful gaze reflected a hint of confusion. Why do you wish to flee? Have I treated you poorly? Because I despise the sensation of being toyed with. Lin Chen retorted, a trace of mockery in his smile. And is threatening me truly an act of goodwill? He continued, if I am not mistaken. You must have captured Kuer after my departure, correct? Is this not the very threat you promised me you would refrain from using last night? Lin Chen regarded her with an air of understanding, convinced that she would once again resort to threatening him with Lin Kuer. Despite her assurances, he remained skeptical. After all, those promises have been made under duress. Is that truly how you perceive me? Yueli replied softly. Otherwise, what other conclusion could I draw? Yueli, let me tell you, even if you capture Kuer, I will not be intimidated. And what if I haven't captured her? Yueli's lips began to curl into a slight smile. Impossible. If you doubt me, why not give her a video call? Very well. I shall see how stubborn you can be. Lin Chen restrained Yueli with one hand and retrieved his phone to initiate a video call to Lin Kuer. Within seconds, she answered, Hey, brother Lin Chen, I thought you had escaped. Why are you still online? Aren't you afraid of being located by President Su? Lin Kuer was surprised that he had contacted her so soon. Let's set that aside for now. Kuer, I must ask you, after I left, did Yueli send anyone to capture you? Not at all. After you left, I returned to work. Lin Kuer spoke with a tone of utmost normalcy, devoid of any hint of pretense. Why are you leaving? Did I not instruct you to go? Lin Chen inquired. After a brief silence, Lin Kuer, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Brother Lin Chen, I told you not to be angry. Well, I'm not angry. It's just that I lack confidence in your ability to escape. After all, President Su is remarkably formidable. It would likely be quite effortless for her to locate someone. Thus, I chose to remain, believing that before long, President Su would retrieve you, and I would have the pleasure of seeing you again. Upon hearing Lin Kuer's words, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Her statement was rather disheartening. Yet, she was not entirely incorrect. So she truly hasn't captured you? He asked. Not at all. Lin Kuer affirmed, glancing around with her phone in hand, confirming they were indeed in the library, and no one else was in sight. This is unbelievable, Lin Chen murmured, turning to glance at Yueli, who shot him a disapproving look, seemingly conveying, See? I told you she wasn't captured. Kuer, has she threatened you regarding your family? If you're being coerced, just blink, Lin Chen suggested, still grappling with disbelief, especially under the mocking gaze of Yueli that left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Lin Chen, truly, there is nothing of the sort, Lin Kuer insisted, her eyes never blinking once. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Lin Kuer, observing his dazed expression, asked, Brother Lin Chen, where are you now? It seems as if there's someone beside you. Through the video, Lin Kuer vaguely spotted Yueli's cascading long hair. Well, he is at my place. Kuer, making calls during work hours will result in a pay deduction. Yueli suddenly leaned into the frame of the video. President Su, Lin Kuer gasped, startled by Yueli's unexpected appearance, her small face betraying a hint of panic as she quickly exclaimed, President Su, I'm sorry. I'll return to work right away. After the call ended, although Lin Kuer still bore a trace of apprehension, it was swiftly replaced by a joyful expression. It turned out that Brother Lin Chen had indeed been retrieved by President Su. How wonderful it was to see him again. Yueli, slightly struggling against the grip of Lin Chen's arm, eased her discomfort and looked at him with a hint of amusement in her beautiful eyes. Do you believe me now? Chapter 32. A 3-day interval after a moment of silence. Lin Chen spoke. I apologize. I misunderstood you. Upon finishing his sentence, he averted his gaze from Yueli, feeling a tinge of guilt. For a brief moment, he found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action, gradually loosening his grip on Yueli's arm. Initially, he had intended to restrain her and make a hasty escape, but that proved exceedingly difficult. Yueli had the capability to intercept even an aircraft, making any attempt at fleeing akin to a futile endeavor. Moreover, after encountering her, the inexplicable feelings he had suppressed before his escape surged forth, leaving him unexpectedly content with being recaptured. He resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging that this escape had been too hasty. He decided that he would plan meticulously for the next attempt, and, for now, hoped only that Su Yueli would refrain from breaking his legs. After moving her arms slightly, Su Yueli gently wrapped them around Lin Chen's neck, stating, "Your attitude is commendable. I shall forgive your misunderstanding. Now, let us discuss your attempts at escape." Lin Chen's heart sank. Surely, she wouldn't intend to break his legs? If that were the case, he would seize her immediately upon her uttering those words. Seemingly sensing his trepidation, Su Yueli smiled. "Rest assured, I have no intention of breaking your legs. However, some form of punishment is necessary." "What sort of punishment?" Lin Chen inquired. "Let me think. This morning, your escape deprived me of a good night's sleep. Therefore, your punishment shall be to hold me as you sleep now, completing the task of being my pillow as intended. Is that all?" Lin Chen was taken aback by her choice of punishment. No, this hardly constituted a punishment. It felt more like a reward. "What? If you're unwilling, I could always revert to breaking your legs." "Of course I'm willing. Who would refuse such an offer?" Lin Chen replied, promptly lifting Su Yueli into his arms and striding toward the familiar bed. "Miss Su, I am about to commence my task," he announced. Unbeknownst to him, as he cradled her, a peculiar smile flickered across Su Yueli's enchanting face. She nestled her head into Lin Chen's embrace, quickly drifting into a steady rhythm of breathing. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated at how swiftly she fell asleep. Perhaps the recent events had worn him out as well, for he soon succumbed to slumber while holding Su Yueli. In reality, Su Yueli remained awake. Once she confirmed that Lin Chen had fallen asleep, she slowly opened her eyes, extricating herself from his hold and whispering, "Did you truly believe I would let you off so easily? If you don't learn your lesson, I fear you may attempt to escape again." Lin Chen, relish the punishment I have in store for you. With a soft kiss on his forehead, she gracefully left the bed, taking Lin Chen's phone as she exited the room. As she closed the door, she softly instructed Chris, "Enforce a mandatory closure of the bedroom for 72 hours. Click. With a crisp sound echoing in the room, Lin Chen found himself alone in Su Yueli's bedroom, facing a solitary wait of 72 hours. After approximately 2 hours of slumber, the night descended upon him, and he gradually awakened. Instinctively, he reached out for Su Yueli, only to discover that she had left without his notice. Unperturbed, he soon felt a gnawing hunger. He had only shared a meager meal with Su Yueli around 9 that morning before fleeing, leaving him famished. Rising to seek sustenance, Lin Chen donned his shoes and approached the door, only to recall that it was a portal that only Su Yueli could unlock. Consequently, he ventured to the sofa in search of his phone, hoping to call her. However, to his bewilderment, despite appending the sofa, he found no trace of his device. Oddly enough, he distinctly remembered placing it there after his conversation with Ku-er. Lin Chen returned to the bed, but his search yielded no results. It struck him. Could it be that his phone rang, disturbing her slumber, prompting her to discard it? At this juncture, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yueli had confined him within the room. Resigned, he decided to wait for her return. The room, devoid of a television and furnished only with magazines, prompted him to occupy himself with reading while time slipped away. An hour passed swiftly, yet Lin Chen's hunger had intensified, rendering the magazines increasingly unengaging. Where could she be? Surely, she hasn't forgotten about me? With a sense of helplessness, he knocked on the door, but silence met his plea. Reluctantly, he returned to the sofa to peruse the tedious magazines once more. As another hour trickled by, his hunger rivaled the intensity he felt when previously locked in the company's bedroom alongside Su Yueli. To ensure his survival until her anticipated return, he reclined on the bed in a desperate attempt to alleviate his hunger. Unbeknownst to him, exhaustion claimed him as he succumbed to slumber. When he next stirred, the clock indicated midnight. "Su Yueli, when might you return? Your plaything is on the brink of starvation." Even at this hour, Lin Chen harbored no doubts regarding Su Yueli's intentions. Ever since his capture, she had shown no extreme displeasure, aside from a single kick at the onset. Perhaps waiting a bit longer would be prudent. After another 2 hours, Lin Chen felt he was nearing his limit. Ultimately, he could no longer resist the urge and rushed to the bathroom to drink a few mouthfuls of water from the shower, which revived him slightly. It was during this moment of clarity that an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Recalling his previous confinement in the company's bedroom, he murmured to himself, "Could it be? This is Su Yueli's true form of punishment for my escape?" If his intuition was correct, she might allow him to suffer hunger for an entire day, only to confront him the following morning, regal and imposing, demanding, "Do you understand your transgression? Su Yueli, you are indeed formidable." To conserve his strength, Lin Chen took a few more sips from the shower before retreating to Su Yueli's bed, determined to rest in hopes of possessing sufficient vigor to make her weep upon her eventual return. Thus, Lin Chen succumbed to an insatiable hunger and drifted into a restless slumber. At the break of dawn, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, rousing him from his slumber. His lips appeared pale, and the color had nearly drained from his face. It had been a full 24 hours since Lin Chen had consumed any sustenance. Leaning against the bed, he gazed towards the door, anticipating the entrance of Su Yueli. Time ticked away, yet Su Yueli remained conspicuously absent, failing to answer his calls. With the last vestiges of his strength, Lin Chen approached the door, his frustration boiling over as he pounded on it vehemently. "Su Yueli, have you had your fun? Open the door." Still, silence prevailed. Perhaps Su Yueli stood just outside, wearing a smile as she listened to Lin Chen's furious outburst, biding her time for him to plead for mercy. It was evident that relying on Su Yueli to open the door was futile, prompting Lin Chen to embark on a quest for self-rescue. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of water from the bathroom, he began to rummage through Su Yueli's bedroom, hoping to uncover any food or items that might assist in his escape. However, after an exhaustive search, he found little of use, mostly Su Yueli's clothing and undergarments. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the window, where sunlight poured in. Chapter 33. Save him. Lin Chen approached the bedside, contemplating whether he could escape through the window. However, Su Yueli's room was equipped with an independent ventilation system, and the window was a complete floor-to-ceiling glass panel, devoid of any crevice. He attempted to lift a chair to shatter the window, yet it proved as impenetrable as a bank's bulletproof glass. Striking it yielded no results. The notion of fleeing through the window was swiftly dismissed. A wave of hunger surged through him, causing Lin Chen to feel lightheaded, his complexion paling further, and his lips becoming slightly chapped. He returned to the bathroom to drink some water to sustain himself. With heavy steps, he made his way back to the bed and lay down. At this moment, there remained a full 48 hours before he could expect the door to open. Meanwhile, at Jiang Group, Su Yueli sat in her office, organizing documents, with Chun Qian assisting her. Qian, what do you think happens to a person who goes a day without food? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Qian replied, "They probably become weak from hunger." Su Yueli nodded and inquired, "What about 2 days?" "They might faint," came the response. "And 3 days?" "I don't know. They probably wouldn't die." "Li Bao, why you ask this?" Chun Qian questioned, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's nothing. I just want someone to understand the consequences of fleeing," Su Yueli murmured, her mind already envisioning Lin Chen's current state. He must be lying in bed, groaning, she thought. "Wait, Li Bao, you haven't locked Lin Chen up after capturing him, have you?" Chun Qian asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Well, let us see if he dares to run away again," Su Yueli replied nonchalantly. "Is that really a good idea?" Chun Qian expressed her concern. "If word gets out that the young lady of the Su family has imprisoned the scion of a minor clan, it would undoubtedly make headlines in Huagua this year. It's fine. He is quite resilient. And besides, didn't you say he wouldn't die?" Qian, I want to be going home for the next few days. Stay here with me." Another day passed. Lin Chen had spent a full 48 hours in Su Yueli's room. His lips had begun to crack, and his face bore no trace of color. Fortunately, there was water in the bathroom, or his situation would have been far worse. He never anticipated that Su Yueli would keep him locked away for 2 days without coming to open the door. Did she truly wish to starve him? Lin Chen felt as though his body was fading from his consciousness, his vision clouded, unable to discern whether it was day or night. Initially, he had harbored some anger, but as his strength ebbed away, even that emotion eluded him. Water. He craved water, the sole source of his sustenance. Yet his body lacked the strength to reach the bathroom. However, If he did not drink, he feared he would not survive the day. Fueled by an astonishing will to live and resilience, he stood up. Yet, after taking only a few steps, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed at the bathroom door, losing consciousness. At this moment, there remained 24 hours until the door would open. Yueli was currently in bed with Lin Chen, competing over whose figure was more appealing. At long last, the 72-hour mark had arrived. After completing her tasks, Yueli returned to the villa, carrying a food container. She stood at the door, envisioning Lin Chen's reaction upon seeing her. She imagined his eyes lighting up as if he were gazing upon an angel. She pictured him embracing her, weeping, and declaring, "I was wrong. I shall never run away again." The thought brought a hint of satisfaction to her face. It was indeed time for this man to shed a few tears, for he had made her cry far too often. "Chris, open the door," she called. With a click, Yueli pushed the door open, only to be greeted by the disarray of Lin Chen's room. Yet he was nowhere to be found. Curious, she wondered if he was hiding, not wanting her to see him in a disheveled state. The scene she had imagined did not materialize, leaving her slightly disappointed. "Lin Chen, come out. I brought food for you. You must be starving after 3 days without a meal," she urged. "Lin Chen, if you don't come out soon, I might just have to confine you for another 3 days. Lin Chen." Amid her calls, she suddenly caught sight of Lin Chen collapsed at the bathroom door. As he lay on the ground, she had not noticed him immediately upon entering. She rushed to his side, her heart racing as she checked his condition. "Lin Chen, wake up." His body was alarmingly frail, and despite her desperate calls, he remained unresponsive. Yueli sat on the floor, cradling Lin Chen in her arms, trembling as she reached to feel his breath. At that moment, his breathing was exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible, as if his life force were on the verge of fading away. "Someone, please, someone come." Gazing at the unconscious Lin Chen, Yueli was suddenly engulfed in panic. She had not anticipated that he would end up like this. The once proud and vibrant gaze that had characterized his beautiful eyes was now filled with confusion and anxiety, emotions entirely unbefitting of a mere plaything. With trembling hands, she gently caressed Lin Chen's pallid face, once brimming with tenacity and vigor, now devoid of life. "No, I merely intended to teach him a lesson. I did not wish for him to end up like this." Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to well up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. This time, her tears were once again for Lin Chen, yet they were unlike any she had shed before. Upon hearing Yueli's cries, Zhang Long and the others rushed over. Seeing her distressed state, Zhang Long thought he must be dreaming. He had never witnessed, nor dared to imagine, that his esteemed lady would be so flustered over a man. And she was crying, "Get him to the hospital. We must take him to the hospital." Yes. Not far from Yueli's villa stood a hospital belonging to the Su family, dedicated to her health. After carrying Lin Chen out of the room, Zhang Long and the others swiftly drove towards the hospital. "Faster! Hurry up!" The car was pushed to its limits, nearly smoking under Zhang Long's acceleration. Yet Yueli still felt it was too slow. At last, they arrived at the hospital. The doctors here had already received Yueli's command in advance. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of physicians surged forth. They swiftly transported Lin Chen to the emergency room. "Miss, you cannot enter." One doctor began to protest, only to be forcefully propelled aside by Yueli's kick. She followed Lin Chen into the resuscitation area. "Listen to me. If anything happens to him, none of you shall live," she declared fiercely. "Utilize the finest medications and the most advanced instruments." As time trickled away, Yueli's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Lin Chen. She observed as the doctors infused him with vial after vial of medication, employing an array of sophisticated devices exclusively wielded by her. After a prolonged period of diligent effort, her team of personal physicians finally revealed faint smiles of relief. Lin Chen's life had been preserved, and consequently, so had theirs. "Miss, this gentleman has stabilized and is no longer in critical danger. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest," one of them suggested. "I shall remain here until he awakens." Chapter 34. Li Xian as night descended. Yueli sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze a complex tapestry of emotions directed at the still, unconscious Lin Chen. At this moment, she had regained her composure. The earlier panic and anxiety gradually faded away as she pondered the reason behind her recent agitation. After all, Lin Chen was merely a plaything to her. Was it the fear of never finding such an exquisite diversion again? At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the hospital room. "Come in." Chun Qian entered, carrying a stack of documents. "Li Bao, how is he?" "He won't die," Su Yueli replied, her tone returning to its characteristic coolness. Chun Qian cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Chen, contemplating the agony of having gone 3 days without food. When Su Yueli had previously posed the question, she had taken it lightly, convinced that no significant harm would befall him. After all, she had never witnessed anyone go 3 days without sustenance. She recalled a news story about someone trapped for 7 days who survived on mere water. Li Bao, have you been crying?" Chun Qian remarked, surprised to see Su Yuli's slightly puffy eyes. Su Yuli quickly turned her head, instinctively rubbing her eyes with her hand. "No, it was just windy when I arrived. Let us not pretend in front of each other." "What do you need me for?" Su Yueli was well aware of the purpose behind Chun Qian's visit. Her question seemed to veer off topic. Chun Qian did not press further and handed her several documents. "There are a few projects that require your signature." "All right." Su Yueli took the documents, reviewed them briefly, and affixed her signature. "Have you had dinner, Li Bao? I can bring you something." "I'm not hungry. You should eat. Actually, bring me some congee." "Li Bao, do you need me to keep you company?" As Chun Qian prepared to leave after bringing the congee, she noticed that Su Yueli appeared rather disheartened. "No need, you may go. I probably won't be going to the office for the next few days. I'll leave the company matters to you." Chun Qian instantly felt as if several mountains were pressing down on her, and she wanted to cry. However, seeing Su Yueli in this state, she refrained from voicing her complaints, simply responding with a soft, "Okay." "Li Bao, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for him, would you?" Chun Qian asked hesitantly, although she found it unlikely. After all, in Su Yuli's eyes, no man was worthy of her attention, and she had never been enamored with any man. Seeing her like this made it difficult for Chun Qian to dismiss the thought. "Feelings? He is merely my plaything," Su Yueli replied nonchalantly. Yet upon finishing her words, she seemed to fall into contemplation. After a brief silence, she turned to Chun Qian and inquired, "What does it feel like to be in love? You've come to the right person for this. Allow me, your senior who has effortlessly captured the hearts of countless juniors, to enlighten you," Chun Qian replied with a hint of pride, pulling up a chair to sit beside Su Yueli. "Let me think about how to explain this to someone who has never experienced romance. Well, I have it. In simple terms, to harbor affection for someone means that their mere presence brings you joy, while their absence results in a sense of melancholy. You may find yourself instinctively drawn to them and feel a pang of jealousy when they are in the company of others. In essence, if you are enamored with someone, your emotions will fluctuate in response to them." Upon hearing this, Su Yueli fell into a contemplative silence. Chun Qian's observations resonated with her to a limited extent. Perhaps this could not be classified as true affection. She temporarily attributed this sensation to her desire for control over Lin Chen, whom she considered her possession. She would not permit her plaything to seek companionship elsewhere, nor would she allow it to escape without her consent. As for her emotional upheaval stemming from Lin Chen's fainting, Su Yueli believed it was due to his audacity in succumbing to unconsciousness without her approval. Yes, that was it. Gradually, she rationalized this sentiment within her mind, resolutely convincing herself that she could not possibly be infatuated with a man. What reasons might compel one to fall for another? Su Yueli could not help but inquire further. "Let me ponder that for a moment," Chun Qian replied, swiftly organizing her thoughts. Soon, she offered her insights. "The reasons are manifold. It may be love at first sight, or perhaps a shared experience, or even a particular phrase. Or it could be devoid of explanation, simply an unadulterated affection." Chun Qian seemed to revert to her youthful, exuberant self. Love at first sight, a significant event, a poignant remark. Su Yueli repeated these notions in her mind, inadvertently recalling the day Lin Chen had saved her. That day in the vehicle, she had unwittingly fallen victim to the Chu family scheme at the banquet, ultimately fleeing to a secluded path. As those 5 individuals shattered the telephone booth, she felt herself being engulfed by darkness. until Lin Chen's unexpected arrival dispelled the shadows in that very moment. She beheld a gaze that was pure, clear, yet tinged with a hint of loneliness. Later, when they found themselves in a compromising situation within the car, she encountered a gaze imbued with a desire for domination. How dare he look at her that way? Did he wish for his own demise? Yet, under the intensity of Lin Chen's stare, she found herself weeping. She would never permit a man to touch her. Yet on that day, she felt no resistance to Lin Chen's audacity. Was it the drug that the Chu family had administered in her drink? No. Even after regaining her senses, Yueli continued to revel in the sensation of being with Lin Chen. Thus, she allowed him to serve as her pillow, to hold her as she slumbered, and she sought to provoke him, yearning for him to elicit her tears. After experiencing it just once, she had become addicted to this feeling. She recalled Lin Chen's words when he confronted Zhang Long. "If you have a grievance, come at me, but do not touch her." That very statement quelled the fury within Yueli, which had initially flared due to Lin Chen's departure. Reflecting deeply on the events of that day, Yueli instinctively clutched the sheets of Lin Chen's hospital bed, tightening her grip as if new thoughts were emerging, poised to overturn her previous conclusions. "So, have you found an answer?" Chun Qian observed Yueli's face, which displayed signs of inner turmoil, with an expression akin to that of spectator. I don't know. After all I've said, you still remain uncertain?" Chun Qian appeared to be disheartened by her apparent futility. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept across her face as she remarked, "I say, dearly, after all these years without a boyfriend, could it be that you have feelings for me? I advise you to dismiss such notions. While I do consider myself quite exceptional, my orientation is decidedly conventional." "What are you talking about, Chun Qian?" Yueli shot her a reproachful glance. "I was merely trying to lighten your spirits," Chun Qian replied with a casual tone. "Well then, take your time to ponder. I must return to rest properly. For tomorrow, I shall commence managing the company on behalf of President Su." As she uttered the final words, Chun Qian gritted her teeth, conveying her strong displeasure. "Thank you for your hard work, Chun Qian. When I return, I shall grant you a day off." You and your grand promises, farewell." After Chun Qian departed, Yueli gazed at the unconscious Lin Chen, momentarily lost in thought, her mind a battleground for two tiny sprites engaged in a fierce debate. Time slipped away, and at last, one sprite emerged victorious, cornering the other. She had found her answer. Gently, Yueli slipped her hand beneath Lin Chen's blankets, tenderly grasping his somewhat cold hand. This time, her touch radiated warmth. Chapter 35. Awakening in the dead of night. Yueli lay asleep beside Lin Chen's bed, her hand clenching his as if her grip could bestow him the strength to awaken. After a while, discomfort stirred her from her slumber. Rubbing her numbed arm, she gazed at Lin Chen's serene face, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features. It seemed she had made a resolute decision as she murmured, "Even in a coma, one must fulfill the role of a pillow." With that, she removed her shoes and outer garments, slipping beneath the covers beside him. Had Lin Chen known that Yueli insisted on working overtime under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly have demanded a raise. The hospital bed was ample enough for two. Yet Yueli instinctively nestled against Lin Chen as she drifted off once more. The following morning, Yueli awoke early, lying beside Lin Chen as she admired his profile, occasionally reaching out to caress his face. "Why isn't he awakened yet?" she inquired of the nurse who entered for a routine checkup. The nurse was taken aback to find the young lady beside the man. Surely, they hadn't spent the night together. Quickly averting her gaze, she responded, "Miss, according to the equipment, he should awaken in about 2 hours." With that reassurance, the worry in Yueli's eyes dissipated. "Please bring 2 bowls of congee shortly," she instructed. Yes, Mississippi. The congee that Chun Qian had brought the previous night had grown cold, initially intended for Lin Chen, but he remained in slumber. Yueli rose to straighten her attire, sitting at the bedside while perusing the documents Chun Qian had sent, all the while awaiting Lin Chen's awakening. 2 hours passed swiftly, and, as the anticipated moment arrived, she gently grasped Lin Chen's hand once more. A few minutes later, she felt his fingers twitch. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Lin Chen gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? He murmured, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings above him. His mind was shrouded in confusion, and a pang of hunger stirred within his abdomen. You are in my private hospital, came Su Yueli's voice. Lin Chen paused, momentarily stunned, before turning his head slightly to see Su Yueli sitting beside him. Su Yueli. At the sight of her, a sharp pain pierced his mind, flooding it with memories. He attempted to move his hands, as if to rise, but his body remained too weak to comply. Noticing his struggle, Su Yueli quickly arranged several pillows behind him to support his back, allowing him to sit up. Su Yueli, do you wish to kill me? What a madwoman you are, were Lin Chen's first words upon seeing her. Although his voice was soft, it carried a hint of indignation. The joy that had filled Su Yueli at seeing him awaken was instantly doused by his accusatory remark. Her eyes narrowed defiantly as she retorted, "This is the consequence of your escape. Your actions only intensify my desire to escape. It seems that the previous interrogation drained my energy," leaving Lin Chen's words somewhat feeble. "Very well, you may attempt again. I assure you it will bring you greater anguish." You. Before Lin Chen could utter further words, Su Yueli covered his mouth, saying, "Enough. Do not quarrel right after awakening. I have no desire to engage in conflict. Drink your porridge." Su Yueli opened the thermos that the nurse had just delivered and placed it before Lin Chen. The delightful aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, causing Lin Chen to swallow involuntarily. Well, it would be prudent to eat first before arguing. He reached out to take it, but almost dropped it. Fortunately, Su Yueli's hand had not completely released it. Seeing Lin Chen struggle to feed himself, Su Yueli moved closer, intending to feed him personally. Could we perhaps change the person? Just as Su Yueli brought the spoon to Lin Chen's lips, he slightly turned his head, indicating his reluctance to be fed by her. At this moment, he only wished to distance himself from this venomous woman. "What did you say?" A flicker of anger ignited in Su Yueli's beautiful eyes. "Lin Chen, I am feeding you, and you dare to show discontent. If you refuse to eat, so be it." Without hesitation, Su Yueli tossed both the porridge and the thermos into the nearby trash bin. She had not anticipated that her kind gesture would be met with disdain. "Hey, surely it cannot be that extreme." Lin Chen was taken aback by Su Yueli's strong reaction. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Another wave of hunger washed over him, and the enticing scent of porridge only heightened his appetite. He slightly regretted his earlier remark. Driven by hunger, Lin Chen could not resist gazing at the irate Su Yueli and said, "I suppose you can feed me. Go away." "Lin Chen, what do you take me for? A mere call away, yet so easily dismissed. Eat by yourself." With that, Su Yueli tossed another unopened thermos beside Lin Chen and turned to leave. "Wait, at least help me open this." Struggling, Lin Chen managed to place the thermos on his lap, but found the lid too tight, impossible for him to open with his current strength. Just then, the nurse who had delivered the food entered for a checkup, and Lin Chen's spirits lifted. "Miss Nurse, could you assist me in opening this thermos?" The nurse smiled upon seeing Lin Chen awake. "Certainly, sir." It appeared that Lin Chen's appearance aligned with her aesthetic, as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks while she opened the thermos for him. "Would you mind feeding me as well? I find it a bit difficult to manage the spoon." Lin Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Having a stranger feed him was awkward, and admitting his inability to handle a spoon was indeed a bit humiliating for a man. Certainly, the nurse was already responsible for Lin Chen's care. Had it not been for Su Yueli's interference the previous night, she would have been the first person Lin Chen encountered upon awakening. Just as the nurse prepared to lift the spoon to feed Lin Chen, Su Yueli returned unexpectedly. "Get out!" Su Yueli gazed at the nurse, standing before Lin Chen, her tone frigid and devoid of warmth, an invisible fury emanating from her being. "Yes, miss," the nurse replied, though she was utterly bewildered by Su Yueli's ire. Nevertheless, she obediently made her way out of the ward. In a few strides, Su Yueli approached Lin Chen's bedside, firmly grasping his chin to lift his head. "Have you gained some audacity, allowing others to feed you?" Lin Chen was rendered speechless. This woman refused to feed him herself and forbade others from doing so as well. Wait, initially Su Yueli had intended to feed him, but he had declined, so it seems the fault lies with him. "Then, does Miss Su still wish to feed me?" Lin Chen asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "Feed you?" Certainly, but you must beg me first. Su Yueli replied, a smile gracing her lips. Lin Chen thought to himself. Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking earlier and patiently awaited Su Yueli's offerings. Miss Su, may I request that you feed me after I am fully satiated? Absolutely not. Very well. Miss Su, I humbly beseech you. Lin Chen fumbled for the words, struggling to articulate his plea. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He closed his eyes and pretended to faint once more. Hey, don't feign death. Fine, no need to beg. I shall feed you. Su Yueli, well aware of Lin Chen's intentions, feared he might truly lose consciousness again. That would be quite troublesome for you, Miss Su, he replied, a teasing tone in his voice. Shameless, Su Yueli retorted, as she promptly scooped up some soup with a spoon and thrust it into Lin Chen's mouth. Ugh, Miss Su, could you please blow on it before feeding me? It's scalding. Only upon witnessing the agony etched on Lin Chen's face did Su Yueli realize she had neglected a crucial step. This is all your fault for making me angry. You deserve it. Despite her words, she took great care to blow gently on the soup before offering it to him again. The previously bland porridge now carried a hint of Su Yueli's delicate fragrance. After finishing, Lin Chen felt a warm current coursing through him, his hunger gradually dissipating. It still wasn't sufficient. Another bowl, please. Chapter 36. Giving my money to another woman as Su Yueli fed Lin Chen 2 bowls of porridge. His strength began to gradually return. Are you full? Su Yueli almost, though a staple would be even better, Lin Chen replied. Su Yueli shot him a glance. What are you thinking? After being starved for so long, you can't just eat everything at once. Isn't it your fault? Lin Chen retorted with irritation. If you hadn't run away, would I have treated you this way? Let's see if you dare to flee again. Rest assured, Miss Su, I shall not escape until I devise a flawless plan. Lin Chen was profoundly impressed by Su Yueli's fierce demeanor. Well, I look forward to your perfect plan, she said, a teasing smile gracing her lips as if she had heard a delightful jest. But let me warn you in advance. Should you attempt to run away again, and I catch you, the consequences will be far worse than this time. Their gazes intertwined, resembling the signing of a wager. Truth be told, Lin Chen harbored some resentment towards Su Yueli, as she had nearly cost him his life. Yet, if he could witness her anxious and helpless expression upon finding him unconscious, and the torrent of tears she shed while rushing him to the hospital, perhaps his resentment would dissipate significantly. Just as Lin Chen prepared to recline for a moment more of rest, Su Yueli suddenly whispered, Hey, I'm sorry. What did you say? Never mind if you didn't hear, she said, a hint of awkwardness appearing on her face as she turned and retreated into the bathroom, seeking to evade Lin Chen's gaze. Watching her hurried retreat, a smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. He had indeed heard her. To receive an apology from Su Yueli made him the first, and it revealed that she had not intended to nearly kill him. Miss Su, considering your admission of fault, I forgive you. Lin Chen called out towards the bathroom. Get lost. Shut up. The bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Before long, Su Yueli emerged, having composed herself, and Lin Chen wisely chose not to mention the apology again. After all, he certainly did not possess the strength to retaliate if he pushed her too far. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen felt somewhat bored and considered taking a walk, albeit his legs still felt weak. Where's my phone? He asked, glancing at Su Yueli, who was engrossed in her own phone. In the company, in my bedroom, Su Yueli responded. Could you have someone bring it to me? Ever since meeting Su Yueli, his phone had nearly become like an abandoned child, frequently taken by her. Su Yueli looked up and smiled. Sure, but you'll have to beg me. I don't want it anymore, Lin Chen thought to himself. Wait until I recover. You'll see how I make you plead. Well, since you say you don't want it, Su Yueli declared, pulling Lin Chen's phone from her bag. I suppose I shall just throw it away. No, as she poised to toss it into the trash, where remnants of the porridge she had discarded lay, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Su Yueli turned the phone over and saw it was Lin Cougar calling. Suppressing a faint sense of displeasure, she tossed the phone to Lin Chen and said, Answer it. What could Cougar want? Lin Chen was somewhat perplexed. For ever since the last call was discovered by Su Yueli, Lin Cougar had refrained from contacting him directly. After a few rings, Lin Chen answered the call. What is wrong, Cougar? On the other end, Lin Cougar remained silent, but faint cries could be heard. Lin Chen's expression changed instantly as he anxiously inquired, "What happened, Ke? Don't cry. Take your time to explain. I'm here." Lin Chen, brother. Upon hearing his comforting words, Lin Kunner's voice, laced with sobs, emerged. "I'm so sorry. I didn't want to trouble you, but you're the only person I could think of. Could you lend me some money?" Her voice was feeble, as if uttering these words was a source of great embarrassment for her. Although Lin Chen was unaware of the details surrounding her distress, hearing her tearful tone stirred his heart, and he quickly replied, "Of course. How much do you need?" 300,000. For Lin Chen, 30,000 was not a significant amount. He currently possessed 1 million from Su Yueli. However, for Lin Ke, who appeared to come from a normal family, it was a substantial sum. What could she possibly need such a large amount for? "Ke, what is going on?" Lin Chen pressed. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Ke replied, "Lin Chen, brother, my father has accumulated a great deal of gambling debt and is currently being held at a casino. My mother just called and said if we don't send money soon, they chop off his hands. I've sent them all my earnings from the past 2 years, but it's still not enough." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen immediately transferred 30,000 to Lin Ke. "You're going to be all right. I'm here for you. The money has been sent. Please send it to them quickly." Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Lin Ke wept even more intensely. "Lin Chen, brother, thank you. I promise I will repay you. Don't mention it. There is no need for gratitude. Stop crying and hurry to pay the ransom," Lin Chen reassured her. "Okay, goodbye, Lin Chen, brother." Just as he hung up, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Su Yueli was staring at him with a frosty gaze. "You used my money to help another woman without consulting me?" A displeased expression crossed Su Yueli's delicate features. "This is your salary that you sent to me. It is now my money, and I have the right to use it as I please. Besides, Lin Ke is your employee. Even if I am using your money to assist her, it can be seen as me showing compassion for your staff, so you needn't thank me." "You." Su Yueli's chest rose and fell slightly, seemingly at a loss for how to retort. "All right, I promise, just this once. I will never give money to another woman again. Okay?" Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Chen swiftly offered Su Yueli an opportunity to retreat gracefully. Otherwise, one could only imagine the lengths she might go to, and the potential danger of her demanding he retrieve the money was no trifling matter. After gazing intently into Lin Chen's eyes for an extended moment, Su Yueli exhaled deeply and declared, "This shall not happen again." Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his own cleverness. He had deftly managed the situation with the seemingly petite Su Yueli. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, after ending her phone call, did not display any signs of elation, nor did she immediately transfer funds to the casino. Instead, she quietly scrutinized the IOU that had appeared on her phone. The amount was not 300,000, but rather 3 million. To spare Lin Chen from worry, she had refrained from disclosing the truth. "Thank you, brother Lin Chen. I will find a way to manage the rest on my own." She began searching for every possible website that offered loans, leaving her contact information on each. Just then, she received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, miss, do you require financial assistance?" A youthful male voice inquired. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Ke responded, "Yes." The voice continued, "We have a lucrative job opportunity. Would you like to learn more?" "Yes." "Might you be open to considering a position with slightly more flexible boundaries?" "I am open to it." Chapter 37. Not that it's unfamiliar after lunch. Lin Chen felt that he had sufficiently regained his strength and decided to rise from his bed for a short stroll, as well as to relieve himself. However, as he stepped down, his legs buckled beneath him, likely due to their lingering weakness and the prolonged period of inactivity. Fortunately, Su Yueli was nearby and quickly caught him. By a twist of fate, Lin Chen's face found itself nestled amidst Su Yueli's fragrant hair, an enticing aroma wafting towards him. Su Yueli, seemingly indifferent, steadied him and inquired, "Why aren't you resting properly? Why are you getting up?" With a hint of embarrassment, Lin Chen replied, "I need to use the restroom." Su Yueli's cheeks flushed slightly. "Can you walk by yourself?" Initially confident, Lin Chen soon realized he was unable to do so. "It seems I cannot," he admitted. "Then let me assist you," Su Yueli offered. Lin Chen did not decline, and with her support, he made his way to the restroom. "Miss Su, Aren't you going to step outside? Lin Chen asked, perplexed by her presence at his side. What if you were to fall while I'm gone? I must keep an eye on you, she insisted. Please, I'm not that fragile. Who was it just now that nearly face-planted? All right, it's not like you haven't seen this before. Hurry up and finish, and I'll help you back. Su Yueli, unveiling to entertain Lin Chen his hesitation. Could you possibly turn around? Your gaze is somewhat embarrassing. How hypocritical. You weren't shy when I was in that position. So Yueli tortith. Though she complied and turned away, Lin Chen thought to himself that the circumstances were indeed quite different. After he had finished, Su Yueli assisted him back to the bed. He couldn't help but wonder how Kuer was faring. Lin Chen picked up his phone to call her, but after several rings, there was no answer. Presumably she was resting after a meal. He felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Kuer, mixed with a hint of regret. For someone so beautiful, charming, and intelligent, it was surprising that her father was a gambling addict. Indeed, everyone harbored their own burdens. As for someone like Su Yueli, her woes likely revolved around the management of the Su family and the rivalry she faced. After replying to a document from Chen Xian on her phone, Su Yueli rubbed her somewhat dry eyes and approached Lin Chen's bedside. Shift over, she commanded. Why? Time for on up. With that, Su Yueli removed her shoes and lay down beside him, disregarding where Lin Chen's arms were, and pressed herself against him. Observing her audacity, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman utterly lacking in respect for his condition? At that moment, a familiar sensation washed over him. Although he had been unconscious the previous night, he had vaguely felt as if something had been pressing down on his arm, much like the current situation. Could it be that she had slept beside him while he was in a stupor? Stop staring and continue your duty as my pillow, she commanded. Miss Su, this is rather inconsiderate of you. Even in my condition, you expect me to work, Lin Chen remarked. How about I pay you overtime? Now stop complaining. Upon hearing that her efforts would not go in vain, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Yueli's waist. Meanwhile, Lin Kuer had taken a leave from the Human Resources Department after her noon shift. She was set to attend an interview for a job that had promised substantial financial rewards over the phone. After riding a few bus stops, she arrived at the entrance of a newly opened bar, the Legendary Bar. The establishment was grand, exuding an aura of luxury that seemed to cater exclusively to the affluent elite. With a slight grip on her clothing and a hint of nervousness etched on her delicate face, she stepped inside. Since it was still daytime, the bar was relatively empty. Guided by the receptionist, she ascended to an office on the third floor. You must be Miss Lin. We spoke over the phone, said a young man in his 20s, clad in a tailored black suit that exuded professionalism and sharpness. That's me. After confirming Lin Kuer's identity, the young man smiled and remarked, I could tell over the phone that you are undoubtedly a beauty, but I must admit, you are even more stunning in person. Thank you for the compliment. May we discuss the job now? My apologies, he replied, slightly flustered by her beauty. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Fei, and I am a manager of this bar. Since you are in urgent need of money, I will be straightforward. The clientele here consists of the wealthy scions of Beijing's elite families who have more money than they can spend. If you can charm them, earning money will be effortless. Your role would involve donning our designated attire to accompany these gentlemen, though I must warn you, the outfits are rather revealing. Accompanying them for drinks. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuer felt a desire to retreat. Setting aside her poor tolerance for alcohol, she was reluctant to engage with strangers, especially while clad in such attire. She was somewhat conservative by nature. Please let me finish, he urged. You need the money, right? If you can make them happy, you could earn tens of thousands in a single night. Is it really that much? Faced with the prospect of such earnings, Lin Kuer hesitated. She understood that greater rewards often came with greater sacrifices, yet she had no choice. The casino had given her only a week. Moreover, if you perform well, you might even inspire competition among a few patrons who could shower you with money in a bid to win your favor. Given your looks, such a scenario is certainly plausible, Su Fei added with a smile. Lin Kuer lowered her head in contemplation before inquiring, So, when can I start working? If you're willing, you can begin tonight. You may arrive early to familiarize yourself with the workflow. However, let us agree in advance that we will take a 30% cut of the earnings you secure from the gentleman. It's not excessive, considering we also need to make a profit. And should you dare to conceal any of your earnings, Do not blame us for being unkind. Though, I trust you're not that kind of person, Su Fei cautioned. Rest assured, I shall adhere to the regulations. In light of this, we extend a warm welcome to Miss Lin as she joins our esteemed bar. Su Fei smiled as he appraised Lin Kuer's well-developed physique. Miss Lin, do share your measurements, so we may hasten the creation of tonight's attire. After Lin Kuer relayed a series of numbers to Su Fei, she exited the bar. On her way back to the company, she found herself reminiscing about her previous promise to Lin Chen. I vow to refrain from drinking casually, especially in the company of men. Glancing at the missed call from Lin Chen, she lacked the courage to return the call, fearing that the sound of his voice would bring her to tears. Brother Lin Chen, I am truly sorry. Kuer must break her promise. Chapter 38. Is it you? Within the confines of the hospital ward, the two individuals resting on their respective beds had long since awakened. Yet Yueli remained nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, reluctant to depart. It was as if she cherished this reclaimed treasure even more deeply. Lin Chen held no objections. After all, the warmth and softness in his arms were undeniably delightful. Since there was no immediate need to flee, they might as well indulge in the moment. Of course, he still needed to prepare for an escape. Miss Su, may I trouble you with a request? Lin Chen gently inquired, stroking Yueli's hair. You wish for me to assist in uncovering the truth behind my adoption? Yueli raised her head slightly, her gaze piercing through Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen was not surprised by her astuteness. After all, she had overheard his interrogation of Lin Jingda that day, and he had noted the curiosity reflected in her eyes. Indeed, someone whose secret could bring about the downfall of the Lin family must possess a formidable background. I yearn to uncover this truth on my own. Yet I recognize that my current state limits my chances of accessing it. Very well, but how do you intend to express your gratitude? Sununtai Yueli playfully traced circles on Lin tienes tiest. Lin Chen grasped her wandering hand firmly and replied earnestly, I shall be genuinely grateful from the depths of my heart. Yueli chuckled helplessly. Are you seeking to take advantage of me? Does Miss Su not wish to uncover the secrets that lie within this plaything of yours? Lin Chen countered, gently exploring Yueli's hand as he spoke in a lowered tone. Your words are indeed tempting. Very well, I shall assist you in your inquiry. However, do bear in mind that I shall require compensation once I uncover the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for keeping this secret to myself. Yueli smiled. I look forward to Miss Su coming to claim her reward. In truth, on the day of Lin Chen's conversation with Lin Jingda, Yueli had already instructed Chen Qian to initiate an investigation, recognizing that the events of 18 years prior would require some time to unravel. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had stealthily advanced to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen sensed that his strength had nearly returned. He rose from his bed and ambulated a few laps without issue. He then retrieved his phone to call Lin Kuer, but once again, there was no answer, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. He left a message for Lin Kuer. Kuer, please call me back as soon as you receive this message. At that moment, Lin Kuer had already boarded a bus heading to the Legend Bar. Kuer hasn't answered her phone, and I can't shake the worry that she might be ensnared in a trap set by those from the casino. I must find her and ascertain her situation. Lin Chen remarked, glancing at Yueli. Very well. I also need to return to the company. Chen Qian is nearly exhausted, Yueli replied. To Lin Chen's surprise, she did not protest his decision to go. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. The two exited the hospital, where Zhang Long awaited to drive them to their destination. In truth, Yueli had initially intended to prevent Lin Chen from going, but she did not wish to disrupt the relatively harmonious atmosphere between them. In the past, Yueli would have disregarded the atmosphere entirely and demanded compliance without hesitation. However, the answer she arrived at after Chen Qian's departure last night began to subtly influence her. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Zhini Group. Coinciding with the end of the workday, the two ascended the building against the flow of the crowd. Yueli, compelled by Chen Qian's anguished call, went upstairs to seek her out, while Lin Chen made his way to the library in search of Lin Kuer. Upon arrival, however, he found the library deserted. Perhaps she had already left for the day. Lin Chen requested a vehicle from Yueli and, relying on his memory, headed to Lin Kuer's residence. Kur, are you there? He knocked on the door, but received no response. How strange. Where could she have gone? After making several unsuccessful phone calls, his ominous premonition intensified. With no other options, he called Yueli. Miss Su, Kur is missing. Could you assist me in locating her? He was uncertain whether Yueli would be willing to help, especially given that this matter did not concern her, and she was not fond of him mingling with other women. Certainly, but I require you to cry for me tonight. Is that agreeable? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this a blatant suggestion? Could it be that this woman had indeed become addicted to such matters? No problem. Though who will be the one to cry remains uncertain. Just as he finished speaking, Yueli's voice resonated. Qian, leave this to me. You find out where Lin Kur is now. Shortly thereafter, a strange call came through, and Chun Qian's voice emerged. I've located her. Her phone's GPS indicates she's at the legendary bar. Thank you, Miss Chen. No problem. Avoiding upsetting Li Bao in the future would be the greatest gratitude you could show me. After hanging up, Lin Chen consulted the map to find the legendary bar and drove there promptly. He could not fathom why Lin Kur would venture to such a place. Meanwhile, within the confines of a legendary bar, Lin Kur stood in the dressing room, staring blankly at the garment Su Fei had handed her. What is this? It's hardly any different from wearing nothing at all. Doubts began to creep into her mind. She felt ill-equipped for this job. She could already envision the gazes of the wealthy young men as she donned this attire to accompany them, and the potential for unwelcome advances made her shiver at the thought. Miss Lin, are you ready? Su Fei urged from outside. I'm almost ready. Gritting her teeth, Lin Kur donned the outfit. Repaying her debts left her with no other recourse. However, since the official work had yet to commence, she layered her original clothing over the new outfit, allowing herself a moment to brace for what was to come. When Su Fei saw Lin Kur emerge clad in the outfit, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of her exquisite form, yet he chose to remain silent. After all, it is only natural for such encounters to unfold in this manner, and soon, as Lin Kur begins her duties, he shall undoubtedly observe her in action. Allow me to guide you to someone who arrived a few days prior. She will instruct you on how to serve wine to our esteemed guests, as well as attend to other matters. This is it, please step inside. With a heart full of apprehension, Lin Kur stood before the door of a room. Jiang Yao, there is a new girl here. Please take good care of her. Su Fei called from within. Upon seeing Lin Kur approach, Jiang Yao paused momentarily. Is it you? Do you two know each other? That's splendid. You may both attend to a table together shortly, Su Fei remarked before departing. Sister, do you recognize me? Lin Kur felt somewhat bewildered by Jiang Yao's inquiry. The last time Jiang Yao had seen Lin Kur was when she witnessed Lin Chen carrying her into a Maserati, and despite having followed Lin Chen to find him, Lin Kur had been too intoxicated to recall her presence. Jiang Yao's own arrival here was a consequence of being brought by Zhang Tianhao, who had coerced her into signing a year-long contract with Su Fei as a form of punishment. Just when she anticipated a period of torment at the hands of Zhang Tianhao, a group of individuals unexpectedly appeared and took him away. Within a few hours, she learned of the Zhang family's bankruptcy through the news. Thus began her tenure here. Initially reluctant, she soon acquiesced upon realizing the lavishness with which the wealthy young gentlemen spent their fortunes. Of course I recognize you. You are the young lady who rode in Lin Chen's car, are you not? Do you know Brother Lin Chen? Chapter 39. The one I adore, of course. I know him. He is my boyfriend. Jiang Yao paused for a moment before directly revealing Lin Chen's previous identity. In truth, she had not intended to say this, especially since they had already parted ways, and there was little to discuss with this stranger, Lin Karen. However, the image of Lin Chen embracing Lin Karen as they got into a car made her somewhat irked. Her declaration was, in part, an assertion of ownership, though it mostly served to satisfy her own emotions. What? You are Lin Chen's girlfriend? Lin Karen's mouth dropped open in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Lin Karen inexplicably thought of Lin Chen and Yueli. Although Lin Chen had explicitly stated that he had no relationship with Yueli, her intuition suggested otherwise. Moreover, how could Lin Chen's girlfriend possibly be in such a place? What? Is that a problem? Jiang Yao shot her a displeased glance. No, I didn't mean it that way. I just haven't heard Lin Chen mention you. Lin Karen hastily shook her head. But you? What kind of relationship do you have with my Lin Chen? You call him Lin Chen Ji with such familiarity, having only encountered Lin Karen twice. Jiang Yao could not ascertain the nature of her relationship with Lin Chen. However, judging by Lin Karen's reaction, she likely was not Lin Chen's new girlfriend. Furthermore, Jiang Yao recalled seeing Lin Karen riding a shared bicycle to work. If she were truly Lin Chen's girlfriend, he would have been driving her around by now. Please, don't misunderstand. I'm merely a colleague of Lin Chen. He has assisted me at work, but we share no other relationship. Although unsure if the individual claiming to be Lin Chen's girlfriend was genuine, Lin Karen endeavored to clarify, just in case it were true. Upon hearing Lin Karen's words, a hint of relief washed over Jiang Yao's face, as if she genuinely were Lin Chen's girlfriend. If they were colleagues, then there was no issue. Gulme, let me teach you some essential work etiquette and the proper way to pour wine. All right, remove your hands. Who would willingly give you money with that obstruction? Also, don't act so timid. You must be open and engaging with the guests. As Jiang Yao corrected Lin Karen's posture, she scrutinized her figure. Although Lin Karen had not developed as well as herself, she exuded an air of innocence that Jiang Yao no longer possessed. Sister Jiang Yao, could I have some more modest movements? Lin Karen's beautiful eyes began to glisten with tears. She felt incapable of performing the actions Jiang Yao suggested to win over the guests. Karen, you came here because you need money, right? If you need it, you must set aside any notions of pride. Observing Lin Karen's pitiful expression, Jiang Yao was reminded of her own past, when she too had been innocent. Yet, after a chance encounter with the lives of the affluent, she had fallen in love with that feeling. It was at that moment that Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family, entered her line of sight, and her anticipated benefactor had arrived. Jiang Yao's words diminished some of Lin Ku's shyness. Indeed, she desired wealth, and this was the necessary cost. Thank you, Sister Jiang Yao. I understand now. Let us do it again. Lin Ku endeavored to overcome her embarrassment, practicing the movements Jiang Yao had taught her, pouring wine, toasting, clinking glasses, and some enticing gestures to captivate the guests. Sister Jiang Yao, how does this look? Lin Ku inquired as she performed. It's passable. You'll get used to it in time, Jiang Yao replied without further demands. All right, let us take a break. We'll need to start working soon. Thank you, Sister Jiang Yao. The two settled on the sofa in the room, awaiting the arrival of the first guests. During this brief respite, Lin Ku could not contain her curiosity. Sister Jiang Yao, does Lin Chen know you work here? He must be unhappy. Lin Ku's words prompted a moment of silence from Jiang Yao, who then offered a wry smile. Lin Chen no longer cared about her. The last time she had defied Zhang Tianhao for Lin Chen, he had remained impervious, not even blinking. Such indifference was hardly befitting, even for a stranger. Jiang Yao recognized that deep down, Lin Chen must harbor intense disdain for she had betrayed him when he needed warmth the most. From that moment, she understood that she might never return to his side. She had irrevocably destroyed everything she could have had. Since we have gotten along decently, I will not deceive you. In truth, he and I have already parted ways. I am merely his ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Lin Ku echoed, the realization dawning upon her. Sister Jiang Yao, why did you break up? Lin Chen is a wonderful person. Did you have a conflict? I could help explain to him. Hearing Lin Ku's words, Jiang Yao felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, Lin Chen was a remarkable individual, yet she had lost him. Enough about him. Let me help you with your makeup. Jiang Yao sought to divert the conversation from Lin Chen, for it would only deepen her distress. Shortly after, Su Fei's voice echoed from the doorway. All set, guests are arriving. Let us go, Kur. All right, soon. The corridor was filled with numerous women resembling Lin Ku and Jiang Yao, clad in outfits akin to beach bikinis, albeit slightly more revealing. Led by a few of the women, they entered the bar's operating area, a spacious venue illuminated by vibrant lights. The surrounding speakers blared deafening music, and the air was thick with a sense of smoke and alcohol. Thankfully, the dim lighting provided Lin Ku, dressed in her mandated attire, with a modicum of comfort. Under the guidance of Jiang Yao, Lin Ku arrived at the area for which they were responsible. As of now, no guests had yet arrived, and they would have to stand by and wait patiently. Sister Jiang Yao, I feel a bit scared, Lin Kuer murmured, inching closer to Jiang Yao. Do not worry. There are many people here, and they won't go too far. Of course, you may face some difficulties, but this is an experience you must endure. Jiang Yao gently reassured her, holding Lin Kuer's hand. By the way, let me share a small trick that might help you feel better. Do you have someone you like? Jiang Yao inquired, gazing at Lin Kuer. Huh? Such a sudden question caught Lin Kuer off guard. Does this relate to the upcoming work? Jiang Yao continued. When guests arrive and you feel frightened or shy, just imagine them as the person you cherish. This way, your heart will find comfort. The person I like, Lin Kuer whispered, a figure of a man appearing in her mind. That is, Brother Lin Chen. Chapter 40. The claw as Lin Kuer was momentarily lost in thought, a young man clad in a black coat, puffing on a cigar and surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, approached her. Jiang Yao leaned in and whispered to Lin Kuer, he's here. Remember what I taught you earlier and make a good impression. Lin Kuer clenched her fists, taking a deep breath to bolster her courage. Xiao Yao, you have become even more beautiful since we last met, the man remarked as he drew closer, noticing Jiang Yao's smile. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Hu. Jiang Yao replied. Wang, who had been a guest Jiang Yao attended to a few days prior, and he was thoroughly pleased with her service, which prompted his return to seek her out directly. Oh, and we have a new little sister here. Lift your head so I can see you, Wang Hu said as he settled into his seat, catching sight of Lin Kuer, who stood with her head bowed at a distance. Jiang Yao urged, hurry up and greet young Master Hu. Since Wang Hu had taken his seat, Lin Kuer had maintained her posture of looking down, her hands clasped tightly before her. After hearing Jiang Yao's prompt, she bit her lip and slowly raised her gaze. In her mind, she repeatedly reassured herself, he is Lin Chen's brother. He is Lin Chen's brother. As Lin Kuer lifted her head, Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It had been a long time since he had seen such an innocent young girl, particularly one so strikingly beautiful. In that instant, he felt that the Jiang Yao he had been yearning for over the past few days seemed less appealing. Lin, young Master Hu, I am Lin Kuer, she stammered, almost blurting out Lin Chen's name. However, this mental strategy proved effective as she felt less intimidated by the man before her. In her eyes, it was Lin Chen's face gazing back at her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Ah, so your little sister Kuer. Come, sit beside me, Wang Hu beckoned warmly. Hearing his invitation, Lin Kuer felt abruptly pulled back to reality. She was reluctant to approach him, loath to sit beside this man. Noticing her hesitation, Wang Hu did not press the issue, as he was accustomed to compliant women and welcomed a change of pace. Little sister Kuer, are you shy? That's all right. How about pouring me a drink? Wang Hu suggested. Jiang Yao winked at Lin Kuer, signaling her to snap out of her daze. Lin Kuer picked up a bottle of liquor from the table, uncapped it, and approached Wang Hu. Just as she was about to pour the drink into the glass at the bar, Wang Hu swiftly took the glass from her hand. Little sister Kuer, I'll hold the glass for you. Please pour, he said, lifting the cup slightly. Ah, okay, Lin Kuer replied, her innocent and flustered demeanor only increasing Wang Hu's satisfaction. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I might bite? Wang Hu teased, reaching out to grasp Lin Kuer's arm. This startled Lin Kuer, causing her to instinctively recoil, and the tilted bottle spilled liquor all over the floor, splattering quite a bit onto Wang Hu as well. I'm truly sorry, Lin Kuer said, lowering her head in apology upon seeing the situation. Beside her, Jiang Yao quickly took out a tissue to assist Wang Hu. My apologies, Hu Xiao. She just arrived and is still getting accustomed to things, Jiang Yao explained with a forced smile. Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. He had intentionally provoked Lin Kuer for amusement. Pulling Jiang Yao closer, he gazed at Lin Kuer and said with a grin, Kuer, spilling the drink calls for a little punishment, doesn't it? Lin Kuer trembled slightly, fear evident in her eyes as she nodded. Hu Xiao, whatever you say. Wang Hu gestured toward a row of bottles on the table. Drink these, and I shall forgive you. Of course, it's not truly a punishment. Just one bottle earns you 10,000 yuan, facing the 9 bottles of beer. Lin Kuer felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She was well aware of her poor tolerance for alcohol. 2 bottles would likely leave her in a daze. just like the last time she drank with Lin Chen. However, Wang Hu's offer of 10,000 yuan for just one bottle was enticing. She needed that money. All right, I will drink, Lin Kuer declared, seizing a bottle and tilting it back. She gulped it down hurriedly, seemingly wishing to numb her mind with alcohol before tackling all 9 bottles. Yet, she had clearly overestimated her capacity. Having barely finished one, her head began to spin. Realizing she could not afford to waste time, she swiftly grabbed another bottle. In her haste, much of the beer spilled down her chin, glistening on her smooth skin under the neon lights, creating an alluring spectacle. As time passed, Lin Kuer's vision grew hazy. Tears began to well in her eyes, and she imagined Lin Chen before her, scolding her with anger. Lin Kuer, have you forgotten your promise? I vowed never to drink recklessly, especially not with men. The oath she had made to Lin Chen echoed hauntingly in her mind. I'm sorry, brother Lin Chen. I'm so sorry. As she continued to drink, she murmured softly, tears trickling down her cheeks. One bottle after another, she lost track of how much she had consumed, only aware that each sip brought her closer to a significant sum of money. Eventually, the world around her began to sway, and she struggled to maintain her balance. At that moment, Wang Hu chuckled, patting the empty seat beside him. Come sit next to me and drink slowly. There's no rush, if you can't manage. I can assist you. Slowly, all right, brother Lin Chen. Her mind, perhaps dulled by the alcohol or influenced by earlier suggestions, mistook the blurry figure of the man before her for Lin Chen. She stumbled forward, drawn by the sight of him extending his arms toward her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she longed to collapse into Lin Chen's embrace and cry her heart out. She wanted to confess to him that she hadn't intended to drink so much. Lin Chen, brother. Just as Lin Kuer was about to leap into Wang Hu's arms, a voice deep within her mind warned. He is not brother Lin Chen. He is not. A fleeting moment of clarity allowed her to discern the visage of the man before her. He was not Lin Chen. You are not Lin Chen, brother. Lin Kuer murmured, stumbling backward in an attempt to distance herself from this man. This action, however, incited the displeasure of Wang Hu, who had intended to embrace Lin Kuer but found himself grasping at thin air as she fled. A flicker of indignation crossed Wang Hu's eyes. Kuer, you are being rather disobedient. With that, he rose and advanced toward the retreating Lin Kuer. As she observed Wang Hu slowly approaching, a wave of panic and terror surged within her. She longed to escape, to flee this place, to seek out Lin Chen. Don't come any closer. Please. In desperation, she seized a nearby bottle and hurled it at Wang Hu. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the bottle met the ground, one particularly heavy shard striking Wang Hu's calf. Damn it! Do you truly believe yourself to be an innocent maiden? Wang Hu's anger flared, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes as he disregarded the shards of glass scattered across the floor and reached out toward Lin Kuer. Tiger, no. Jiang Yao, standing nearby, attempted to intervene, only to receive a harsh slap from Wang Hu. Seeing Wang Hu draw nearer, Lin Kuer hastily tried to flee, but her limbs felt uncontrollably heavy, and in her panic, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Run, keep running. As he spoke, Wang Hu extended his grasp toward Lin Kuer. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a voice, imbued with unrelenting rage and icy resolve, resounded through the air. Get lost. Chapter 41. A kick worth 10,000 before Wang Hu could react. Lin Chen delivered a ferocious kick to his waist, sending him soaring through the air to crash heavily against the table behind him. Ah, young master. Wang Hu's bodyguards rushed over to assess his condition. The excruciating pain radiating through Wang Hu's body elicited a heart-wrenching scream, clearly audible even amid the cacophony of music in the bar. This commotion quickly drew a crowd, for such incidents were not uncommon in this establishment. It was a frequent occurrence for the heirs of rival families to clash over a dancer or a hostess, driven by jealousy and rivalry. The spectators regarded these brawls as mere entertainment, while the bar's management turned a blind eye, knowing that the aftermath of such fights contributed to their revenue through compensation payments. Lin Chen gently cradled Lin Kuer in his arms, a profound ache stirring within him at the sight of her current state. Lin Chen, brother, feeling the warmth of the embrace, Lin Kuer instinctively called out his name, finding solace and comfort in his hold. This sensation felt familiar. It was reminiscent of the last time she had been intoxicated and found refuge in his arms. Quoi? Io puludisse for my tardiness. Lin Chen removed his coat and draped it over Lin Kuer, preparing to carry her away. Simultaneously, Wang Hu, clutching his waist, slowly rose to his feet. With a dark glare fixed on Lin Chen, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Surround him. Do not let him escape." As his words echoed, Wang Hu's bodyguards swiftly converged, blocking every potential exit for Lin Chen. Playing the hero, are we? Today, you shall learn the cost of snatching someone from me. Wang Hu, surveying the scene. Lin Chen noted that he was encircled by 10 bodyguards. It seemed the only way to leave was to take them all down. He gently placed Lin Kuer on a nearby sofa and addressed Jiang Yao, who was staring blankly at the unfolding chaos. "Please take care of her for me." "Thank you." Upon his arrival, he had witnessed Jiang Yao standing up to Wang Hu for Lin Kuer, taking a slap in the process. Despite her betrayal, she had shown kindness to others. Jiang Yao, hearing Lin Chen's voice for the first time since their breakup, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as if they had returned to a bygone era. She nodded, "Leave it to me, just be careful." After ensuring Lin Kuer was settled, Lin Chen turned his attention to the bodyguards, declaring, "Let us do this together. I'm in a hurry." "Wow, this guy's too arrogant. Let us take him down." Some onlookers could not help but comment on Lin Chen's audacity. "Honestly, I think he might really take on all 10 of them." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Hu's voice rang out, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Attack together." As 10 men lunged at him, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He immediately aimed a kick at the foremost bodyguard, who fell, inadvertently tripping 2 others behind him. Without missing a beat, Lin Chen deftly evaded 2 more attackers, delivering a crushing elbow strike to their backs, causing them to collapse to the ground in agony. These individuals may appear formidable, yet in practice, they are mere facades, easily toppled by Lin Chen within mere moments. After dispatching these bodyguards, Lin Chen advanced step by step towards Wang Hu, who was spectating from a distance. "Don't come any closer," Wang Hu exclaimed, taken aback by how his typically imposing bodyguards crumbled before this man. As Lin Chen approached, Wang Hu's anxiety escalated, reminiscent of how he had slowly cornered Lin Kuer moments ago. "You were the one who made Kuer drink earlier?" "Yes, it was I." "What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, my family is involved in Wang's real estate." Before Wang Hu could finish his sentence, Lin Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground once more. "I did not inquire about anything else, so refrained from answering indiscriminately." How many bottles did she consume? Under the chilling gaze of this formidable man, Wang Hu dared not utter another word. His back ached painfully. He quickly replied, 6 bottles. 6 bottles? Very well. There are approximately 12 bottles on the table. You shall consume them all within 3 minutes. Lin Chen stated flatly. 3 minutes? Wang Hu's expression darkened. He could manage at most 4 bottles in that time. 12 would surely be tantamount to a death sentence. You have 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Lin Chen disregarded Wang Hu's protest, silently calculating the time. "I shall drink. I will drink." Wang Hu, fearing another kick from Lin Chen, hastily grabbed a bottle and began to drink. As anticipated, under Lin Chen's apathetic gaze, he managed to consume 4.5 bottles before time was up. "You are still short by 8 bottles. Thus, I shall deliver 8 more kicks," Lin Chen declared, lifting his leg in preparation. Wang Hu, psychologically scarred by Lin Chen's kicks, felt that each blow was heavier than the last. Surely, 8 more would be fatal. At this moment, he cast aside all semblance of pride, pleading on the ground, "Brother, it was my mistake. I have money. Name your price." On his way here, Lin Chen pondered why Lin Kuer would frequent such a place. Coupling this with her previous request for a loan, he surmised it must be related to finances. Most likely, the 300,000 he had lent her was insufficient to cover her gambling debts, prompting her to seek quick earnings in such a venue. His suspicions were confirmed. Given this revelation, with Wang Hu offering money, Lin Chen decided to gather some funds for Kuer. He looked down at Wang Hu and inquired, "How much do you believe my kick is worth?" Sensing a chance for monetary compensation, Wang Hu eagerly replied, I am willing to pay 10,000 for each of those 8 kicks. 10,000? A cold glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he delivered another kick. This time, Wang Hu rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Now speak. How much? 20,000. No, 50,000. 50,000. Wang Hu cried out, clutching his aching back. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this outcome, but decided to further intimidate Wang Hu. 50,000? It seems you have forgotten what being kicked feels like. As he spoke, Lin Chen lifted his foot once more. 100,000. Wang Hu hastily proclaimed the highest price he could offer. Deal. Upon hearing those 2 words, a sense of relief washed over him. After receiving the 800,000 from Wang Hu, Lin Chen returned to Lin Ke, cradling her in his arms once more. Before departing, he turned back to Wang Hu, who sat despondently on the ground, and cautioned, I advise you not to investigate me. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Of course, should you doubt my words, feel free to try. Wang Hu fell silent. Lin Chen then directed his gaze towards Jiang Yao, where his Kuder's possession. Under Lin Chen's penetrating gaze, Jiang Yao found it difficult to meet his eyes and turned her head slightly, saying, I will take you there. Throughout their journey, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She longed for someone to come to her aid when she was being bullied, someone who would vanquish her adversaries and carry her away amidst the gazes of the crowd. These were the very things she could have possessed. After Lin Chen's departure, Wang Hu, aided by several bodyguards, slowly rose, his eyes filled with hatred, resentment, and a profound sense of humiliation. He yearned to retaliate. Yet, recalling Lin Chen's words before leaving, his expression gradually darkened. It seemed that the lingering intimidation from Lin Chen's earlier kick had instilled in him an unspoken belief in Lin Chen's warning. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Wang Hu was eager to leave. He had no desire to investigate Lin Chen any further. Get up. Follow me, he commanded his bodyguards as they prepared to exit. Just then, the bar's security personnel, who had been observing the scene, approached. They obstructed Wang Hu and his companions, stating, Sir, I apologize, but according to the bar's regulations, the loser must compensate for the losses. Wang Hu exclaimed in frustration, Chapter 42. Reluctantly taking medicine, Lin Chen followed Jiang Yao to the place where Lin Ke stored her clothes and phone. After retrieving them, he prepared to take Lin Ke away. Lin Chen, Jiang Yao called out softly, her gaze complex, as if she wished to speak, but hesitated. Ignoring her, Lin Chen continued to carry Lin Ke straight out. A few steps later, Jiang Yao's voice rang out once more. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Upon hearing her apology, Lin Chen halted, turning to face the visage that had once captivated him. Gently, he inquired, Jiang Yao, may I ask you a question? Surprised that Lin Chen would stop to converse with her, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes as she replied, Ask away. If you hadn't seen me get into that Maserati that day, would you have sought me out? Would you have expressed such deep feelings in front of Zhang Tianhao? Would you have come to apologize? It was a starkly realistic question, lingering in Jiang Yao's mind. She understood that had she not witnessed the Maserati, it was highly unlikely she would have approached Lin Chen. At most, she would have reminisced about the respect and affection he had shown her during moments when the wealthy mistreated her. But she had seen it, and if she hadn't, perhaps she wouldn't have found herself performing an embarrassing charade before Lin Chen like a clown. Gently shaking her head, her voice trembled slightly as she replied, I wouldn't. Hearing her response, Lin Chen let out a self-deprecating smile. Right, you wouldn't. Since you were so candid, allow me to share a truth to spare you from inner turmoil. That car isn't actually mine. It merely belongs to my boss who lent it to me for work. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Jiang Yao stood there, momentarily dazed, watching Lin Chen's retreating figure. Not his car, not. She murmured softly, repeating it over and over until a realization dawned upon her. So what if it's not? In that moment, she discovered what she truly desired. Lin Chen. It was then she recognized that her feelings for him were genuine, not stemming from his wealth, nor from the respect he afforded her compared to others, but simply because he was Lin Chen. Jiang Yao yearned to call out to Lin Chen once more, yet he had slipped beyond her sight. She hurried after him, just in time to see him drive away. As she gazed at the fading taillights, Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she whispered, "My apology just now was sincere." In the rearview mirror, Lin Chen spotted Jiang Yao chasing after him, but chose not to acknowledge her. He glanced at Lin Ke, who was in a daze in the passenger seat, and pressed the accelerator, driving towards Lin Ke's home. Upon reaching the apartment building, he purchased some hangover medicine from a pharmacy downstairs, then carefully carried Lin Ke back to her residence. He gently placed her on the sofa and went to fetch her a cup of warm water. "Ke, it's time for your medicine," Lin Chen said, bringing the cup to her lips. I don't want to eat." Lin Ke pushed the cup away and dove back into Lin Chen's embrace, holding him tightly. "Brother Lin Chen, I'm so scared. I miss you so much." Lin Ke murmured, her eyes, slightly reddened from excessive drinking, began to well with tears, cascading down her delicate face. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin Chen. I haven't fulfilled my promise to you. Please don't be angry with me." Seeing Lin Ke in such a state, how could Lin Chen possibly feel anger? His heart was filled with compassion, and if he were to feel any frustration, it would be over her failure to speak the truth. Yet, this was not the time for reproach. His priority was to ensure she took her medicine to alleviate her suffering. He spoke softly in her ear, "If you want not to be angry, you must obediently take your medicine." These words seemed to possess a magical quality, as a hint of panic crossed Lin Ke's intoxicated face, seemingly terrified of inciting Lin Chen's ire. "I won't be angry, I won't be angry. I'll be good, and take my medicine." As she spoke, she opened her mouth slightly, resembling a small kitten awaiting nourishment, an adorable sight indeed. Lin Chen was tempted to capture this moment on his phone, eager to tease her once she regained her senses. However, he had no time for such indulgences. He hurriedly retrieved the hangover remedy and placed it in her small mouth, then offered her water to drink. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Yueli calling. He intended to answer, but upon glancing at the inebriated Lin Ke in his arms, anxiety gripped him. What if she made an unusual sound while he spoke with Yueli? Therefore, he gently nudged Lin Ke, attempting to set her down so she could be alone for a moment. Yet, her grip tightened around him instead. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Regardless of whether Lin Ke could comprehend him, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Ke, please don't make a sound." Feeling a surge of concern, he delicately covered her mouth with his hand. Once this was accomplished, Lin Chen answered the call. "Have you found her yet? Why hasn't she returned?" Yueli's voice inquired. "I found her. She's fine, just out having fun without her phone. I'm on my way back now. I'll talk later." Just as Lin Chen was about to hang up, Lin Ke suddenly emitted a soft whimper. "Woo-woo." Lin Chen, "Woo-woo." His heart raced, and he heard Yueli's puzzled voice on the line. "What was that sound just now?" A cute little dog just passed by. I'm driving, so I can't talk right now." He quickly ended the call, glancing down at the dazed Lin Ke in his arms, a wry smile spreading across his face. "Ke, you really are ungrateful." After giving Lin Ke a bit more water, Lin Chen carried her back to the bedroom, struggling to pry her fingers from their tight grip around him. "Just sleep well, and you'll be better by tomorrow." It seemed that Lin Chen's intention to depart had not gone unnoticed, as Lin Ke softly murmured, "Brother Lin Chen, please don't go, don't go." In his heart, Lin Chen contemplated the predicament, knowing that if he lingered, they would both be in dire straits come morning. After carefully tucking Lin Ke in, he gently closed the door behind him as he exited. On his way back, he intermittently opened the window to let in fresh air, hoping to dissipate the lingering scent of alcohol and Lin Ke's fragrance. He aimed to avoid the wrath of Yueli, who might douse him with water upon his return. However, the efficacy of this strategy was evidently lacking. Despite the chilling breeze that nearly numbed him, the odor of alcohol clung stubbornly to him. With no other recourse, he steeled himself for the return journey, planning to dart into the bathroom for a shower before Yueli could react. And so, he did just that. Soon, the car arrived back at the villa, and with a hint of apprehension, Lin Chen stepped inside. At that moment, Yueli was seated in the dining room, while Anton was gracefully serving dishes. His timing was fortuitous, as he had returned just in time for dinner. However, he had little appetite, and after exchanging a brief greeting with Yueli, he hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. Stop right there. Chapter 43. security measures upon hearing Su Yueli's words. Lin Chen's heart sank, yet he did not falter in his steps. "Miss Su, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me to return," he stated, hastening towards the bathroom and shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he turned on the shower and tossed his clothes into the nearby washing machine, ensuring that even if Su Yueli had suspicions, she would find no evidence. "Open the door," Su Yueli called out, her voice echoing at the threshold as she caught a whiff of lingering alcohol in the air. "I can't hold it any longer. I need to wash up and clean my clothes. You can start eating without me." Lin Chen's voice resonated alongside the sound of cascading water. Su Yueli felt exasperated. Did he truly think her a fool? Even without his admission, she had surmised the truth. The voice she had heard on the phone was unmistakably Lin Ke's, and coupled with her prior knowledge of Lin Ke's visit to the bar, she had pieced together the events almost instantaneously. Lin Chen was undoubtedly inside, erasing the evidence. "Are you certain you want to open the door?" Su Yueli asked, her arms crossed defiantly over her ample chest. "I'm in the shower. I can't open it," came Lin Chen's reply. "Fine, I've given you a chance, Chris. Open the door." With a click, the bathroom door swung open. Damn it, Lin Chen had forgotten that Su Yueli possessed control over this villa. "I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I'm still bathing, and you can't hold on?" "Haven tea we already agreed to. Something later tonight?" To regain the upper hand, Lin Chen took the initiative to question Su Yueli, disrupting her momentum. This tactic proved effective, leaving Su Yueli momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, Lin Chen was already lathered in shower gel, and his clothes were swirling with detergent in a washing machine. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Yueli disregarded Lin Chen's state and rushed to confront him, frowning. "Don't think that just because you're washing up, I'm oblivious to your actions. Enjoying your shower, are we? Well, you'd better stay in there for at least 2 hours before you emerge." With that, Su Yueli stormed out, slamming the door behind her. "Lin Chen, make sure you wash properly and reflect on your actions," she called out, her frustration palpable as she headed off to eat. 2 hours, Lin Chen lamented, his expression one of bitter resignation. Just that morning, he had been at the hospital, and now he found himself confined in the bathroom by Su Yueli's decree. This was utterly inhumane. Moreover, he completed his shower in less than 10 minutes, leaving him nearly 2 hours to endure in this confinement. Ultimately, he could not escape this trial, though it was preferable to being doused with cold water. He retrieved several towels from the bathroom cabinet, wrapping himself in them and lying in the empty bathtub, deciding to take a brief rest. After lying there for a while, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of something missing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the washing machine. In his haste to wash his clothes, he had forgotten to retrieve his phone. He quickly jumped up from the bathtub and dashed to the washing machine to fish out his device. Fortunately, his phone possessed commendable waterproof capabilities, allowing it to function normally even after a few spins in the washing machine. He reclined back in the bathtub, resuming his phone entertainment to pass the time. After a while, he sent a text to Lin Chen, leaving a message. "Remember to take your medication in the morning. I placed it on a coffee table in the living room. Also, there's no need to worry about money. No more foolish actions, please. I will see you tomorrow." Recalling Lin Chen's recent ordeal, Lin Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, he dared not contemplate the consequences. In Lin Chen's heart, he had gradually come to regard Lin Chen as a sister. Time seemed to drag on. Lin Chen endured the torment of both mind and body, yet to his surprise, merely half an hour later, Su Yueli's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Chris, open the door." The door creaked open. The reason for her swift action was that Su Yueli had considered Lin Chen's health. She had locked him in the bathroom out of a moment of anger and now felt a twinge of regret, fearing he might faint again, prompting her to open the door before the time was up. As soon as the door swung open, Lin Chen, wrapped in a towel, dashed out, eager to escape the confines of the bathroom. "Thank you, Miss Su, for letting me out early. Come here." Su Yueli beckoned to Lin Chen. "What for?" "To check the results of your shower." Su Yueli sniffed in front of Lin Chen, satisfied only after confirming there were no traces of other women's scents. "Not bad. Quite clean." Lin Chen. "All right. Hurry up and change your clothes. Dinner awaits." Indeed, hunger gnawed at Lin Chen, and, after changing, he returned to the dining area to indulge in the sumptuous meal. Don't eat too hastily. You're only just recovering, Su Yueli reminded him. Miss Su, you are aware of my recovery? Speak back again, and you shan't eat. Hearing Lin Chen's somewhat sarcastic tone, Su Yueli, realizing her own fault, became flustered. I shall keep silent. I shall keep silent. Lin Chen obediently finished the dinner specially prepared for him by Anton, courtesy of Su Yueli. Are you full? Su Yueli inquired. Yes. Then come with me. Upon her words, she rose and headed towards the bedroom. Lin Chen understood her implication and internally scoffed. This woman is undoubtedly addicted. In the bedroom, Su Yueli looked at Lin Chen as he entered and asked, How is your health? Should we postpone for today? After all, that morning Lin Chen had been so weak that he required her assistance to use the restroom, which made Su Yueli genuinely concerned for his well-being. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt displeased. Her question seemed to him an affront to his dignity. "Miss Su, you'll find out for yourself." "All right, wait, I've just thought of something," Lin Chen said, gazing at the slightly uneasy expression of Su Yueli seated on the edge of the bed. "What question?" Lin Chen scratched his head and said, "Shouldn't we take some safety precautions? What if you?" Su Yueli paused, seemingly caught off guard. She had never contemplated this question before. However, she maintained her composure and calmly replied, "It's all right. I'm still in the safe period." "Really, all right?" Lin Chen, perplexed by Su Yueli's response, questioned the validity of her assurance regarding the safe period. "If I say it's fine, then it is fine. If you're not up for it, don't make excuses," Su Yueli remarked, casting a challenging glance at Lin Chen. This was intolerable for Lin Chen. He merely expressed concern for her well-being, yet was met with a hint of humiliation. "Very well, then." After a considerable time, with faint traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, Su Yueli gradually succumbed to slumber in Lin Chen's embrace. Once again, Lin Chen demonstrated his devotion through actions. Yet this time he felt somewhat fatigued, likely due to his body not having fully recuperated. He leaned down and gently kissed Su Yueli's forehead, inhaling the delicate scent reminiscent of lilies as he slowly drifted into sleep. He pondered whether he had become addicted. Chapter 44, Mr. Su's What? Early the next morning, after Lin Chen had fed Su Yueli breakfast, she departed for her company. As for Lin Chen, having recently been discharged from the hospital, Su Yueli granted him a few days off. After bidding farewell to Su Yueli, he dialed Lin Kuer's number. "Kuer, are you going to work today?" Lin Chen inquired. "No. I woke up feeling unwell and took a sick day." Brother Lin Chen. Before Lin Kuer could finish her sentence, Lin Chen interjected, "Say nothing, I'll come over." After hanging up, Lin Chen quickly found a car and drove to Lin Kuer's home. Upon entering, he saw Lin Kuer in her pajamas, her complexion a bit pale. Brother Lin Chen. Upon seeing him, Lin Kuer lowered her head bashfully. Her small hands clenched tightly, resembling a child who had misbehaved. She still recalled the events of the previous night, remembering how she had embraced Lin Chen for an extended period, even more freely than during their last drinking episode. Moreover, upon waking that morning, she realized she was still clad in the work uniform she had received at the bar the night before. The thought of wearing such attire while holding Lin Chen made her feel at a loss about how to face him. A faint blush soon appeared on her cheeks. "Do not call me Brother Lin Chen. You have ignored everything I said. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Did you ever consider what might have happened if I hadn't found you, or if I had arrived a moment later?" Lin Chen feigned a stern expression. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin Chen. Please don't be angry. It wasn't intentional." Seeing Lin Kuer's immediate distress from his few words, and noting her still fragile state, Lin Chen refrained from being harsh, fearing that if he continued, tears would well in her eyes. "Have you taken your medicine?" Lin Chen shifted the topic. Lin Kaya nodded gently. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and softly asked, "Can you now tell me what really happened?" Lin Kuer pulled Lin Chen to the sofa and slowly confessed, "Brother Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I deceived you. In fact, my father owes 3 million to the casino, and they've given me a week to raise the funds. How much do you still need?" Lin Chen queried. "I've managed to save 50,000, and my mother contributed another 50,000. With the 300,000 you provided, I still need 260,000. As she uttered this figure, despair flickered in Lin Ke's eyes. She was at a loss regarding how to gather over 200,000 in just a few days. Sensing the growing despair emanating from Lin Ke, Lin Chen gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry, I am here." These simple 6 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly bringing Lin Ke an inexplicable sense of peace. "But that is an enormous sum." With a smile, Lin Chen replied, "Do you remember the man who made you drink last night?" "Yes. After I dealt with him, he compensated me with 80,000, which I will transfer to you." "What? 80,000? Lin Ke slightly parted her lips, expressing disbelief. Last night, while drinking, she thought that a bottle costing 10,000 was already quite a lot. She never expected that after a fight, Lin Chen would suddenly acquire 800,000. "What? You don't intend to pick a fight too, do you?" "That won't do," Lin Chen joked. "I won't." "All right. Now that we've resolved 800,000, there's still 180,000 left." Lin Chen checked his phone balance again. After transferring 30,000 to Lin Ke, he realized that from his original 1 million, 70,000 remained. He waved his phone in front of Lin Ke. "I still have 70,000 here, which is all my assets, and I'm giving it to you." "What?" "Lin Chen, this is too much." Lin Chen smiled. "Since you call me brother, how can it be too much?" After deducting this 70,000, there remained 110,000. Lin Chen pondered where he could procure such a sum. Just then, Lin Ke tugged at his arm and whispered, "Lin Chen, you've already helped me enough. I'll find a way for the rest." "What method do you intend to use? Going back to the bar to do that kind of thing?" Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes lit up as if he had thought of a way to acquire money. He reassured Lin Ke, "It's all right, don't worry. I have a friend who owes me some money. I'll ask her for it tonight." In mere minutes, Lin Chen resolved the debt that had left Lin Ke in despair. Gazing at Lin Chen, who seemed to radiate light, she found herself at a loss for words. To her, Lin Chen was like an angel sent from heaven to save her. "Lin Chen, I really want to leap into your arms and hold you tightly," Lin Ke thought, yet she hesitated, fearing his anger. "Brother Lin Chen, I will definitely return the money to you." Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen smiled. "Don't worry about the money. Consider it as if you found it. No need to repay it." "What? No way. You must have saved for a long time to have such a sum. I will definitely pay you back." Lin Chen, wishing to alleviate her pressure, decided to be honest. Truly, there's no need to repay it because I earn several million every month." "Several million? But brother Lin Chen, aren't you a cleaner? How could you earn so much?" "Well, it's a long story, but it's certainly due to my hard work. You must have noticed that my relationship with Yueli is rather special, which is why my salary is a bit higher. Rest assured, I earn several million every month. I'm not worried about that little bit, so don't think too much." After a moment of silence, Lin Ke stubbornly responded, "No, I still want to repay you." Lin Chen, unable to argue with her, relented. "Fine, if you insist on repaying, then so be it, but my money has no deadline, so there's no need to rush." "All right, now that the problems are resolved, why the long face? Come on, give me a smile." From a moment she learned of the 3 million debt until now, Lin Ke has finally revealed a relaxed smile. The innocent and sweet girl is gradually returning. "Brother Lin Chen, may I ask you a question?" Lin Ke softly inquired. With such a generous salary from President Su, you wouldn't be her. This question left Lin Chen at a loss for words. He did not consider himself to be Yueli's plaything. It was merely a notion she held. However, upon reflection, it did seem to hold some truth. Noticing Lin Chen's dazed expression, Lin Ke hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother Lin Chen, I misspoke. I know nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen lightly flicked her forehead. "Are you lost in thought again? Our relationship is purely professional, nothing like what you imagine. The reason she pays me so much is that I saved her before, understand?" "Oh," Lin Ke responded softly. "Oh, what do you mean by oh?" "Yes, you. Our relationship is strictly professional." Lin Chen appeared somewhat flustered. As he seemed poised to flick her again, Lin Ke quickly said, "I understand. You and President Su are merely colleagues." "That is more like it." Upon hearing Lin Ke's earnest reply, Lin Chen retracted his hand, which had been poised to tap her head. Yet despite this, a hint of skepticism lingered in Lin Ke's eyes, a woman's intuition at play. It seemed evident that the friend who owed Lin Chen money must indeed be Su Yueli. Kur, I suspect you are attempting to change the subject. Now that the matter is resolved, shouldn't we talk about you? Brother Lin Chen, are you hungry? I can go prepare something for you. I make the best fried rice. Lin Kai spoke somewhat nervously. Lin Chen's intuition was correct. Her earlier questions stemmed from curiosity about his relationship with Su Yueli, but it also served as a diversion, as she feared he might suddenly recall her drinking and scold her. Sit down. Woo. Lin Kur immediately feigned a look of grievance. Don't try that with me. It won't work. Following this, Lin Chen embarked on a lengthy lecture for Lin Kur. Recite my latest requirements. Lin Kai pouted slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I promise not to drink with anyone except Brother Lin Chen. I promise to consult you before making any decisions. I promise not to engage in self-destructive behavior. That's more like it. If you dare to err again, just wait and see how I handle you. Lin Chen admonished in a brotherly tone. Got it, Brother Lin Chen. After speaking, Lin Kur even stuck out her little tongue at him. At this moment, she had completely recovered. The despair and myriad negative emotions brought on by the immense debt had vanished entirely. Brother Lin Chen, are you in a hurry to leave today? Inquirit Lin Kai. I'm not in a rush. What's the matter? I was hoping to invite you for lunch, so you could savor the dishes I prepare myself. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen, having no particular plans, agreed. Upon hearing his response, a smile of joy blossomed on Lin Kur's face. Then, Brother Lin Chen, please take a moment to rest while I go buy the ingredients. Let me go instead. Your health isn't well, and it's cold outside, Lin Chen said gently. All right then. Lin Kur nodded, looking at Lin Chen, and added, Brother Lin Chen will surely enjoy the dishes I make. After Lin Chen noted down the ingredients from Lin Kur, he stepped outside. Just as he descended the stairs, a call from Su Yueli unexpectedly came through, startling Lin Chen. He wondered if she had discovered his presence at Lin Kur's place, questioning him. What is it? Lin Chen asked as he answered the call. Come to the company this afternoon, Su Yueli replied coolly. Why? Didn't you grant me leave? There's a soir tonight. Accompany me as I need someone to help me with my gown. Chapter 45. The unspoken affection and the reluctance to be seen by others. Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless, as he could vividly envision the scene of himself bending down to lift Su Yueli's skirt while following her amidst countless gazes that evening. Must it be me? It must be you. Very well. However, I must insist that this feels akin to asking me to work while unwell. Thus, I require extra compensation. Lin Chen recognized that he could not refuse Su Yueli. Hence, he seized this opportunity to negotiate for some funds, which he could then use to assist Lin Kur. No problem. I shall grant you 1 million after it's over, Su Yueli replied with utmost decisiveness. Deal. Upon hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was instantly overcome by a sense of commodification. In a certain sense, this arrangement bore resemblance to earning money while drinking with Lin Kur at a bar. Before long, Lin Chen returned with the groceries that Lin Kur needed, given that Lin Kur was still feeling somewhat unwell. He intended to prepare the meals for her, but Lin Kur insisted on doing it herself. Thus, Lin Chen assumed the role of her assistant, washing and chopping the vegetables. With their collaborative efforts, a plethora of dishes soon emerged from the kitchen, filling the room with the enticing aroma of culinary delights. Brother Lin Chen, come and taste my cooking, Lin Kur smiled invitingly. All right, I shall not be polite, Lin Chen replied as he picked up his chopsticks to indulge. As Lin Chen savored the meal, a flicker of anxiety crossed Lin Kur's face, fearing that he might not enjoy it. Kaya? The dish you made what's wrong. Upon hearing Lin Chen trail off, Lin Kur grew increasingly apprehensive. It is absolutely delicious. I shall consume it all. Only when Lin Chen completed his sentence did Lin Kur's anxious heart finally find solace. You scared me. I thought you didn't like it. Lin Kai murmured softly. How could that be? Kur, did you know that your cooking is perfectly to my taste? I adore every single dish. Lin Chen praised as he continued to eat. Really? These are all my favorites. The last time we dined out, I discovered that our tastes align closely, so I figured you would enjoy them too. Brother Lin Chen, if you wish to eat again in the future, just come to me, and I shall prepare it for you, Lin Kur said, observing the satisfied expression on Lin Chen's face, a trace of happiness blooming on her own. All right, but next time I have the opportunity, I shall let you sample my culinary skills. Do not fixate on this. You should eat as well, Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Kuer beamed with a hint of joy, and the entire room was enveloped in a warm ambience. She suddenly wished for this moment to last forever. After finishing their meal, Lin Chen voluntarily offered to wash the dishes, urging Lin Kuer to relax on the sofa. Seeing that she could not persuade him otherwise, Lin Kuer complied and sat quietly, watching Lin Chen wash the dishes, unable to grow tired of the sight. Once he finished, they settled on the sofa to watch television for a while. After some light conversation, Lin Chen prepared to leave, intending to arrive early to make preparations and rest briefly in Su Yueli's bedroom. Though Lin Kuer could rest here, it always felt somewhat inappropriate. Are you leaving, Brother Lin Chen? Her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yes, I have some work to attend to this afternoon. You should rest well at home. Don't worry about the money. I'll give it to you once I have enough. All right. Be careful on the road. After Lin Chen departed, Lin Kuer returned to the sofa, gently leaning against the spot he had just occupied, and slowly closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Once outside Lin Kuer's apartment, Lin Chen drove towards the Genie group, parking below and taking the elevator to the 36th floor, which belonged to Su Yueli. She was likely in a meeting and not present. Lin Chen intended to rest in her bedroom, but found the door closed, preventing his entrance. Thus, he prepared to lie down on the sofa in the lounge. Just as he was about to turn away, the bedroom door opened. Weren't you supposed to come back in the afternoon? Why are you here so early? Su Yueli's voice resonated. I was feeling a bit bored, Lin Chen replied casually. Perfect timing. Come help me with my zipper. Upon entering the bedroom, Lin Chen saw Su Yueli in a luxurious black gown, the zipper on her back still undone, revealing her smooth, fair skin. This sight made Lin Chen momentarily contemplate the idea of applying a few cupping glasses on her back. What are you staring at? Hurry up, Su Yueli urged. I'm coming. Lin Chen reached for the zipper's bottom, gradually pulling it up along her flawless back. With that, the gown was donned. Stepping back, he admired the garment, which accentuated Su Yueli's captivating curves. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, she radiated an enchanting glow with every movement. He took a moment to check the hem and noticed it wasn't trailing on the floor, which relieved him. It seemed he wouldn't need to lift the dress after all. Su Yueli's earlier mention of needing help with the hem was likely just a casual remark. Her true intention was probably to have him accompany her to the soiree. After a moment of admiration, Lin Chen suddenly noticed something amiss. With a slight frown, he inquired, Is the shoulder of your gown completely exposed? Yes, is it not beautiful? She replied, It is indeed beautiful, but the thought of so many people seeing Su Yueli's bare shoulders stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. What's wrong? Do you not want others to see my shoulders? Su Yueli inched closer, smiling. Not at all, or whatever you wish. I'm merely concerned about the strawberry marks on your shoulder, Lin Chen retorted, somewhat defensively, glancing at his handiwork from the previous night. Su Yueli tilted her head to observe the pink mark on her shoulder and then smiled. Don't worry. This gown comes with a jacket. With that, she retrieved a sheer black wrap from nearby, slipping it on, perfectly covering her exposed skin. That is more like it, Lin Chen muttered softly. All right, I've finished my fitting. Why don't you try on your outfit as well? Su Yueli gestured toward a nearby box. When Lin Chen opened it, he discovered a lavish black suit, crafted from exquisite materials, which appeared to complement Su Yueli's gown perfectly. You look even more handsome in that than the young masters from the other prominent families. Truly deserving of being my plaything. I would have been quite pleased if you hadn't added that last remark, Lin Chen retorted. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yueli lifted his chin with her hand. What is this? Do you no longer wish to be my plaything? Enough. I must attend a meeting now. You stay here and wait patiently for my return. After changing out of her gown and into her everyday attire, Su Yueli departed. Lin Chen, intending to rest, changed out of his formal wear and lay down on Su Yueli's large bed, closing his eyes to relax. Unconsciously, he embraced the pillow infused with her scent, as if holding her close. Chapter 46. The card of Chu Jinghong around 5 in the afternoon. Lin Chen awakened from a drowsy slumber. Su Yueli had returned at some point, seated by the bedside, gazing at him. What time is it? Lin Chen inquired. It's 5 o'clock. No rush. If you're tired, you can rest a bit longer. The banquet doesn't commence until 8, Su Yueli replied, gently caressing Lin Chen's face. No, I've slept enough. My head feels a bit foggy. Lin Chen propped himself up, rubbing his temples, and turned to Su Yueli. What kind of banquet are we attending? Upon hearing the question, a flicker of coldness crossed Su Yueli's beautiful eyes as she softly replied, the Hongmin banquet of the Chu family. What? Lin Chen responded in surprise. Isn't that the same day you saved me? The reason I found myself in that predicament was because I inadvertently fell into the Chu family's trap. Are you referring to the Chu family, one of the 5 great clans? Indeed. The relationship between our Su family and the Chu family has always been strained. But I never anticipated that after Chu Jinghong took over the family, he would directly target me. As Su Yueli mentioned Chu Jinghong, a subtle glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in her eyes. Fortunately, you appeared that day, otherwise, knowing he harbors ill intentions towards you. Why still attend the Chu family's banquet? Lin Chen asked. He invited me. If I refuse, he would think I am afraid. Who in the world has ever intimidated Su Yueli? Ah, a woman who values her pride. What did you say? Lin Chen hastily covered his mouth. Chu Jinghong won't be arrogant for long. Soon I will orchestrate the downfall of the Chu family among the 5 clans. Since returning that day, Su Yueli had already been plotting the Chu family's demise. She intended to strike the family at the peak of Chu Jinghong's arrogance, delivering a fatal blow. Toder provoke Su Yueli. Even if you are the Chu family, death is your only fate. In her fury, Su Yueli landed a heavy punch on Lin Chen's thigh. Sister, why do you take it out on me when it is Chu Jinghong who has wronged you? Lin Chen whimpered, rubbing his thigh where he had just been struck. Then will you return the favor? Su Yueli's icy demeanor had not yet thawed, sending a chill through Lin Chen's heart. You hit well. My leg is just a bit uncomfortable. Having spent enough time in the bedroom, they donned their formal attire and prepared to depart. After descending the stairs, Su Yueli and Lin Chen settled into the back seat of the car, with Zhang Long at the wheel, followed closely by a convoy of a dozen vehicles. All part of Su Yueli's security detail. The car swiftly arrived at the grand building where the Chu family was hosting the banquet. Numerous vehicles were already parked outside, belonging to various noble families invited by the Chus. Brother Lin, I am entrusting you with the young lady this time. Zhang Long suddenly turned to Lin Chen, his expression serious. Huh? What's going on? Lin Chen was taken aback by Zhang Long's words. What do you mean entrusting me? Didn't the young lady inform you? Zhang Long asked, observing Lin Chen's bewilderment. I know nothing at all. Just as Lin Chen was lost in confusion, Su Yueli interjected. This time, the Chu family is limiting the number of guests at the banquet, allowing each invitee to bring only one person. I chose you. Zhang Long continued, Brother Lin Chen. This should have been my responsibility. However, I am aware that your abilities surpass mine, and your skills are far superior. It will be far better for you to accompany the young lady inside. So I implore you, please ensure her safety. Zhang Long's expression was solemn, and his demeanor sincere. Lin Chen felt that had they not been in the car, Zhang Long might have knelt before him. Lin Chen understood. This was not merely a request for him to hold her skirt, but rather to act as her bodyguard. He turned to the side and complained to Su Yueli. This is not what we discussed over the phone. Oh, so you wish to flee? After a brief moment of silence, Lin Chen replied, the fee must be increased. He needed an additional 100,000, just enough to assist Lin Kuer. Agreed. Excellent. Lin Chen had no aversion to the role of a bodyguard. After all, it simply involved fighting. As long as he wasn't confronted by a horde of muscular men like Zhang Long, he felt quite confident in his abilities. Once the terms were settled, Lin Chen assisted Su Yueli out of the car. Miss, Brother Lin Chen, should anything seem amiss, please send us a message, and we will rush in immediately. Zhang Long reiterated. Brother Lin Chen, you must guarantee the young lady's safety. Thank you. Zhang Long and his fellow bodyguards exited the vehicle and bowed sincerely to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded in return, appreciating Su Yueli's loyal entourage. A person is fortunate if even one soul is devoted to them throughout their life, and Su Yueli had a multitude. Su Yueli linked her arm with Lin Chen's and said softly, let us proceed. Miss Su, isn't it customary for bodyguards to follow behind you? While in my company, you need only adhere to my rules. Lin Chen was left speechless, a testament to Su Yueli's character. The two arrived at the entrance of the gala, where they were guided by a server through the VIP passage into Su Yueli's private lounge. Miss Su, greetings. The gala has yet to commence, so you may rest here for a while. I shall come to fetch you when it begins. Leave, Su Yueli said coolly. The server bowed respectfully and exited. Lin Chen surveyed the spacious lounge, which not only contained a sofa, but also a large bed. He then conducted a thorough inspection of the room, as Zhang Long had instructed, ensuring its safety. After Lin Chen completed his task, Su Yueli pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit." Though perplexed, Lin Chen complied. Once he was seated, Su Yueli gracefully perched herself on his lap, prompting Lin Chen to instinctively wrap his arms around her waist. "But there's a sofa right next to us? I prefer to sit on your lap." Su Yueli leaned against him. "Very well, Miss Su, sitting on my lap is fine, but please refrain from moving around too much." As he inhaled Su Yueli's fragrance and felt her restless hands, Lin Chen's cheeks flushed slightly. If this were in Su Yueli's bedroom, he feared he might lose control. Just as Su Yueli playfully teased him, there was a knock at the door of the lounge. Su Yueli descended from Lin Chen and instructed him to open the door. A man clad in a dark suit appeared at the threshold. He possessed a tall stature and a stern visage, exuding an air of nobility that rendered him akin to a distinguished gentleman. His obsidian eyes, as deep as a frigid pool, hinted at a tinge of danger. Chu Jinghong? Upon recognizing the visitor, a chill flickered in the depths of Su Yueli's beautiful eyes. "Miss Su, you look exceptionally lovely today. Are you finding this place to your liking?" Chu Jinghong greeted her with a smile, as though they were long-standing acquaintances. "Quite well, except for the sudden intrusion of a dog, which I find rather distasteful." Su Yueli replied coldly. Despite the insult from Su Yueli, the smile on Chu Jinghong's face remained intact. He responded with a grin. "It has been a while. Miss Su, your candor is as unyielding as ever. I sincerely apologize for the last incident, and, as a token of goodwill, I have prepared numerous gifts for you today, hoping you will find them to your liking." He then cast a glance at Lin Chen. "You must be Miss Su's bodyguard to ensure her safety." Following this, he produced a card and handed it to Lin Chen, stating, "The contents herein are worth your consideration. I am a man of my word." Just as Lin Chen was about to examine what was inscribed on the card, Chu Jinghong gently restrained him, smiling, "There is no need to rush. You may look at it with your lady after I take my leave. Then I shall not keep you any longer. I look forward to seeing you both at the soiree." With a sly grin towards Su Yueli, Chu Jinghong turned and departed. "What does it say?" Su Yueli inquired, glancing at Lin Chen. Chapter 47. A taste of Su Yueli. Lin Chen, upon examining the card, displayed a myriad of expressions on his face. He approached Su Yueli and handed it to her, saying, "I think you should read it for yourself." Su Yueli took the card and read the lines inscribed upon it. "Friend, should you relinquish your protection of Su Yueli, I can assure you a substantial sum of money. And once we capture her, you may also savor her essence. After safeguarding her for so long, surely you wish to indulge?" Su Yueli remained silent. Lin Chen, equally speechless, stood by her side. Outside the lounge, Chu Jinghong strolled leisurely with a woman clad in a delicate white dress, whose beauty was captivating. "Brother Jinghong, why not simply send someone in to capture Su Yueli?" the woman inquired, nestled in his embrace. Su Yueli is not so easily ensnared, although she travels with but a single bodyguard, who can ascertain what other defenses she may possess. Moreover, this makes it all the more intriguing. "I am quite eager to see what choice her bodyguard will make," Chu Jinghong replied. "Is it truly possible for her bodyguard to betray her?" the woman continued to question. "Quite likely, for the terms we have presented are exceedingly tempting. Who would not wish to savor Su Yueli's essence? Brother Jinghong, do you also wish to indulge in Su Yueli's flavor?" A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in the woman's eyes. Chu Jinghong gently caressed her cheek, replying tenderly, "Except for me. For I have Linger, and that suffices." "How annoying," the woman pouted. Chu Jinghong added, "Even if that bodyguard does not betray Su Yueli, the very sight of the card's contents will undoubtedly plant a seed of doubt in her heart. Consequently, she will harbor mistrust towards her protector, making our task considerably easier." Upon hearing Chu Jinghong's words, Yiling suddenly understood. "Brother Jinghong, you are quite devious. I have even worse ideas. Would you care to explore them? How dreadful. The banquet is about to commence. We shall discuss this later. Wait, what if Yueli, upon viewing the card, willingly offers herself to her bodyguard in search of protection? Yilinge opposit a zuten kviri. Chu Jinghong pinched her cheek playfully. She is Yueli, with her pride. How could she allow a mere bodyguard to approach her? True enough, I shall await the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, within Yueli's lounge, she sat in Lin Chen's embrace, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded the card. She cast it aside onto the floor and gently lifted Lin Chen's chin, smiling as she asked, "Do you wish to savor my essence?" "If Miss Su does not mind, I would certainly like to," Lin Chen responded with a smile. "Then you must protect me well, for otherwise there'll be nothing to taste." As soon as Yueli finished speaking, she leaned down to kiss Lin Chen. Her soft, sweet lips presented an irresistible allure, and Lin Chen accepted the invitation without hesitation. Miss Su's fragrance is truly delightful. Little did Chu Jinghong know that Lin Chen had already savored Yueli's essence, and it was all thanks to him. To Lin Chen and Yueli, his scheme of discord seemed nothing short of jest. Shortly thereafter, the earlier mentioned attendant approached to announce the commencement of the soiree. After adjusting their attire, Lin Chen and Yueli stepped out hand in hand. "Whatever I instruct you to do shortly, you shall comply without concern for the consequences," Yueli whispered softly in Lin Chen's ear. He nodded, unperturbed by any potential repercussions, for Yueli's status was well established. He merely hoped she would not compel him to undertake anything excessively outrageous. Upon entering the grand hall, they were greeted by an exquisitely adorned space, illuminated by resplendent crystal chandeliers, casting a light reminiscent of midday. They emerged later than the others, and the hall was already filled with attendees clad in opulent attire, predominantly the youthful scions of esteemed families. Most of these clans were closely allied with the Chu family. Apart from Lin Chen and Yueli, the assembly was largely comprised of Chu family affiliates. Nonetheless, Yueli chose to honor the invitation, undaunted by the imminent peril of a banquet akin to a feast of swords, for she is Yueli. As Yueli and Lin Chen made their entrance, the gazes of the assembly gradually converged upon them, silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. The other illustrious young ladies of the gathering, who had been the center of attention, dimmed in comparison upon Yueli's arrival. Due to their differing allegiances, none dared to approach for greetings. Instead, they observed from a distance, creating a vacuum around Yueli and Lin Chen. The arrival of Yueli incited displeasure among the other young ladies from prominent families, as the attention of many men, previously focused on them, swiftly shifted to Yueli. Sensing the multitude of male gazes directed at Yueli, Lin Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. He wished to shield her from their scrutinizing eyes. However, their attention was soon captivated by another figure entering from the opposite side of the hall, Chu Jinghong, the host of the soiree. He approached, accompanied by Yiling, adorned in a flowing white gown. "Greetings, young Master Chu. Young Master Jinghong and Miss Linger make a splendid pair." The hall erupted once more with lively chatter, restoring its previous vibrancy. Could that be the third miss of a Yi family? Lin Chen inquired of Yueli, who stood beside him. At that moment, he noticed Yueli's beautiful eyes glaring at Yiling with a hint of fury. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen sensed her agitation and gently shook the arm she had linked with his. "It was she who drugged me that day." Yueli's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. She continued, "At that time, I was unaware that the Yi family had colluded with the Chu family, which is why I was unguarded when Yiling offered me the wine." Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen as he grasped the general circumstances surrounding Yueli's perilous encounter. First, after consuming the wine tampered with by Yiling, he sensed something amiss and quickly departed, only to encounter him thereafter. "By the way, who among you maintains a close relationship with the Su family?" Lin Chen inquired. "Among the 5 prominent families, the Chu and Yi families have recently grown amicable, while the Su family has a strong alliance with the Shao family. There is also the neutral Lin family." Yueli responded. "It is essential to note that this Lin family is not the same as the Lin Jingde family. They merely share a surname. It seems your opposition to the Chu family is quite balanced. After all, on the surface, it appears to be a 2 versus 2 scenario. Lin Chen remarked. Indeed. Let us set that discussion aside for now and observe what these two intend to do. Yueli chose not to pursue the topic further. The two turned their attention to the center, where Chu Jinghong and Yi Linger stood. He grasped the microphone and addressed the assembly. Welcome, everyone, to this gathering hosted by the Chu family. There are three primary purposes for this soiree. The first, of course, is to announce the relationship between Linger and myself. Chu Jinghong declared, casting a glance at Yi Linger in his arms. Congratulations to Young Master Chu and Miss Yi. Young Master Chu and Miss Yi are truly a match made in heaven. The supporters of the Chu family showered praises upon them. After relishing in the applause, Chu Jinghong continued. The second purpose is to facilitate introductions and foster friendships among all of you. You are all the elite of your respective families and friends of the Chu family. Becoming acquainted now will be beneficial for the future development of our families. Naturally, I also hope that some of you will find a bond akin to what Linger and I share. This is indeed a common objective for the young heirs and heiresses present, as they all seek suitable marital partners to strengthen their families. Upon concluding the second purpose, Chu Jinghong's gaze shifted towards the somewhat isolated Su Yueli, prompting the crowd's attention to follow suit. As for the third and most significant purpose, it is to extend an apology to Miss Su. Chapter 48. Vulgar tricks, are you not performing anymore? Su Yueli scoffed, fully aware that the true purpose of Chu Jinghong's soiree was her, and she intended to bring Lin Chen along to obliterate this place. Miss Su, please allow me to formally apologize to you in front of everyone. Chu Jinghong feigned sincerity, yet a hint of provocation flickered in his eyes. Why does young Master Chu need to apologize to Miss Su? What has transpired? The surrounding families chimed in, some of whom were planted by Chu Jinghong, while others were swayed by the atmosphere to join in the chorus. Everyone, please listen to me. Not long ago, I had the pleasure of attending a banquet alongside Miss Su, and to my dismay, a few of my bodyguards harbored ill intentions towards her beauty, nearly causing her harm. For this, I express my deepest regrets. Those individuals have already been disposed of at sea, and I hope Miss Su can forgive my lapse in judgment. Chu Jinghong's intention was to publicly inform everyone of the peril Su Yueli had nearly faced. While it would not directly affect her, he relished the opportunity to disgust her in front of the crowd. After his speech, he leaned in and whispered to Yi Linger, "What do you think Miss Su's reaction will be?" "She'll probably be furious," Yi Linger replied with a gentle smile. Soon, those Chu Jinghong had orchestrated began to speak. "Oh, I see. This is hardly young Master Chu's fault. It is entirely the bodyguard's blame. Young Master Chu, you need not apologize." Hearing these voices, Chu Jinghong felt elated, casting a playful glance at Su Yueli, eager to observe her reaction. Yet, her expression remained as cold as ever. "Brother Jinghong, do you think she is merely putting on an act? Why does she still wear such a frosty countenance?" "Patience. New voices will emerge shortly." At that moment, a woman's acidic voice rang out from an unknown corner. "Isn't it just because Su Yueli is too provocative? Who else can be blamed? One wonders how many men she has enticed in private." The hall fell abruptly silent at the sound of her words. While the crowd had been raucous, they were merely seeking to curry favor with Chu Jinghong, and none dared to direct their comments at Su Yueli. After all, she was of equal standing with Chu Jinghong. And in fact, the Su family was slightly more formidable than the Chu family. They understood that provoking her could bring dire consequences, and they were mindful of this boundary. Yet, someone had audaciously dared to insult Su Yueli. Following the direction of the voice, Su Yueli and Lin Chen quickly pinpointed a dark-skinned woman in the corner. Chu Jinghong pretended to be surprised as he sought the source of the voice. She was one of his pawns. After her outburst, the woman fell silent, her face flushing crimson as the gazes of the crowd turned towards her, filled with trepidation. "Why? What did I say wrong? If she weren't so provocative, why would anyone take an interest in her?" Despite her evident panic, the woman stammered, aware that this task had been assigned by Chu Jinghong, and success would bolster her family's standing. "You have a great deal of audacity. Today, I have come to offer my sincerest apologies to Miss Su." "What do you mean by that?" "Chu Jinghong feigen indigati." After speaking, Chu Jinghong turned to Su Yueli with a smile, saying, "I believe I just heard her insult you." Though the words were unclear, "Might I confirm this with you?" Before Su Yueli could respond, Chu Jinghong directed his gaze toward the woman, commanding, "Please repeat what you just said about Miss Su in front of everyone." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the woman trembled as she stammered. "I said, Miss Su is too provocative." She wished to continue her tirade, but the piercing, frigid gaze from Su Yueli rendered her speechless, as if her throat had been encased in ice. Nevertheless, that alone sufficed. Feigning anger, Chu Jinghong exclaimed, "Indeed, you are maligning Miss Su. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? Someone, escort her out at once." Chu Jinghong's words lingered on the notion of provocation, seemingly intent on forcibly labeling Su Yueli. "Hold on," Su Yueli finally interjected. She had been quietly observing Chu Jinghong's performance, initially expecting some sophisticated display, only to be disappointed by his vulgarity. Given this, it became clear that it was now her turn to perform. She would repay this affront piece by piece, starting with this woman. Amidst the crowd's attention, Su Yueli took Lin Chen's arm and addressed Chu Jinghong. "Since she has offended me, may I handle this matter?" Chu Jinghong smiled in agreement, saying, "Of course." He covertly signaled the woman to remain silent. She nodded imperceptibly. Releasing Lin Chen's arm, Su Yueli's voice turned icy. Devoid of warmth, "I trust you know what must be done?" "Yes, miss," he replied. Lin Chen, unable to contain himself any longer, inclined his head slightly toward Su Yueli in his usual manner, before striding towards the visibly anxious woman. As he flexed his wrist, he raised his arm. What are you going to do?" The woman's trembling voice barely escaped her lips when, in the next instant, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The woman felt her mind cloud over, and after a few seconds, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her face and emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Lin Chen regarded the wailing woman with not a shred of pity. The moment he heard Chu Jinghong publicly humiliate Su Yueli, an uncontrollable fury welled up inside him, accumulating like a storm. He longed to confront Chu Jinghong with a few slaps, perhaps even emulate Zhang Long in tearing him apart verbally. However, causing such a scene on the Chu family's territory was not a feasible option. At last, he had found an outlet for his pent-up rage. Aware that this woman had been orchestrated by Chu Jinghong, he felt no guilt in retaliating. Let him collect some interest from this encounter. He never laid a hand on women, save for those who brought such disgrace upon themselves. As the woman continued to scream in agony, Lin Chen raised his hand once more. The hall was filled only with the crisp sound of slaps and the anguished cries of a woman echoing throughout. After a series of sharp slaps, the cacophony finally ceased, leaving the woman's already unremarkable visage swollen and bruised. The objective of the assault was not merely to inflict pain, but rather to unveil the facade of Chu Jinghong. "Speak. Who compelled you to utter those words?" Lin Chen suddenly queried coldly, directing his gaze toward the woman. Bewildered by the beating and having forgotten Chu Jinghong's warning, she blurted out, "It was young Master Chu. He made me say it." Upon hearing her confession, the atmosphere shifted palpably as the onlookers turned their eyes toward Chu Jinghong, thickening the air with an awkward tension. Just moments ago, Chu Jinghong had rebuked the woman with righteous indignation, but now, under her revelation, he had become the mastermind. His handsome features twitched slightly, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes as he realized that his own hired accomplice had betrayed him after just a few slaps. Yet, he remained oblivious to the torment Lin Chen's strikes had inflicted upon her. However, he quickly concocted a justification, forcing a smile as he explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I simply asked her to reiterate the insults directed at Miss Su. That was her intent. Is that what you meant?" Chu Jinghong pressed, deliberately emphasizing the last two words, as if to remind her. Yet, the woman, still dazed from the blows, failed to register his veiled threat. "Are you certain that was her intention?" Lin Chen scoffed, continuing to interrogate her. "Why did he instruct you to say that?" Because he wanted me to deliberately disgust Su Yueli. It was all him. Please don't hit me anymore." The woman's subsequent response plunged the previously easing atmosphere back into a stifling silence. In unison, the crowd refrained from looking at Chu Jinghong, acutely aware that there was no escaping the implications of the evidence that pointed to him orchestrating the woman's insults towards Su Yueli. At that moment, A voice rang out from the crowd. How could the eldest son of the Chu family engage in such behavior? It's utterly disgraceful. Several young ladies murmured among themselves. I thought Chu Shao looked decent. How could he commit such an act? Surely, he must have some flaw, a dark heart. Suddenly, a multitude of disparaging voices arose against Chu Jinghong, delivering yet another blow to his reputation. The usually stoic Su Yueli remained silent, observing him with an unmistakable air of derision, as if to say, "What a waste." These remarks were orchestrated by Su Yueli prior to the gathering, having instructed Chun Qian to prepare for such a pivotal moment. Once the first accusations were voiced, the crowd began to scrutinize the Chu family's integrity, even implicating Yuelinger. The crux of the matter was that the Chu family found themselves unable to refute the allegations. As the spotlight gradually shifted from Su Yueli to himself, Chu Jinghong realized that he could no longer allow this situation to persist. He suddenly shouted, "Where did this wretched woman come from? Daring to sow discord between the Chu and Su families? Someone, make her disappear." The utterance of "disappear" from Chu Jinghong's lips signified that this woman would, indeed, vanish. Upon hearing that Chu Jinghong was ready to abandon her, the woman began to struggle desperately, exclaiming, "Chu Jinghong, you deceived me. You were the one who urged me to say these things. You beast. You are inhuman. I wasted my time sleeping with you." As she was being pulled away by security, her cries resonated clearly throughout the gathering. The onlookers were not foolish. This only served to further substantiate Chu Jinghong's actions. When they learned that Chu Jinghong had been intimate with this woman, their expressions became even more varied. The woman, with her dark skin and unremarkable looks, was certainly far from attractive, especially when compared to Yuelinger beside Chu Jinghong. It was astonishing that the young Master Chu had any inclination towards her. Yuelinger, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of discomfort, yet she bit her lip to conceal her emotions. Lin Chen had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. "Shut her up!" Chu Jinghong bellowed at the bodyguards, veins bulging on his forehead, his handsome features slightly contorting. The grip he had on Yuelinger tightened, nearly bringing her to tears. "MMM, MMM, MMM." The bodyguards quickly covered the woman's mouth. It was only after she was dragged away that the hall returned to a hushed silence. To be precise, it was a deathly stillness. No one dared to utter a word. Lin Chen returned to Su Yueli's side. She looked at Chu Jinghong coldly and remarked, "I do not concern myself with whom young Master Chu chooses to bed, but it appears you are not genuinely apologetic." Her initial words echoed Chu Jinghong's earlier insinuation that Su Yueli was promiscuous. At this moment, Su Yueli cleverly used the woman's accusations to label Chu Jinghong in return. Yuelinger felt Chu Jinghong's grasp on her small hand tighten painfully, and she whispered, "Brother Jinghong, it hurts." Chapter 49, Wash My Hands. Chu Jinghong's expression darkened. He had originally anticipated demonstrating his authority to Su Yueli before the banquet commenced, yet he found himself thwarted at the outset, leaving a sour taste in his own mouth. To be candid, Chu Jinghong felt rather unjustly treated. The accusation that he had invited the woman to his bed was merely her last desperate attempt to retaliate, since he wished her demise. She would ensure he did not emerge unscathed either. Whether anyone believed Chu Jinghong's innocence was a matter of uncertainty. Nonetheless, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, smiling as he addressed her. "Miss Su, what are you saying? I truly wish to apologize to you. Did I not mention earlier that the woman was sent to incite discord between our families? We must not fall prey to their schemes." Lin Chen was taken aback by the audacity of this heir from the Chu family. Even in such circumstances, he could still attempt to salvage the situation. "Since young Master Chu has stated it so, I shall not hold the Chu family accountable. However, I hope that those who wish to sow discord between our families think carefully before speaking, for young Master Chu may very well ensure their disappearance. Would he not?" Su Yueli's words were directed not only at Chu Jinghong, but also at those he had dispatched. With the precedents set by that woman, those under Chu Jinghong as command would likely think twice before voicing any dissent. Even if Chu Jinghong were to order them to speak, they would probably refrain. Fully aware that the woman was indeed one of his own, yet he had not hesitated to erase her. They feared being made scapegoats. Thus, All avenues for gossip within the banquet were effectively sealed. Miss Su is correct. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn again, then he not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chu Jinghong felt compelled to echo Su Yueli's sentiments. With the initial plan having failed, he hastily prepared to unveil the next phase of his strategy. Let us now put aside the earlier unpleasantness. I hereby declare the banquet officially commenced. With the conclusion of Chu Jinghong's announcement, music began to resonate throughout the hall. The young gentlemen and ladies, sensitive to the atmosphere, prudently shifted their focus away from the earlier topic, seeking their respective partners, leaving the battleground to Su Yueli and Chu Jinghong. Chu Jinghong composed himself, taking Yueli by the hand and approaching Su Yueli with a smile. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. I had no inkling such an incident would transpire. Given the unpredictable nature of our guests, perhaps we should retire to the VIP room upstairs. Chu Jinghong recognized that Su Yueli's associates were present at the banquet, and remaining in this environment would yield him little advantage. Thus, a change of venue seemed prudent. Very well, but before we proceed, my bodyguard needs to visit the restroom. Please bear with us. After Su Yueli spoke, she took Lin Chen aside towards a nearby restroom. Lin Chen quietly inquired in her ear, "When did I express a desire to visit the restroom? Do you not need to go? So Yueli replied coldly. Why must you speak to me so frostily? What has transpired?" Lin Chen felt somewhat perplexed by Su Yueli's actions, yet he had grown accustomed to her ways. After all, that was simply her nature. "Wash your hands." Upon entering the restroom, Su Yueli forcefully pushed Lin Chen to the sink. "Wash my hands? Why on earth would I do that?" Su Yueli coldly explained. "Your hands just touched that wretched woman's face." Lin Chen understood now. Was this the reason? Wasn't I merely avenging you? He retorted. Couldn't you have kicked her instead? Lin Chen was taken aback by Su Yueli's ruthlessness and hastily replied, "As you wish, Mississippi. Next time, I'll use my foot directly. Now that's more like it. Wash them 10 times. No, 20 times. Lin Chen, after more than 20 washes. Lin Chen felt as though the skin on his hands was about to peel off. Only then was Su Yueli satisfied as she gently caressed Lin Chen's hands. Chu Jinghong and Yueli had been waiting for quite some time without seeing the two emerge. Does it still hurt? Chu Jinghong gently stroked Yueli's small hand. In a fit of pique, Yueli pulled her hand away and huffed, "Brother Jinghong, are you really?" Now that they were alone, a hint of anger finally appeared on Yueli's face as she questioned Chu Jinghong. "What are you thinking, Lingo?" "Yes, she is indeed someone I arranged." But what she said in the end was merely a panicked remark. "My Lingo is so beautiful and talented. How could I seek another woman behind your back? Be good." Chu Jinghong embraced Yueli. "If you don't believe me, you can check tonight." How annoying. A blush crept onto Yueli's face, and she ceased her inquiries, leaning against Chu Jinghong as she softly asked, "What will we do about them later?" Chu Jinghong smiled while caressing Yueli's delicate face. "I will find a way to separate Su Yueli from her bodyguard. I will need your assistance shortly. Just like this." Then he. "By the way, has that bodyguard shown any interest in the contents of that card?" Yueli inquired. "I will find out soon enough." "All right, they are coming," Chu Jinghong said, spotting Su Yueli approaching with Lin Chen in tow. "Miss Su, please." The four of them ascended to the VIP room on the second floor. Just as they were about to enter the room, Chu Jinghong suddenly spoke. "Miss Su, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between you and Lingo. In truth, she has long wished to speak with you, but has lacked the opportunity. Why not take advantage of this moment to discuss things privately?" As he spoke, Chu Jinghong cast a glance at Yueli, who understood and looked at Su Yueli with anticipation. Their next plan was about to unfold. "Very well. I am quite curious to see what she has to say to me. You wait for me at the door," Su Yueli commanded Lin Chen before striding into the VIP room. However, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Chen's eyes, yet recalling Su Yueli's previous orders, he chose not to voice his worries. "As you wish." Mississippi. Su Yueli and Yueli entered the VIP room in succession, the door closing slowly behind them, shrouding the unfolding events in mystery. Chu Jinghong and Lin Chen waited patiently at the entrance. "How do you address your friend?" Chu Jinghong inquired, casting a glance at Lin Chen. "Zhang Long," Lin Chen replied, borrowing the name of Zhang Long, brother Zhang. "Do you recall the contents of the card from earlier?" I wonder if you might be intrigued? Chu Jinghong probed directly, eschewing any pretense. Given the tedium of waiting, Lin Chen decided to amuse himself by teasing the young master of the Chu family. He feigned a whisper, as if concerned about being overheard by Su Yueli, and said to Chu Jinghong, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Chu Jinghong replied, sensing the potential for intrigue. "Since you've mentioned it, I shall drop the act." Lin Chen lowered his voice further and confessed, "To be honest, the reason I became Su Yueli's bodyguard was because I coveted her figure. Unfortunately, I was not the only protector at her side, making it difficult to act. Today, however, I finally seized an opportunity. If you, Chu, can grant me a taste of her allure, I would comply with any request you have." Lin Chen licked his lips deliberately, his eyes glinting with a lascivious gleam. One must admit, Lin Chen's performance was quite convincing. Had he exhibited such demeanor during the initial rescue of Su Yueli, he likely would have been met with a swift rebuke. Chu Jinghong, well-versed in human nature, recognized many of his subordinates mirrored Lin Chen's demeanor. Observing Lin Chen's antics only bolstered his conviction. "Allow me to share a secret with you," Lin Chen said with a mischievous grin. "Oh," Chu Jinghong's interest was piqued. "You noticed how Su Yueli clung to my arm today, right? This is largely thanks to the influence of your card. Despite her facade of fearlessness, she is, in truth, quite terrified. She never touches me normally, but today, in an effort to placate me, she voluntarily grasped my arm, which sent a thrill through me." As he spoke, Lin Chen savored the lingering scent of Su Yueli on his arm. "Su Yueli is afraid?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Chu Jinghong's eyes, delighted by this unexpected revelation from Lin Chen. Su Yueli, regardless of her formidable nature, remains a woman. After absorbing Lin Chen's fabricated narrative, Chu Jinghong was thoroughly convinced of Lin Chen's genuine desire for Su Yueli. Initially, he had contemplated having Lin Chen dealt with, but now that Lin Chen had aligned with him, such measures seemed unnecessary. "Very well, Brother Zhang. As long as you follow my instructions from here on, your wishes shall surely be fulfilled." Chu Jinghong clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder, stating, "If all goes as expected, we shall soon hear commotion from within the room. When you hear Su Yueli's cries for help, do not respond. We shall wait a few minutes before entering." "What is your plan, young Master Zhang?" Lin Chen inquired. "You shall know shortly." Chapter 50. How did I fall into this trap again? Within the confines of the VIP room, Su Yueli and Yi Linger faced each other. "Sister Yueli, how have you been lately?" Yi Linger greeted Su Yueli with an innocent demeanor. "Do not address me in that manner. From the moment you intended to harm me, we have stood on opposing sides." Su Yueli replied coldly. "I apologize, Sister Yueli. I understand that the incident has upset you greatly, and it has weighed heavily on my heart as well. My jealousy of your excellence led me to frighten you, but I never anticipated it would nearly cause you harm. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would be consumed by guilt." Observing Yi Linger's clumsy performance, Su Yueli expressed her impatience. "Enough of the pretense. Speak plainly. What does Chu Jinghong intend by bringing me here?" "Sister Yueli, you." Yi Linger fightet mit Sentenze, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, both parties had long since severed their ties, and the earlier confrontation at the gathering had escalated the conflict, rendering any further charade unnecessary. Yi Linger subtly shifted to lean against a wall and softly declared, "Since you have inquired, I shall divulge the truth." At this moment, she bore none of her earlier charm. A semblance of pity graced her features. "Brother Jinghong has tampered with this room. From the very instant you stepped through the door, you were ensnared. Oh, I am curious to know what you have orchestrated." Su Yueli responded with an air of calm, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "You will soon feel the effects. I am eager to witness whether you can maintain your composure." As Su Yueli surveyed her surroundings and found nothing amiss, she suddenly sensed a warmth spreading through her body, a sensation reminiscent of her initial encounter with Lin Chen. Was the air conditioning tampered with? She observed the central air conditioning unit above, releasing an intoxicating mist into the room. Must you resort to such tactics yet again? Could you not employ a more innovative approach? Despite the circumstances, Su Yueli retained her placid demeanor, betraying no hint of distress. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." "Sister Yueli." Yi Linger smiled as she clapped her hands, and to Su Yueli's astonishment, a hidden door appeared along the wall of the VIP room. A corpulent man emerged from within, his eyes glinting with malice as they settled on Su Yueli and Yi Ling. "This is the gift we have prepared for you. This time, to prevent your escape, we have thoughtfully arranged for you to remain in this room. Sister Yueli, what do you suppose he will do to you? Or perhaps, will you be unable to resist acting upon him?" Yi Ling chuckled triumphantly, as though she could already envision Su Yueli's descent from grace, plummeting from her throne into the abyss. "Are you not proud? Do you not relish in appearing composed? Let us see how long you can maintain this facade." In response to Yi Ling's taunts and her current physical state, Su Yueli remained unflappable, displaying no signs of panic. Seeing that Su Yueli did not exhibit the desired confusion, anxiety, or fear, Yi Ling felt a twinge of displeasure within her. Why was this woman still pretending? She spoke again, "Surely, you are not waiting for your bodyguard to come in and rescue you? Is that not permissible?" Su Yueli replied coolly. Hearing Su Yueli's words, Yi Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. "When did Sister Yueli become so foolish? Since we have devised a way to separate the two of you, we shall ensure that you never meet again. Brother Jinghong should have him under control by now. Or perhaps he has already turned him. He might not be here to save you, but rather waiting outside to take his place as the next one." At that moment, Su Yueli slowly rose from the sofa, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly alluring to men. As she moved closer to Yi Ling, the smile on Yi Ling's face faltered slightly. If Su Yueli drew too near, it would hinder her escape from this room. Su Yueli approached Yi Ling and softly inquired, "Were you not also in the same room as I? Do you not fear that he might mistakenly harm you? And why have you been leaning against the wall?" This question caused Yi Ling's complexion to change abruptly. It seemed that Su Yueli had discovered something. Suddenly, Yi Ling narrowed her eyes and kicked towards Su Yueli's abdomen in an attempt to force her back. Simultaneously, she struck the wall she had been leaning against, revealing another hidden door. This was the escape route left for her by Chu Jinghong. She had to flee before that man lost control. Anticipating Yi Ling's sudden move, Su Yueli coldly smirked, slightly tilting her body to evade Yi Ling's somewhat clumsy kick. In the process, she seized Yi Ling's leg, pulling her back from the threshold of the hidden door. "No!" Yi Ling exclaimed, trying to dash into the secret passage, but Su Yueli grasped her hair, yanking her back once more. With a sharp slap, Su Yueli struck Yi Ling across the face, causing a resounding thud in her head and momentarily clouding her consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yueli rushed through the hidden door that Yi Ling had just opened. "Enjoy yourselves," she said, slamming the door shut behind her, leaving Yi Ling with a portly man emerging from another concealed entrance. In truth, prior to attending the banquet, Su Yueli had discreetly investigated the entire venue, uncovering every trap and hidden passage. She likely understood the layout better than Chu Jinghong himself. Aware that Chu Jinghong intended a scheme against her, how could she not be prepared? No. Once she regained her composure, Yi Ling desperately pounded on the door Su Yueli had just exited, but it was locked tight, rendering her attempts futile. She understood all too well the dire consequences of being trapped in here, panic and despair washing over her face. What rendered her even more desolate was the sight of the rotund man slowly advancing towards her. "What are you doing? Go back. Get away." Yi Ling cried out in despair, leaning against the wall as she shouted at the man. Yet, it was evidently of little effect. The man, having lingered in the room for some time, began to succumb to its influence. As she gazed at the approaching figure, Yi Ling felt a profound sense of hopelessness engulf her. The room contained 3 doors, one main entrance and 2 concealed exits. One of the hidden doors offered a means of escape, the very one Su Yueli had utilized. The other secret door merely led to a small chamber with no escape route. Thus, Yi Ling could place all her hopes on the main door guarded by Chu Jinghong. Seizing the moment while the man had not yet reached her, Yi Ling desperately pounded on the main door, yearning to attract Chu Jinghong's attention to let her out. However, the door and the entire room were soundproofed with exceptional care, a precaution taken by Chu Jinghong to prevent the other guests from overhearing. Outside, Chu Jinghong and Lin Chen could only faintly hear a distant, feeble scream and the thudding of fists against the door. After hearing the noise, Chu Jinghong turned to Lin Chen with a smile, saying, Brother Zhang, the show is about to begin. Soon we shall enter. Upon hearing the scream from within, Lin Chen's heart tightened momentarily, but he quickly reassured himself. He was well acquainted with Su Yuli's voice and was certain that this was not her cry for help. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghong seemed oblivious to the fact that it was Yi Linger's voice, wearing a delighted expression as if lost in thought. No. After a final scream echoed from within, silence ensued. Chu Jinghong smiled and said, Brother Zhang, once Linger arrives, we shall enter together. Miss Linger is also inside. Is she not? Lin Chen asked, perplexed. No. According to the plan, she has already entered the hidden door and will soon emerge from that exit, Chu Jinghong replied, gesturing towards a nearby door. In his heart, Lin Chen mused, Your Linger is unlikely to emerge. The one coming out should be my Yueli. No, not my Yueli, that mad woman. Soon, a sound emanated from the exit of the hidden door. With a soft click, the door opened, revealing a flushed Su Yueli stepping out. Why are you here? Where is Linger? At the sight of Su Yueli, Chu Jinghong's mind was overwhelmed, as if bombarded by 100 explosions, leaving him in utter confusion. Linger? She is having a splendid time inside. Do not disturb her, Su Yueli said, breathing heavily yet smiling. Wait, was that scream Linger's? Linger. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jinghong fumbled for his keys and rushed inside. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hurried to Su Yuli's side, embracing her tightly. He immediately recognized her condition as being akin to that of the other day. How did you fall victim again? A flicker of concern passed through Lin Chen's eyes. But fortunately, she was unharmed. This is what I call immersing oneself in the situation. Su Yueli gazed at Lin Chen with a dazed expression. In the midst of her words, she buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, greedily inhaling his scent. Take me away from here. I wish to. Chapter 51. Are you still watching? As Su Yueli's hand began to wander restlessly, Lin Chen quickly grasped it, urging, Sister, hold on. This is hardly the place, with so many people below. He reassured her, Do not worry. I have not succumbed to that extent yet. However, if you do not take me away soon, I may be compelled to devour you in public. Su Yueli leaned closer, whispering in Lin Chen's ear. Their faces brushed together, and the unique fragrance of Su Yueli enveloped Lin Chen, who could feel the warmth rising in her cheeks. Recognizing the inappropriateness of lingering there, Lin Chen promptly lifted Su Yueli into his arms, intending to leave. At that moment, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from the VIP room behind them. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli, her gaze dreamy, urged, Let us not leave just yet. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Even in this state, you're still thinking about watching? Lin Chen couldn't help but retort. It's fine. I can hold on for a bit longer. Hurry before it's out of view. Su Yueli was determined not to miss the scene. All right, but you must keep your hands to yourself. Lin Chen had barely finished speaking when Su Yueli's hand began to wander again. Enough. Let us pretend I didn't say anything. Thus, Lin Chen carried Su Yueli back, only to find two onlookers at the entrance of the VIP room. Lin Air. Beast. Get away from her. Do not touch my Lin Air. I will kill you. Upon entering the room, Chu Jinghong was met with a scene of utter despair. His Lin Air was being tightly embraced by one of his subordinates, her once pure white dress now sullied. He desperately sought to separate them, but found himself at a loss, as his subordinate possessed immense strength. In that moment, the noble aura that usually surrounded Chu Jinghong dissipated, his handsome face contorted with rage and anguish, trembling uncontrollably. Beast, I command you to release her. Chu Jinghong kicked at his subordinate, but the man seemed impervious to pain, continuing to hold Yi Linger tightly. Jinghong Gij, save me. Yi Linger gasped, tears welling as she looked at Chu Jinghong. Help! Someone quickly. It was not until Chu Jinghong's bodyguard arrived that the two were finally separated. Yi Linger threw herself into Chu Jinghong's arms, sobbing. Jinghong Gij, I'm sorry, my body. Do not fear, it's all right. I am here. Chu Jinghong held her tightly, his voice trembling as he offered comfort. I never realized how much Chu Jinghong cared for Yi Linger. I thought they were merely engaged for familial ties. Lin Chen murmured. This is even better. It will only deepen Chu Jinghong's suffering. Su Yueli whispered softly in Lin Chen's ear. If you come any closer, you might just bite my ear off, Lin Chen replied, turning his head away. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yueli playfully nibbled at his ear. The woman born in the year of the dog. Having finished watching, it was time to leave, Lin Chen inquired. No rush, just the two of us? How insufficient. Su Yueli struggled to descend from Lin Chen's embrace, and with his assistance, she reached the railing on the second floor, gazing downwards. Hey, everyone come up to witness the spectacle. The young masters and ladies attending the soir, each on the first floor, turned their attention towards her. They had been drawn to the sounds from above, speculating on what was unfolding, yet none dared to ascend. Upon hearing Su Yueli's command, those loyal to her hastily made their way upstairs, with someone leading the charge. The remaining young ladies and masters from other families quickly gathered at the entrance of the VIP room. The scene before them, combined with the sounds they had just heard, made the situation abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghong was preoccupied with comforting Yu Linger, completely oblivious to the throng that had gathered at the entrance. Indeed, some had already begun to surreptitiously take photographs, and it would not be long before this incident spread throughout the entirety of Huagua. It was quite ironic that at the outset of the soir, Chu Jinghong had deliberately mentioned Su Yueli's near mishap to vex her. Yet in the end, he was the one left feeling repulsed. The aggressor had become the victim. They had brought this upon themselves. However, that was not enough. In Su Yueli's eyes, the Chu and Yi families had already been sentenced to death. When the time was ripe, Huagua might very well transition from 5 prominent families to merely 3. As the crowd surged in, Su Yueli and Lin Chen gradually withdrew from the throng. Lin Chen lifted Su Yueli once more and proceeded toward the exit of the soir. At that moment, Chu Jinghong finally noticed the crowd gathered at the entrance. He let out a furious roar. Get lost. All of you get out. Where is that wretched Su Yueli? Bring her back to me. I want her to truly feel Linger's pain. At this juncture, Chu Jinghong had abandoned all pretense, directly commanding her capture. Upon receiving his order, his bodyguards rushed out of the VIP room to search for Su Yueli. But the sheer number of people at the entrance made it a struggle to break through the throng. Lin Chen and Su Yueli were nearing the exit. Noticing pursuers behind them, Lin Chen quickened his pace. Why are you running? It makes me seem like I'm fleeing in disgrace. Fight them. Su Yueli expressed her dissatisfaction. Knock them all down. Observing Su Yueli, whose gaze was becoming increasingly dazed, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. She had already claimed victory at today's soir, so why concern herself with such trivialities? He dismissed her ramblings, ignoring her struggles in his arms, and continued to carry her towards the exit. I said a fight. In her struggle, Su Yueli bit into Lin Chen's shoulder. Ouch! Let go! I'll fight. You stay here for now. Lin Chen leaned Su Yueli against a nearby pillar, then flexed his wrist and charged at the 7 or 8 bodyguards that were pursuing them. Chase! It's all your fault I got bitten. I'll take my frustrations out on you first. The lingering pain from the bite inflicted by Su Yueli on his shoulder still throbbed as Lin Chen channeled all his pent-up frustration onto the few bodyguards before him. Compared to Zhang Long and his companions, these bodyguards were noticeably inferior, allowing Lin Chen to navigate the skirmish with remarkable ease. During the fray, however, he inadvertently took a punch to the chest when one of the guards seized the opportunity to rush at Su Yueli. In a bid to protect her, Lin Chen moved to intercept the assailant, creating a minor opening, yet it proved inconsequential. Within a few exchanges, all the bodyguards lay defeated at his feet. Rubbing his chest, he returned to lift Su Yueli once more, her soft form alleviating some of the discomfort he felt. For your sake, I took a punch. I demand compensation. He mused. Observing that Su Yueli was on the brink of losing consciousness, Lin Chen hurriedly made his way toward the exit. Chapter 52. Could you do me one more favor? Do not leave. A bodyguard struggled to rise and pursued them. Lin Chen paid him no heed and swiftly carried Su Yueli out the door. Miss. At the very moment they exited, Zhang Long and his companions, who had been stationed at the entrance, rushed forward. What is wrong with the miss? What has happened? Their expressions were filled with anxiety as they beheld Su Yueli cradled in Lin Chen's arms, fearing that some sinister plot had befallen her. She's fine, just had a bit too much to drink. Had Lin Chen said anything else, Zhang Long's urgency would have compelled him to charge inside. I will take her away. There are pursuers coming after us. Please handle the situation here. With that, Lin Chen hurriedly made his way towards the car they had arrived in, holding Su Yueli close. Rest assured, as long as we are here, no one shall lay a finger on the miss. Zhang Long and the dozen or so bodyguards exuded an air of determination as they positioned themselves to block the entrance of the banquet hall, eager to see who dared to follow them outside. As the door swung open, a slightly limping bodyguard emerged, only to be met by the imposing figures of Zhang Long and his crew. Hello, Buzzas. The bodyguard was taken aback by such a sight. Are you the one pursuing our miss? Zhang Long commanded. Brothers, take him down. They were unwavering. Anyone who posed a threat to Su Yueli would face their wrath. The bodyguard lamented his decision to chase after them, wishing he had feigned death on the ground instead. The atmosphere at the banquet had descended into chaos, with several timid young masters and ladies hastily making their exit, fearing retribution from the enraged Chu Jinghong. Today, the grand banquet aimed at targeting Su Yueli concluded with Chu Jinghong incurring heavy losses. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already driven Su Yueli towards the villa. He secured her with a seatbelt in the passenger seat, weaving through the nocturnal traffic. Do not move around. Su Yueli occasionally reached out to caress Lin Chen's face. Why are you so far away? Come closer. Come here and cry for me. Amidst Su Yueli's persistent teasing, Lin Chen finally returned to the villa. Miss Su, have Chris open the door. He carried Su Yueli towards the bedroom, knowing that in her current state, this was the only course of action. Along the way, Su Yueli kissed his neck repeatedly, as if Lin Chen's refreshing masculinity provided her with some comfort. Noticing her lack of response, Lin Chen gently pinched her waist and asked in a low voice, Do you wish to do this on the living room sofa? You dare to pinch me. Su Yueli retorted defiantly, biting his shoulder in retaliation. Ouch! You wicked woman, release me. You wicked man. Seemingly satisfied with her retaliation, Su Yueli intermittently murmured, Chris, open the door. Click. As the door swung open, Lin Chen swiftly embraced Su Yueli and dashed inside. It appeared that upon returning to her familiar bedroom, Su Yueli became increasingly uninhibited. Lin Chen struggled to contain his desires, having been tantalized by Su Yueli throughout their journey. He could no longer hold back. He gently caressed the buttons of her gown from behind. After a night of indulgence, as dawn approached, Su Yueli, with traces of tears, gradually succumbed to slumber in Lin Chen's arms. Or rather, it was Lin Chen who permitted her to rest. After all, he had nearly been starved by her earlier. Although she had rarely offered an apology, the debt still needed to be repaid. When they finally awoke, it was already midday. Su Yueli struck Lin Chen, who was still asleep, with a pillow, and then, rubbing her sore waist, rose to take a shower. Upon waking, Lin Chen instinctively massaged his own waist, realizing that perhaps they had indeed overindulged the previous night. After partaking in both breakfast and lunch, Su Yueli returned to the bed, utterly devoid of motivation to move. Rub my waist for me, she requested. Lin Chen, feeling similarly lethargic, recalled that he needed to assist Lin Kuer with some funds. So he settled at the edge of the bed and gently placed his warm hands on Su Yueli's slender waist. While massaging her, he inquired, Isn't it about time for you to pay me my salary, Boss Su? Certainly, but you must ensure I feel comfortable first. After a considerable duration, Lin Chen, exhausted, lay back on the adjacent bed, now not only feeling sore in his waist, but also in his hands. Fortunately, a text notification on his phone informed him of a 3 million transfer, which constituted his remuneration from the previous night's gathering. With this, he only needed to set aside 110,000 for Lin Kuer to cover her debts to the casino. He initially intended to seek out Lin Kuer directly, but considering that Su Yueli was still present, he decided against it for the time being. Perhaps a little more rest. Lin Chen stretched on the bed, instinctively wrapping his arms around Su Yueli, who was engrossed in her phone. Wait, why was he holding Su Yueli? Had he grown accustomed to this? They were not in that kind of relationship. Realizing the awkwardness, he immediately released her. Apologies, continue what you were doing. I shall rest a bit more. However, as he lay there, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable void. While he pondered this, a warm little hand gently brushed against his chest. followed by Su Yueli nestling into his embrace, enveloped in a subtle fragrance. Have you taken me for granted, hugging and then releasing me? Su Yueli's eyes sparkled with a hint of reproach, mingled with emotions he could not decipher, the warmth of her scent stirring a flutter in his heart. Lin Chen was at a loss for words, and ultimately chose silence, surrendering to the soothing scent of Su Yueli as he drifted into slumber. When he awakened again, it was already afternoon, and Su Yueli had mysteriously departed. Shaking his head to dispel the inexplicable sense of loss, he reached for his phone and dialed Lin Kuer. Lin Chen, brother, is Kuer home? Just got back from work. All right, I'll head over to see you. Lin Kuer, upon hearing that Lin Chen was coming, hastily set aside her belongings and rushed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside. Brother Lin Chen, you arrived just in time. I just finished dinner. Upon seeing Lin Chen, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Kuer's face. Her pallor from the previous day's indulgence in drink now completely vanished. I shall indulge in Kuer's culinary skills once again. The meal was once again perfectly tailored to Lin Chen's palate, leading him to ponder whether Lin Kuer had secretly peered into his mind. For every dish she prepared was to his liking. Almost forgetting, he reminded himself that his purpose for visiting today was not merely to enjoy a meal. Lin Chen took out his phone and directly transferred the remaining 1,100,000 to Lin Kuer. Kuer, take a look at your phone, he said with a smile. As Lin Kuer picked up her phone, she saw the message notifying her of the bank transfer of 1,100,000. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over, her voice tinged with a slight sob. Brother Lin Chen, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Come on, smile. No sooner had Lin Chen finished speaking than Lin Kuer suddenly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, releasing the pent-up grievances and despair that had accumulated over the past few days. Lin Chen gently patted her shoulder in comfort while internally he thought, oh no, I must shower before Su Yueli returns. Otherwise, that wretched woman will catch a whiff of Lin Kuer's scent. After a long moment, Lin Kuer, her cheeks flushed, reluctantly released Lin Chen, slowly extricating herself from the warm and cherished embrace that she had never truly experienced before, not in the same genuine and direct manner as now. Unlike during her previous drunken states. I'm sorry, Brother Lin Chen, I've gotten your clothes dirty. Lin Kuer mumbled, her head lowered and her face flushed, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Lin Chen gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. It's all right. Now that you've cried, don't you feel much better inside? Lin Kuer nodded gently. At that moment, the clouds of sorrow that had once shadowed her eyes dissipated completely, returning her to the sunny, sweet demeanor Lin Chen had first encountered. Now that I see you're all right, I should take my leave. It's getting late. Lin Chen straightened his clothes, preparing to depart. Lin Kuer's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet she understood she had no reason to hold Lin Chen back. Brother Lin Chen, don't worry. I will work hard to repay you. It seems she wanted to speak before he left, but was at a loss for words. I've already said it's fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Well then, I must be off. Remember to rest early tonight. Just as Lin Chen was about to step out the door, Lin Kuer suddenly recalled something, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Brother Lin Chen. Her lips parted slightly, her gaze betraying a mixture of conflict and guilt. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Chen smiled gently. I have already given you 3 million. There is no need for formalities. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Brother Lin Chen, could you assist me with one more favor? Chapter 53. The arrival. Can you accompany me back home for a visit? I wish to see my mother. Lin Chen spoke gently, devoid of any impatience. Accompany you? Lin Kuer replied, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear and struggle, which was unexpected, as returning home should ordinarily be a joyful occasion. Are you afraid of going home alone? Lin Chen inquired. Upon realizing that Lin Chen had discerned her inner turmoil, Lin Kuer nodded softly. It would be fine if it were just my mother, but once I settle my debts at the casino, my father will return home, and I fear. Are you afraid of encountering your father? Yes. Lin Kuer's eyes trembled slightly as she whispered, Brother Lin Chen, let me share a secret with you. I am not the biological daughter of my parents. What? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Ku'er continued. I was found by my mother when I was very young, abandoned by the roadside. After many years of marriage without children, my mother brought me home. She treats me well, as if I were her own, but my father does not like me. He is often harsh to both me and my mother. So, I understand. It's all right, Lin Chen assured her with a reassuring smile. Perhaps it was their shared experiences as adopted children that fostered a deeper sympathy within him for Lin Ku'er. However, she was fortunate in having a caring adoptive mother, whereas Lin Chen felt that no one in the Lin family harbored genuine affection for him. Is that really true, Brother Lin Chen? Lin Ku'er's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course it is. Lin Chen smiled. I will find a free moment when I return and give you a call. Okay. After leaving Lin Ku'er's home, Lin Chen hurried towards the villa. Fortune favored him, as Su Yueli had not yet returned. He rushed into the bathroom to wash his clothes and take a shower, quickly emerging refreshed, ensuring that Su Yueli would suspect nothing. He returned to his bedroom and leaned against the bed, passing time by checking his phone. It felt strange to be alone, as he was used to having Su Yueli beside him. He picked up a nearby pillow and held it close, suddenly recalling that instinctive urge to embrace Su Yueli during their midday nap. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere habit. Perhaps it was indeed a habit, but could it be attributed solely to that? When he released Su Yueli, she had instinctively nestled back into his embrace and gazing at her exquisitely beautiful face. His heart fluttered ever so slightly. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, this was the undeniable truth. Thus, when Su Yueli questioned why he had embraced her only to let go, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he had indeed developed a tender affection for Su Yueli, a sentiment arising from their unconventional relationship. But could this truly be considered love? It seems that this feeling has blossomed within me since the last time I fled from Su Yueli's side. The sound of her high heels echoed outside the door. She has returned. Lin Chen shook his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. Since there are no answers at present, he shall allow time to reveal them. However, he would continually remind himself that Su Yueli regarded him merely as a plaything, a means to preserve the last vestige of her sanity. Unbeknownst to him, in Su Yueli's heart, he had long ceased to be merely an object of amusement. On the day of his unconsciousness, guided by Chun Xian, Su Yueli realized her affection for Lin Chen. Yet, with her pride, how could she ever confess her feelings? If Lin Chen were to inquire, she would stubbornly declare that he was nothing more than her toy. Come here to serve me. Su Yueli's voice drifted from the doorway. Lin Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Did he possess no dignity at all? With a hint of dissatisfaction, he made his way to Su Yueli's bedroom. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Chen seemed to hear a painful moan escape Su Yueli's lips, followed by the sensation of her gripping his arm tightly. Upon regaining consciousness, he turned on the light and gazed softly at Su Yueli nestled in his embrace, asking gently, "What is it? It hurts." Su Yueli murmured weakly, curling up in his arms. Lin Chen looked down to see her other hand delicately pressed against her flat abdomen. It appeared she was experiencing her monthly discomfort. Even a woman as formidable as Su Yueli found it difficult to endure. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity regarding this pain. "I'll go fetch you some hot water." He cautiously released her hand and went to prepare a cup of warm water, which he then offered to Su Yueli, encouraging her to sip slowly. "Help me massage," Su Yueli whispered as she leaned against Lin Chen. "How do I do that?" Lin Chen was inexperienced in such matters. Previously, Jiang Yao had never allowed him to touch her. "Fool!" Su Yueli gently took his hand and placed it on her abdomen, demonstrating, "Is this all it takes?" Quite simple. Lin Chen quickly grasped the technique, and his warm hands, applying just the right amount of pressure, alleviated much of Su Yueli's discomfort. "Do you usually experience this much pain?" Lin Chen could not contain his curiosity. "It's not usually this painful. I can endure it. I don't know why it's so intense this time." Su Yueli replied softly. "Could it be because we have been too frequent?" Lin Chen suggested, feeling somewhat bashful. Su Yueli fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating the validity of Lin Chen's conjecture. It does seem quite possible. Under Lin Chen's attentive care, Su Yueli gradually succumbed to slumber in his embrace. He glanced at the woman who had kept him awake for most of the night and, unable to resist, placed a gentle kiss on the corner of her lips, considering it a way to reclaim a bit of interest. The following day, upon awakening, Yueli appeared to have nearly recovered. Apart from the occasional fleeting expression of pain across her brow, it was difficult to discern any remnants of her previous discomfort. Qian, please prepare yourself. I shall arrive shortly. Upon receiving Qian's call, Yueli ascended the stairs to change her attire. After descending, she turned to Lin Chen and requested, please escort me to my workplace. Are you not going to rest a while longer? Lin Chen inquired. That is not an option. Several significant projects require meetings. Very well. Lin Chen drove her to the company, stopping briefly by a shop along the way. Please wait a moment. I need to purchase a few items. Soon, Lin Chen emerged with a shopping bag in hand. Here, this is for you. It should prove beneficial. He handed several heat packs to Yueli. Apply them to your body, and you shall feel more comfortable. As Yueli gazed at the heat packs Lin Chen offered, a fleeting, unusual emotion flickered in her eyes. After a brief pause, she softly uttered, thank you. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Go away. Upon arriving at the building's entrance, Yueli exited the vehicle. Lin Chen had contemplated following her inside, but considering that Yueli had not insisted upon his presence at her workplace and was still on sick leave, he decided against it. Thus, he seized the opportunity to accompany Lin Kuker back home while time permitted. Chapter 54. Lin Ker's home. Lin Ker's parents' residence is not too far from here. Approximately a 2-hour bus journey. Throughout the ride, Lin Ker appeared somewhat cheerful, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in her demeanor. Her joy stemmed from the prospect of seeing her mother, while her sadness was rooted in the looming confrontation with her father, recently released from a casino. As the bus meandered through various stops, Lin Chen and Lin Ker finally reached their destination. The pair disembarked, carrying a few gifts. Brother Lin, over there is my home. Lin Ker gestured toward a nearby community. In the distance, a middle-aged woman could be seen standing at the entrance. Mom. Lin Ker waved vigorously from afar. Ker. The woman responded with a wave of her own. Soon, they crossed the road and approached the community entrance, laden with their belongings. Mom. Lin Ker rushed into the woman's embrace, her heart swelling with affection. The woman's eyes brimmed with longing, tears beginning to well up. It had been far too long since she had seen her daughter. My Ker has grown even more beautiful, the woman exclaimed with a joyful smile. Mom is the most beautiful, Lin Ker murmured in her mother's arms. Lin Chen stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting this tender reunion. Though they shared no blood ties, in his eyes, the bond between the two women transcended mere familial connection. After some time, Lin Ker finally pulled away from her mother's embrace. The woman gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Ker's eyes, playfully chiding. Look how grown-up you are, still crying? It's just that I haven't seen you in so long, Lin Ker replied, her voice laced with affection. All right, Ker, I can feel how much you've missed your mother. Isn't it time to introduce your friend? The woman smiled at Lin Chen. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you. Lin Ker hurriedly moved to stand beside Lin Chen. Mom, this is Brother Lin Chen, the one I mentioned over the phone. He is the one who helped me with all that money. Brother Lin is so kind to me. He takes such good care of me while I'm at work. Upon hearing that Lin Chen was the one who had provided them with nearly 3 million, gratitude instantly illuminated the woman's expression. She inclined her body slightly toward Lin Chen, saying, Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen, for helping our family through this difficult time. Please rest assured, we will strive to repay you. Lin Chen, seeing her gesture, quickly stepped forward to assist Lin Ker's mother in standing upright. Auntie, please. There is no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. You may call me Xiao Lin. Very well, I want to overstate my thanks then. I am Zhou Wan. You may call me Aunt Zhou. Hello, Aunt Zhou. All right, it's chilly outside. Let us not linger here. Let us head inside. Zhou Wan smiled warmly. Upon hearing the mention of returning home, the joy on Lin Ker's face dimmed significantly. Mom, about that. Noticing her distress, Zhou Wan comforted her. Don't worry, he is gone, and I am here alone at home. The mention of her father's absence gradually alleviated the sadness in Lin Ker's eyes. Upon entering Lin Ker's home, one could see the decor was quite simple, yet it was meticulously tidy and well organized. Xiao Lin, Please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water, Zhou offered. Auntie, it's all right. I can do it, Lin Chen replied. You're both a guest and a benefactor to our family. How could we allow you to attend to us personally? Kaya, come here and assist me. As Zhou finished speaking, she tugged Lin Ke towards the kitchen. Upon entering, she could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered to Lin Ke, confess honestly, is Shaolin your boyfriend? Huh? Mom, no. Lin Ke's face flushed crimson, her words tumbling out in a fluster. You're still pretending in front of me. If he were not your boyfriend, how could he possibly give you 3 million in one go? Do you comprehend the enormity of that amount? It truly isn't. And is he pursuing you? Not exactly. Oh dear, please stop asking. In any case, Lin Chen and I do not share that kind of relationship. We are merely colleagues. Seeing Lin Ke's flushed cheeks, Zhou smiled indulgently and said, all right, mother will not inquire further. However, you must always remember to protect yourself. Understood. Brother Lin Chen would never harm me. The two prepared fruit and tea for Lin Chen and served him, taking their seats beside him. Just as the three were enjoying a pleasant conversation, a sudden, vigorous knock echoed from the door. Open up, came a hoarse voice from outside. The harmonious atmosphere among the trio was abruptly shattered. Lin Ke's father had returned. Mom. A hint of fear flickered across Lin Ke's face. A reflex cultivated since childhood. Ke, do not be afraid. Considering Lin Chen's presence, Zhou turned to them and said, when he comes in, you and Shaolin should leave. Shaolin, I apologize. Ke's father has a rather volatile temperament. It's quite all right, I understand. Lin Chen replied with a smile. After giving her instructions, Zhou went to open the door. What clandestine dealings are you up to, lurking about like this? A somewhat gaunt middle-aged man entered, his face marred by numerous visible scars, likely a result of being detained at a gambling den. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Chen and Lin Ke seated in the living room. Huh, this little brat has returned and brought along a pretty boy? As soon as the middle-aged man entered, Lin Ke slightly lowered her head and inched closer to Lin Chen, seeking a sense of security. What nonsense are you spouting? Without Shaolin's money, you would still be locked up in that casino. Hearing the man's unfiltered remarks, Zhou expression turned serious as she cast an apologetic glance towards Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, I'm sorry. Lin Kaya mum ulet softly. Just loud enough for Lin Chen to hear. Lin Chen, noticing her distress, offered her a reassuring look, signaling that it was all right. He had already gleaned the nature of Lin Ke's father during the journey here. This situation bore no reflection on Lin Ke or Aunt Zhou. He couldn't help but ponder the worth of redeeming someone like him for Lin Ke and Zhou. The man was aware that his release was due to Lin Ke unexpectedly acquiring nearly 3 million, yet he refrained from inquiring about the source of these funds. His sole concern was whether he could be freed. At that moment, upon hearing his wife's words, he paused for a moment before asking, are you implying that this money was given by that pretty boy? Even so, he continued to refer to Lin Chen as pretty boy. Enough. Wang Defa, can you not learn to show some respect? Zhou could no longer contain herself, a surge of indignation filling her eyes. Lin Ke, who had initially bowed her head in fear, felt a spark of anger rise within her upon hearing this man, whom she referred to as father, repeatedly insult Lin Chen. Suddenly, she stood up, summoning an unprecedented courage to confront the man she had feared for over 20 years, exclaiming, you shall not speak of my brother Lin Chen in such a manner. Lin Ke's voice, once trembling, grew increasingly resolute. The man was evidently taken aback, not expecting that these two women in his household would unite to rebuke him over an outsider. It seemed he had indeed provoked them. Chapter 55. Unworthy, how dare you speak to me like this? What is wrong with me calling him a pretty boy? Don't think I am unaware of his intentions. Wang Defa turned to Lin Chen with a mocking expression and said, Kid, are you infatuated with my little bastard? Let me tell you, if you wish to marry her, you better bring me 1 million. In Wang Defa's eyes, he regarded Lin Chen as a suitor of Lin Ke, although he lacked formal education. It was evident to him that casually handing over 3 million to Lin Ke implied a romantic interest. Moreover, Lin Chen appeared refined and handsome, clearly a wealthy young master, undoubtedly possessing an abundance of money. Wang Defa's mind began to calculate. If he could exchange this little bastard Lin Ke for some cash, it It would be a tremendous profit. Little bastard, come here. Wang Defa beckoned Lin Ke, intending to seize this potential source of wealth. Lin Ke's face remained contorted with anger, her gaze fixed on Wang Defa. Upon hearing him summon her, a deep-seated fear made her tremble slightly, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Chen. Did you hear me? Come here. Wang Defa shouted again. When Lin Ke did not respond, he immediately unbuckled his belt. Very well. Today I shall teach you a lesson. What are you doing? If you dare to strike my daughter, I will fight you. Zhou, witnessing the scene, quickly clutched Wang Defa tightly and urged Lin Ke. Take Xiao Lin and leave quickly. Mom. Lin Ke exclaimed, tears beginning to well in her eyes. Vile woman, let go of me. Wang Defa grozdet. Fine, since you insist. I shall deal with you first. With much greater strength, Wang Defa began to break free from Zhou's grasp. Lin Ke, anxious, was about to rush forward to save her mother when suddenly a warm and soothing voice resonated in her ear. Ke, leave this to me. Lin Chen stood up and gently patted Lin Ke's shoulder, then walked past the sofa towards the entangled pair. I'll teach you a lesson, you vile woman. Just as Wang Defa was about to strike Zhou with the belt, Lin Chen seized his hand. The belt rebounded and struck Wang Defa's already injured face. Ah! Wang Defa cried out in pain, glaring at Lin Chen with fury. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in this matter, or I will not permit you to be with that little bastard. What are you two staring at? Hurry up and pull him away from me. Since Wang Defa entered, Lin Chen had been observing his words and actions, and it had indeed turned out to be disappointing. He had initially intended to address him as uncle, but it seemed unnecessary now. Lin Chen's gaze began to harden, and he tightened his grip on Wang Defa's hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. Lin Chen disregarded Wang Defa's wails and turned to the embracing Lin Ke and Zhou with a gentle tone. And Zhou, my apologies. With that, Lin Chen unleashed a punch directly onto Wang Defa's face. Wang Defa let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed onto the nearby sofa. The punch was perfectly executed, leaving him with just enough consciousness to avoid losing it completely, and he lay on the sofa, groaning hoarsely. Zhou and Lin Ke, witnessing the scene, did not display any concern. Rather, a hint of relief washed over their faces, indicating that their feelings for this man had long since waned. Lin Chen looked down at Wang Defa, his voice cold and cutting. The only reason you can strut around your home is because Ke and Aunt Zhou have supported you financially. Yet, you show no gratitude and dare to lay a hand on them. What right do you have to harm them? Do you only dare to flaunt your power before the weak? A scoundrel like you is unworthy of being a father or a husband. Each word Lin Chen uttered pierced Wang Defa's mind like a sharp thorn, rendering his face crimson with rage, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Forced to lie on the sofa and listen to a younger generation chastise him. After delivering his reprimand, Lin Chen glanced at Zhou and Lin Ke, once more expressing a trace of regret. It's all right, Xiao Lin. He deserves this, Zhou replied. You did nothing wrong, brother Lin. Lin Ke added. Hearing their voices, Wang Defa, recovering slightly, struggled to rise and confront the two women. Perhaps due to having bullied Zhou and Lin Ke for too long, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation at their pointed fingers. However, after several futile attempts to rise, he found himself defeated. Lin Chen's punch seemingly rendering him temporarily incapable of controlling his own body. And Zhou, there are things I shouldn't say, but... Lin Chen began. You mean to suggest divorce? Zhou guessed Lin Chen's intention, letting out a soft sigh as if reminiscing. He wasn't always like this. When we first met, he treated me well, and I believed we would find everlasting happiness and eventually have our own children. However, after 3 years of marriage, we have yet to conceive, and his character has gradually twisted. I had hoped that meeting Ke would alleviate his burdens, but unexpectedly, it only exacerbated his turmoil. Over the years, I have contemplated divorce. Perhaps the beauty of our initial encounter kept a flicker of hope alive in me, preventing me from taking that step. But today, at the moment you struck, I found my heart utterly unperturbed, replaced by an unexpected sense of liberation. I suppose his actions over the years have extinguished the last remnants of my affection for him. Thus, it seems I'm finally ready to take that step. As Zhou spoke, she turned to Lin Ke whose eyes still glistened with tears, and smiled gently. May I ask you a question? The little girl responded. If your father and I were to divorce, would you wish to stay with me? For most families, this statement may evoke a sense of sorrow. Yet when Zhou Wan uttered it, there lingered a subtle tremor of joy. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ku'er was instantly overwhelmed with tears. After waiting for over 20 years, she had finally heard her mother ask this question. I am willing to walk alongside my mother. Lin Ku'er buried her head in Zhou Wan's embrace, sobbing continuously, yet it was a cry of happiness. They could finally escape from this man completely. After comforting Lin Ku'er for a while, Zhou Wan approached Wang Defa, and she seemed to rejuvenate considerably. A faint smile reminiscent of their first encounter graced her lips as she softly murmured, Farewell, brother Fa. This was not a farewell to the present Wang Defa, but rather to the one from many years ago, who had held her close and professed, I will love on Wan for a lifetime. Chapter 56. Sister. Upon hearing Zhou Wan's words, Wang Defa's struggling body seemed to deflate, suddenly coming to a halt. The phrase brother Fa appeared to pull him back to a time long past. It was unclear when it was that Zhou Wan had ceased to address him in such a manner. He slowly closed his eyes, as if traversing the distant memories of his youth. Wan, I shall love you for eternity. Wan, you once said that when we have children, they will resemble either you or me. Wan, you are never to leave me in this lifetime. After a long while, Wang Defa abruptly opened his eyes, feeling a newfound ability to move. He sprang up and fled the house as if escaping. In a secluded place, he pressed his head against the wall, tears streaming down his face, murmuring words not befitting his age. I have lost my Wan. After Wang Defa's departure, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to the state it was in when Lin Chen first arrived. To express her gratitude and remorse, Zhou Wan inquired about Lin Chen's culinary preferences before stepping out to purchase groceries, allowing her daughter Ku'er some breathing room. Brother Lin Chen, I am sorry for making you endure such frustration. Lin Chen gently patted Ku'er's little head and smiled. It's quite all right. I am not angry. How many times must I say it? Please don't be so formal with me in the future. If you feel guilty, then you can personally cook for me later. All right, Brother Lin Chen, let me show you my childhood photos. Upon Zhou Wan's return, Ku'er eagerly volunteered to head to the kitchen to prepare lunch for her beloved mother and Brother Lin Chen. Mom, let me show you the skills I've honed while practicing outside. Good, I look forward to it. Before long, Ku'er had prepared an entire table of dishes. Lin Chen noticed that Ku'er's cooking had improved compared to her previous attempts, perhaps due to her elevated spirits. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and it was time for them to leave. Ku'er clung to Zhou Wan's arm, reluctant to part. Mom, should I stay behind to wait for you and him to divorce? I fear that if I leave, he will harm you again. Zhou Wan gently stroked Ku'er's little head and reassured her, Do not worry about me. Focus on your work. But, rest assured, I have endured for so many years. Once this is resolved, I will come to see you. All right. Before departing, Ku'er threw herself into Zhou Wan's embrace, holding on for a long time before finally letting go. Little Lin, please take good care of Ku'er while you work. Thank you. And Zhou, you need not worry. In my heart, Ku'er is like a sister to me, and I shall look after her well. Very well. I won't delay you any longer. Hurry and board the bus. Do not return home after dark. Yes, goodbye, Aunt Zhou. Once on the bus, Lin Chen sensed that Ku'er appeared somewhat despondent, clearly reluctant to part with Zhou Wan. What Lin Chen was unaware of was that Lin Ku'er's behavior was largely influenced by his earlier remark to Zhou Wan, expressing that he regarded her as a sister. In an attempt to divert Lin Ku'er's attention, Lin Chen said, Ku'er, I have a question that has been lingering in my mind. Ms. Zhou's surname is Zhou, and that man's surname is Wang. Why do you carry the surname Lin? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ku'er replied, It is simply the name I was given. Lin Ku'er continued, When my mother found me, there was a note in my blanket with the name Lin Ku'er inscribed upon it. That must have been a name bestowed upon me by my biological parents or family. My father disapproved of me and forbade me from sharing his surname, so my mother allowed me to keep my own name. I see. Allow me to share my story as well. Lin Chen smiled. A tale I have never revealed to you. He recounted how he had been taken in by an orphanage and subsequently adopted by the Lin family at the age of 7, as well as the recent incident of leaving with nothing. How could the Lin family be so cruel? Lin Chen exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. Deeply angered by Lin Chen's misfortunes. Do not worry, Chen. They shall receive their just deserts, though not at this moment. Suddenly, after narrating his own tale, Lin Chen recalled something significant. He remembered Lin Chen mentioning that there was a note in her blanket when she was found, which bore the name Lin Chen. Coincidentally, when he was taken in by the orphanage, there was also a note inscribed with the name Lin Chen. They shared similar fates, the same surname, and even had identical preferences in food. What an uncanny coincidence. As Lin Chen pondered, realization exploded in his mind. He froze. Could it be that Lin Chen is his sister? No, it cannot be, Lin Chen murmured. An indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him, and he turned to scrutinize Lin Chen's beautiful face, which still bore traces of displeasure, as if seeking any resemblance between them. Unfortunately, he found none. Brother Lin Chen. Feeling shy under his gaze, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Awakening from his reverie, Lin Chen felt slightly embarrassed. I apologize, It's all right. If Brother Lin Chen enjoys looking at me, then feel free to do so. As she spoke, Lin Chen clutched her clothing tightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen refrained from voicing his suspicions. Without concrete evidence, he decided it best not to speak, to avoid disappointing them both. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment. 2 hours passed, and the bus arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the foot of Lin Chen building, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was precisely 5 o'clock. Yueli had yet to call him for her pickup, leaving ample time ahead. Brother Lin Chen, would you like to go upstairs and rest for a while? Lin Kaya inquired. No, I have a few matters to attend to, he replied. All right, then goodbye, Brother Lin Chen. After parting ways with Lin Chen, Lin Chen made his way towards the parking area. Just as he arrived at the lot, his phone rang. Come pick me up, came the weary and somewhat frail voice of Yueli, likely a consequence of the lingering presence of that individual. Understood. Lin Chen promptly drove towards the Jiani group. On his route, he deliberately passed by the snack street where he had previously taken Yueli. His intentions were twofold: to procure a few skewers of candied hawthorn and other delectable snacks to satiate his cravings, and to absorb the enticing aromas of the food to mask any lingering scent of Lin Chen that might cling to him. After all, that woman belonged to the canine zodiac. Upon picking up Yueli, she indeed did not mention Lin Chen, instead merely asking, "Did you go to the snack street?" "Yes," Lin Chen responded, a hint of pride in his voice, as though he had successfully cheated on an exam. He gestured towards the assortment of food laid out in the back seat. Yueli took the treats, but shot Lin Chen a disapproving glance during her special time. She was unable to indulge in the very items he had brought. Sensing her gaze, Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Once you recover, I'll buy you some to enjoy. For now, Miss Su, could you perhaps feed me a candied hawthorn? Consider it a token of gratitude for my chauffeuring you to and from work today." Yueli, contemplating for a moment, finally said softly, "Open your mouth." "Ah. Yueli swiftly squeezed 3 candied hawthorns into Lin Chen's mouth. He struggled to swallow them down and wiped his lips, muttering, "Dog woman." At that moment, Yueli slowly remarked, "Given that you brought me a hot water bottle today, this slight punishment is sufficient." "Punishment?" Lin Chen asked, somewhat confused. "Wait a moment, you don't mean..." Chapter 57. The Revenge of Chu Jinghong indeed. Yueli remarked with a hint of indifference. From her expression, it was evident that she was aware of everything Lin Chen had done today. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had no semblance of privacy before Yueli, a sensation that truly irked him. Nevertheless, he had not engaged in any reprehensible acts, so he shrugged it off. Once Yueli's health was restored, he would surely make her weep while simultaneously persuading her to lift the surveillance she had imposed on him. If Yueli were to discover the lewd thoughts occupying Lin Chen's mind at that moment, she would undoubtedly regret not choking him with a candied hawthorn earlier. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, Yueli surmised that his displeasure stemmed from her vigilant watch over him. Next time you intend to venture far, do inform me in advance. I shall dispatch someone to ensure your safety. The Chu and Yi families have begun to stir due to recent events, Yueli elucidated. Is that why you're watching me? He queried. Why else? Do you think I fear your escape? Yueli retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. Even if you fled to another country, I would still be able to track you down. Realizing his misunderstanding of Yueli's intentions, Lin Chen decided to postpone the idea of making her cry. Stop the car. Yueli's irritation at Lin Chen's misinterpretation was palpable. Huh? Just as Lin Chen brought the vehicle to a halt at the roadside, Yueli unbuckled her seatbelt, turned, and sank her teeth sharply into his shoulder. Ouch! You wicked woman! Lin Chen gasped in surprise. Yueli's bite was rather fierce, and he felt compelled to push her away. However, considering her fragile condition, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He resigned himself to accept this as a deserved punishment for his previous misjudgment of her good intentions. After her bite, seemingly realizing she had been a bit too forceful, Yueli gently caressed Lin Chen's shoulder, her tone softening. Drive. Just you wait. Huh? Why is the traffic so congested today? Lin Chen pondered aloud after noticing the road was choked with vehicles. The car of Zhang Long, which had been trailing them closely, had also vanished from sight amidst the throng. It appeared they would be stuck for some time. Lin Chen engaged the handbrake and turned to Yueli, who was cradling her abdomen, her face betraying a slight grimace of discomfort. Is it hurting again? He inquired gently. Yueli nodded faintly. Unbuckling her seatbelt and leaning against Lin Chen's shoulder, he instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, massaging it lightly. At that moment, a call came in from Zhang Long. Miss, the situation seems dire. I have just received word that the Chu family has dispatched a helicopter heading in our direction. As Zhang Long's message concluded, Lin Chen heard the unmistakable roar of helicopter blades above their vehicle. This is bad. Observing the surrounding gridlock, Lin Chen swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not merely traffic. It was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Chu family. Quick, get out of the car. Though weakened, Yueli's mind was sharp, and she immediately grasped the urgency of the moment. The two hastily flung open the car doors, preparing to escape. Boom! At that moment, the vehicles that had been surrounding them suddenly converged towards their car, effectively pinning the doors shut. The sunroof. Just as Lin Chen prepared to open the sunroof, a massive metal block was hurled down from the helicopter above, instantly deforming the sunroof and rendering it inoperable. All possible exits were blocked. After confirming that Yueli beside him was unharmed, Lin Chen raised his leg to kick the front windshield, but the glass was bulletproof and impervious to his strength. Zhang Long, hurry and rescue your lady. Lin Chen shouted into the still-active phone. Without needing Lin Chen's reminder, Zhang Long had already prepared to exit the vehicle upon noticing the helicopter, yet the cars surrounding them effectively trapped them, making escape impossible in the short term. The road was entirely filled with vehicles belonging to the Chu family. The roar of the helicopter grew increasingly closer, and Lin Chen estimated it was now less than 10 meters above them. His expression turned anxious as he desperately contemplated ways to escape. But the impact had warped the doors, and even without the obstruction of other vehicles, they remained stuck. Clang, clang. Amidst the helicopter's roar, the sound of chains echoed around them. Through the window, Lin Chen glimpsed 4 pitch-black chains descending from the sky, each with a hook at the end. Soon, several figures emerged from the surrounding vehicles, dragging chains to attach them around Lin Chen's car. Were they going to drag us away? Just as Lin Chen's words fell, the car beneath them began to shake violently, and the scenery outside the window started to descend slowly. The helicopter was lifting the vehicle into the air. Miss! Zhang Long and the others screamed, but it was futile. The helicopter quickly vanished into the clouds, and as dusk approached, it soon disappeared from Zhang Long's view on the ground. The violent shaking during ascent exacerbated Yueli's discomfort, causing her face to twist in pain. Quick, fasten your seatbelt. Both had unbuckled their seatbelts in preparation to exit the vehicle, and now, amidst the tumultuous shaking, it was challenging to maintain balance. At that moment, a chain that had been hanging in one corner suddenly slipped, causing the entire car to tilt in midair. Before Yueli could buckle her seatbelt, she fell toward Lin Chen. Fortunately, He managed to catch her just in time. He cradled Su Yueli close, adjusting their positions to keep them as level as possible within the car. With her head nestled against Lin Chen's chest, her expression grew increasingly pained. A pang of sympathy surged within Lin Chen. He held her in a manner that would provide her with as much comfort as possible, gently stroking her back while whispering softly in her ear, "If it becomes unbearable, just bite down on my shoulder for a while." Su Yueli slightly shook her head and murmured, "Call Qian." All right. Lin Chen had been preoccupied with protecting Su Yueli and had momentarily forgotten to call for help. He picked up Su Yueli's phone, which had fallen nearby. But it appeared the Chu family had anticipated this. Her phone's signal was completely jammed. Lin Chen hastily retrieved his own phone, only to discover that it too had no signal. It seems that Chu Jinghong has indeed made ample preparations to capture us. Lin Chen's expression gradually grew serious as he gazed out the window. At this moment, the surroundings were enveloped by the sea, and a small island was faintly discernible ahead. If he was not mistaken, the helicopter was destined to transport them to that very island. Do you know where that island is? Lin Chen asked as he provided Su Yueli, cradled in his arms, with a general description of the environment and the island. An island surrounded by the sea? It must be the core territory of the Chu family, Su Yueli pondered before responding. The core territory of the Chu family? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. If that were the case, the defenses here would undoubtedly be more stringent than elsewhere, making it challenging for the Su family's rescue efforts to reach them. Chapter 58. They shall not lay a hand on you, as the aircraft remained airborne. Lin Chen contemplated the possibility of prying open the door and swimming back to shore. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Regardless of their stamina, Su Yueli's current physical condition rendered her incapable of enduring the frigid waters. Cursed be the circumstances. Lin Chen growled in frustration. Should they wait until the plane touches down, they would find themselves in a precarious position, uncertain of the nefarious tactics Chu Jinghong might employ against them. His own safety did not concern him. Rather, he was dreadfully apprehensive about the vile acts Chu Jinghong might inflict upon Su Yueli. The more he dwelled on it, the more his anxiety surged. Yet, what could they possibly do, trapped in heavens? Su Yueli glanced up at Lin Chen's distressed visage, a ripple of concern flickering in her eyes as she gently reached up to smooth the furrowed brow upon his forehead. The chill of her delicate hand provided Lin Chen with a modicum of solace. "Do not fret. We still have a chance," Su Yueli murmured softly within Lin Chen's embrace. "There are those loyal to me on the island of the Chu family." Her words ignited a glimmer of hope in Lin Chen's eyes. Perhaps their situation was not as dire as it seemed. Although he remained uncertain of the capabilities of Su Yueli's allies, there was still a sliver of optimism. "How is your condition now?" Lin Chen inquired, concern etched in his voice as he noted the increasing frailty in Su Yueli's tone. "I can endure." Suddenly, the aircraft jolted, prompting a soft gasp from Su Yueli. A fleeting expression of pain crossed her exquisite features, her eyes betraying her weakness. Lin Chen recognized that her predicament was likely far worse than she had confessed. He gently pressed her head against his shoulder, whispering, "If it becomes unbearable, just bite me." Su Yueli offered no reply, instead resting her eyes against Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen remained vigilant, monitoring the aircraft's movements and any signs of rescue from the Su family. However, without mobile reception, it was likely that the Su family could not yet ascertain their whereabouts. Upon reaching the island, should they encounter Su Yueli's contacts within the Chu family, they might devise a method to communicate with the Su family. As Lin Chen had surmised, the aircraft began its descent as it approached the small island. Below, a group of over a dozen individuals awaited the arrival of Lin Chen and Su Yueli. Ultimately, the helicopter hovered at the island's perimeter, where a stretch of sandy beach lay, and gently lowered the vehicle, carrying Lin Chen and Su Yueli before departing. Through the window, Lin Chen spotted several familiar figures. At the forefront stood Chu Jinghong, his face twisted into a sinister grin, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. "Su Yueli, we meet again," he proclaimed. "This time, I shall see where you can flee. I will return to you the suffering endured by Linker tenfold, 100-fold. I will ensure that everyone on this island experiences just how delectable the young lady of the Su family truly is. Bring me the car door." With that command, a bodyguard approached, wielding a chainsaw. The ominous roar of the chainsaw, accompanied by sparks, began to slice through the door on Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen adjusted Su Yueli's position beside him in the passenger seat to shield her from the potential harm of the chainsaw. While calculating the time it would take for the door to be severed, he peered through the window to assess their surroundings. They were situated on a beach, with distant structures and a dark thicket looming in the background. Bang! The car door trembled violently under the relentless assault of the chainsaw, showing signs of imminent detachment. "Hold on. I will take you out first," Lin Chen whispered gently into Su Yueli's ear. She nodded faintly in response, seizing the opportune moment. As the door was on the brink of falling, Lin Chen delivered a swift kick that sent the chainsaw-wielding bodyguard flying along with the door. Taking advantage of the opening, he dashed out of the vehicle, carrying Su Yueli in his arms. Observing this, the bodyguard surrounding Chu Jinghong quickly formed a circle, enclosing Lin Chen and Su Yueli within. Protectively cradling the visibly pale Su Yueli, Lin Chen cast a cold glare at the encroaching adversaries. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear them. However, given Su Yueli's frail state and the looming threat from all sides, any lapse in vigilance could lead to disaster. Some of these bodyguards had previously clashed with Lin Chen and were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, which deterred anyone from initiating an attack. Just as tensions escalated, Chu Jinghong spoke, his smile betraying a sense of superiority as he addressed Lin Chen. "Brother Zhang, although you deceived me last time, I am willing to extend another opportunity. You must have recognized the reality of the situation. Even if you defeat my bodyguards, there is nowhere for you to flee. Should you relinquish your protection of Su Yueli, I will still honor my previous promise to you. Take your time to consider." After finishing his taunt, Chu Jinghong glanced at Su Yueli nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, adopting a mocking victor-esque stance. "What ailment afflicts Miss Su? Leaning on your bodyguard, as if she cannot stand alone? Such a fragile state is unsuitable, especially with so many of my brothers present on the island." Ha ha ha! His laughter, accompanied by that of his bodyguards, was sickening. In response to Chu Jinghong's derision, Su Yueli chose to remain stoic, understanding that this was not the moment for verbal sparring. She whispered to Lin Chen, "I can hold on for a while longer. Do not worry about me. Focus on dealing with them first." Observing her feigned strength, Lin Chen felt a pang of empathy surge within him. Yet she was right. Prolonging the confrontation was not a viable strategy. They needed to eliminate the immediate threat. "All right, I promise I will not let them touch you," Lin Chen declared, draping his jacket over Su Yueli's shoulders. "Give me a bit of motivation before the fight." He flashed her a gentle smile. "Okay," she replied, and as her words faded, Lin Chen leaned down to place a tender kiss upon her fragrant lips. This kiss was not merely a request for the strength he sought, but also served as his silent retort to Chu Jinghong. Witnessing this exchange, Chu Jinghong froze momentarily, as if grasping the implications. Had these two been secretly entwined all along? Was his previous act of presenting a card to Lin Chen merely the folly of a jester? Yet, he soon found amusement in the thought. After capturing Su Yueli, wouldn't it be far more exhilarating to have Lin Chen watch from the sidelines? Ignoring the polite refusal of a toast, it was time to strike. As Chu Jinghong's words fell, his dozen or so bodyguards surged toward Lin Chen. With the swiftness of lightning, Lin Chen navigated through their assaults, each movement executed with lethal precision, delivering devastating blows to their vital points, rendering these bodyguards incapacitated. Throughout this chaos, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Su Yueli, his mind sharply attuned to any potential threats that might endanger her. Chu Jinghong stood by, a cold smirk adorning his face, his eyes glinting with malice as he observed Lin Chen, as if relishing the spectacle of a trapped beast fighting for survival. After several exchanges, half of the bodyguards lay on the ground, temporarily incapacitated by Lin Chen's ruthless onslaught. If this continued, it would merely be a matter of time before he felled the remaining guards and captured Chu Jinghong, whisking him away from this place. However, for reasons unknown, as he witnessed his bodyguards fall one by one, Chu Jinghong displayed no signs of panic, his demeanor still exuding amusement. Yet, Lin Chen could not afford to indulge in such thoughts. He pressed on, taking down the advancing foes one after another. Just as he subdued the last bodyguard, Chu Jinghong, who had been spectating all along, finally took action. Truly formidable, but it was time to conclude this. With a smile, Chu Jinghong drew a tranquilizer gun from his waist. Lin Chen, Yueli exclaimed, rushing toward him to shield him from the gun, but it was already too late. In an instant, Lin Chen was struck in the shoulder by Chu Jinghong's shot. Moments later, his consciousness began to blur as he leaned against Yueli and slowly succumbed to the darkness. Yueli, I wonder who will protect you now? Chapter 59. The person of Yueli. Chu Jinghong slowly approached Yueli. His eyes filled with a mocking glint, for she had finally fallen entirely into his grasp. Yueli's delicate face paled slightly as she rested Lin Chen's arm on her fragile shoulder, her cold gaze fixed upon Chu Jinghong. Observing the unyielding pride in Yueli's eyes, Chu Jinghong expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Yueli, I hope you can still regard me with such defiance shortly. He presented her with two choices. First, come forth and kneel willingly, and perhaps I may spare you some of the anguish. Second, I shall compel you to kneel. But be warned, what awaits you is ceaseless torment. Yueli remained unmoved by Chu Jinghong's threats. She lifted her chin slightly, her haughty demeanor intensifying, akin to the most biting winter wind, freezing all in its path. She deemed him unworthy of her attention, determined to conserve her last vestige of strength to support the man who had protected her throughout this ordeal. Chu Jinghong's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Yueli, you are rejecting my kindness. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for not affording you any further chances. With that, he stepped forward, reaching out to seize Yueli's slender arm. Struggling to support Lin Chen, she prepared to kick at Chu Jinghong, but her body was too weak to lift her leg. Just as Chu Jinghong, reeking of repulsiveness, was about to grasp Yueli, Lin Chen, who had been leaning against her, suddenly let out a low growl. How dare you? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen had either awakened from a stupor or had not been entirely sedated. At the crucial moment when Yueli was on the brink of falling into Chu Jinghong's clutches, his awareness propelled his numb body to shield her once more. What? How is this possible? In astonishment, Chu Jinghong witnessed Lin Chen's gaze locking onto him, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. If you dare lay a finger on her, I will ensure you pay in blood for your transgressions. Lin Chen's voice was deep and filled with menace, echoing like thunder in a valley, causing Chu Jinghong's heart to quiver. Before Chu Jinghong could react, Lin Chen's powerful arms encircled his neck like a vice. The veins on his arms bulged, each vessel pulsating with boundless fury and strength. The force was so immense that Chu Jinghong's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging from lack of oxygen as he struggled in vain. For Lin Chen's grip was like an immovable mountain, firmly restraining him. Contemplating the potential threat Chu Jinghong posed to Yueli, Lin Chen tightened his grip further, eliciting desperate gasps from Chu Jinghong, reminiscent of a dying man's final cries. Although Lin Chen had temporarily subdued Chu Jinghong, this was merely a fleeting flash of lucidity before his impending unconsciousness. The effects of the sedative were now accelerating. As he prepared to exert further force to incapacitate Chu Jinghong and alleviate the threat to Yueli, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him like a surging tide. Chu Jinghong sensed Lin Chen's unusual state. A flicker of fear was swiftly replaced by a sinister grin. Seizing the opportunity, he struggled to rise, striking Lin Chen's abdomen fiercely with his elbow, breaking free from his grasp. Lin Chen, witnessing Chu Jinghong's escape, felt an inferno of rage igniting within his eyes. Yet he could only stand helplessly, his body gradually stiffening as the anesthetic dragged his consciousness into the abyss of darkness. One thought consumed his mind. He must not allow Yueli to be harmed. Yet this thought too began to blur under the drug's influence. I'm sorry. He cast a glance at Yueli, uttering the last words he would speak before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yueli swiftly called to Lin Chen, holding him tightly in her embrace, whispering tenderly into his ear, "It's all right. You have done enough." "Oh, how touching," Chu Jinghong scoffed, rubbing his neck which Lin Chen had nearly choked. He reached out once more with his malevolent claws towards Su Yueli. This kid has completely fallen. Let us see who else can save you. At that critical moment, one of the bodyguards previously knocked down by Lin Chen suddenly rose to his feet. With swift determination, he lunged forward, his hand slicing through the air like a blade towards Chu Jinghong's neck. You! Chu Jinghong barely emitted a sound of disbelief. The bodyguard who had been by his side for years was betraying him. Before he could react further, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily onto the sandy ground. The bodyguard, seeing that Chu Jinghong had lost consciousness, quickly seized the anesthetic gun from his hand and swiftly administered a shot to each of the other fallen bodyguards. Once he confirmed they were all temporarily incapacitated, he let out a slight sigh of relief and turned to Su Yueli, respectfully cupping his fists in salute. Miss, I am Lin Chen. I apologize for alarming you. His voice was steady and resolute, filled with unwavering loyalty toward Su Yueli, for he was one of the individuals she had placed within the Chu family. His emergence was perfectly timed. Su Yueli's expression softened slightly, a breath of relief escaping her lips. You did well. This is all thanks to you. As she spoke, she hurried to Lin Chen's fallen form. Crouching down to assess his condition, concern etched across her features, for he had endured a heavy blow from Chu Jinghong while unconscious. Miss, we should not linger here. We must leave promptly, Lin Chen urged with a grave expression. Very well, but we must take him with us, Su Yueli replied, glancing at the unconscious Lin Chen. This. Lin Chen hesitated, aware that carrying an incapacitated person was hardly a prudent decision. That is an order, Su Yueli said coldly. She could never abandon Lin Chen here alone. Yes, miss. Lin Chen immediately handed the anesthetic gun to Su Yueli for her protection before hoisting Lin Chen onto his back and leading Su Yueli towards the direction of the buildings on the island. Is it possible to contact the outside world? Su Yueli inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. Miss, Chu Jinghong's actions this time are exceedingly cautious. He has employed special means to block all signals in this vicinity, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside. A flicker of concern flashed in Su Yueli's eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve. Is there a temporarily safe location? It is challenging for me to escort you to a secure place, given my status. But there is one individual who can. Lin Chen gestured toward the largest and most opulent villa ahead. Chapter 60. Uncle Mo, the chief steward of the Chu family, Lin Chen stated. The chief steward of the Chu family? His words momentarily startled Su Yueli, for she could not recall having arranged for such a person. Noticing the look of confusion on her face, Lin Chen elaborated. Miss, initially, I was unaware, but I recently discovered that he was appointed here by your father many years ago. My father? Su Yueli was aware that her parents had embedded individuals within the Chu family many years prior. Yet she was astonished to learn that this man had ascended to such a prominent position. At a crucial moment, they proved to be quite reliable. Su Yueli couldn't help but think of her parents, who were currently traveling the world. Very well, take me to see him. Under the guidance of her bodyguard Lin Chen, Su Yueli traversed through the dimly lit grove and arrived at the rear entrance of the opulent villa. Please wait a moment, miss, Lin Chen said as he notified the chief steward of the Chu family in his own manner. Before long, the rear door of the villa swung open, illuminating the features of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Su Yueli, a flicker of surprise and affection flashed in his eyes. He strode forward briskly, his voice trembling slightly. The girl, is that truly you? You have become even more beautiful. Su Yueli gazed at the familiar yet foreign face before her. The floodgates of memory opened. She recalled being taken out to play by this uncle during her childhood. Yet, one day, he seemed to have vanished from her life, unbeknownst to her that he had been assigned to the Chu family by her own father. Uncle Mo, it has been far too long, Su Yueli murmured softly. You have only grown more exquisite over the years, just like your mother, and Mo, Qingshan remarked with a hint of warmth. The mention of her mother elicited a peculiar glint in Su Yueli's eyes. It seemed that Uncle Mo had once pursued her mother, yet ultimately, her father had emerged victorious. The girl, do come inside, he urged. All right. Mo Qingshan swiftly led Su Yueli and Lin Chen, who was carrying Lin Chen, into the villa. Upon entering, Mo Qingshan guided them directly to his room. The space was modestly decorated, devoid of excessive embellishments, yet each corner exuded an understated elegance. He gently placed Lin Chen on the bed and turned to Su Yueli. You should take cover. This is the safest place for now. Your health, Li girl? Mo Qingshan inquired, noting the change in Su Yueli's complexion, his concern evident. It's nothing serious. I feel slightly better now. Oncle Montauk, is there a way to contact the outside world? Su Yueli asked earnestly. Mo Qingshan nodded and quickly walked to a corner of the room where a small hidden compartment resided. He retrieved a finely crafted mobile phone from within. This was specially made by your father, just in case. It can connect to the Su family satellite. After powering it on, a faint blue light flickered across the screen, displaying an icon that signified a successful connection. No problem. The Chu family cannot block our satellite. We can now communicate with the outside world. Su Yueli promptly took out her phone and dialed Chun Qian's number. At that moment, within the towering edifice of Zheni Group, Chun Qian paced restlessly in her room, each step laden with profound anxiety, her eyes brimming with worry and indignation. Chu Jinghong, if anything were to happen to Li Bao, I would make you regret ever coming into this world. Have there been any updates on the young lady? The Chu family has dispatched numerous individuals to obstruct us, and the phone's location remains elusive. Find her immediately. What use are you to me? Chun Qian's rare fury erupted. I must promptly inform uncle and aunt. Just as she prepared to notify Su Yueli's parents, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted her. Chun Qian hastily answered, and Su Yueli's voice emerged. Qian. Li Bao, how are you? Are you all right? Chun Qian inquired with urgency. I am fine for now. I am currently on the Chu family's island. Upon hearing that Su Yueli was safe and learning her location, Chun Qian's heart, which had been in turmoil, found a modicum of relief. Li Bao, wait for me. I shall come to rescue you. Chun Qian ended the call, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Someone, blow up the Chu family. She swiftly issued commands, mobilizing all available resources. One by one, the Su family's fighter jets roared to life on the runway, soaring like steel eagles, slicing through the sky, racing towards the Chu family's direction. Young lady, I'm coming to rescue you. Zhang Long piloted the lead fighter jet, his eyes ablaze with the intent to annihilate Chu Jinghong. After concluding her conversation with Chun Qian, Su Yueli exhaled softly, feeling a semblance of control return. She glanced at the still unconscious Lin Chen beside her, gently brushing her slender fingers across his face. Sensing Su Yueli's warmth, Lin Chen's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was Su Yueli's still somewhat pale visage. Where am I? Rest assured, we are in Uncle Mo's room. It is quite safe here now. Su Yueli briefly recounted the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. Thank you both. Lin Chen arose to express his gratitude to Mo Qingshan and Li Xian. No need for formalities. I ought to thank you for protecting the Yadu. After all, Mo Qingshan said with a smile, gently patting Lin Chen's shoulder. Meanwhile, Li Xian regarded Lin Chen with a peculiar expression. He had been part of the ambush against Lin Chen, who had delivered a crippling kick, leaving him nearly incapacitated. If not for his robust physique, he might not have been able to rise to protect Su Yueli. Lin Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at Li Xian. Sorry, brother. No worries. It was all for the young lady. Following this awkward exchange, Lin Chen redirected his attention to Su Yueli. Does it still hurt? Instinctively, Lin Chen placed his hand on Su Yueli's lower abdomen, gently massaging it, a tender gesture imbued with an indescribable intimacy. It feels better. Kid, stop. Mo Qingshan's expression changed instantly upon witnessing the scene. What was this bodyguard thinking? He displayed no sense of propriety, daring to lay hands on his belovedly girl. Mo Qingshan's voice shattered the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Indeed, in his heart, Su Yueli was akin to his own daughter. Witnessing Lin Chen's actions naturally stirred his displeasure. Oncle Montauk, it's all right. Under Mo Qingshan's unwavering gaze, Lin Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghong stirred from his unconscious state, his head still foggy. Recalling the events that led to his fainting, a fierce, beast-like glint ignited in his eyes. Su Yueli, you vile woman, you have planted an undercover agent beside me. He roared, springing up from the ground and swiftly summoning his subordinates, his voice hoarse with fury. There must be more undercover agents. Search thoroughly. I shall see just how far you can run on my territory. Inside Mo Qingshan's room, he addressed Yueli. I must step out for a moment, lest they grow suspicious. You all should remain here. They likely want to search this place for some time, as no one would suspect an old butler who has served the Chu family for over a decade. Yes, go ahead, Uncle Mo. It won't be long before the Su family's rescue arrives. Just as Mo Qingshan exited, he seemed to recall something and turned back. With a serious expression, he instructed Lin Chen, do not lay a finger on Yueli while I'm gone. Lin Chen, have they found anything? Chu Jinghong glared at his subordinates, their faces reflecting his fury. What about the interior of the villa? What are you waiting for? Go search now. After Mo Qingshan's departure, under the astonished gaze of Lin Chen, Su Yueli naturally nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. Before long, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed at the entrance of Mo Qingshan's door. Chapter 61. Discovery within the confines of the room. Lin Chen and Lin Chen exchanged a knowing glance before rising to fix their gaze upon the door, bracing themselves for any imminent developments. Su Yueli, meanwhile, grasped the tranquilizer gun, aiming it steadfastly at the entrance. Just as they anticipated the intrusion of Chu Jinghong's bodyguards, Mo Qingshan's voice echoed from beyond the door. What is the situation? Mr. Mo, several outsiders have taken refuge within the villa, and under the orders of the young master, we are to search every room within, replied the head of the bodyguards with utmost respect. Ah, I see. Leave a few individuals with me to inspect this floor, while you promptly search the other levels. We must not allow them to escape, commanded Mo Qingshan. No sooner had Mo Qingshan's words fallen than 3 bodyguards stepped forward from the crowd. Captain, we shall remain here. Very well. I entrust this area to you, the captain assented, placing his faith in Mo Qingshan, who had previously defended him when he faced reprimand from Chu Jinghong for failing to complete a task. After giving his instructions, the captain led the others away, dispersing to thoroughly investigate the remaining rooms of the villa. Once they had distanced themselves, the expressions of the 3 bodyguards who had opted to stay turned grave. Oncle Montauk, we must find the young lady before they do. She's in great danger, one of the bodyguards urged. These 3 bodyguards were also aligned with Su Yueli. Mo Qingshan nodded and smiled, reassuring them. Rest assured, the young lady is safe for the moment. You must feign your search in the other rooms. As for my room, you understand? The 3 bodyguards instantly grasped the implication, realizing that the young lady was under Mo Qingshan's protection. They quickly nodded in agreement, then pretended to have searched Mo Qingshan's room, lightly tapping on the door before hastening towards the other chambers. Once they were out of sight, Mo Qingshan turned and entered the room. The girl, do not worry. There will be no one coming for the time being. Thank you, Uncle Mo. What need is there for thanks? You are Yinin's daughter. In my heart, you have long been regarded as a daughter to me, he replied, before a thought seemed to strike him, causing a hint of embarrassment to cross his features. If you wish to thank me, you could, when the day comes that I leave the Chu family, find an excuse to send your father away, so that I might visit your mother. Su Yueli, she recalled how, on previous occasions, every time Uncle Mo visited her home, he longed to see her mother. Yet each time, he barely exchanged a few words before her father, with a darkened expression, would shoo him away. Then Mo Qingshan would shout from outside, Su Tianqing, by what right do you deny me the privilege of seeing Yinin? I will try. Su Yueli thought of her father, Su Tianqing, a man devoted to his wife. Seemingly recalling past grievances inflicted upon her by Su Tianqing, Mo Qingshan, with frustration simmering, glanced at Lin Chen standing too close to Su Yueli, and admonished, Why are you standing so nearly, girl? Step away. Lin Chen, meanwhile on the other side, despite having turned the villa upside down. Chu Jinghong's men were still unable to locate Su Yueli and the others. In the grand hall of the villa, Chu Jinghong sat, the atmosphere around him seemingly frozen by his wrath. The bodyguards, who should have been searching for Su Yueli, now stood before him in trepidation, heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze, which pierced like a blade. A bunch of useless fools. Chu Xingong Tunde. With so many of you here, how could you fail to find even a few? He sprang to his feet, violently overturning the tea table before him. The bodyguards trembled even more, and the captain, summoning his courage, spoke up, "Young Master, we have indeed searched meticulously, leaving no room or corner unchecked. It's as if they vanished into thin air." Chu Jinghong's icy stare bore down on the captain. "You, come here," he commanded in a low voice. The captain's heart raced as he stepped forward, each stride laced with apprehension. "Young Master, what is your command?" Chu Jinghong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the captain as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "Tell me, are you one of Su Yueli's people?" Since Li Xian's betrayal, a seed of doubt had taken root in his heart, causing him to perceive everyone as potentially aligned with Su Yueli. If they had found her, it would have been one thing, but the absence of any leads indicated that there must be a traitor among his bodyguards. The captain's face drained of color, and he felt his knees. "Young Master, my loyalty to you is unwavering." A flicker of conflict crossed Chu Jinghong's eyes. He was unable to discern who among them might be connected to Su Yueli. Resorting to intimidation, he declared, "Listen closely. If I discover a mole, neither you nor your family shall live. Follow me." Chu Jinghong resolved to conduct the search himself. Soon, they arrived at the door of Mo Qingshan's room. "Old Mo, open the door." Upon hearing Chu Jinghong's voice, Mo Qingshan's expression shifted, and he quickly gestured towards the wardrobe, indicating for Su Yueli and the others to hide. Once they were concealed, Mo Qingshan hastened to open the door. "Young Master, what brings you here?" "Those imbeciles found nothing. I shall search myself." Chu Jinghong's fury lessened somewhat upon seeing Mo Qingshan. He retained a degree of respect for the steward who had served the family for over a decade, recalling how, during his childhood confinement, this steward would sneak him treats to provide comfort. To many in the Chu family, Mo Qingshan was regarded as a good man. After scanning the room, Chu Jinghong turned to Mo Qingshan and inquired, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals?" Mo Qingshan shook his head. "I just led a search of this floor and found nothing." "Very well, let us proceed to the next room." Just as Chu Jinghong prepared to leave Mo Qingshan's chamber, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance wafting into his nostrils, the distinct scent of Su Yueli. His expression darkened immediately, and he turned to Mo Qingshan, eyes glinting with cold suspicion. "Old Mo, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Mo Qingshan felt a sudden jolt of alarm, yet maintained his composure as he replied, "How could I possibly deceive you, young master?" At that moment, he called out, "Seize him!" In the next instant, Mo Qingshan found himself pressed against the wall by two bodyguards. Fortunately, these bodyguards were loyal to Su Yueli. "Old Mo, I hope I am mistaken about you." A flicker of complex emotion crossed Chu Jinghong's eyes, and he commanded, "Block the door. Everyone else, come in and search." As he watched over a dozen bodyguards rush in, Mo Qingshan's expression darkened considerably. He quickly exchanged glances with several of Su Yueli's men, signaling for them to act at an opportune moment. Chu Jinghong also joined the search, following Su Yueli's scent until he arrived at a wardrobe embedded in the wall. "Su Yueli, I have found you." Chapter 62. Bombardment. At the very moment he reached for the wardrobe door, Lin Chen forcefully kicked it open. Chu Jinghong reacted swiftly, stepping back, but was immediately struck in the chest by Li Xian, who had unexpectedly launched a flying kick from the side. "Young Master!" Several bodyguards rushed in to shield Chu Jinghong. "So you're indeed here. Seize them." A sinister smile crept across Chu Jinghong's face, quickly replaced by a look of disappointment as he glanced at Mo Qingshan. The person who had once brought him warmth in his childhood had betrayed him. "Stay hidden behind me," Lin Chen instructed Su Yueli. "Be careful." Su Yueli longed to assist Lin Chen, but she feared her current state would only be a burden to him, igniting her frustration at the irony of the situation. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with determination as he met Li Xian's gaze. Onward. In an instant, the two engaged in combat with the advancing bodyguards, preventing them from reaching Su Yueli. "Come here." Chu Jinghong, aware that his bodyguards would struggle to subdue Lin Chen and his companion, shouted towards the door. Upon hearing the commotion, reinforcements of bodyguards rushed in from the vicinity. Mo Qingshan exchanged glances with the other three members of Su Yueli's entourage and joined the fray. They launched a sudden attack on Chu Jinghong, aiming to capture him first. However, having learned from the earlier ambush by Li Xian, Chu Jinghong remained on high alert. He swiftly retreated while directing his bodyguards to thwart Mo Qingshan's offensive. I was just lamenting my inability to find you traitors, and here you are, presenting yourselves. Chu Jinghong sneered, retreating to a corner as more bodyguards overwhelmed Lin Chen and his allies. Yueli, wielding a tranquilizer gun, shot at the approaching bodyguards. But the sheer number soon depleted her supply of tranquilizer darts. Despite Lin Chen's commendable skills, he began to falter against the relentless tide of attackers. Li Chuan, struck in the head, collapsed, leaving Lin Chen to fend for himself. Unable to bear witnessing the suffering of her companions any longer, Yueli resolved to join the fight. Lin Chen, I will fight alongside you, she exclaimed, suppressing her discomfort. However, her current abilities were severely limited, and she could only assist Lin Chen in fending off some of the assaults. Oncle Montauk, Yueli suddenly cried out as she witnessed Mo Qingshan being kicked in the chest, falling and failing to rise again. The remaining 3 bodyguards succumbed to the onslaught as well. At that moment, only Lin Chen and Yueli remained. Lin Chen was clearly growing weary, yet he stood resolutely before Yueli, determined to hold out until the Su family's reinforcements arrived. Stop! Upon hearing Chu Jinghong's command, his bodyguards ceased their attacks. Do not struggle. Surrender obediently. With the demeanor of a victor, Chu Jinghong sneered at Lin Chen and Yueli. Impossible, Lin Chen roared, refusing to allow those vile individuals to lay a hand on Yueli. She was only to be touched by him. Throughout his journey of protecting her, he had come to a profound understanding of his own heart. Whether it was a normal affection or something more intense, it was all love. He simply adored Yueli. He would risk his life to safeguard her. Gazing at Lin Chen, Yueli felt as though her heart was tightly grasped, a pain that transcended even her physical discomfort. Lin Chen. Her voice trembled with emotion, and she gently embraced him from behind. Lin Chen's body stiffened momentarily. He turned his head, his weary yet gentle gaze meeting hers. I can still fight. Alas, it's hopeless. Continue the fight. Chu Jinghong shook his head in resignation. By the way, do not harm Yueli. If you injure her, you'll not be able to. As Chu Jinghong concluded his words, the bodyguards surrounding them sprang into action once more. At that moment, Yueli released Lin Chen and stood beside him. Their eyes met, and it seemed they could see the tender emotions reflected in each other's gaze. They would face the impending storm together. Boom! Just as the tension reached its zenith, a deafening roar erupted from the sky. Through the window, the Su family's fighter jets descended like colossal steel birds, their powerful gusts threatening to topple everything around them. Dozens of fighter jets circled above the Chu residence. And Zhonglong's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Surrender Our Lady within 1 minute, or we will obliterate this place. Damn it! Has the Su family gone mad? How dare they do this? Chu Jinghong bellowed, astonished that the Su family had managed to locate this place so swiftly, especially since it seemed impossible to contact the outside world. But pondering such matters was futile now, as the Su family advanced with ferocity. If they simply handed over Yueli, perhaps the moment she was rescued, they would unleash indiscriminate bombardment upon the Chu family. The most prudent course of action was to seize Yueli. As long as she was in his possession, the Su family would not dare to act recklessly. Stop dawdling. Quickly capture them, Chu Jinghong commanded, whipping out his phone to contact the Chu family's fighter jets, only to realize he was in a signal blocking zone and could not send a message. The device to cancel the signal blockade was located on the top floor of the villa, and he had to go there himself, for only his fingerprint could deactivate the jamming machine. In haste, he dashed out of the room to disable the signal blocker. Meanwhile, several Su family helicopters appeared in the sky, and dozens of bodyguards burst through the windows, racing toward the room where Yueli was located. It seemed that with the Su family's rescue imminent, Lin Chen felt a surge of hope and newfound strength coursing through him. He gently pulled Yueli behind him. Miss Su, allow me to show you what hidden reserves of energy look like. Here we go, Lin Chen shouted, charging forward toward the surrounding bodyguards. At this moment, he resembled a war deity, utterly disregarding his own fatigue and pain, unleashing the last remnants of strength within him. The bodyguards, already wavering due to the Su family's military prowess and Chu Jinghong's departure, found themselves even less inclined to engage with the fully rejuvenated Lin Chen. Their sole desire was to retreat swiftly, seeking refuge in the bomb shelter to brace for the potential onslaught from the Su family. Lin Chen's attacks were ferocious. Those who ventured too close fell like harvested straw. Miss, the bodyguards of the Su family had arrived in the room, and upon seeing the frail Su Yueli, their hearts shattered. They unleashed their pent-up fury upon the Chu family's bodyguards present in the room. Animals, perish! How dare you bully our lady? Under the relentless assault of Lin Chen and the Su family's bodyguards, all of the Chu family's guards soon lay defeated on the ground. Upon noticing their arrival, Lin Chen wore a reassuring smile and gradually leaned towards Su Yueli. He was utterly exhausted. In the end, he could only recall being enveloped by a familiar softness before succumbing to slumber. Miss, I am unharmed. Let us leave swiftly. Yes. The Su family's bodyguards hurriedly hoisted Lin Chen and Mo Qingshan, making their way outside. Meanwhile, Chu Jinghong remained unaware of the unfolding chaos. As he approached the jammer and deactivated it, an intense explosion reverberated around him. Boom! A violent tremor accompanied by resounding blasts echoed in his ears. Upon confirming Su Yueli's safety, the fighter jets circling above sprang into action, launching indiscriminate bombardments on the Chu family structures on the island. Annihilate these beasts! How dare they abduct Our Lady? Zhang Long piloted the aircraft with fervor. Flames erupted skyward, and the sounds of explosions reverberated throughout the heavens, rendering the Chu family's edifices on the island riddled with devastation. The remaining members of the Chu family had already fled their homes, seeking shelter in the bomb shelters as the fighter jets approached. However, Chu Jinghong and his bodyguards remained trapped in the villa, unable to escape. In the face of the bombardment, Chu Jinghong cast aside all concerns, leaping from the third-floor window. The moment he hit the ground, before he could even utter a cry of pain, he was met by a throng of Su family bodyguards before him. Chapter 63. Beasts. The bodyguards of Su Yueli wore expressions of fury, their eyes wide and bloodshot, as if they were about to unleash their pent-up wrath upon Chu Jinghong at any moment. Chu Jinghong, who had previously donned a facade of arrogance and malice, now appeared utterly pallid. He forced himself to remain composed, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Chu family will not spare you." The Chu family? Chu Jinghong, have you considered whether the Chu family will still exist after today? Su Yueli's frigid voice pierced the air. From the moment you targeted me, the demise of the Chu family was inevitable. The bodyguards parted to allow Su Yueli passage, as she strode deliberately towards Chu Jinghong, casting a disdainful gaze upon the architect of her near ruin. At this juncture, the outcome was clear. Upon their arrival on the island, the Su family had commenced a thorough search for key locations within the Chu family, acquiring an abundance of confidential information. With this intelligence, it would be effortless to deal a devastating blow to the Chu family, perhaps even obliterate it entirely. In truth, the Chu family would not have been so vulnerable had Chu Jinghong not underestimated the Su family's resolve. Furthermore, in an attempt to shield Su Yueli from detection, he had obstructed the island's signals, thereby preventing them from promptly identifying the approaching aircraft. Overwhelmed by the stark contrast of his expectations and reality, Chu Jinghong's composure shattered, and he erupted in a barrage of invectives towards Su Yueli. "You wretched woman, how dare you put on such airs before me? Were it not for your protectors, you would have long been reduced to a plaything for my family." In response to Chu Jinghong's vitriol, Su Yueli merely smiled with indifference, turning to her bodyguards and instructing, "Be sure to leave him with a breath of life." With that, she pivoted and made her way towards Lin Chen, who lay in wait, determined to remain by the side of the man who would fight for her until the very end. The fury of Su Yueli's bodyguards could no longer be contained. Upon hearing her words, they erupted like a powder keg. Zhang Long had already relinquished control of the fighter jet to his co-pilot and had parachuted down to Su Yueli's side. He surged forward, his massive hand raised high, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh before landing a fierce slap upon Chu Jinghong's face. The impact left Chu Jinghong's cheek instantly swollen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "That'll teach you to speak so carelessly," Zhang Long bellowed, following up with a punch aimed squarely at Chu Jinghong's abdomen. The pain elicited an instinctive curl of his body, yet he was held fast by the other bodyguards, unable to move. Another bodyguard delivered a swift kick to the back of Chu Jinghong's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Bowed down and kowtow to the young lady. Under Zhang Long's coercive grip, he seized Chu Jinghong by the hair, forcing his head to the ground, then yanking it back up, only to press it down again. Chu Jinghong's hair was mercilessly yanked, strands obscuring his eyes filled with humiliation and agony. A gash on his forehead oozed blood, streaming down his cheek, mingling with sweat and dirt, rendering his once handsome visage utterly grotesque. Amidst the brutal assault of the crowd, Chu Jinghong's vision began to blur. The excruciating pain coursing through his body, coupled with the humiliation in his heart, rendering him nearly unconscious. Worthless! Zhang Long delivered another kick, subsequently dragging the last remnants of consciousness from Chu Jinghong to the side of Su Yueli. "Miss, how shall we deal with this scoundrel next?" Su Yueli, without even a glance, replied coolly, "Take him away. He must pay for all that he has done." Upon hearing her words, the bodyguards surged forward, roughly hoisting Chu Jinghong. He struggled, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his defiance appeared feeble before the enraged bodyguards. Forced to watch helplessly as he was dragged away from this place where he once held dominion. "Return to the Su residence," commanded Su Yueli. "As you wish, miss." The roar of the fighter helicopters gradually faded, leaving behind the desolate ruins that were once the heart of the Chu family. Once the Su family members had vacated, the talent of the Chu family on the island began to emerge from their shelters. In the wake of what was once the splendor of the Chu family, now reduced to mere rubble, several individuals of notable standing within the family stood in a daze, gazing at the devastation before them, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions. Among them, a middle-aged man, furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, was Chu Jinghong's second uncle. He had been enjoying life on this island, never anticipating such calamity. "What on earth happened? What did that boy Jinghong do?" he murmured, his voice tinged with an unmistakable anxiety. Chu Jinghong's third uncle snorted disdainfully. "How the hell would I know? We were in the villa, comfortably playing cards with women. I had said from the beginning that Jinghong was unfit to bear the family's responsibilities. My brother insisted on entrusting it to him. And look where that has led us. Quickly call my brother. Tell him to stop frolicking abroad and return to clean up this mess." At the Su family villa, as the helicopter carrying Su Yueli touched down, Chun Xian rushed forward, her eyes brimming with concern and longing. Upon reaching Su Yueli and seeing her weakened state, her eyes instantly reddened. "Li Bao." Chun Xian cautiously enveloped Su Yueli in her embrace. Su Yueli could distinctly feel the rapid beating of Chun Xian's heart, each thump echoing the inner turmoil she felt. Gently, she raised her hand to return the embrace, softly reassuring her, "Chun Xian, I'm back. It's all right now." "Li Bao, I thought I would die from fright." "Whoa." Chun Xian buried her head into Su Yueli's shoulder, tears finally spilling forth, soaking Su Yueli's attire. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she quickly released Su Yueli, exclaiming, "It's cold outside. Come in quickly with me." Remembering that Su Yueli was still recovering, she promptly supported her towards the interior. Once inside, she began to scrutinize Su Yueli's condition. "Li Bao, did that scoundrel Chu Jinghong do anything to you?" "No. Lin Chen has always been protecting me." Suddenly, Chun Xian caught sight of a faint strawberry mark nestled between Su Yueli's delicate collarbones. She momentarily froze, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Could it be that beast did this? Actually, Su Yueli está merit. This was left by Lin Chen a few days ago. He is also a beast. Chun Xian had already commenced her indiscriminate assault. At that moment, the so-called beast, Lin Chen, was being carried down from the airplane by Zhang Long. Were he awake, he would surely protest his innocence. For countless bite marks adorned his shoulder, the handiwork of Su Yueli. Chapter 64. The maid as night fell outside. Su Yueli, accompanied by Chun Xian, had taken a bath and was preparing to rest. "Li Bao, let me sleep with you tonight," Chen proposed. Upon hearing her words, Yueli instinctively glanced at Lin Chen, who lay on the bed. Chen immediately understood, her lips pouting slightly, her eyes filled with feigned anger and genuine grievance. Li Bao, how could you be so heartless? I've been so worried about you, eagerly awaiting your return, and yet truly, you have no conscience. Yueli quickly enveloped Chen in her arms, soothingly murmuring, Chen, this situation is special. Once he awakens, I will be by your side every day, all right? I don't believe you, you woman who paints grand illusions. Chen retorted. By the way, where have you taken Chu Jingong? She recalled him and decided to seek him out to vent her frustration. I had him confined at the Su family hospital, Yueli replied. Good. I shall make him understand the consequences of bullying my Li Bao, Chen declared angrily before storming out. A few steps later, she turned back, glaring at Lin Chen. Dare to compete with me for Li Bao? Just wait until you're better, and I shall show you how I deal with you. With that, she huffed away once more. Miss, the medicine is ready, Annan announced, entering with a bowl of warm soup. Her face bore concern tinged with worry, especially after hearing that Yueli had been abducted. Drink it while it's hot. This concoction will dispel the cold and warm you up. You'll feel more comfortable afterward. Thank you, Annan. After consuming the medicine, Yueli approached Lin Chen, gently caressing his cheek. He remained in a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Leaning down slightly, she placed a tender kiss on his forehead, the gentle touch akin to the soft caress of a spring breeze, imbued with her unspoken feelings. Good night. She helped Lin Chen out of his outer garments and then nestled beside him, gradually drifting into sleep. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, and Lin Chen had nearly regained his strength after a restful night, breathing in the warm fragrance emanating from the woman in his embrace. He felt content and instinctively tightened his hold on her. Yueli let out a soft hum, her slender fingers lightly brushing against Lin Chen's chest. It was nearly noon when they both slowly awakened. Upon opening their eyes, neither made an immediate move to rise. They lay side by side, gazing into each other's eyes, lost in their own thoughts. After a long silence, Lin Chen finally broke the stillness. Good morning, Miss Su. Good morning. Seemingly not hearing the words she wished to hear, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yueli's eyes. She then gently propped herself up and asked, Does your body ache? Lin Chen moved slightly, initially contemplating a cheeky response about the pain of being beaten by a group of people. However, a mischievous smile appeared on his face instead as he replied, A bit, but I doubt it's as painful as when Miss Su cries. After all, I certainly did not cry. You scoundrel. As soon as his words fell, Yueli seized a pillow from the side and hurled it at him. Now that feels a bit like ungratefulness, doesn't it? I warned you about speaking carelessly. After regaining her composure, Yueli picked up a pillow and glanced at Lin Chen, asking, Is there anything you desire? Given your exceptional performance this time, I can fulfill any one of your wishes. Any wish. Lin Chen sought clarification. Any wish. A mischievous glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he slowly replied, I want you to be my maid for a week. Yueli. Noting her silence, Lin Chen chuckled. Miss Su, are you having second thoughts? But you did say any wish. I certainly want to go back on my word, but is it merely to be a maid? Yueli's tone betrayed her dissatisfaction with Lin Chen's request. It wasn't that the condition was too burdensome, but rather she had anticipated he would propose something more significant, like wishing to no longer be treated as an object, seeking a proper identity, or desiring her affection. Yesterday, amidst the onslaught from Chu Jinghong, she had distinctly perceived such emotions in Lin Chen's gaze. Why did he not articulate them? Was he afraid of her rejection? Yueli reiterated. Let me remind you once more. I stated that I could fulfill any wish. I know. You have bullied me for so long. Is it too much to ask for you to be my maid for a week? Lin Chen maintained his smile. It is. Yueli nodded, somewhat displeased, and seizing the moment when Lin Chen was distracted, she playfully nipped at his shoulder. All right, you wish to play coy, do you? If you want to speak. Neither shall I. Yueli grumbled internally as she continued to nibble. Noticing that Yueli's bite was gentle and that she did not resist, Lin Chen softly wrapped his arm around her waist. Observing her indignant demeanor, he understood her sentiments all too well. However, He wished for her to verbally express those sentiments. How else could he alleviate the grievances in his heart? After all, with the situation as it was, Yueli would not suddenly decide against him. Seeing that Yueli remained silent, he playfully tapped her rear, saying, "Bold maid, how dare you be so disrespectful to your master?" "What did you say?" Yueli looked up at Lin Chen, whose face was adorned with a triumphant smile. "Miss Su, please adhere to your promise. Now, kindly fetch me lunch. I wish to dine." "Yes." Yueli gritted her teeth in agreement, and just as she prepared to leave, a thought struck her. She turned back. "Why have you returned? Do you dare to challenge my authority?" Yueli smiled. "I wish to serve you lunch, but my condition has not yet passed, and I'm feeling somewhat unwell. Can you bear to have me attend to you?" Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about this matter. He inquired, "How many more days will this last?" A cunning sparkle danced in Yueli's eyes as she replied, "Not too many, precisely 7 days." "Are you certain you are not jesting? How could it possibly take so long?" Lin Chen remained skeptical of Yueli's words. "Every individual possesses a unique physique. I consider myself relatively swift, while Qian takes over 20 days to depart each time she visits." Lin Chen found himself somewhat speechless. "Does that imply she stays for an entire month? Is your good friend aware of your sentiments towards her?" At that moment, on the other side, Qian was having lunch when, inexplicably, she sneezed. "How peculiar! Is Li Bao missing me?" Upon hearing Yueli's words, Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. Was this not a form of childishness? By this logic, did that not render his condition moot? Could we not wait until you recover to fulfill this condition? No. After being rebuffed by Yueli, Lin Chen spoke with a hint of threat in his tone. "Once you are well, you shall see how I deal with you." Yueli completely disregarded Lin Chen's threat, responding with a smile. "Isn't it time for your maid to attend to her meal?" "Indeed, my lady." After attending to Yueli's dining needs, Qian received a phone call. "Li Bao, Chu Jinghong's father has arrived." Chapter 65, The Old Wretch Come. "Let's meet that old wretch." Yueli, accompanied by Lin Chen, arrived at the Zhini group, where Chu Jinghong's father, Chu Jintian, was already waiting in the conference room. Just yesterday, he had been surfing in Hawaii, and upon receiving a call from the family, he nearly plunged headlong into the sea. Infuriated by the Su family's actions towards the Chu family, he hastily returned home on an overnight flight. Initially, he intended to bring a contingent to the Su residence to demand an explanation, but upon reflection, he recognized that the Chu family was at fault. Moreover, the majority of the Chu family's secrets had fallen into the hands of the Su family, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained. He feared that if Yueli were displeased, she might expose the Chu family's secrets or take some action against Chu Jinghong, which would be disastrous. Thus, he arrived at the Su residence with only a few close bodyguards, striving to adopt a more humble demeanor. Upon entering, Yueli and Lin Chen did not proceed directly to meet Chu Jintian. Instead, they led Lin Chen to an office on the upper floor. "Are you going to meet him?" Lin Chen inquired. "What is the point in meeting an old man? Let him wait." Yueli replied, before turning her attention to reviewing and reporting on the company project from the past few days. Bored, Lin Chen wandered around the office to stretch his stiff body. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Chu Jintian initially managed to sit in his chair, feigning calmness. However, as time dragged on, he began to pace back and forth. Several hours had passed. Why had Yueli not yet come see him? Ever since Chun Qian had brought him here, no one had checked on him, not even offering a glass of water. He was left to sit in silence. One of the bodyguard behind him could no longer contain himself. "This Yueli is going too far. She is clearly humiliating you, the head of the family." Another burly bodyguard, his face adorned with a heavy scowl, could not help but mutter, "Master, this Su girl is too arrogant. We cannot just sit idly by. We must show her our resolve." Chu Jintian was well aware of their concerns, yet he found himself powerless. He spoke slowly, his voice low. "Let us wait a little longer." The burly bodyguard remained unconvinced. Should we really allow her to belittle the head of the family? I cannot swallow this indignity. As several more hours passed, Chu Jintian and his bodyguards began to feel parched and occasionally hungry. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Chu Jintian instructed one of the more astute bodyguards, "Go and inquire with Manager Chun, who brought us here, about what is going on. Remember to be polite." "Understood." The bodyguard made his way to find Chun Qian and asked, "Miss Chun, may I inquire if President Su has arrived? Our master has been waiting for several hours." Chun Qian, aware that Su Yueli was indeed upstairs, retorted curtly, "What is the rush? President Su will come down once she has finished her business. If you do not wish to wait, then you may leave. Yes, as you say, we shall wait a bit longer." The bodyguard forced a smile as he returned to relay the message to Chu Jintian. "Let us wait a while longer," Chu Jintian remarked with a hint of helplessness. "Li Bao, that old fellow has been waiting for quite some time. Are we still intending to meet him today?" Chun Qian inquired as she ascended the stairs. Observing Su Yueli, who was seated on Lin Chen's lap, seemingly engaged in a whimsical endeavor. Upon noticing Chun Qian's arrival, Lin Chen promptly seized Su Yueli's mischievous hands. Su Yueli cast an irritated glare at Lin Chen before calmly responding, "Let him wait a bit longer. We shall dine first." When Zhang Long delivered their meal, the trio prepared to partake in dinner. Just as Lin Chen grasped his chopsticks, Su Yueli suddenly interjected, "You may eat later." "Why?" he asked, puzzled. "You'll find out shortly." Reluctantly, Lin Chen watched as Su Yueli and Chun Qian savored their meal. Once the two had finished, Su Yueli instructed Lin Chen to fetch his portion and accompany her to meet Chu Jintian. Her demeanor was composed, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Upon her arrival, Chu Jintian immediately perked up, his face adorned with an insincere smile, which appeared somewhat strained on his weary visage. "Miss Su, you have finally arrived," he uttered, his voice tinged with an unmistakable hoarseness. Su Yueli raised her gaze slightly, casting a cool glance in his direction, devoid of warmth. "Mr. Chu, I apologize for the delay. However, this waiting pales in comparison to what I endured under Chu Jinghong." A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Jintian's heart, prompting him to respond, "Miss Su, my son's actions are indeed inexcusable. I have come to convey the sincerity of the Chu family, hoping to rectify past transgressions." As he spoke, he gestured for his bodyguards to present the meticulously prepared documents and materials. This represented the utmost compensation the Chu family could offer, encompassing a significant portion of their assets and core technologies, nearly amounting to 40% of their holdings. Though relinquishing these would result in the Chu family's decline from the ranks of the 5 great families, it would ensure their survival. He knew he must present his best offer to Su Yueli from the outset to demonstrate his utmost sincerity. Otherwise, should she find his efforts unsatisfactory, she might eliminate Chu Jinghong or employ the resources obtained from the Chu family to their detriment, leaving him powerless. After all, the other 3 families would be eager to seize the Chu family secrets. Under the combined might of the 4 families, the Chu family would be left with nothing. Yet, Su Yueli paid no heed to the offerings from the Chu family. Instead, she turned to Lin Chen and remarked, "Now you may eat." Lin Chen glanced at the pale-faced Chu Jintian and his bodyguards, realizing the true intention behind Su Yueli's invitation for him to dine here. Was she truly intent on tormenting this famished old man? How delightfully mischievous, he mused. With a grin, Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, relishing a tender piece of fish, savoring each bite with an expression of satisfaction. The fragrant aroma wafted into the nostrils of Chu Jintian and his guards. At that moment, an untimely growl emanated from Chu Jintian's stomach, prompting him to awkwardly clear his throat in an effort to maintain his composure. Lin Chen lifted a bowl of soup, gently blowing on it before taking a small sip, releasing a faint sound of appreciation. In the stillness of the room, that sound resonated with an almost jarring intensity. The bodyguards beside Chu Zhantian watched this scene, their eyes filled with indignation, unable to suppress their murmurs. "Master," they. Chu Zhantian shot him a fierce glare, hushing him with a low admonition. Silence. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Chu Zhantian's face, Su Yueli couldn't help but smirk inwardly, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance as she inquired, "Mr. Chu, would you care for some as well?" "No need. Let's first discuss this," Chu Zhantian remarked, gesturing towards the bodyguard who was holding the documents. "How could I forget? Mr. Chu is still waiting for me to address business matters. It seems our dining can be postponed," Su Yueli replied coolly. Chapter 66. A change of name. Su Yueli cast a fleeting glance at the documents, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Mr. Chu, do you truly believe that these trifles can easily erase the resentment I harbor within? Noticing Su Yueli's dissatisfaction, Chu Jintian felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and hastily clarified. Miss Su, this is merely a token of sincerity. If there is anything further you desire, we can negotiate. Su Yueli leisurely paced, speaking with a nonchalant air, the core commercial properties of the Chu family, both in Huagua and overseas, must be transferred to the Su family. Furthermore, I demand 70% of the Chu family's investment shares across various industries. Additionally, half of the precious collectibles amassed by the Chu family over the years shall be gifted to the Su family. In this manner, what began as a loss of 40% of assets transformed into a gain of 70%. Veins bulged on Chu Jintian's forehead, his hands trembling slightly. Miss Su, even if the Chu family is at fault, do you not fear that such exorbitant demands will lead to mutual destruction? Su Yueli let out a cold laugh. Mutual destruction? Mr. Chu, do you believe you still possess the standing for such a notion? Should I choose to transfer my resources to other families, your fate would be sealed without my intervention. I advise you to ponder carefully. Would you prefer to safeguard the Chu family's 70% of assets, or let a moment of fury lead to your family's utter ruin? Chu Jintian swayed slightly, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He understood all too well that he had no bargaining power left. Under Su Yueli's leadership, the Su family was flourishing. A confrontation would undoubtedly lead to the Chu family's utter defeat. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Very well. I accept your terms. Su Yueli nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Mr. Chu is a wise man. Now, please expedite the relevant transfer procedures. I expect all matters to be settled within a week. Chu Jintian stood there in a daze, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness regarding his family's fate. The once glorious Chu family now lay in ruins under Su Yueli's relentless pressure. After concluding the transaction with Su Yueli, Chu Jintian did not leave, seemingly compelled to say something further. After much hesitation, he mustered the courage to approach her once more, his demeanor exceedingly humble and pleading. Miss Su, I have already acquiesced to all your conditions, and the Chu family is willing to pay the price. However, I have one humble request. I hope you might extend your grace and return Jinghong to me. Chu Jintian's voice trembled, his eyes filled with concern and worry for his son. Su Yueli lifted her gaze slightly, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. Mr. Chu, do you believe you still have the standing to negotiate with me? Can the transgressions of Chu Jinghong be so easily forgiven? Unless you wish to offer the remaining 30% of the Chu family in exchange? Such a proposition is utterly impossible. If so, the Chu family would be doomed. Then what do you intend to do with Jinghong? Chu Jintian's body swayed slightly. I have yet to decide. Perhaps I shall confine him and let him starve for a few days, Su Yueli remarked, losing interest in Chu Jintian as affairs were concluded. What? Starve him for a few days? Miss Su, my Jinghong is unwell and hasn't eaten for several days, I fear. A flicker of compassion crossed Chu Jintian's eyes. Do not worry, he will not starve. Look at him. Just recently, I let him go without food for 3 days, yet he is none the worse for it. Su Yueli gently patted Lin Chen, who was still eating nearby. Lin Chen's eyes brimmed with discontent, were it not for the presence of others. He would have dealt with Su Yueli on the spot. How dare she bring up such a matter? Please, Miss Su, ensure Jinghong's safety at all costs. Rest assured. In that case, I shall not trouble you further, Miss Su. Chu Jintian felt a tumult of exhaustion and relief as he prepared to turn away, only to be halted by a sharp reprimand from Su Yueli. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her expression turned frosty, and her eyes gleamed with palpable displeasure. Chu Jintian hesitated, uncertain of her intentions, his heart racing with trepidation at what this young lady might conjure next. Su Yueli raised her gaze slightly, her tone icy and piercing. I just recalled your name is Chu Jintian. Have you ever considered that my father's name is Su Tianqing? What place does your title leave for my father? Upon hearing this, Chu Jintian's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hastily explained, Miss Su, this name was given by my father. I meant no offense to your esteemed family, I would never entertain such thoughts. In truth, the matriarch of the Chu family had chosen this name to overshadow the Su family, yet it had failed to impede the latter's rapid ascent. However, Su Yueli remained unmoved, her brows furrowing. I care not. Change your name, or I shall revoke the agreement we just discussed. Chu Zhentian was in despair. This visit to the Su family not only incurred losses, but now he was to lose his very name as well. His eyes reflected anxiety and helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously suggested, Miss Su, if you find this name inappropriate, I shall change it upon my return. I am willing to do anything to placate your anger and ensure the Chu family's preservation. There is no need for you to return. I have a name in mind for you. Henceforth, you shall be known as Chu Zhutian. A disgrace. This is nothing short of blatant humiliation. Miss Su this. Su Yueli did not grant him the chance to speak, issuing her dismissal. Very well, Chu Zhutian, you may leave. Chu Zhentian stumbled out of the door, as if burdened by a weight too heavy to bear. Once outside the true E-Group building, he could no longer contain the surging tide of anger and frustration within him. Su family brat, you have gone too far. How dare you humiliate me like this? He shouted in fury. Master, preserve the Green Mountains, and we need not fear a lack of firewood. Let us endure this moment and seek opportunities later. A bodyguard advised from behind. Chu Zhentian snorted coldly. Opportunities? How easily you speak. Now the Chu family is firmly in her grasp. One misstep could lead to our utter ruin. After the fury subsided, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Return now. Preserving the Chu family is of utmost importance. As Chu Zhentian and the others departed, Lin Chen swiftly acted, ensnaring Su Yueli in his embrace. His gaze, feigned with irritation, fixated on her as he confined her between his frame and the wall behind. The icy aura she typically exuded waned slightly. Miss Su, how dare you mention the matter of my confinement for 3 days? Lin Chen arched an eyebrow, his voice laced with subtle discontent and mockery. Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback. Attempting to struggle, she soon realized she was utterly immobilized and could only mutter a soft reproach. Haven't I already apologized? You brute. Release my Li Bao. Just as Lin Chen was poised to take further action, Chen Qian rushed over, forcefully pulling him aside. Tonight, I wish to be with Li Bao. You foul man, step away. Grabbing Su Yueli's hand, Chen Qian led her away. Lin Chen, at a loss for words, could only sheepishly scratch his nose. Noticing a hint of lingering reluctance in Su Yueli's heart towards Lin Chen, Chen Qian gently squeezed her hand, reassuringly saying, Li Bao, just enjoy this evening with me. That fellow cannot escape. You will have ample time to dote on him. I have no desire to dote on him. After a few steps, Chen Qian seemed to recall something and remarked, by the way, Li Bao, while I was organizing some core documents of the Chu family this morning, I stumbled upon clues regarding his background. Lin Chen was instantly taken aback. What did you say? Chapter 67. The Xiao family. Chen Qian slightly lifted her chin, a proud smile gracing her lips as she crossed her arms and said leisurely, I will share this information with you, but only if you promise that you will never covet my Li Bao again. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was not a matter he could dictate, as it entirely depended on Yuli's whims. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. No problem. At least for the next 7 days, I still hold the reins. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuli shot him a disapproving glance. Hurry up and tell us, what have you found? Urged Su Yuli, prompting Chen Qian to reveal her findings without further delay. She began, in the first document obtained from the Chu family, I discovered that 25 years ago, they secretly orchestrated a conspiracy, stealing a newborn illegitimate child from the Xiao family. The Xiao family? Lin Chen's expression shifted, his thoughts diverging from his initial assumptions. Given his surname, Lin, he had once speculated that he might have ties to the Lin family, one of the 5 major clans, but he had never considered the Xiao family. Eagerly, he pressed on, aside from the age alignment. What does this have to do with me? Am I the stolen child? Chen Qian shook her head slightly. Merely matching the age does not substantiate a connection, and the documents do not record the fate of that child. However, in another document, I found that 7 years after the child was taken, the Chu family had contact with Lin Jingde. Lin Jingde, Lin Chen realized. Could it be that the hidden force preventing Lin Jingde from revealing the truth was indeed the Chu family? He meticulously pieced together the existing clues: the lost illegitimate child of the Xiao family, the Chu family scheme, and Lin Jingde's role in adopting him. Is there any information regarding the identity of the Xiao family's illegitimate child? For instance, whose son was he? Lin Chen inquired, looking towards Chun Qian. She gently shook her head. Do you know anything? Lin Chen turned to Su Yueli. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Su family, and might possess insights into the secrets of that era. Su Yueli also shook her head, her eyes reflecting her confusion. I have never heard any news regarding that illegitimate child. In that case, we must investigate further. Fortunately, there are now numerous avenues to explore. Please inquire with the recently departed Chu, Zhu Tian, and see if he knows anything about the Chu family's plans from back then. Lin Chen instructed Su Yueli. Do you truly consider me your maid? She retorted, but quickly added, fine, I did promise you. Without further ado, Su Yueli picked up her phone and dialed Chu Tian's number. Having just settled into the car and driven a short distance, Chu Tian was startled to see Su Yueli's name flashing on his phone, uncertain of her intentions. Miss Su, is there anything left to discuss? He asked cautiously. I wish to inquire about the secret plan regarding the Chu family's theft of the Xiao family's illegitimate child. What exactly transpired? Su Yueli addressed the matter directly. Chu Tian was taken aback. The line fell silent for a few seconds before he stammered. Miss Su, what plan? I'm not quite sure what you are referring to. Su Yueli furrowed her delicate brows, her voice turning ice. Chu Tian, you would do well to speak honestly. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Faced with her intensity, Chu Tian fell silent for a moment before reluctantly responding. Miss Su, this matter is indeed an old wound of the Chu family. However, I truly had no prior knowledge. The plan from years ago was orchestrated entirely by my fourth brother. He often engaged in clandestine activities without the family's consent. And where is your fourth brother now? Bring him to me. Su Yueli pressed on. A trace of fear and uncertainty crept into Chu Tian's voice. My fourth brother mysteriously passed away several years ago. What? Su Yueli's gaze flickered, as if she were recalling something. It seemed that the intelligence concerning the Chu family had not publicly declared the death of Chu Tian's fourth brother. Rather, it suggested he had moved abroad. Did the Chu family not announce that your fourth brother went abroad to manage some ventures? Are you deceiving me? Su Yueli's tone was frosty. Miss Su, the Chu family is now in your hands. How could I dare to deceive you? It is merely that the circumstances surrounding his death were so peculiar that we chose not to disclose the news of his passing. Chu Tian's forehead glistened with cold sweat, fearful that Su Yueli might not believe him. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yueli inquired, do you have any leads regarding his death? This question implied her implicit trust in Chu Tian's words. He let out a slight sigh of relief and replied slowly, no, we have found not a single suspicious detail. After pondering for a moment, Su Yueli stated, Chu Tian, you would do well to recall every detail. Ensure that no crucial information is overlooked. This matter bears significant weight, and should I discover any concealment on your part, you are aware of the repercussions. Miss Su, I assure you, I am fully transparent. I, too, wish to understand precisely what my fourth brother became entangled in. It is a mystery for the Chu family as well. Chu Tian hastily defended himself. Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. I have another question. Approximately 18 years ago, did the Chu family send someone to make contact with an individual named Lin Jingde? Su Yueli inquired further. This was the time when Lin Chen was adopted, coinciding with the period when Chun Qian uncovered the Chu family's dealings with Lin Jingde. Let me think. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Tian replied, it has been so long that I cannot recall this individual. However, at that time, in pursuit of the Chu family's growth, I dispatched numerous personnel to engage with various companies. Those with potential were acquired, while the others were disregarded. Wait, it seemed that Chu Tian had suddenly remembered something. He quickly added, after issuing this command, I entrusted my fourth brother with the subsequent liaison tasks. Once again, the conversation circled back to Chu Tian's fourth brother. Miss Su, do you have any further inquiries? Seeing Su Yueli's silence, Chu Tian ventured to ask. None for now, but should you remember anything else, Notify me immediately. Do not attempt to play tricks. With that, Yueli ended the call and turned to Lin Chen. What are your thoughts? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his expression grave as he spoke. This matter has become increasingly enigmatic. The clandestine plan, along with the peculiar demise of Chu Jintian's fourth brother, is shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the individual who interacted with the Lin family back in the day was likely either Chu Jintian's fourth brother himself or an envoy he dispatched. With the passing of Chu Jintian's fourth brother, this lead from the Chu family seems to have been severed for the time being. Yueli expressed her concurrence with Lin Chen's analysis, nodding slightly as she remarked. Indeed, the clues from the Chu family have momentarily come to a halt. Yet we still possess two other leads. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he slowly articulated, the Shao family and Lin Jingde. Chapter 68, Childhood Betrothal. Lin Chen slightly raised his head, gazing out at the sky gradually consumed by darkness, lost in contemplative thoughts. For the moment, he set aside concerns regarding the Shao family, planning to meet Lin Jingde the following day. With the Chu family no longer basking in their former glory and power, Lin Chen believed Lin Jingde would have something significant to share. He turned to Yueli and gently remarked, "Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow, I shall meet Lin Jingde, and I hope to glean some crucial insights from him." Yueli nodded in agreement. Chun Qian stretched widely, exhaling with relief. "Finally, we can rest. Yueli, let's hurry to bed." Yueli glanced at the delighted Chun Qian and then at Lin Chen, who wore a thoughtful expression. She reached out to tenderly caress Lin Chen's face, saying, "Do not overthink it. Let us wait until tomorrow's meeting with Lin Jingde." "All right, so tonight, shall I spend the night in the lounge, or will you return to the villa?" Yueli unusually sought Lin Chen's opinion. "I will stay in the lounge." Noticing Lin Chen still lost in thought, Yueli chose not to press further. Under Chun Qian's enthusiastic influence, the two gradually ascended the staircase towards the bedroom. Lin Chen might have continued his contemplation, but Chun Qian's words suddenly disrupted his train of thought. "Yueli, I've eaten so much papaya lately. I must compare sizes with you." Yueli's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a playful glare at Chun Qian, uncertain how to respond. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mind involuntarily conjured an audacious image of Chun Qian and Yueli earnestly comparing their physical attributes. He quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel the vivid fantasy, but the scene seemed to take root, lingering in his thoughts. Upon reaching the lounge, Lin Chen lay on the simple bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. It was not the earlier fantasy that troubled him, but rather the strangeness of sleeping alone. Having grown accustomed to the softness and warmth of Yueli in his embrace each night, her absence left a palpable void, making it difficult for him to find peace. After tossing restlessly through the night, Lin Chen finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, in a hazy state, he felt a familiar warmth in his arms. Looking down, he discovered Yueli had somehow nestled in his embrace. "Are you sneaking off with your best friend?" Lin Chen asked softly. "Sure. Let me catch a few more winks." Yueli mumbled, nuzzling closer into Lin Chen's embrace to find a more comfortable position, her arms instinctively wrapping around his waist. Her hair, slightly disheveled, framed her face, creating a captivating allure in the dim light. All the emptiness Lin Chen felt the previous night was now filled. After breakfast, Lin Chen set off alone, driving toward the place he had called home for 18 years. "Little Chen, what brings you here?" Lin Jingde could hardly believe his eyes upon opening the door to find Lin Chen standing before him. He stammered as he spoke, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of panic and unease. Ever since Lin Chen signed the contract and established ties with the Su family, numerous investments had flooded in, significantly benefiting the Lin family. However, Lin Jingde had always walked on eggshells, fearing that Lin Chen might one day, out of dissatisfaction, enlist the Su family's aid to ruin them. His daily anxieties had taken a toll, aging him considerably. "Rest assured, I did not come here to create trouble. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters," Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Chen's intentions, Lin Jingde felt a slight relief and quickly lowered his stance, saying, "Please come in." Upon re-entering this familiar abode, Lin Chen settled onto the sofa, his gaze landing on the family portrait that now lacked his presence. "Where's everyone?" Lin Chen inquired. "They went out for a run. I left before them because my blood pressure was elevated," Lin Jingde explained. After respectfully pouring tea for Lin Chen, he cautiously asked, "What would you like to know, Xiao Chun?" Without any preamble, Lin Chen directly stated, "It pertains to that matter from the other day. I demand you reveal the entire truth regarding my adoption." Lin Jingde's expression shifted instantly, his discomfort palpable. "Xiao Chun, I have already told you everything I can. As for the rest, are you afraid of the Chu family?" Before Lin Jingde could finish, Lin Chen interrupted him. "Xiao Chen you." Lin Jingde's reaction confirmed Lin Chen's suspicions. Lin Chen continued, "If your fear is of the Chu family, you need not worry at all. Besides, the very person you dread may very well be deceased. If I am not mistaken, the individual you fear is the fourth brother of the Chu family as head. Chu Zhentian, correct?" Lin Jingde was once again taken aback by Lin Chen's words, rendered speechless. "Xiao Chun, you know everything." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jingde finally spoke. "I do not know much, which is why I came to ask you. Allow me to caution you. The Chu family is now entirely under the control of the Su family. Whether you believe it or not, your choices will determine the fate of the Lin family." After imparting this, Lin Chen fell silent, observing Lin Jingde intently as he awaited a response. Under Lin Chen's scrutiny, Lin Jingde's expression wavered, his mind in turmoil. After grappling with his inner conflict for what felt like an eternity, he slowly lifted his head, his eyes still reflecting a hint of fear and unease. His voice came out dry and hoarse. "Xiao Chun, if that is the case, will revealing this information ensure the safety of the Lin family under the Su family's protection?" Lin Chen's gaze hardened. "Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Are you not afraid of the Su family, given your fear of the Chu family?" Lin Jingde fell silent once more. After all, death awaited regardless of his path. Pushed to this juncture, he resolved to speak. "Very well, I shall disclose it." Lin Jingde appeared even older, his voice trembling as he said, "In truth, you already know most of what I have not disclosed. The mysterious figure who arranged for my adoption of you was none other than Chu Zhentian's fourth brother, Chu Zhanyun. Why did he orchestrate my adoption?" Lin Chen inquired. "To be honest, I am uncertain as well. I merely act upon his commands, and in return, the Lin family receives his support." "Are you certain?" Lin Chen cast a penetrating gaze upon Lin Jingde. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Jingde continued. "Once, I inquired about why he chose to adopt you. He casually mentioned something, but only elaborated halfway before falling silent. It seemed he spoke of revenge against someone. Do you know who that person is?" "I do not." "Is there anything else left unsaid?" Lin Chen pressed on. "I swear on the entirety of the Lin family. I have no secrets left to conceal." As he spoke, Lin Jingde knelt before Lin Chen. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Lin Chen stood up, preparing to leave. He had no desire to linger in such a distasteful place. Just as Lin Jingde escorted Lin Chen to the door, it swung open on its own. To be precise, someone outside had opened it. "Brother Lin Chen?" Lin Chen spotted Lin Shanshan standing at the forefront, flanked by his former adoptive mother, his elder sister, and the visibly terrified Lin Yun. Lin Jingde promptly gestured for them to step aside, and they obediently parted to grant Lin Chen passage. As he was about to exit, he thought he heard Lin Yun emit a disdainful sound. A fleeting glance from Lin Chen caused Lin Yun's expression to shift to one of guilt. "Lin Jingde, if you wish to prevent the Lin family from meeting a swift demise, I trust you know what must be done." No sooner had Lin Chen uttered these words than Lin Jingde kicked Lin Yun to the ground, producing a belt and beginning to strike him. Upon returning to Zhini Group after leaving the Lin family, Lin Chen recounted his conversation with Lin Jingde to Su Yueli. Chen Qian, having nothing better to do, assisted in analyzing the situation. Aside from learning that Chu Zhentian's fourth brother, Chu Zhanyun, had adopted Lin Chen as a means of revenge against someone, there was no further information to be gleaned. Thus, the lead regarding Lin Jingde had come to a standstill. In light of this, only the Xiao family remained. Lin Chen remarked solemnly. At that moment, Chen Qian suddenly interjected. "Li Bao, I just remembered, do you and the young master of the Xiao family share a betrothal?" Chapter 69. A woman who loves to pretend, yet is hard-headed in arranged marriage? Lin Chen's thoughts momentarily came to a standstill, as a myriad of unnameable feelings surged within him. Upon witnessing his reaction, Yueli's eyes flickered with a hint of delight, thinking to herself, let you pretend not to speak. It had been quite some time since she last saw young Master Xiao. He must have grown even more handsome. The mention of Xiao Yulong caused Chun Qian's eyes to sparkle with admiration. With a teasing tone, Yueli chided Qian Qian. With that lovesick look on your face, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? However, Chun Qian remained undeterred, giggling as she replied, Li Bao. Young Master Xiao is dashing and charming, precisely my type. If you fancy him, I could help you make an introduction. Wait. He.S. interested in you. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. No worries, there are plenty of good men out there. Chun Qian hastily waved her hands in refusal. At this juncture, she turned to Lin Chen and warned, Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. If you wish to win over Li Bao, you have a formidable competitor in Xiao Yulong. Lin Chen fell silent, lost in contemplation. All right, I must attend to my duties now. You two carry on with your romance, Chun Qian remarked before rising to leave. The room was left with only Lin Chen and Yueli. What's this arranged marriage all about? After Chun Qian's departure, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his curiosity. Oh, does this concern you? Yueli retorted, tilting her chin slightly, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. If Miss Su prefers not to divulge, then so be it, Lin Chen replied, refusing to indulge her, though a pang of bitterness continued to spread within him. Yueli cast a glance at Lin Chen, her heart simmering with frustration. She had intended to provoke him, to elicit a reaction, but was taken aback when he chose not to press further. The atmosphere between them grew palpably awkward as they fell into silence. After a brief moment, Lin Chen stood and made his way toward the door. Where are you going? Yueli broke the silence first. To work. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen returned, clad in his long-neglected work uniform and wielding cleaning tools. Yueli's ire flared up instantly upon seeing him. Very well. If you insist on working, make sure to clean every corner thoroughly. If I spot even a speck of dust, you'll be in trouble, she exclaimed in exasperation before storming off to her office. Watching Yueli's departing figure, Lin Chen smiled softly, contemplating, I'll see who succumbs first. Thus, the two maintained a tacit understanding, ignoring each other for the entire day. During lunchtime, Lin Chen invited Lin Ku-er to join him at the cafeteria. Brother Lin Chen, why do you seem a bit downcast? She inquired. Do I? Lin Chen forced a smile. You do. Although you're smiling now, it bears an undertone of bitterness. Has someone upset you? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen replied. A woman who loves to pretend, yet is hard-headed. Does Miss Su know you feel this way about her? Lin Ku-er immediately deduced whom Lin Chen was referring to. I never said it was her. That was your implication, he retorted. Lin Chen, how could you be this way? The dialogue between the two has become increasingly relaxed. By the way, Kerr, how is Aunt Zhou doing? Lin Chen inquired. Mother said she would be going to file for divorce with Dad next week and then come to see me. If Aunt Zhou comes, remember to call me. I want you all to savor my culinary skills. All right. After dinner, Lin Kerr returned to her post to continue working, while Lin Chen went to the window with a meal. It was quite evident for whom he had brought it. After taking the elevator back to the 36th floor, he found Yueli still in her office, likely having not yet had lunch. Lin Chen gently knocked on the door. Come in, Yueli's voice called out. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter with food, Yueli assumed he had come to apologize, flashing a charming smile. So proactive? Have you realized your mistake? To her surprise, Lin Chen directly replied, Miss Su, you think too highly of yourself. I merely feared you might be too hungry to maintain your stubbornness. Lin Chen, not giving her a chance to respond, he set the meal down and immediately turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, he heard a clatter of objects falling within the office behind him. I hope she doesn't break too much, otherwise it will be a hassle to clean up later. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then walked to the adjacent lounge, leisurely sipping a drink while watching a film. He and the fuming Yueli seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Time flew, and night descended. After dinner, Lin Chen once again brought a meal for Yueli. Upon entering the office, he was pleasantly surprised to find it not as chaotic as he had imagined. It appeared Su Yueli had tidied up. This time, Su Yueli said nothing, and Lin Chen intended to leave quietly after placing the food down. Just as he was about to step out, Su Yueli suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Does Miss Su require something? I haven't finished cleaning yet. Su Yueli felt speechless. She had seen everything Lin Chen had done that afternoon through the office surveillance. How could he shamelessly claim he still had work to do? The words she almost uttered were swallowed back down, and in the end, Su Yueli managed to squeeze out 2 words, get lost. Lin Chen, you jerk. Thus, the two endured the long night in silence. Eventually, Su Yueli could no longer remain seated. She slowly rose, stretching her graceful silhouette, and then sauntered to the lounge to find Lin Chen. Lin Chen was still engrossed in his snacks and movie. Su Yueli walked over and abruptly turned off the projector, then sat down beside him. The softness and warmth of her presence enveloped Lin Chen, yet he remained oblivious, his body steadfast. After a moment, he slowly took out his phone, his long fingers casually swiping across the screen, seemingly indifferent as he began to browse through short videos. He deliberately watched clips filled with suggestive content, a faint smirk playing on his lips, while his peripheral vision subtly darted towards Su Yueli, eager to observe her reaction. Su Yueli, infuriated, snatched Lin Chen's phone and bit down hard on his shoulder. Ah, you mischievous woman, what are you up to? Lin Chen's remark elicited no ire from Su Yueli. Instead, she gradually relaxed, a hint of playful reproach in her demeanor. Resting her delicate head gently upon Lin Chen's shoulder, she softly implored, "Carry me to sleep." Her words seemed to signal her willingness to yield. A subtle smile of triumph curved Lin Chen's lips, reflecting a sense of victory. He reached out his hand, tenderly lifting her exquisite face, his deep-set eyes fixed on hers. A playful yet undeniable inquiry escaping his lips. So, what is the truth of our childhood betrothal? After casting a mildly annoyed glance in his direction, Su Yueli replied slowly, "It is indeed relevant." Chapter 70. More than just a childhood bet, given the connection, what exactly is the nature of it? Lin Chen continued to inquire. Su Yueli bit her silver teeth in frustration, inwardly exclaiming in annoyance. Did this man truly expect her to utter those words first? Absolutely not. She would remain silent. Once again, the two fell into a heavy silence. Noticing Su Yueli's reluctance to speak, Lin Chen did not press further. Instead, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. He intended to employ a different approach to coax her into speaking. Upon entering the room, Lin Chen pressed his lips against Su Yueli's fragrant mouth, seemingly seeking to vent the day's accumulated displeasure. His lips pressed against hers with an urgency that left no room for resistance. Gradually, his kiss transformed into a tender caress, as if savoring her sweetness. While kissing her, he gently guided Su Yueli towards the edge of the bed. "Wait," Su Yueli gasped lightly, whispering in Lin Chen's ear, "I'm not quite ready." Lin Chen abruptly halted, frozen in place, realization dawning upon him. Damn it, how could he have forgotten this matter? A flicker of remorse crossed his eyes as he recalled his earlier actions, which had disregarded Su Yueli's feelings. After helping her sit at the edge of the bed, he softly said, "I apologize. It's all right. I should be fine the day after tomorrow." Good. Following this brief interlude, Lin Chen refrained from probing further. He tenderly embraced her, murmuring, "Shall I hold you while you sleep?" Curled up in Lin Chen's warm embrace. Su Yueli recalled the subtle shift in his demeanor upon hearing the mention of the childhood bet earlier that day. As if to clarify, she slowly explained, "The childhood bet was merely a casual promise made between my mother and Xiao Yulong's mother, who were very close friends during our youth. I never acknowledged it. Although it was a verbal agreement, Xiao Yulong had genuinely harbored affection for Su Yueli. He had professed his love to her on numerous occasions, each time met with a rejection. In her heart, Su Yueli regarded Xiao Yulong merely as a somewhat decent older brother. Despite his excellence, he could never capture her heart, neither in the past nor in the present." After hearing Su Yueli's explanation, Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief, though shadows of doubt still lingered. It seemed that only after Su Yueli shed her tears would these doubts dissipate. "Since Miss Su is so candid, allow me to share something with you as well," Lin Chen said, stroking her hair with a smile. "What is it?" The childhood bet is not unique to you alone, Lin Chen replied, his eyes seemingly lost in recollection. What did you say? Yueli sprang from Lin Chen's embrace, sitting upright and gripping his clothing as she demanded. With whom do you have a childhood bet? How dare you speak to your master in such a manner, servant? Lin Chen, without any hesitation, gently grasped Yueli's hand and replied, That was during my time at the orphanage. There was an older sister, 3 years my senior, who always took care of me. One day, while we were stargazing on the rooftop, she suddenly declared that when we grew up, she wanted me to marry her. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, Yueli seized his ear, her tone icy. So you agreed? Wait, let me finish. Lin Chen continued, of course. I did not agree. It was just that. Just what? It was just that later on, she told everyone at the orphanage that I was her little husband. Just as Lin Chen's words fell, Yueli swiftly tore his shirt apart. The mere thought of another woman referring to Lin Chen as her husband ignited her fury. Calm down. Calm down. Where is she now? Yueli was eager to meet the sister Lin Chen spoke of, daring to claim him for herself. Miss Su, it was merely a childhood jest, and like you, I never acknowledged it. Where is she now? Yueli repeated her inquiry. Lin Chen fell silent, seemingly regretting mentioning the matter. With a sigh, he replied, After the Lin family adopted me, she was taken in by someone else, and I have no idea where she is now. As Lin Chen spoke, Yueli immediately picked up her phone and dialed Chun Qian's number. Chun Qian, seemingly asleep, answered the call in a daze. What is it, Li Bao? Find out about a woman for me. Lin Chen. After Yueli explained to Chun Qian that Lin Chen was recounting a woman from his childhood at the orphanage, Chun Qian's expression turned calm, and her tone was flat as she said, Li Bao, please hand the phone to Lin Chen. Miss Chen, good evening. As Lin Chen began to speak, a hint of foreboding crept into his voice, anticipating what was to come. Sure enough, before he could finish, Chun Qian's voice, filled with fury, erupted like thunder from the receiver. Lin Chen, are you out of your mind? It's the middle of the night, and you're telling Li Bao stories. Do you know how hard I struggled to fall asleep? I'm sorry. After enduring Chun Qian's scolding, Lin Chen fell silent, covering his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. Even when Yueli wished to inquire further, he held her tightly, remaining mute. Eventually, unable to contain her frustration, Yueli bit his shoulder several times until her anger dissipated. Sighing, Lin Chen summarized his night's ordeal with 4 words, self-inflicted suffering. Yueli had been so obedient in his embrace, yet he had foolishly brought this up. Sleep. We'll deal with you tomorrow. Yueli exclaimed, still a bit irate. All right. When you're feeling better. Lin Chen mentally noted this grievance. The next morning, Yueli rose early to go to work. After awakening naturally, Lin Chen began his day's work. In the office, he encountered Yueli, who had been diligently occupied for some time, and Chun Qian, whose expression was rather unfriendly. I've left breakfast for you. Do have some. Yueli gestured towards the food container on the desk. Thank you. Why not express your gratitude to me? It was I who brought it to you. Chun Qian retorted through clenched teeth. Thank you, Miss Chun. I apologize for last night. Upon hearing Lin Chen's repeated apology, Chun Qian's demeanor softened somewhat. In light of your apparent sincerity, I shall forgive you. However, you must refrain from upsetting Li Bao at night in the future, and do not bring your troubles to me. As the two conversed, Yueli's phone rang. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just mentioning him yesterday, Chun Qian remarked, surprised by the name displayed on the screen. It was indeed a call from Xiao Yulong. A gentle yet magnetic voice emerged from the device. Xiao Li, it's been a long time. Chapter 71. Sister-in-law, what has happened to Brother Xiao? Yueli inquired upon connecting the call. Hearing her familiar and endearing voice, Xiao Yulong paused momentarily before clearing his throat. I'm planning to host a gathering and wanted to ask if you have time to attend. What kind of event? As the year draws to a close, I wish to take the younger members of the family out to unwind, enjoy some tea together, engage in conversation, and strengthen our bonds, Xiao Yulong explained. At that moment, a lively and cheerful shout echoed from Xiao Yulong's end. Brother, are you on the phone with sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Yulong quickly admonished, Younger sister, do not speak carelessly. Don't. Brother misses sister-in-law dearly. You must come. I miss you too. The voice of the girl faded away, seemingly running off to avoid being reprimanded by Xiao Yulong. Xiao Yulong hurriedly clarified, Xiao Li, my younger sister is naive and speaks without thinking. I shall certainly teach her better. Su Yueli chuckled. It's all right. Since Xiao has expressed her desire to see me, I shall attend. Hearing that Su Yueli was not upset and had agreed to come, Xiao Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, elated. When is the gathering? I plan to commence the gathering tomorrow, and it may last several days depending on the circumstances, Xiao Yulong responded. Su Yueli replied, all right. I will come over tomorrow at noon. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements to ensure your utmost comfort, Xiao Yulong assured. After hanging up, Xiao Yulong turned to his younger sister, Xiao, who wore a pitiful expression and sighed helplessly. Younger sister, you must not refer to Xiao Li as sister-in-law in the future. It will upset her. Xiao pouted, brother, seeing how fond you are of Sister Su. She will inevitably become my sister-in-law. Xiao Yulong ruffled Xiao's hair. Matters of the heart are not as simple as you think. Meanwhile, Su Yueli turned to Lin Chen and Chun Qian, saying, let us go together tomorrow. Absolutely. I am certain we will encounter many handsome men. Chun Qian exclaimed joyfully. Currently, the only leads regarding your origins remain with the Xiao family. Once we arrive, I shall inquire with Brother Xiao to see if he knows anything, Su Yueli stated. Thank you very much, Miss Su, Lin Chen smiled. Do you think I seek your gratitude? Su Yueli shot Lin Chen a playful glare. Then I shall express my gratitude properly once you have recovered, Lin Chen replied. Listening to their exchange, Chun Qian couldn't help but interject, hey, enough of this. Am I invisible? What are you two discussing in such a public setting? Crossing her arms, she raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do not forget to pay attention. If you continue to dote on Sister Li, be careful that tomorrow, Young Master Zhang does not whisk her away. And then we'll see if you can still smile. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless, glancing at Su Yueli's beautiful eyes with a hint of jest. Miss Su, do you think Young Master Zhang will steal you away? Su Yueli, filled with a playful spirit, tilted her head slightly and whispered, with such excellence, who can truly say? Miss Chen, please step outside for a moment. You too, Chun Qian. Realizing her reminder had not only gone unheeded, but had also inadvertently provided the couple an opportunity for flirtation, huffed in annoyance and rose to leave. As soon as Chun Qian exited, Lin Chen approached Su Yueli, bending down to kiss her. Kiss me if you must, but what is your standing? Su Yueli gently pressed her palm against Lin Chen's forehead, eager to hear him speak the words she longed for. To her surprise, Lin Chen seized her wrist, pushed her hand aside, and boldly kissed her. Does the master need to explain his identity when he wishes to kiss his maid? Oh, how audacious! When Chun Qian returned to find Su Yueli, she noticed her lips were slightly swollen and reddened, clearly a sign of having been wronged. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Su Yueli, Chun Qian, and Lin Chen traveled towards the villa of the Xiao family, escorted by Zhang Long and others. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Xiao residence, Xiao Yulong stood tall in a dark suit that accentuated his elegance, waiting at the door. His gaze brightened the moment he spotted Su Yueli disembarking from the vehicle. Beside him stood Xiao, adorned in a delicate pink gown, her softly curled hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a little princess. Xiao Yulong quickly approached, his attention fixed on Su Yueli as he softly said, Xiao Li, the journey must have been exhausting. Su Yueli smiled in response. Xiao Ge, it has been a while. I apologize for keeping you waiting. At that moment, Xiao bounced over, grasping Su Yueli's hand, and exclaimed, sister-in-law. Su Jia, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for so long. She nearly called Su Yueli's sister-in-law again, startling Xiao Yulong nearby. Young Master Zhang, it has been a while. You have become even more handsome, Chun Qian greeted. Miss Chun, you look even more beautiful than last time, Xiao Yulong remarked, finally noticing Chun Qian and Lin Chen, who had stepped out of the car with Su Yueli. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Chen, revealing a subtle hint of scrutiny before he turned to Su Yueli and asked politely, yet with a hint of curiosity, Xiao Li, who is this? Su Yueli replied, Xiao Ge, this is my new bodyguard, Lin Chen. He helped me escape a predicament involving the Chu family. This was Lin Chen's identity while they were out today. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yulong's confusion dissipated, replaced by a look of gratitude. He slightly cupped his hands in salute to Lin Chen and earnestly said, "Brother Lin, by saving Shaoli, you have saved me. The Shao family owes you a great debt of gratitude. It is indeed an honor for you to attend this gathering today. We must have a good conversation later." Lin Chen nodded slightly, responding politely, "Young Master Shao, you flatter me. It was merely a small effort." Meanwhile, Xiao, still holding Su Yueli's hand, noticed Lin Chen as well, her beautiful eyes sparkling with newfound interest in him. However, considering that this time now belonged to her elder brother and future sister-in-law, he chose to remain silent. Speaking of the Chu family, Xiao Yulong turned to Su Yueli and smiled. "Shaoli, you have certainly stirred quite a commotion lately. Who prompted them to provoke me first?" Initially, Xiao Yulong was unaware of how Su Yueli had nearly fallen victim to Chu Jinghong's schemes. But following the incident involving Yi Linger, the news gradually spread. When he learned of Chu Jinghong's intentions towards Su Yueli, he was nearly incensed enough to storm the Chu family and eliminate him. However, when he called Su Yueli, she insisted on taking her own revenge. As it happened, before Su Yueli could make a move, the Chu family inadvertently presented her with an opportunity. Yesterday, upon discovering that the majority of the Chu family's assets had fallen into the hands of the Su family, Xiao Yulong couldn't contain his elation. Although the remaining Yi and Lin families were discontent with this development and might create obstacles during the Su family's takeover of the Chu family's enterprises, Xiao Yulong was entirely unconcerned. After all, the current steward of the Su family was none other than the girl he cherished, Shaoli. Chapter 72. The essence of Sister Su. Xiao Yulong led the group into the villa, where the spacious and luminous hall was already filled with clusters of the younger generation of the Xiao family, engaged in soft-spoken conversations. Raising his voice slightly, Xiao Yulong, with a hint of delight, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Su has arrived. Our gathering may now officially commence." His gaze remained tenderly fixed on Su Yueli, unabashedly revealing his joy. This display irked Lin Chen immensely. Upon seeing Su Yueli, the faces of the Xiao family members lit up with respect and enthusiasm as they rose in unison, courteously greeting, "Good day, Miss Su." Their demeanor and tone were devoid of any pretense or neglect. Su Yueli nodded in acknowledgement. "Shaoli, you must be tired from your journey. Please indulge in some refreshments first. This afternoon, we shall explore the villa's back garden, where I have prepared an array of delightful activities." "Very well. You may enjoy your freedom for now. Qian, let us depart." After speaking to Lin Chen, Su Yueli took Qian by the hand to savor the delectable treats prepared by Xiao Yulong. "Brother Lin, please excuse me for a moment," Xiao Yulong said, following closely behind Su Yueli. Left alone in the bustling milieu, Lin Chen sought a quiet corner to sit for a while. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Yueli noticed Lin Chen's solitude, a faint, alluring smile gracing her lips. She recalled Lin Chen's somewhat sour demeanor over the past 2 days, attributed to Xiao Yulong. Today, she intended to give him the cold shoulder, curious to see if he could refrain from speaking of it later. This woman is undoubtedly being deliberate. Observing Su Yueli's smug expression, Lin Chen thought to himself. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the gathering, a few individuals in the crowd lowered their voices, casting glances between Xiao Yulong and Su Yueli while whispering amongst themselves. "Look how well-matched Brother Yulong and Miss Su are. They truly seem like a pair made in heaven." A young woman clad in an exquisite dress gently nudged her companion's arm, her eyes shimmering with envy. "Indeed, Brother Yulong is poised and handsome, the pillar of the Xiao family. The future of their enterprises will surely thrive under his leadership. Miss Su, too, hails from noble lineage, exuding elegance and breathtaking beauty. Their union is most fitting. Humph, I believe it's only a matter of time. Just observe the way Brother Yulong gazes at Miss Su, as if he could drown in his admiration. It appears Miss Su harbors quite the fondness for him as well." Another voice chimed in, joining the hushed discussion, a knowing smile playing on their lips. These whispers danced like wisps of smoke in the air. Though soft, they subtly reached the ears of one particular individual. Lin Chen frowned slightly, a wave of inexplicable irritation swelling within him, a desire to pull Su Yueli back to his side. Just as Lin Chen sank into his brooding thoughts, Xiao Xiao approached him. Hello, I am Xiao Xiao. You must be Lin Chen, correct? Gazing at the beautiful girl before him, adorned in a pale pink gown, Lin Chen nodded, his mind still entangled in the recent events concerning Su Yueli's abrupt departure. Responding to Xiao Xiao with little more than casual indifference. You appear to be even more handsome than my brother. Would you be interested in being my boyfriend? Xiao Xiao said innocently, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking as she delivered this astonishing statement, leaving Lin Chen utterly speechless. He found himself questioning whether he had misheard, as this young girl, seemingly of similar age to Lin Ke, had boldly initiated such a conversation without a hint of shyness. Momentarily at a loss for words, he pondered how to respond. However, recalling her previous endearment of addressing Su Yueli as sister-in-law, Lin Chen found some solace. This girl from the Xiao family was indeed audacious and forthright. Perhaps her upbringing in such a privileged environment had spoiled her, leading her to speak and act without restraint. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen endeavored to restore a semblance of normalcy to his expression. Why do you wish for me to be your boyfriend? We have only just met, and we are hardly acquainted, he inquired. Of course, it's to boast of my good friends. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a rationale. Before he could inquire further, Xiao Xiao continued to chatter enthusiastically. All my friends have found boyfriends, but I have not. The men who usually approach me have all been chased away by my brother. You're the only one whom I noticed my brother treated with kindness just now. Lin Chen found her words both amusing and exasperating. He shook his head in resignation, reflecting on how this girl had indeed been indulged to the point of being somewhat willful, yet she radiated a delightful innocence. He spoke again, striving for a tone that was gentle yet resolute. Sister Xiao Xiao, relationships are not something to be flaunted, and I already have someone I care for deeply, so I cannot be your boyfriend. To his surprise, Xiao Xiao was not disheartened by his response. Instead, she leaned closer, eagerly inquiring, who is the person you like? This girl was remarkably forward. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, she blinked her eyes and suddenly tilted her head, guessing, do you like Sister Su or Sister Chen? As she asked, she closely scrutinized Lin Chen's expression. This little girl was not only audacious, but also quite perceptive. How did you come to guess it might be Sister Su or Sister Chen? Lin Chen asked, intrigued. Because they are both incredibly beautiful. Just look at how my brother gazes at them with such admiration. If someone as remarkable as my brother is entranced by Sister Su, surely others must feel the same way. Meanwhile, Su Yueli was enjoying a delightful array of exquisite delicacies at a long table alongside Xiao Yulong, who was attentively introducing her to the specialties of each dish. Their interaction was warm and harmonious. Chen Qian, on the other hand, had long been captivated by some charming young men from the Xiao family. Casually, Su Yueli's gaze drifted to the distance, where she spotted Xiao Xiao nestled beside Lin Chen. Observing their animated conversation, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. How dare this fellow engage in jovial conversation with another woman before my very eyes? Instinctively, she set down the food in her hands and made her way towards Lin Chen and Xiao Xiao, with Xiao Yulong following closely behind. Xiaoli, is the food unpalatable? Upon reaching Lin Chen's side, she found Xiao Xiao curiously circling around him, murmuring to herself. Suddenly, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery, Xiao Xiao sniffed Lin Chen, then turned to do the same to Su Yueli. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiao Yulong firmly grasped her and admonished. Little sister, this behavior is quite impolite towards our guest. Apologize. Despite being restrained by Xiao Yulong, Xiao Xiao continued to struggle her way closer to Su Yueli. She then directed her gaze at Lin Chen and exclaimed, Oh, why do you smell so much like Sister Su? Chapter 73. Xiao Zhao's probe upon hearing these words. Su Yueli remained composed, while Lin Chen wore a faintly awkward expression. It was only natural for him to carry a hint of Su Yueli's essence after sharing a bed together every day. Xiao Yulong felt a headache coming on and intensified his grip, admonishing Xiao Xiao, Little sister, if you continue to speak such nonsense, I might truly become angry. Clearing her throat, Su Yueli drew Xiao Xiao closer and addressed Xiao Yulong. Brother Xiao, do not blame Xiao Xiao. Lin Chen accompanied me today in the carriage. So it is indeed possible that he has picked up some of my scent. Xiao Yulong chuckled awkwardly, turning to Lin Chen and Su Yueli. I apologize for the embarrassment. This girl has been spoiled by me. I shall certainly educate her properly later. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, grinning. It is quite all right. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Yulong suggested, let us proceed to the back garden. The scenery there is delightful and perfect for a leisurely stroll. Lin Chen and Su Yueli exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Little sister, come with me. Oh. Xiao Xiao lowered her head in a somewhat aggrieved manner. With Xiao Yulong and Xiao Xiao leading the way, Lin Chen and Su Yueli followed closely behind. Despite being reprimanded by her brother, Xiao Xiao murmured along the way. What I said was true. Upon hearing her words, a barely perceptible frown crossed Xiao Yulong's brow. Did he not understand? Earlier, while conversing with Lin Chen, he had detected the scent of Su Yueli on him. He had comforted himself, thinking it was merely due to their shared journey. However, his intuition suggested that the matter was more intricate than that. Although he had been by Su Yueli's side, he sensed that her gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Chen. Never before had he witnessed her attention linger so intently on a man. Had someone taken advantage of his absence to encroach upon her heart? If that were the case, what he had prepared for Su Yueli today. Little sister, do me a favor, Xiao Yulong whispered to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao looked up, puzzled at her brother. Please help me probe into Su Yueli. I have an inkling that the atmosphere between her and her bodyguard is somewhat amiss, but I cannot be certain. If I were to inquire directly, it might provoke her displeasure. After some thought, I believe you are the most suitable for this task. Xiao Yulong's eyes held a glimmer of anticipation and earnestness as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao blinked, tilting her head in contemplation before breaking into a cunning smile. Do not worry, brother. I will handle the matter of probing Sister Su for your lifelong affairs. Lower your voice. Startled by Xiao Zhao's exclamation, Xiao Yulong quickly covered her mouth. Muffled sounds escaped her lips as they arrived at the back garden. A realm reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise, showcasing Xiao Yulong's meticulous design. The rose archway stood like a gateway to love, adorned with vibrant blooms on either side. Along the winding stone path, fields of lavender swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a romantic purple hue. Nearby, a crystal-clear lake mirrored the azure sky, with rose petals floating serenely upon its surface. It appears to be far from a gathering. Rather, it resembles a scene poised for a confession of affection. This is precisely the underlying intent behind Xiao Yulong's invitation to Su Yueli. Even if he faces rejection from her 1,000 times, he remains undeterred. Without Su Yueli, this gathering would not exist. What should have been a delightful spectacle is overshadowed by the subtle emotions among a few individuals, creating a distinctly different ambience. Xiao Yulong seems to have had this planned all along. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Xiao and then cleared his throat, saying, I just remembered some family matters that require my attention. Xiao Xiao, please keep Su Yueli and Lin Chen company for a moment. I shall return shortly. He offered Su Yueli a slight, apologetic smile. That's perfectly fine, she replied. With that, Xiao Yulong hurriedly turned to leave. Xiao Xiao understood the unspoken cue and playfully linked her arm with Su Yueli's, suggesting, Sister Su, let's take a stroll by the lakeside. Very well, Su Yueli agreed, as Xiao Xiao contemplated her strategy. With a flicker of mischief in her eyes, Xiao Xiao seized the moment to probe Sister Su in such a beautiful place. If someone were to confess their feelings to you, wouldn't it bring you joy? Su Yueli momentarily paused, instinctively glancing at Lin Chen, only to quickly avert her gaze. Responding somewhat defiantly, no one would ever confess to me. How can that be? My elder brother often expresses his affections towards you. Xiao Xiao retorted. Su Yueli gently shook her head, insisting, Xiao Xiao, I've mentioned this countless times. I regard Xiao Ge as a brother. With a hint of playfulness, Xiao Xiao teased. But in my heart, you are my sister-in-law, Sister Su. Perhaps you should reconsider my brother. He is truly devoted to you. At that moment, Lin Chen cleared his throat, clearly displeased. Su Yueli raised an eyebrow, casting a teasing glance at him. The interruption from Lin Chen caused her to refrain from continuing the conversation with Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had begun to piece things together in her mind. As they continued their leisurely stroll through the garden, nearing the lakeside, Xiao Xiao resolved to play her part for her brother's happiness, thinking to herself, "For my brother's sake, I shall embrace the role of the scheming maiden." Suddenly, she feigned a misstep, uttering a delicate cry, her face contorted in pain as her body swayed unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, she collapsed towards Lin Chen, who instinctively reached out to catch her. Xiao Xiao fell directly into Lin Chen's embrace. As she nestled against him, she discreetly glanced up at Yueli, whose previously serene expression shifted dramatically, a flash of indignation flickering in her eyes. Sensing the moment was ripe for further provocation, Xiao Xiao feigned weakness, addressing Yueli. "Sister Su, I think I may have injured my foot quite severely." Lin Chen's embrace came just in time. "It is so comfortable. How wonderful it would be if Lin Chen were my boyfriend." A chill coursed down Lin Chen's spine, as he felt an invisible tension emanating from Yueli directed towards him. What nonsense is this girl babbling about? A cry of alarm echoed in his heart as he wished to release Xiao Xiao, yet she clung to him tightly, her face contorted in anguish, rendering him unable to simply cast her aside. Sensing Lin Chen's struggle, Xiao Xiao continued, "Why are you holding me so tightly? Lin Chen, do you wish for me to be your girlfriend? That would be wonderful." Lin Chen felt on the verge of tears, internally pleading, "Oh, ancestral spirits, please release me, or this woman will surely flame me alive upon our return." There was no time to delay. Lin Chen opted for self-preservation. Miss, why don't you assist Miss Xiao instead? It's improper for men and women to engage so closely." But it was too late. Yueli, supiresin head anguf, retorted, "You seem quite eager to embrace. If you enjoy holding her, then continue." With that, Yueli turned her back and strode forward without a glance back. Chapter 74. You Deserve Punishment. Observing the retreating figure of Yueli, Lin Chen felt a twinge of sorrow as he glanced at the woman in his arms. Resembling a sloth, once Yueli had distanced herself, Xiao Xiao finally released Lin Chen. "Thank you, brother Lin Chen. I believe my foot is feeling much better now." Lin Chen vowed that if Xiao Xiao were his sister, he would certainly discipline her properly, as long as Miss Xiao is all right. With that, Lin Chen hurriedly pursued Yueli. Xiao Xiao stood still, watching the fading silhouettes of the two, a slight smirk of satisfaction playing on her lips. She was acutely aware that her probing had yielded results. There was undoubtedly something amiss between Yueli and Lin Chen. However, she soon recognized that matters might have escalated beyond her intention, and fearing she had truly angered Yueli, she hastily followed, calling out, "Sister Su, please do not be upset. It was merely a jest on my part." Sensing the cold aura emanating from Yueli, Xiao Xiao hesitated to approach, obediently trailing behind her. At that moment, her heart raced like a cat's claws upon her, and she fervently whispered to herself, "Oh, dear brother, do hurry and rescue me." She resolved not to assist him in further tests, feeling utterly distressed. Lin Chen, enduring the chill radiating from Yueli, tentatively called out, "Miss Su." Yet, she paid him no heed. "Well then, for now, this should suffice. I shall soothe her later." No, it seemed he had committed no wrongdoing. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in this tense atmosphere, each second an agonizing ordeal. At long last, Xiao Yulong arrived, initially intending to check on his sister's progress. He quickly scanned the area and acutely sensed the suffocating tension and awkwardness permeating the air. A sense of dread washed over him. Had something gone awry? "Jieli, has my sister upset you again? Just wait. I shall deal with her now." No sooner had Xiao Yulong uttered these words than he felt the weight of Xiao Xiao's reproachful gaze, as if she were silently protesting, "Brother, how heartless you are! I have worked so hard to discern Sister Su's feelings, and you arrive only to reprimand me." Yueli lifted her head slightly, her expression softening as she gently replied, "Do not blame Xiao Xiao. It is merely that I am feeling a bit unwell." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xiao quickly approached and whispered, "Sister Su, is it that time? I have painkillers." Yueli shook her head. "No need, I brought my own." With that, she turned to Lin Chen, her tone tinged with frost. "Follow me." Lin Chen silently acquiesced and trailed behind her. As soon as they departed, Xiao Yulong, unable to contain his curiosity, pulled Xiao Xiao aside to inquire about what had transpired. Xiao Xiao regarded her elder brother with a hint of sympathy and slowly replied, "Brother, you may have lost your chance. It would be wise to seek another sister-in-law while you are still young. Are you suggesting?" Xiao Yulong comprehended Xiao Zhao's intention, his gaze fixating momentarily on the direction Lin Chen and the others departed, his demeanor subtly transforming, exuding an aura that bordered on the intimidating. However, he quickly reined it in. Turning to Xiao Xiao, he stated coolly, "I do not believe it." Meanwhile, Su Yueli grasped Lin Chen's hand and led him into the lounge, which at that moment was vacant. "Come in," she commanded in a chilling tone. "This isn't appropriate. This is the ladies' lounge," Lin Chen protested. "I said come in," she insisted. With that, Su Yueli forcibly pulled Lin Chen inside and shut the door behind them. Noticing Lin Chen's lack of response upon entering, Su Yueli remarked nonchalantly, "Will you bring your shoulder closer, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Lin Chen was taken aback, but before he could react, Su Yueli leaned in and bit down hard on his shoulder. So I'm just a painkiller, am I?" After a few seconds, Su Yueli released her grip, observing Lin Chen's once bright eyes now shimmering with a hint of grievance. She inquired, "Do you realize your mistake?" Upon hearing her words, an overwhelming sense of frustration surged within Lin Chen. "May I ask, Miss Su, what exactly did I do wrong?" Su Yueli found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Lin Chen had not erred in any way. She merely sought a pretext to vent her pent-up dissatisfaction. To her surprise, Lin Chen did not afford her an easy way out. Noticing Su Yueli's silence, Lin Chen frowned, visibly displeased, and continued with a palpable tinge of jealousy. "You seem to be enjoying yourself with young Master Xiao just now." Su Yueli was momentarily speechless. "Thus, it is you who deserves punishment," Lin Chen declared, seizing the opportunity to kiss Su Yueli's rosy lips without allowing her any chance to respond. His kiss was fervent, tinged with a hint of dominance, as if he sought to convey all his earlier grievances and jealousy through this intimate gesture. Su Yueli, unwilling to yield, reciprocated with her own stubborn kiss. When the kiss finally concluded, she breathed heavily, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her eyes reflecting a mix of reproach and affection. Under the heat of their shared passion, the two reconciled completely. "Do you understand your mistake now? I am not at fault," Su Yueli retorted before biting down on Lin Chen's shoulder once more. "Dog woman, could you refrain from biting my left shoulder all the time? It hurts too much." "Fine, I'll switch to the right side from now on." Just as they prepared to exit, a knock resonated from outside the lounge door. "How peculiar. Why is the door locked?" "Someone's here." Lin Chen's heart sank. While Su Yueli might handle it, this was the ladies' lounge, and he was at a loss for what to do, especially with some discarded clothing belonging to the other young ladies of the Xiao family scattered about. Maintaining her composure, Su Yueli pushed Lin Chen behind cabinet. "I will go out first. You figure it out." "Is that so?" With those words, Su Yueli opened the door and stepped outside, leaving Lin Chen in a state of breathless trepidation. Moments later, Lin Chen finally found an opportunity to escape, but as he dashed out, he was met by the leisurely approach of Chen Xian. "Lin Chen, you can't possibly be a pervert, can you?" Chen Xian observed the signs on the wall before glancing back at Lin Chen, whose complexion was far from natural. At a loss for words, and fearing he might exacerbate the situation, he could only mutter, "It's Yueli Bao's doing," before hastily fleeing the scene. Upon exiting, he spotted Xiao Yulong circling around Su Yueli, while Xiao Xiao looked on with an unusual expression directed at her devoted brother. "Xiaoli, are you feeling better now?" Xiao Yulong asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed the slight flush on Su Yueli's cheeks. Strangely, amidst his worry, a different kind of ripple stirred within him. He found Su Yueli to be even more alluring at that moment, particularly her slightly swollen lips, resembling a ripe cherry, vibrant and dripping with an irresistible charm. If only Xiao Yulong knew that this enchanting mouth had just been kissed by Lin Chen, it would be intriguing to ponder his inner turmoil. "I just took some painkillers, and now I'm fine," Su Yueli replied. While not far away, the painkillers themselves seethed at the unfolding scene. Spotting Lin Chen's arrival, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wave at him, momentarily setting aside her earlier probing. She actually found Lin Chen quite appealing. However, Lin Chen dared not tempt fate and returned to Su Yueli's side with utmost sincerity. Xiao Yulong's demeanor shifted as Lin Chen approached. His gaze, once friendly, now bore a hint of coldness, though he concealed it well. After finishing their afternoon tea, as dusk approached, Xiao Yulong leaned closer to Su Yueli and spoke softly. Xiao Li, there's a mysterious event in the back garden later. I sincerely hope you will attend. Mysterious event? You'll find out when you arrive, Xiao Yulong replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. By the way, Xiao Li, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Should you require anything, just instruct my sister. All right, Su Yueli responded. With that, Xiao Yulong hurriedly departed, then pulled out his phone. Is everything ready? Double-check everything. No mistakes are permitted. Chapter 75. May I embrace you? In the opulent hall of the villa, Su Yueli awaited with serene composure, resembling a lily in full bloom nestled in a quiet corner. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Lin Chen, who lingered not far from her. It seemed that their hearts had long departed from the gathering. Presently, a charming maid approached gracefully, curtsying slightly as she spoke in a dulcet voice. Miss Su, the young master requests your presence in the rear garden. The rear garden, though reminiscent of its daytime splendor, now shimmered with an abundance of rose petals strewn across the grass, while the lavender waves danced in the breeze, and the lake was adorned with floating petals, akin to a fairy's ballet. Countless brilliant lanterns hung overhead, illuminating the scene with a lavish glow. Such extravagance, Lin Chen mused inwardly. Just as he prepared to accompany Su Yueli into this enchanting garden, the maid interjected, Sir, I apologize, but the young master has invited only Miss Su to enter. The others must remain outside to observe. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, directing his gaze towards Su Yueli, reluctant to let the two be alone together. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yueli whispered to Lin Chen, You wait for me here. I shall seize the opportunity to inquire about that matter. Very well, he replied. With that, Su Yueli stepped delicately onto the carpet of rose petals, making her way towards the lakeside where Xiao Yulong awaited. Upon reaching the lakeside, she found a splendid stone table set with comfortable stone stools encircling it. The table was draped in lavish brocade, adorned with exquisite tea sets and delightful confections. Xiao Yulong had been waiting, and, upon seeing Su Yueli, a flicker of joy illuminated his eyes as he hurried to greet her. Xiao Li, you have arrived, he said, his voice tender and warm. Su Yueli nodded slightly. Brother Yulong, you have gone to such lengths. Surely this is not. I have mentioned it countless times. My feelings for you are not. Xiao Yulong seemed to sense her hesitation and swiftly interrupted. Xiao Li, do not rush to respond. First, indulge in all that I have prepared for you. With a snap of his fingers, the once quiet night sky was instantaneously illuminated by dazzling fireworks. The vibrant bursts resembled magnificent flowers blossoming in the heavens, casting a daylight glow over the entire rear garden. The brilliance of the fireworks reflected upon Su Yueli's delicate features, imbuing her with an ethereal allure. A small band gradually emerged amidst the interplay of light and shadow. The musicians, clad in sharp black tuxedos, played melodious tunes filled with affection. Xiao Yulong lifted a crystal goblet, pouring a glass of red wine for Su Yueli before raising his own in a toast. Smiling as he inquired, Xiao Li, do you like it? Su Yueli surveyed the enchanting scene and replied softly, It is beautiful. She refrained from expressing her fondness, for within the resplendence lay Xiao Yulong's unique sentiments. Had it been Lin Chen, she would have surely declared her admiration and rewarded him with a kiss. All this ostentation, Lin Chen muttered, observing the spectacle with a hint of displeasure. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Su Yueli slightly turned her head, a hint of a smile rising within her heart. Perhaps by the time they returned, Lin Chen would no longer be able to restrain himself from speaking. Xiao Yulong took a deep breath, slowly lowering the wine glass in his hand, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Su Yueli's face, imbued with profound affection. The orchestra's performance gracefully softened, the weeping violin resonating as if to herald the emotional prelude to his forthcoming words. Xiao Li, Xiao Yulong's voice trembled slightly, yet it was resolute. Brother Yulong, If you're to speak as you usually do, then there is no need. Xiao Yulong's gaze faltered momentarily. Her words had undoubtedly pronounced the verdict. Despite his preparedness, a pang of sorrow still pierced his heart. He pressed on, "Xiao Li, allow me to express myself once more, perhaps for the final time." His voice carried a note of pleading as his hands instinctively rose, as if yearning to grasp that fleeting possibility slipping away. "Very well," Su Yueli replied with a gentle nod. In the distance, Lin Chen observed the scene unfold, musing to himself. What could Xiao Yulong possibly be saying to her? Why did she nod in response? "Xiao Li, ever since I laid eyes on you at the age of 7, I have been unable to forget. You wore a pure white dress, cold and silent, resembling a beautiful ice princess. I was irresistibly drawn to you, always longing to draw closer and understand you." Xiao Yulong's eyes shimmered with tender reminiscence. "I am fully aware that matters of the heart cannot be forced. I endeavored to suppress my feelings, to accompany you as an elder brother. Yet, I discovered that I could not." A chill breeze swept by, tousling their hair, rendering Xiao Yulong's figure somewhat desolate and solitary in this dreamlike scene. "Xiao Li, even though I already know the outcome, even if this confession may render our relationship awkward, I must let you know that you are my unchanging beloved, the one I wish to guard for a lifetime." As he spoke, the corners of Xiao Yulong's eyes began to redden. This man, standing atop the heights of Huagua, unveiled his most vulnerable self before the woman he cherished. "Yueli, I like you truly, deeply." Upon finishing, Xiao Yulong drained his glass in one swift motion. Su Yueli silently regarded Xiao Yulong as he bared his soul, yet her expression remained largely unmoved. Noticing her indifference after his heartfelt words, Xiao Yulong's gaze dimmed slightly, and he slowly uttered, "Xiao Li, I apologize for wasting your time. However, would you accompany me to finish this performance? Let it serve as a conclusion to my feelings for you." "Very well." Xiao Yulong ceased his speech, listening to the melodious music that enveloped them, inhaling the fragrant blossoms. He raised his gaze to the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky. After a long pause, the music came to an end, and the last spark of fireworks extinguished in Xiao Yulong's eyes. "Xiao Li, it has come to an end." Xiao Yulong rose and approached Su Yueli, his voice tinged with a near-pleading note as he inquired, "May I embrace you just once?" "No," Su Yueli replied without a moment's hesitation. "You know well that I despise being touched by anyone." Her tone was cold and decisive, akin to a sharp blade that instantaneously severed the last remnants of warmth and hope within Xiao Yulong's heart. Very well, he conceded, his expectations dashed. He had believed that his numerous efforts on behalf of Su Yueli would earn him at least a modicum of affection, yet in the end, even a single embrace was denied him. His voice emerged hoarse and parched, imbued with a profound sense of desolation and despair. Chapter 76. The events of that year. After a brief moment, Xiao Yulong seemed to make an effort to calm his emotions, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Xiao Li, I apologize for making you unhappy." Su Yueli let out a gentle sigh. "Brother Xiao, let us forget what transpired just now. Let this be the end of it." Xiao Yulong remained silent for a while before responding, "Very well. From this day forth, I shall regard you as my sister. Now, let us leave. The atmosphere has become rather awkward due to my presence." He forced a faint smile. Su Yueli shook her head, signaling for him to wait. "Brother Xiao, there is something I am quite curious about and would like to ask you." "What do you wish to inquire about, Xiao Li?" Upon hearing that Su Yueli still had something to say, a look of joy instantly brightened Xiao Yulong's face. As he had feared, she no longer wished to converse with him. After all, his earlier request had indeed been somewhat abrupt. "Brother Xiao, I shall speak plainly. Not long ago, I acquired an important document from the Chu family. Within it, I discovered a scheme devised by the Chu family concerning the Xiao family 25 years ago. This plan pertains to a missing illegitimate child of the Xiao family. Do you happen to know anything about this?" After posing her question, Su Yueli gazed at Xiao Yulong, awaiting his response. However, he appeared frozen in place, standing silently for an extended period. Though he seemed outwardly still, a tempest was raging within him. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. A fleeting glimmer of unmistakable fear flickered in his eyes, as if he had touched upon the most concealed and perilous taboo within the Xiao family or even within the depths of his own heart. Xiao Li. How could the Xiao family have an illegitimate child? His voice unconsciously softened. Brother Xiao is unaware? From Xiao Yulong's reaction, it was evident that he must possess some knowledge of the matter, yet an unknown force seemed to prevent him from speaking. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to appear more composed. He gradually spoke, his tone imbued with just the right amount of curiosity and sincerity. Xiao Li, I am the eldest son of the Xiao family. Throughout my life, I have never heard of such a missing illegitimate child, nor do I know anything of the Chu family's plan. You are aware that family matters are complex and intricate. Is the source of your document reliable? Could it be that someone from the Chu family has fabricated this in an attempt to stir discord? I understand, Brother Xiao. It was merely a passing thought that I inquired about. Su Yueli recognized that Xiao Yulong was reluctant to elaborate further, sensing that a significant secret lay hidden within. Brother Xiao, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Oh, very well. Xiao Yulong seemed momentarily bewildered by Su Yueli's words, forgetting to even extend an invitation for her to stay. As Su Yueli rose and walked in the direction of Lin Chen, Xiao Yulong quickly regained his composure and hurried to catch up. Xiao Li, since the day has grown late, why not stay here with me? There's no need. I have some matters to attend to at the company this evening. Then let me see you off. Xiao Yulong escorted Su Yueli and the others to the door. After watching them depart, he immediately turned back to the villa, hastily got into his car, and sped away, destination unknown. Could it be that my elder brother, disheartened by a failed confession, is in despair? Xiao, witnessing this, quickly summoned her family driver to pursue him. As Xiao Yulong drove recklessly, he arrived before a brightly lit villa where his mother resided. Yulong, what brings you here at this hour? You didn't give me any notice. Pei Shulan's gentle voice was laced with concern. Mother, the matter concerning the Chu family from years past was not handled properly, and now, Xiao Li has learned of it. What? Pei Shulan's body trembled slightly, her smile freezing in place, her eyes betraying a flicker of unmistakable fear and anger. Instinctively, she clutched her clothing, and after a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. Yulong, this incident happened so many years ago. Why is it being brought up now? How did Xiao Li find out? Xiao Yulong, feeling restless, rubbed his temples. Xiao Li received the document from the Chu family. I'm unsure how much she knows, but she mentioned that illegitimate child. That fool. Chu Zhanyan. I had instructed him long ago to destroy all related materials, yet he still left some behind. Pei Shulan's voice quivered slightly with anger. Do not worry, Yulong. Fortunately, he has already been dealt with by your father's men. As long as we remain silent, no one will uncover this matter. You are still the eldest son of the Xiao family. However, the fact that Xiao Li is aware, Xiao Yulong seemed to sense an unusual tone in his mother's words. He lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on Pei Shulan. Mother, what are you planning? You must not harm Xiao Li. She is innocent. His voice carried a note of urgency and warning. Despite Xiao Li's entanglement in a scandal that could shake the Xiao family, he still wished for her safety. Pei Shulan paused, then forced a smile. Yulong, rest assured, she is Yingying's child. I would not act recklessly. I merely wish to find a way to speak with Xiao Li, to see if I can persuade her to keep this secret. The two took a moment to calm their emotions. Yulong, do not dwell on this matter. Even if Xiao Li knows, it won't affect us. Chu Zhanyan had assured me that he personally took care of that child. Stay with me tonight. It has been ages since you've tasted my cooking. No, I can't eat. With a failed confession coupled with the resurfacing of this old affair, Xiao Yulong felt too troubled to eat. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Mother, I have something to attend to. I must leave. He rushed out of the villa. Yulong Pei Shulan's call did not halt his steps. Upon exiting, he encountered Xiao, who had hurried after him. Elder brother, so you came to Mother's place. You scared me. I thought you might be in distress. Xiao sighed in relief, patting her somewhat flat chest. Little sister, Mother has prepared dinner. You should stay and keep her company. Xiao Yulong swiftly entered his car and accelerated away. What on earth is going on? Xiao gazed at her brother, who was in such a hurry, with a perplexed expression. Xiao is here. Coming quickly. Your brother won't eat my food. You mustn't leave. All right, Mom, I'm coming. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating her mother's cooking. Upon returning to the villa where the gathering was held, Xiao Yulong hurriedly made his way to the monitoring room. He sought the time when Su Yueli and Lin Chen had left together to procure pain relief. After that moment, he sensed something was amiss with Su Yueli. Although she appeared alluring, her demeanor was eerily familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. It was only when he was at his mother's house that the realization struck him. This was precisely the state one exhibited after being kissed. Soon, the intimate images of Su Yueli and Lin Chen kissing in the ladies' lounge flashed before his eyes. Each scene cut through him like a sharp blade, inflicting excruciating pain upon Xiao Yulong's heart. He could not contain a painful scream, disbelief and heartbreak evident in his eyes. With a fierce punch, he shattered the screen, his handsome features contorting with rage. Su Yueli, is this what you meant when you said you despise others touching you? His voice echoed in the monitoring room, laden with boundless resentment and unwillingness. Each word was forced through clenched teeth, imbued with the fury that surged within him. He could scarcely fathom that the woman who had once resided in his heart like a sacred white lotus had turned and embraced another in the lounge, sharing tender kisses. After so resolutely rejecting him and uttering such words. Chapter 77. Do not keep me waiting too long. Xiao Yulong felt as though he had become an utter farce. Years of affection transformed in an instant into the most profound hatred. His rationality seemed to be submerged by the surging tide of emotions, compelling him to seek out Su Yueli immediately, to confront her and demand an explanation. Yet, as he stepped outside, he felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Why did he have a question, Su Yueli? This was merely the consequence of his own misguided feelings. Nevertheless, the bitterness and hatred born from his unfulfilled love clung to him like a relentless curse, impossible to dispel. Leaning against the wall, he murmured in agony, Xiao Li, I will never harm you, never. But Lin Chen, that wretched beast, he touched you. He touched my beloved Xiao Li. He deserves to pay. Meanwhile, as Su Yueli entered the car, Lin Chen immediately enveloped her in his embrace. Perhaps it was the sight of Xiao Yulong and Su Yueli alone together that had stirred his insecurities. Now, holding her close and inhaling her scent offered him some solace. Did he confess to you? Lin Chen asked, somewhat knowingly. Su Yueli nodded gently, then inquired from within his embrace, so what now? It was as if she were urging him to take action. After a brief silence, Lin Chen chuckled. So I'm waiting for Miss Su to confess to me. Get lost, Su Yueli exclaimed, playfully grabbing Lin Chen, only to accidentally seize the wrong part of him. Is this woman so impatient? The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness and subtle tension, causing Su Yueli's face to flush with embarrassment. She withdrew her hand as if shocked, turning her gaze toward the window. Lin Chen, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, widened his eyes, his body momentarily stiffening, his expression a blend of embarrassment and restraint. Fortunately, Chun Qian, aware of her surroundings, promptly settled into the passenger seat with headphones on, oblivious to their little interaction. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen broke the stillness with a light cough, attempting to ease the tension. You have quite a precise touch. Su Yueli bit her lip, a mix of shyness and irritation washing over her. Be quiet. This topic was best left untouched. So Lin Chen shifted gears and asked, did you inquire about that matter earlier? This question slightly alleviated the atmosphere. Su Yueli shot Lin Chen an exasperated glance and replied slowly. He didn't say anything, but I sense he knows something. Didn't he say anything? That means all three leads are severed, Lin Chen analyzed. No, just because he didn't say anything doesn't mean others want. Once we return, I will have someone investigate this matter and see who from the Xiao family could be involved. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Chen and Su Yueli had a light meal before bathing and retiring for the night. Su Yueli leaned against Lin Chen, her eyes shimmering. Why in he uttered those words yet? Her fingers unconsciously traced gentle patterns on his chest, as if silently urging him. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired, looking down at her. Su Yueli lifted her head, casting him a dissatisfied glance. You know what I am waiting for? Lin Chen let out a gentle sigh, the events of the evening replaying in his mind, particularly the scene where Xiao Yulong openly professed his deep affection for Su Yueli in front of everyone. His fervent love unmistakable. This made Lin Chen feel quite uneasy. He realized there was no need to prolong the wait for Su Yueli to speak first. After all, why cling to such stubbornness when faced with someone he cherished? Initially, he merely sought to assert himself, curious to witness Su Yueli's capitulation. But now, such considerations seemed unnecessary. Lin Chen embraced Su Yueli a little tighter, allowing her to feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, conveying the sincerity of his innermost feelings. Miss Su, I understand you were waiting for me to utter those words, but not today. Su Yueli furrowed her brows slightly, a flicker of confusion and disappointment crossing her eyes. Why not today? Because the timing is not quite right. Allow me a moment to prepare and gather my thoughts. Lin Chen explained, offering a rationale that felt insufficient. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. What kind of excuse is that? Lin Chen's hand gently glided over her slender waist as he clarified, it is not merely an excuse. I simply wish to avoid hastily uttering those words. I desire for them to emerge at the most opportune moment, akin to the most brilliant star illuminating the night sky, when the time is just right. I want to create a singularly unique memory for you. Is that agreeable? His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms. Su Yueli looked up at him, her gaze scrutinizing. Just don't keep me waiting too long. Lin Chen softly kissed her forehead. All right. The following day, after having breakfast together, Lin Chen accompanied Su Yueli to the company. Noticing that she was particularly busy, he decided to explore freely. He descended to the library, where he encountered Lin Ku-er, who had just begun her shift. Lin Ku-er's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling. Brother Lin Chen, why do you look so happy? She inquired. Because Mom is coming the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen replied, surprised. Yes, Brother Lin Chen. And you just happen to have a day off then. Will you have time? Without hesitation, Lin Chen nodded. I will make time. Aunt Zhou is coming. And I certainly want to see her. After all, I promise to let you both taste my cooking. A gentle smile graced his lips. Lin Ku-er immediately beamed with delight, excitedly bouncing on her feet. That's wonderful, Brother Lin Chen. Mama's been talking about you too. After spending some time browsing books in the library, Lin Chen made his way upstairs to find Su Yueli. He felt it necessary to inform her in advance about this matter. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise. Su Yueli was engrossed in her documents when she noticed Lin Chen, lifting her head slightly with a questioning look in her eyes. What is it? Lin Chen approached her desk, pausing momentarily before speaking. Ku's mother will be coming the day after tomorrow, and she has invited me to their home for a gathering. Su Yueli halted her writing, raising her gaze to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Oh, you should go. Just be sure to return early. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuli's reaction seemed unusual. Noticing his bewildered expression, Su Yuli let out a soft hum. What's this? Do you expect me to throw a tantrum and forbid you from going? I'm not so impolite. As she spoke, Lin Chen gently placed his hand on Su Yuli's smooth forehead. No fever? Just as Lin Chen pondered the changes in Su Yueli, he suddenly caught sight of her computer screen. She was browsing a web page titled How to Be a Good Girlfriend. Chapter 78. The Bomb Do Not Look Around. This is all company confidential. Su Yueli quickly reached out to close the computer screen, but Lin Chen seized her slender arm, intently observing the display. Your company's secrets seem rather haphazard, Lin Chen remarked with a hint of amusement. You shut up, Su Yueli retorted. Unfazed, Lin Chen continued. Are you studying in advance? No wonder you didn't refuse me earlier. Su Yueli's complexion grew somewhat unnatural, yet she stubbornly replied, Humph, do not flatter yourself. It is merely a pop-up advertisement. And I shall close it now. Seeing her feigned bravado, Lin Chen's smile deepened. He leisurely approached her, deliberately bending down to align his gaze with hers, teasingly whispering, Oh, how fortuitous. Get out. Su Yueli, flustered and irritated, exclaimed. All right. Lin Chen pretended to leave, but before he could take more than a few steps, Su Yueli called him back. As anticipated, Su Yueli directly sank her teeth into his shoulder. Finding the fabric insufficient for her ire, she grasped his collar, tugging it slightly apart, and then bit down hard on his shoulder once more. Lin Chen winced in pain, but did not pull away, merely letting out a resigned sigh. Miss Su, is this what the web pages have taught you? Yueli released her grip, turning her head away in silence. Her cheeks still flushed with lingering embarrassment and defiance. After a long pause, she softly murmured in Lin Chen's embrace, "Do not be too pleased with yourself." Her tone retained a hint of pride and reluctance to concede. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he held her a bit tighter, softly responding, "Oh? What does that imply?" Yueli huffed lightly, slightly lifting her head, yet her gaze remained averted from Lin Chen, merely observing the side. "Humph. Although I glanced at those web pages, I was merely experimenting. Do not expect me to adhere strictly to them." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's smile broadened. He gently caressed Yueli's back, reassuring her, "All right, I understand. I'm so frustrated, I don't want to work anymore. You can help me review those documents." Yueli gestured toward the mountainous pile of files. "Isn't that inappropriate? Not at all. I've already gone through them once. Just double-check them," she insisted. "Very well." Drawing on his prior experience at the Lin family, this task posed no challenge to Lin Chen. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze focused and profound as it fell upon the documents. His long, well-defined fingers deftly turned the pages, occasionally picking up a pen to annotate. The sight was indeed pleasing. Yueli couldn't help but let a small smile grace her lips. At last, Lin Chen completed the review of the final document, releasing a long sigh as he leaned back in his chair. Turning to Yueli, he cheerfully declared, "All done, boss. You may inspect it now." "Impressive. It seems my work pressure will significantly diminish in the future," Yueli smiled. Lin Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, realized he would be taking on an additional responsibility. Time swiftly passed. As the appointed hour with Lin Kuter approached, Lin Chen borrowed a vehicle from Yueli and made his way to Lin Kuer's residence. After stopping by a supermarket to procure ingredients, he returned to the car, satisfied with his bounty, and continued towards Lin Kuer's home. Unbeknownst to him, a car had silently begun to trail him at an unobtrusive distance. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the base of Lin Kuer's apartment building, where he spotted her eagerly waiting for him. "Brother Lin Chen," she called out, jogging over to assist him with the bags. "Has Aunt Zhou arrived?" "Yes. She's at home resting," Lin Kuer replied. "All right, once we go up, you should take a break as well. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills." "Sound good." Lin Kuer beamed, her face alight with happiness. As the two ascended the stairs with their items, the vehicle that had been following Lin Chen also entered the vicinity. A man in sunglasses and a black suit emerged, observing Lin Chen's ascent before retrieving his phone. "Young Master, the target has disembarked and is accompanying a woman upstairs. They are expected to remain for a while." "Understood. Wait for the opportune moment to plant the bomb in his vehicle." "Yes, young master." Upon entering Lin Kuer's home, Aunt Zhou was in the kitchen washing fruits. "Hello, Aunt Zhou. Ah, little Lin has arrived. Kuer has been mentioning you since morning." "Mom." Lin Kuer playfully chided, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "She must be eager for my cooking," Lin Chen remarked with a smile. "Aunt Zhou, I bought some vegetables today. Allow me to cook for you and Kuer so you can savor my culinary abilities." "Oh, little Lin, you are a guest. How can I let you cook?" Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, still wearing a warm smile. "Aunt Zhou, please do not see me as a guest. I consider Kuer as my sister. Besides, I have dined here numerous times before." Aunt Zhou exchanged a helpless glance with Lin Kuer, then looked back at Lin Chen's resolute demeanor and nodded. "Very well. I shall await the opportunity to taste your cooking." "Great." With that, Lin Chen headed to the kitchen with the ingredients, while Lin Kuer stood still, seemingly a bit disheartened by Lin Chen's reference to her as a sister. Aunt Zhou could easily discern her daughter's feelings and was about to offer words of comfort when Lin Kuer snapped out of her reverie and dashed into the kitchen. "Brother Lin Chen, let me help you wash the vegetables." Watching Lin Kuer retreat, Aunt Zhou shook her head in mild exasperation. "Silly child." Before long, amidst Lin Chen's culinary endeavors, the meal was prepared, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. With a beaming smile, Lin Chen and Lin Kuer carried the dishes out from the kitchen, where a table laden with sumptuous food awaited, all of which were Lin Kuer and Aunt Zhou's favorites. "Aunt Zhou, the meal is ready. Come and taste my cooking." "All right." Upon seeing the lavish spread of dishes before her, Zhou could not help but exclaim, "Oh, Shaolin, I never anticipated your culinary skills to be this remarkable. The food looks utterly appetizing." Lin Chen, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Aunt Zhou, you flatter me. I merely experimented a bit. I'm uncertain if it suits your taste. Please do have a taste." Zhou picked up a spoon, took a gentle sip, and a satisfied smile immediately graced her face. This soup is truly delightful, remarkably flavorful." Lin Kuer followed suit, tasting a small spoonful, her little face lighting up with surprise. "Brother Lin Chen, this is unbelievably delicious." Initially burdened by her earlier worries, she cast them aside upon savoring the exquisite dish prepared by Lin Chen. Noticing her joy, Lin Chen's earlier tension began to dissipate. "I'm glad you like it. Do try the other dishes as well." The three of them sat around the dining table, their occasional soft exchanges and exchanged glances weaving a tapestry of happiness that gradually enveloped them. Meanwhile, outside, a voice reported, "Young Master, the bomb has been prepared." "Very well. Continue to monitor his movements. Upon my command, detonate the bomb immediately." "Understood." On the other end of the line, Xiao Yulong stood in a shadowy corner, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Concurrently, after finishing lunch, Yueli and Chen Qian found themselves somewhat bored. Suddenly, she recalled the sealed-off Chu Jinghong. "Chen Qian, let us go check if Chu Jinghong is still alive. Perhaps we can extract some information from him." Chapter 79, A Letter Qin Qin. Let's go and see if Chu Jinghong is still alive. The two arrived at the hospital room where he was confined, and upon peering through the window, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Chu Jinghong lay feebly on the hospital bed, his visage haggard and unkempt, his hair a wild tangle reminiscent of overgrown weeds. Perhaps he was utterly famished, for remnants of fabric clung to the corners of his mouth, suggesting he might have resorted to consuming the very sheets beneath him. For days, whenever Chu Jinghong lost consciousness, the hospital nurses would administer life-sustaining injections. Yet under Yueli's orders, no food was to be given, leading to his current deplorable state. "Li Bao, is this Chu Jinghong? How pitiful. He brought this upon himself." It seemed he sensed their presence as he struggled to lift himself and directed his gaze towards Yueli. The malevolence that once characterized his eyes had faded, replaced by a murky and dim look, filled with a desperate yearning for sustenance. "Open the door." As the door creaked open, Zhang Long entered first, swiftly subduing the already weakened Chu Jinghong. He dared not exert too much force, fearful of inadvertently causing his demise. The sudden confinement caused Chu Jinghong to wince in pain, emitting a faint yet agonized whimper. After a moment, he appeared to regain some strength, his dulled eyes straining to focus on Yueli, filled with pleading and longing. Yueli, please, give me something to eat." Chu Jinghong's voice was hoarse and faint. Yueli raised an eyebrow, a glint of mockery flickering in her gaze. "You wish for food? Very well." A cold smirk graced her lips as she gestured to the nurse behind her. The nurse hurried away, soon returning with a small cart laden with delectable dishes. There was steaming congee and aromatic steak, among other tantalizing offerings. Upon catching the scent of food, Chu Jinghong's primal instinct for survival nearly allowed him to break free from Zhang Long's grasp. Yueli sauntered to his side, signaling Zhang Long to ease his hold slightly, and then placed a plate of crystal shrimp within his trembling reach. "Chu Jinghong, are you not hungry? Look at what this is." She extended her delicate fingers, teasingly stirring the food, deliberately intensifying its alluring aroma to waft into Chu Jinghong's nostrils. Just as he was about to reach for the food, Yueli withdrew the plate once more. "Li Bao, you are wicked, yet I adore it," Chen Qian chuckled, covering her mouth in delight. "Yueli, what are you doing?" Chu Jinghong glared at her in anger, his voice rising slightly with agitation, yet still betraying his frailty. Yueli let out a chilling laugh. "What am I doing? Did you ever consider this day when you plotted against me?" She turned to another bodyguard behind her. "Achong, you look rather famished as well. Why don't you indulge in this food?" Achong stepped forward, respectfully accepting the plate, and, under the fiery gaze of Chu Jinghong, began to feast heartily. He deliberately chewed loudly, each swallow echoing like a heavy blow to Chu Jinghong's heart. Su Yueli, you cannot treat me this way. Chu Jinghong bellowed, his voice reverberating within the confines of the hospital room. If you wish for me to cease this behavior, what do you offer in return? His lips quivered slightly, struggling to retort, yet momentarily at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. Everything he once held dear had dissipated, leaving him before Su Yueli as nothing more than an ant at her mercy. Yet, a flicker of stubbornness deep within him refused to yield. I can be of service to you, if only you spare me and grant me a chance to live. Su Yueli let out a cold laugh. Be of service? Do you truly believe I would trust someone like you? Chu Jinghong fell into silence, despairing as he felt the weight of his fate closing in. Suddenly, Su Yueli parted her crimson lips, stating, however, I can offer you an opportunity, but it depends on whether you can seize it. What opportunity? Chu Jinghong exclaimed, lifting his head with a rekindled spark of hope in his eyes. Su Yueli raised her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with scrutiny and indifference, and said leisurely, I have several questions for you. If your answers please me, I may allow you a hearty meal. Chu Jinghong swallowed hard. He was on the brink of starvation, and his hunger for food had temporarily eclipsed his yearning for freedom. Very well, ask away. Su Yueli inquired directly, are you aware of certain matters regarding your fourth uncle? Zhu Zaniun. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, studying every shift in Chu Jinghong's expression. Fourth uncle? Chu Jinghong was taken aback that Su Yueli would broach the subject of his uncle. His fourth uncle was a maverick within the family, a solitary figure without a spouse, who only interacted with a select few brothers. Nevertheless, Chu Zhanyun had always held great expectations for his nephew, often taking Chu Jinghong out for leisure during his childhood. To Chu Jinghong, Chu Zhanyun was akin to his second father. Observing Chu Jinghong's demeanor, Su Yueli surmised that he might possess knowledge that even Chu Jintian was unaware of. Speak, what do you know? Su Yueli prompted coolly. A hint of bitterness crossed Chu Jinghong's face as he paused in contemplation before slowly responding. Concerning my fourth uncle, I truly do not possess much information, but after his death, I fervently pursued leads. What discoveries did you make? He slightly lifted his head, his gaze becoming vacant as he stared into the distance, seemingly lost in memories. After a moment, he began to speak. A few months ago, I found myself reminiscing about my fourth uncle, so I visited an old tree he used to take me to climb during my childhood. Chu Jinghong hesitated, inhaling deeply before continuing. By chance, I discovered an inscription on the tree. He paused, collecting his thoughts, and then revealed. My uncle had written that if he were to die under mysterious circumstances, I should seek out a letter he left behind at the Chu residence. The words were etched into the bark, somewhat faded, yet I recognized them instantly, for he had signed with his unique mark at the end. The letter? Did you find it? Su Yueli inquired. Chu Jinghong helplessly shook his head. No, for there are no clues. I searched through the Chu family's residence, but found nothing. I have scoured every conceivable location, my uncle's study bedroom, and even the seldom visited storage rooms, yet to no avail. I cannot fathom where that letter might be hidden. Perhaps it lies in some exceedingly obscure corner, or maybe my uncle never had the chance to conceal it before meeting with misfortune. In his subsequent preoccupation with plotting against you, he may have forgotten about this matter. As Chu Jinghong spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. Su Yueli furrowed her brow and inquired, think carefully. Since it was left to you, is there a place known only to the two of you? Chapter 80. The heartbroken Lin Kuer in a secluded place known only to the two of us, Chu Jinghong pondered. And suddenly a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes as he spoke. It must be. However, as he spoke, an inexplicable awkwardness crossed his face, and his voice gradually diminished. Speak. Chu Jinghong hesitated before continuing. That was the place where my fourth uncle took me, to become a man. Pervert. Chen Qian's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. Where exactly is it? Su Yueli asked coldly, her expression unchanging. It is in a vacation villa belonging to the Chu family, which has long since fallen into disrepair. Su Yueli turned to a Chong behind her. Go find it. Yes, miss. After a Chong left, Chu Jinghong looked at Su Yueli and said, I have disclosed everything related to my fourth uncle. Can I have something to eat now? I am truly on the verge of starving. As he spoke, he struggled to swallow, and his parched lips bled slightly from the effort. Fine, give him something to eat. Qian, let us go. After Su Yueli and Chen Qian left the hospital room, Chen Qian asked, Yueli, what do you plan to do with him afterward? We will decide after we find the letter. Perhaps we won't even need to wait until we investigate the Xiao family to find the answer. I never expected Lin Chen's background to be so intricate, entangling so many families at once. Chen Qian remarked with a hint of emotion. Take it slow, Qian. You should head back first. I have a few matters to attend outside. Where are you going? As soon as Chen Qian asked, she guessed the answer. It must be to seek out Lin Chen. What did the dignified young lady of the Su family become so emotionally entangled, toiling so tirelessly for a man? A fickle-hearted woman. After parting ways, Su Yueli strode directly towards the parking lot, starting her car and heading to Lin Kuer's home. She wished to experience what it felt like to bring Lin Chen back home. Zhang Long and others followed suit, as usual. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had finished dinner at Lin Kuer's house and engaged in a delightful conversation with her and Aunt Zhou for quite some time. As he noticed the time, Lin Chen prepared to depart. Having half revealed his feelings last night, he now considered himself somewhat bound, and it was high time he returned home. Although Su Yueli had verbally consented to his visit to Lin Kuer, she must be feeling quite sour about it deep down. If he lingered too long, it was likely that Su Yueli would immediately shed her facade and come to confront him. Furthermore, he found himself missing Su Yueli a bit. Lin Kuer's eyes shimmered with reluctance as she said, Brother Lin Chen, are you really leaving? You've only just arrived. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Kuer, it's time to go. Otherwise, someone may become anxious. A flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze as she pouted slightly. Very well then, let me see you off. Aunt Zhou chimed in from the side. Little Lin, be careful on the road, and come again when you have a chance. No problem. Next time I'll come back to cook for you. After bidding farewell, Lin Chen descended the stairs accompanied by Lin Kuer, Lin Chen's elder brother. All the way, Lin Kuer kept her head slightly lowered, lost in thought. What's wrong, Kuer? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Chen asked, noticing her unusual demeanor with concern. No, it's just that the meal you prepared was so delicious that I feel a bit full now, Lin Kuer replied, forcing a sweet smile while gently patting her small belly. She did not wish to let her condition affect Lin Chen's mood. You little foodie, next time I'll bring you some hawthorn, he said. All right. The two descended to the ground floor, where Lin Kuer followed Lin Chen to the parking lot. Kuer, I'm leaving now. You should hurry back, it's cold outside. I want to watch you go. You silly girl, fine. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly before starting the car. Not far away, a man in a black suit and sunglasses was intently watching them from within a vehicle. Young Master, he has come out and is about to drive away. Good. Initiate the explosion. Understood. The man in sunglasses pressed the button. Young Master, the bomb has been activated and will detonate in 5 minutes. Okay, you retreat first. Do not let Xiao Li discover your presence. The man in sunglasses then drove off, eager to catch a flight to flee from Huagua. Although Xiao Yulong had not explicitly informed him of the target's identity, he had an inkling. He knew the gravity of his actions. Once that person was killed, he would be the first to face Su Yueli's wrath. Waving goodbye to Lin Kuer, Lin Chen drove away. Until he vanished from sight, Lin Kuer remained rooted in place. The cold wind brushed against her hair, yet it could not rouse her from her melancholic state. At some point, Zhou Wan appeared behind her, concern and tenderness evident in her gaze. She gently wrapped her arms around Lin Kuer from behind. Mom, startled, Lin Kuer turned and buried her head in Zhou Wan's embrace, her shoulders beginning to tremble. After shedding tears in her mother's arms for a while, Lin Kuer's emotions calmed somewhat, her sobs gradually subsiding. Boom! Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted in the direction Lin Chen had departed, the sound crashing like thunder in her ears, causing Lin Kuer to shudder. Following that, thick smoke billowed upward like a menacing black dragon reaching for the sky. Lin Kuer's complexion turned ashen in an instant, a wave of ominous premonition flooding her heart, completely overwhelming the grief she had just barely suppressed. Lin Chen, brother. The cry escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of despair. Her eyes widened in terror and worry, and without a moment's hesitation, she released Zhou Wan and sprinted frantically towards the direction Lin Chen had taken. When she caught sight of the vehicle engulfed in flames by the roadside, its body severely consumed by fire and smoke, her heart clenched violently, leaving her frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Despite the flames and thick smoke obscuring her vision, she instantly recognized the vehicle belonging to Lin Chen. In that moment, she felt as though her entire world had shattered. "Lin Chen, brother!" she cried out, her voice steeped in unfathomable despair and sorrow. She yearned to rush forward, to pull him from that hellish inferno. However, the raging fire loomed like a ferocious beast, the searing heat and surging waves of warmth mercilessly blocking her path. Trembling, Lin Kuer fumbled for her phone, dialing emergency services. "Please, someone save my Lin Chen," she pleaded, desperation lacing her words. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the burning vehicle, the force of the blast knocking Lin Kuer to the ground. She fell heavily, sustaining various scrapes and bruises. Struggling to rise, she gazed helplessly toward the direction of the fiery demon, her voice a strained wail. "No, Lin Chen, brother, don't." After her desperate cries, Lin Kuer felt as though her soul had been cast adrift. She collapsed to the earth, murmuring softly, "Lin Chen, brother, you promised to come back and cook for me. You can't go back on your word. There are so many things I want to do with you." So many words left unspoken. Chapter 81. Joy and Sorrow. "Karen, are you all right?" Just as Lin Karen was engulfed in despair, a familiar voice resonated. Lin Chen rushed over from the front, followed closely by Yueli. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Karen's body trembled violently. She slowly lifted her head to behold the unscathed Lin Chen, disbelief flooding her eyes as tears brimmed, blurring her vision. "Brother Lin Chen?" Her voice quivered, laced with the tremor of impending tears, as she feared this might be a mere figment of her imagination. Noticing the tattered fabric adorning Lin Karen and the slight abrasions on her delicate face, Lin Chen's expression darkened instantly, his heart aching with compassion. The moment he reached Lin Karen's side, she struggled to rise and threw herself into his embrace with abandon, clinging tightly to his waist. Her frail arms exerted every ounce of strength, as if holding him close would ensure he would never leave her again. "Brother Lin Chen, is it truly you?" Lin Karen buried her face deep into his chest, her tears swiftly soaking his garment, her body trembling incessantly, sobs echoing through the air. Yueli, who had hurriedly followed, pressed her lips together in mild discontent. However, upon witnessing Lin Karen's tear-streaked visage and sorrowful demeanor, she swallowed her words and refrained from intervening. After a prolonged moment, Lin Karen's emotions gradually settled. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lin Chen, reflecting a mixture of grievance, relief, and longing. "Brother Lin Chen, I thought I would never see you again," Lin Karen choked out. Lin Chen gently caressed her hair, his voice tender as he reassured her, "Silly Karen. Am I not here, safe and sound? Please do not cry. Why must you cling to me so tightly? Lin Chen, when we return, you shall face consequences." Yueli finally expressed her irritation with a slight huff, stating, "This place is unsafe. We should leave at once." Only then did Lin Karen, who had focused solely on Lin Chen, notice Yueli. She hastily withdrew her hands, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and fluster, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Her gaze flitted over Yueli before she quickly averted her eyes, unable to maintain prolonged contact. "Miss Su, you are injured. We must go to the hospital," Yueli interrupted Lin Karen, then turned to Lin Chen, commanding drive. From Yueli's penetrating gaze, Lin Chen understood that he would face some tribulations upon their return. He glanced at his shoulder and silently mused, "Brother, you've had a tough night. I shall endeavor to shield you from her wrath in the future." On the way to the hospital, Lin Chen took the wheel while Yueli accompanied Lin Karen in the back seat. "Miss Su, I was just overly worried." Lin Karen attempted to explain, anxious that her actions might adversely affect Lin Chen and Yueli. Yueli interrupted her once more. "I understand, but let it be a lesson learned." Though her tone bore a hint of seriousness, a trace of gentleness lingered within. Upon hearing this, Lin Karen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, "Thank you, Miss Su." Observing the two women engaged in a peaceful conversation behind him, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. As his mood lightened, Lin Ke wiped away the traces of tears from her face and, with a mixture of gratitude and curiosity, asked Lin Chen, "Brother Lin Chen, didn't you leave in that car?" A flicker of relief crossed Lin Chen's eyes as he paused slightly, then glanced at Su Yueli, who was seated in the back. Slowly, he replied, "I owe it all to your CEO, Su, for coming to fetch me." Moments ago, Lin Chen had intended to accelerate home to find Su Yueli when he suddenly recognized the approaching vehicle. The occupants appeared familiar, and through the window, he clearly saw Su Yueli's exquisite features. She too noticed him and lowered her window, beckoning him over. "What brings you here?" Lin Chen parked by the roadside, exited the vehicle, and approached the front of Su Yueli's car. "To pick you up," she stated calmly, her brief response laced with a subtle warmth. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could not resist teasing. "Ah, to have Miss Su herself come to escort me home, I must be quite esteemed." Su Yueli let out a soft huff, pretended to prepare to drive away, and remarked, "Then I won't take you." She feigned anger, turning her head away, her hand resting on the gear shift. Noticing this, Lin Chen hurriedly reached out to stop her, his smile shifting to a pleading expression. "Of course, I will ride with you. I can't bear to miss out on the privilege of Miss Su's personal transport." "What about the car I drove here?" Lin Chen inquired. "Leave it there. I'll have someone come to retrieve it shortly." "All right then." Lin Chen promptly opened the door and took a seat inside Su Yueli's car. A delicate fragrance permeated the interior, the unique scent of Su Yueli, prompting Lin Chen to take a deep breath, his smile growing even more content. Not long after they departed, a tremendous explosion echoed from behind them. Upon returning, they were met with the sight of a charred wreckage ablaze and Lin Ke weeping not far away. "Was this an accident?" she asked. "No, a typical car explosion wouldn't possess such magnitude. It must be deliberate." Lin Chen's expression darkened. "What? Who would target my brother Lin Chen?" Lin Ke's eyes widened, filled with indignation. "I've already dispatched someone to investigate. We will have answers soon." Su Yueli interjected, her tone imbued with an icy resolve. Whoever dared to threaten her people would face dire consequences. The car swiftly arrived at the hospital, where Lin Ke was taken inside for treatment, while Lin Chen and Su Yueli waited outside. Beep Su Yueli's phone chimed. "Li Bao, we've identified the individual who planted the bomb in Lin Chen's car." Chen Qian sent over a photo of a man in sunglasses. "Whose man is he? His information has been erased. We cannot trace it for now," Chen Qian replied. "Where is he now?" "We just discovered he boarded a flight abroad. Send someone to intercept him. No matter where he flees, bring him back to me." The previously unexpressed rage began to surface at this moment. After hanging up the phone, Su Yueli leaned against Lin Chen's shoulder, feeling a wave of apprehension. Had she not come to pick him up today, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. Contemplating this, she wrapped her arms around Lin Chen, her inner fury steadily escalating. "Remain calm. Everything is fine," Lin Chen gently reassured, embracing her. "Calm? Lin Chen, someone is out to kill you. How can I possibly remain composed? If anyone dares to threaten my loved ones, I shall ensure they regret ever entering this world." Chapter 82. The content of the letter after Lin Ke had her wound treated, Lin Chen and Su Yueli entered the hospital room. "Ke, does it still hurt?" Lin Ke shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. It's just a minor scrape. I'll be all right in a few days." "That's good to hear. I apologize for involving you in this," Lin Chen said. Lin Ke quickly shook her head, offering comfort. "Brother Lin Chen, you cannot blame yourself. It is all the fault of that villain who tried to harm you. Lin Ke, you should rest at home until you recover. Your salary will continue, as usual," Su Yueli stated. "It's nothing, Su Zong. This injury is trivial." Lin Ke hurriedly waved her hand. Before she could finish her words, Su Yueli gently interrupted with a raised hand. "This is an order." "All right then. Thank you, Su Zong." Once it was confirmed that Lin Ke was in good health, Lin Chen first escorted her home before heading to the villa with Su Yueli. Given the current circumstances, the outside world had become somewhat perilous for Lin Chen. Those who sought to harm him, having failed once, were likely to attempt again. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Chen noted that the area had been thoroughly fortified. It was undoubtedly the safest place at present. "From now on, you are not allowed to leave here until the mastermind behind this is dealt with," Su Yueli said, her expression grave, her tone firm, and her gaze resolute. Lin Chen did not object, as it was for his safety, though he couldn't help but mutter, "So this is being confined to the villa. What are you talking about? I will be here with you in the villa." "That's good, heh." Although they had yet to apprehend the man in the sunglasses, there was news regarding the letter mentioned by Chu Jinghong. Upon his return, Chang handed the letter to Su Yueli. "What is this?" Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. "Today, I received some clues from Chu Jinghong. This is a letter left by his fourth uncle, Chu Zhanyun. It may shed some light on your origins." With a hint of curiosity, the two opened the envelope. The letter was dated 5 years ago, written in the year prior to Chu Zhanyun's death. The first line revealed words addressed to Chu Jinghong. "Jinghong, are you thinking of your fourth uncle? Your fourth uncle is also thinking of you. By the time you read this letter, I should no longer be here. But it's all right. My Jinghong is now capable of standing on her own. Isn't she? You must have many questions about my death. Do not rush. For your fourth uncle will explain everything." The story begins. "Wait, let me make it clear that you must not mock your fourth uncle. Although I took you to many such places, I am, in essence, a champion of pure love. Many years ago, I encountered a woman, the most beautiful woman in the world, the one I loved most dearly. But there was one problem. She did not love me." Lin Chen felt slightly speechless as he continued reading. "I did countless things for her, yet I could not win her heart. In the end, it was that pretty boy from the Xiao family who won her over. Indeed, the young dandy from the Xiao family is none other than the former heir, Xiao Yunting. I feel utterly defeated. I possess both status and appearance. Yet it eludes me why Yuner would develop affections for that frivolous young man. Yuner hails from humble beginnings, and in his desire to protect her, Xiao Yunting refrained from bestowing upon her a recognized identity, choosing instead to conceal her from the world. Yet, rather than harbor resentment, Yuner bore him children, too, in fact. This incites my deep ire. Apologies, Jinghong. I seem to have digressed. Let us return to the matter at hand. Lin Chen, when Yuner gave birth to her first child, the then second heir of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunhai, father of Xiao Yulong, sought me out. I found myself unwittingly used as a pawn in his scheme. Upon discovering Yuner's existence and my long-standing grievances with Xiao Yunting, he sought to eliminate Xiao Yunting's offspring, intending for his own son to inherit the Xiao legacy. Perhaps fueled by anger, I made a decision that I would regret for the rest of my life. We conspired to abduct Yuner's child, and the plan unfolded with remarkable success. Xiao Yunting was misled by Xiao Yunhai, allowing me to secure Yuner's child. Afterward, Xiao Yunhai erased all traces of our deed, and despite Xiao Yunting's furious outcry, he was left without any leads. The loss of her child plunged Yuner into a grave illness. It was then that I realized the profound harm I had inflicted upon her. Overwhelmed by remorse and guilt, I longed to return the child to her. However, for reasons unknown, both Xiao Yunting and Yuner suddenly vanished from sight, thwarting my attempts to rectify my wrongdoing. After extensive inquiries, I arrived at a plausible explanation. They claimed that Xiao Yunting had taken Yuner abroad for her recovery, though the truth of the matter remained elusive. Consequently, the child could not be returned. The Chu family was also embroiled in internal strife at that time. To ensure the child's well-being, I placed him in an orphanage. During the abduction, I had noted his name inscribed on a nearby table, and I inscribed that name on a note, tucking it into his blanket. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Yunting is quite the character, permitting his child to share a surname with Yuner. Perhaps it was his lingering guilt for not providing Yuner an identity that compelled him to grant the child the surname Lin. This child is named Lin Chen. Upon reaching this revelation, Lin Chen has uncovered his true identity. He is indeed the son of the former Xiao heir, Xiao Yunting. Simultaneously, a surge of anger against Xiao Yunhai's despicable actions and concern for his missing parents welled up within him. Wait, earlier, Chu Zhanyun mentioned 2 children. Could the other be Kuo? Lin Chen continued to read on. After placing the child in the orphanage, I often found myself watching over him from a distance. It is indeed rather vexing. This young lad is increasingly resembling that scoundrel, Xiao Yunting. On one occasion, in a moment of mischief, I attempted to coax him into calling me father, only for him to hurl stones at me in response. Enraged, I resorted to giving him a few smacks after pulling down his trousers. Lin Chen, Recollections flooded back. When he was around 4 or 5 years old, an eccentric uncle had approached him, insisting he call him father, even resorting to striking him, leaving the poor boy utterly aggrieved. Moreover, this peculiar uncle did not cease his harassment, compelling him to call him father on multiple occasions. In light of this, I resolved to secure a wholesome childhood for the boy and sought out a family with the surname Lin to adopt him. I was also curious to see whether he would refer to his adoptive father as father. If that were the case, I could only imagine the fury it would incite in Xiao Yunting. The notion of his own son calling another man father serves as a form of quiet retribution against him. Lin Chen remained speechless. Perhaps due to the lingering shadow of Chu Zhanyun, he had never addressed Lin Jingde as father, opting instead for uncle. Lin Jingde, motivated by the allure of Chu Zhanyun's wealth, chose not to press the issue. To ensure the safety of this child, I instructed the Lin family to remain silent about him and to conceal my existence entirely. Thus, the boy began to grow within this household, gradually maturing. Upon further observation, it appeared that the child had begun to sense something amiss, as if he had caught wind of the underlying motives behind his adoption. The offspring of Yun, naturally gifted with intelligence, raised my concerns that he might uncover certain truths, compounded by the fear that the Lin family might inadvertently disclose information. Consequently, I commanded them to find an appropriate moment to smoothly usher him out of their home once he graduated from university. After all, he had grown, and it was time for him to face some challenges, especially since he had once refused to call me father and had thrown stones at me. Ha ha ha. Am I not a rather wicked uncle? By the way, should you come across this letter, I implore you to check on him. If he is enduring hardship, please extend a helping hand. Lin Chen, I thank you. I can only wonder how they will manage to evict that child from their home. Once I complete this letter, I shall observe the situation. Should their performance be lacking, I shall not hesitate to express my displeasure. Lin Chen was once again at a loss for words. Was the true reason for his ejection from the Lin family really this? On one hand, Lin Jingde indeed cast him out due to his disfavor. On the other, there was the matter of Chu Zhanyun's task. It appears that Lin Jingde had not fully conveyed the truth to him that day. Perhaps he believed that revealing this reason would lead Lin Chen to think he was fabricating excuses, hence his silence. I previously mentioned 2 children. In truth, this boy named Lin Chen has a younger sister. Chapter 83. Sister, I must clarify in advance regarding this sister of mine. She is not someone I concocted a scheme to steal from Yuner. Rather, she is a child I rescued from the clutches of Xiao Yunhai. This incident transpired 2 years after I had pilfered from Lin Chen during a banquet held by the 5 prominent families. As you may know, my 4th uncle typically maintains strained relations with others, leaving me largely ignored at the gathering. Thus, I found myself in a corner, drowning my sorrows in drink. At that moment, I caught sight of Xiao Yunhai conversing with others not far away. The mere sight of him ignited a surge of anger within me. After all, if he had not incited me years ago, I would never have committed that act. Perhaps emboldened by the effects of alcohol, I contemplated confronting him. However, as I rose, he furtively slipped away. My curiosity piqued, I decided to follow him. I trailed him to the staircase, where I witnessed him meeting with his subordinates. He commanded them to quickly secure a recently snatched infant, proclaiming it a valuable asset for controlling Xiao Yunting. Initially, I had little interest in their conversation, but upon hearing Xiao Yunting's name, I eavesdropped until they concluded their discussion. I then discreetly dispatched someone to follow Xiao Yunhai's subordinate. Indeed, at the subordinate's residence, I discovered a baby girl. I orchestrated her abduction and meticulously erased all traces of my involvement to ensure Xiao Yunhai could not trace it back to me. Upon seeing the infant, I was momentarily taken aback. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Yuner, unmistakably suggesting she was her child. This revelation elucidated Xiao Yunhai's belief that this child could be instrumental in manipulating Xiao Yunting. This infant was, in fact, the second child of Xiao Yunting and Yuner. Alas, it is truly sorrowful. While others are welcoming their second child, my 4th uncle remains haunted by unfulfilled memories of Yuner. Given that this child is Yuner's, I felt an obligation to safeguard her as a means of atoning for my past transgressions. She could not remain within the Chu family. So after careful observation over several days, I identified a couple who had been married for years without bearing children. I surmised that this child would be cherished as their own daughter, shielded from disdain or mistreatment by her adoptive parents. I placed the child in the path of the woman, allowing her to naturally discover and bring the child home. I initially believed this little girl would grow up in her new home without a care in the world. However, I was taken aback to learn that the man was a brute. On numerous occasions, I contemplated reclaiming Yuner's child and finding her a more suitable family. Yet, I observed that the woman treated the child with great affection. It seemed the little girl had formed a bond with her, leading me to refrain from disrupting their lives. As for the name of this little girl, I am unaware of it. However, I recall Xiao Yunting boasting in my presence that if he were to have a daughter, she would undoubtedly be as lovely as Yuner, and he intended to name her Kuer. Thus, I surmised that this little girl's name must be Kuer. Naturally, I would not allow the little girl to share the same surname as Xiao Yunting. Thus, I chose to name her after Yuner, bestowing upon her the name Lin Yun. Lin Ke, a melodious appellation indeed. I must say, your fourth uncle is quite the genius when it comes to naming. Haha. At this moment, Lin Chen and Yueli found themselves momentarily stunned. Lin Chen was somewhat prepared for this revelation, but the astonishment in Yueli's eyes surpassed his. Lin Ke is actually Lin Chen's sister? What a remarkable coincidence. It is evident that they are truly a family bound by fate. The unseen ties of blood connect them inextricably. Yueli felt a twinge of exasperation. Had she truly been envious of Lin Chen's younger sister? Yet, her proud disposition quickly resurfaced. Even if she were a sister, it would not matter. Lin Chen could only be intimate with her. Lin Chen seemed to have divined Yueli's thoughts, a playful smile gracing his lips. Just look at the jealousy you previously harbored. Be quiet and continue reading the letter. Yueli retorted, flustered and indignant, casting a fierce glare at Lin Chen. She snatched the letter from his hands and refocused her attention on the densely packed text. Lin Chen, seeing her flustered state, ceased his teasing and continued reading alongside her. It had been nearly a decade since he last saw Yuner. He truly missed her. He wondered where she was now and how she was faring. Losing 2 children at once must have been excruciating. He hoped that Xiao Yunting, that dandy, would take good care of Yuner. Otherwise, he would haunt him for eternity. Alas, Xiao Yunting was responsible for caring for Yuner, while he was tasked with looking after his children. What the predicament? Though he had not exactly cared for their children exceptionally well, at least he had preserved their lives. Jing Hong, this concludes your fourth uncle's tale. Isn't it quite intriguing? I trust you did not secretly laugh at me, did you? I doubt you would dare. After all this time, I have yet to reveal the cause of my demise. However, I believe you've already deduced it. Indeed, my death is linked to the Xiao family. Since that fateful day when I was used as a pawn to abduct Lin Chen, Xiao Yunhai has sought to eliminate me. But who is your fourth uncle? Chu Zhanyun, destined to sever the ties of the Xiao family. How could a mere Xiao Yunhai ever hope to kill me? Yet, despite my prowess, I cannot withstand the relentless attempts on my life. It is quite frustrating, really. Hence, I hurried to pen this letter to you. Should I inadvertently fall victim to an assassin, you would at least understand the reason behind my demise. I had considered seeking protection from the family. But your fourth uncle is a man of pride, and I do not wish for others to learn of my past misdeeds. Thus, I can only confide in you through this letter. Alas, writing so many words has left my hand weary. Had I known, I would have recorded a voice message instead. Nonetheless, the words are written now, and a few more do not matter. Jing Hong, I do not wish for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. Do not foolishly provoke the Xiao family. Let it be regarded as my just deserts for my past transgressions. The Xiao family and the Su family have maintained a relationship for many years. Once confronted with the Xiao family, the Chu family's predicament will be quite challenging. Please do not jeopardize the Chu family for my sake. It is not worth it. Under your leadership, the Chu family should ascend to greatness, becoming the foremost among the 5 prominent families. Well, that is the gist of the matter. I have taken one child from Yuner and saved another. In the future, if you encounter Ke, you must treat her as if she were your own sister, or even as a daughter-in-law. Haha. Jing Hong, I believe I have said all that needs to be said. It is time to bid farewell. Primarily, My dear fourth uncle, I truly do not wish to write any longer. My hands are quite fatigued. Chapter 84. Speculation. Wait a moment. Let me confirm. Did I jest about my fourth uncle's tale? My romantic endeavors have been rather dismal, and I hope you do not follow in his footsteps. Allow me to remind you, refrain from being a sycophant. I aspire for my extraordinary phoenix to lead the Chu family to glory. That shall suffice for now. I must venture into my dreams to meet my Yuner and perhaps take a moment to confront that dandy Xiao Yunting. Farewell, Jinghong. Thus concluded the contents of this letter. Lin Chen and Su Yueli absorbed a wealth of information. Lin Chen's identity and the grievances of the previous generation of a Xiao family were vividly articulated in Chu Zhanyun's correspondence. Had not so many events transpired in the past, Lin Chen would have been the esteemed young master of the Xiao family, while Lin Ke would have been the esteemed young lady. However, Lin Chen found little intrigue in this. He did not covet such titles. Instead, his heart was heavy with concern, for the letter revealed not a single clue regarding the whereabouts of his parents. Where could they be? This mystery might require an inquiry with Xiao Yulong's father, Xiao Yunhai. Yet he found solace in the newfound certainty of Lin Ke's identity. She was indeed his biological sister. This revelation brought him a modicum of comfort. He was eager to share this news with Lin Ke, certain that she would leap for joy upon discovering she was his sister. No longer would she need to address him as Brother Lin Chen. She could openly call him brother. Meanwhile, Su Yueli, having perused the letter, fell into deep contemplation. She pondered whether the attempt on Lin Chen's life was a result of his identity being revealed. However, it seemed improbable, as aside from Chu Zhanyun, no one should be privy to Lin Chen's true lineage. Alternatively, it was conceivable that during her inquiry about the illegitimate child, Xiao Yulong had noticed a resemblance between Lin Chen and his uncle Xiao Yunting, leading him to surmise that Lin Chen was indeed Xiao Yunting's son. Yet, this seems somewhat far-fetched. Nonetheless, Xiao Yulong was undoubtedly aware of the incident concerning the stolen illegitimate child. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such a reaction that day. Who could be behind the attempt on Lin Chen's life? Might it be Xiao Yulong? If so, even though Su Yueli once regarded him as a commendable brother, she would not hesitate to confront him. She would never permit anyone to harm Lin Chen in the slightest. Su Yueli shared her suspicions with Lin Chen, who pondered for a moment, but arrived at no conclusion. Relying solely on conjecture was futile. They would wait until they captured the individual responsible for the explosives. Lin Chen embraced Su Yueli, inhaling her fragrant hair, and softly murmured, "Indeed." At that moment, the tumult of emotions concerning his and Lin Ke's origins, along with the anxiety for his parents' safety, temporarily overwhelmed the anger and bewilderment stemming from today's assassination attempt. "Do you wish to return to the Xiao family? I can assist you." Su Yueli spoke from within Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen gently shook his head, his gaze calm and indifferent, and gradually replied, "The Xiao family is merely an abrupt concept in my life. I harbor no profound desires regarding it. I harbor no desire for a life of opulent familial splendor. Nor do I wish to become ensnared in the tumult of family disputes." He shrugged slightly, a hint of nonchalance gracing his features. "If I were to articulate the three things I most yearn to accomplish at this moment, what would they be?" Su Yueli inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen replied slowly, "First, to reveal Ke's lineage. Second, to locate my parents. And third." At this juncture, Lin Chen's voice softened further as he gazed into Su Yueli's eyes. "It is you. TCH, is this a confession?" "Not quite, but it can be deemed a subtle precursor." Lin Chen smiled. "Very well. You promised me you wouldn't keep me waiting too long. It shall not be long." Lin Chen cradled Su Yueli with one arm while retrieving his phone with the other, searching for Lin Ke. "What are you doing?" Su Yueli asked. "Naturally, I intend to share this delightful news with Ke." Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, he set his phone down again. Such a momentous revelation deserves a more ceremonial delivery than mere text. It must be conveyed face to face. He yearned to witness Lin Ke's ecstatic reaction. Envisioning her character would lead her to tears of joy. Yet, you must wait a bit longer, for your peril has not yet diminished, and until the identity of your would-be assailant is confirmed, you are not permitted to venture beyond these walls, Su Yueli cautioned. "It's no trouble. A few more days, one team matter. Lin Chen's countenance briefly flickered with a hint of regret. After dinner, the eldest son of the Xiao family, would you carry me to bed? Yueli raised her chin slightly, her eyes glinting with playful mischief as she regarded Lin Chen. Certainly, Miss Su, Lin Chen replied as he swept Yueli into his arms, ambling toward the bedroom. Along their path, their lips met, while Yueli's hands busied themselves as well. Lin Chen endeavored to exercise restraint, intending to reward her once they entered the sanctuary of the bedroom. Just then, Yueli's phone chimed. Li Bao, we have apprehended the individual. Bring him here immediately. Yueli glanced at Lin Chen, whose eyes, reddened from her teasing, betrayed his barely contained frustration. A smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of apology. It appears our plans must be postponed for a while. How infuriating. Lin Chen lamented inwardly, lamenting the timing of this capture. He had readied himself for battle. Observing Lin Chen's crestfallen expression, Yueli gently lifted her head to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. What is this display? It's not as if I am forbidding you. Just a little kiss to offer some comfort. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, deepening this intoxicating kiss. After a while, all right, let us pause for now. Yueli breathed softly, realizing that if she did not deter Lin Chen, he might soon delve into more fervent pursuits. She felt a twinge of regret for having previously provoked him. Adjusting her attire, she shot Lin Chen a mock reproachful glance before they both made their way to the living room, awaiting the arrival of the captured man. Soon, Zhang Long locked in a man, whose hands were bound behind him. The sunglasses had long been removed, revealing a face marred by fresh scars, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, likely the result of the rough treatment he endured upon capture. What is your name? Yueli inquired, her gaze fixed on a man kneeling before her, a chill emanating from her eyes. Su Xiaoshan, he stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably under the oppressive aura of fear that Yueli exuded. At that moment, he felt as if he were caught in a surreal nightmare. He had believed that boarding the plane and fleeing was a foolproof escape, ready to revel in the boundless riches bestowed upon him by Xiao Yulong. Little did he anticipate that a squadron of fighter jets would emerge from nowhere, compelling the aircraft to return to the capital. This was no reality. It was more absurd than a film. He had never imagined Yueli would resort to such extreme measures to capture him. He thought that by not resisting, he could avoid punishment, yet upon disembarking, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a single punch, followed by a merciless beating. I ask you, who instructed you to kill him? Yueli's every word dripped with a chilling intent to kill. It was, Chapter 85. The amnesiac water in the very moment Su Xiaoshan spoke. His eyes widened abruptly. The fear that once graced his countenance was swiftly eclipsed by an expression of profound agony. His body began to tremble violently, and strange, guttural sounds emanated from his throat. Almost immediately, he collapsed sideways, lying motionless on the ground, devoid of breath. What transpired? Yueli furowit herburoth. Her gaze filled with perplexity. Zhang Long stepped forward to examine him closely and eventually discovered a pinprick-sized wound on his neck. Miss, he has been under our control throughout the journey. No one could approach him. This wound must have been inflicted on the plane, Zhang Long deduced after his inspection. If that is the case, it is evident that the mastermind did not wish for Su Xiaoshan to survive, having orchestrated his demise aboard the aircraft. By employing a slow-acting poison, they ensured that Su Xiaoshan's death would not be abrupt. Perhaps the puppet master had not anticipated that the plane would be intercepted. Yet, at this crucial juncture, the drug's effects finally manifested, claiming Su Xiaoshan's life. In truth, Su Xiaoshan could have lingered a while longer, but the intense anxiety and terror he experienced after his capture accelerated his blood flow, hastening the onset of the poison. Lin Chen approached Su Xiaoshan's lifeless form and searched for any useful items, but found nothing of significance. Thus, the trail of clues had momentarily run cold. Further investigation was required to uncover any overlooked evidence. Yes, miss. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family villa, upon hearing that Su Xiaoshan had been captured by Yueli, Xiao Yulong paced anxiously. He lamented that he should have dealt with Su Xiaoshan more decisively from the outset. He hoped the poison would act swiftly. He could not allow Yueli to discover that he was behind the plot to eliminate Lin Chen. If she learned the truth, their relationship would surely fracture. A prospect he could not bear. Another pressing concern weighed on him. He could not ascertain whether Su Xiaoshan was dead or if he had divulged anything before his demise. Perhaps Su Xiaoshan had already perished, leaving Su Yueli in blissful ignorance. Or, conversely, he might have revealed everything before his end, and Su Yueli would now know of Xiao Yulong's treachery. Damn it! Xiao Yulong exclaimed, violently knocking a delicate vase off a nearby table, the fragments scattering across the floor. His mood was exceedingly fraught. In his mind, he had already resigned himself to the belief that Su Yueli was aware of the entire scheme. The mere thought of her icy gaze directed at him sent a pang of anguish through his heart. He feared that she would forever regard him as an adversary. And she was, after all, the one he cherished most dearly. Regret consumed him. He lamented not having detonated the bomb to eliminate Lin Chen outright. He regretted not having dealt with Su Xiaoshan decisively. Surely, there must be a way to remedy this situation. Xiao Yulong continued to pace, muttering to himself, repeatedly striking his head in search of a solution that would resolve everything. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, no perfect resolution emerged. It seemed as if he had reached an impasse. If only he could make Xiao Li forget all of this. Xiao Yulong collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant. Wait, forget all of this. Xiao Yulong's gaze flickered momentarily with a brilliant golden light. Indeed, if only he could make Xiao Li forget all of this. Hastily, Xiao Yulong retrieved his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Young Master, what is your command? A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the line. Zhu Lu, how is the development of the amnesiac drug you have been working on? Xiao Yulong inquired with a hint of urgency. The Xiao family's primary enterprise revolves around pharmaceuticals. Hence, they invest substantial resources into researching the efficacy and functions of various drugs. Several years ago, the Xiao family allocated significant funds to explore medications that were unavailable in the market. Zhu Lu was tasked with the creation of a drug that could induce amnesia. Initially, the purpose of developing this drug was to help individuals forget unpleasant memories. However, due to the complexity of interfering with memory, progress had been slow. Zhu Lu responded, Young Master, we have made considerable advancements and can now ensure that the drug will induce amnesia. Is it harmful to the human body? Xiao Yulong pressed further, as he wished to avoid any adverse effects harming Su Yueli. It poses no risk to human health whatsoever. That's good to hear. What about its efficacy? Young Master, the efficacy is flawless. I administered the drug to my son, and he no longer recognizes me. Zhu Lu stated, a sense of pride evident in his voice. Xiao Yulong was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Lu was indeed a ruthless individual, unyielding even towards his own flesh and blood. In Zhu Lu's mind, research and creation transcended all else. Very well, send me a dose of the drug immediately. Before long, a small vial of liquid, as clear as water, was delivered to Xiao Yulong. He picked it up for a meticulous examination. How is this to be administered? Young Master, it is to be taken orally. How long until it takes effect? Approximately 12 hours. Excellent. A sinister yet elated expression graced Xiao Yulong's face. Once Su Yueli consumed this drug, everything could revert to the way it once was. No, after drinking it, Su Yueli would forget everything. All the moments shared with Lin Chen, the deep emotions she harbored for him, would dissipate like smoke into the ether. Su Yueli would become a blank slate, ready for him to inscribe as he pleased. He would have the opportunity to reshape her feelings and memories, ensnaring her heart firmly in his grasp, ensuring her world contained only him. Xiao Li, you're mine. You can only be mine. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he began to plot how to make Su Yueli consume this vial of medicine. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, after confirming that no leads could be found for the night, Su Yueli and Lin Chen returned to their bedroom. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best to rest well and see if new clues emerged tomorrow. Leaning against Lin Chen's shoulder, Su Yueli's fair, delicate hand playfully teased him. Lin Chen, initially deep in thought, found himself unable to resist as Su Yueli grew increasingly audacious. You wretched woman, must I make you cry to demonstrate my prowess? He exclaimed. Wait. With a trace of delicate tears at the corners of her eyes, Su Yueli nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, her gaze filled with reproach and defiance. Lin Chen, just you wait. There will come a day when it will be you who cries. Miss Su, I greatly admire your imagination, but that is simply impossible. Hiss as soon as Lin Chen's words fell. Su Yueli fiercely bit down on his shoulder. You dogwoman, if you're so adept at biting, would you dare to choose a different place to do so? What place? Get lost. Pervert. As Su Yueli's question escaped her lips, she quickly realized her folly. Her exquisite face turning a deep shade of crimson. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation, she seized a pillow and hurled it at Lin Chen. In light of your disrespectful words towards me, you shall be punished to sleep alone tonight. Chapter 86. Who are you? Early the next morning, Su Yueli slowly awakened in Lin Chen's embrace. To clarify, it was you who rolled into my arms last night. Silence. After breakfast, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Su Yueli, noticing his pensive demeanor, chose not to disturb him, quietly keeping him company as she observed his serious expression. Lin Chen was filled with curiosity. He had not provoked anyone, so who could possibly want him dead? Under the premise that his identity remained undisclosed, he should be safe. If the threat did not stem from himself, then it was most likely related to Su Yueli. The only individual with both motive and capability would be Xiao Yulong. After all, Xiao Yulong harbored feelings for Su Yueli, and perhaps he had sensed the bond between her and Lin Chen, prompting him to take lethal action. As Lin Chen pondered this, the image of Xiao Yulong flashed in his mind. Xiao Yulong appeared cultured and refined, exuding the elegance and demeanor of a nobleman in his every gesture. Moreover, he showed particular respect towards Su Yueli, seeming far too genteel to resort to unscrupulous measures over matters of the heart. After mulling it over with no clear conclusions, Lin Chen rested his head on Su Yueli's soft, resilient thighs. Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback, but then a subtle smile graced her lips. Her eyes filled with affection as she gently stroked Lin Chen's hair, conveying her care and love. Have you thought of something? What I've considered lacks substantial evidence. I shall wait for further clues, he replied. Thus, Lin Chen and Su Yueli remained in the villa for an entire week. During this time, Chen Qian visited several times, and the villa had transformed into Su Yueli's new office, with piles of documents accumulating. Lin Chen also took on the role of cleaner in the villa. With Su Yueli by his side, their days were not dull, despite being confined indoors. It was rather enjoyable. However, while they relished their comfortable life in the villa, Xiao Yulong was in a state of frantic anxiety. His singular obsession was to find a way for Su Yueli to drink the amnesia potion. Once she did, everything would unfold according to his desires. Yet Su Yueli remained indoors, and the water and food supplies were exclusively provided by the Su family, with security measures exceedingly tight, leaving him with no opportunity to execute his plan. Xiao Yulong was on the brink of despair. Nonetheless, there was a glimmer of good news. Su Yueli was likely unaware that he was the shadowy figure behind the plot to kill Lin Chen. Otherwise, given Su Yueli's character, she would have confronted him by now. A week had passed without any inquiries from her, indicating that Su Xiaoshan had likely met his demise before revealing anything, leaving Su Yueli blissfully ignorant. Yet, despite the seemingly favorable circumstances, Xiao Yulong's determination to have Su Yueli consume the amnesia potion remained unshaken. After all, in her normal state, Su Yueli would never accept him. Only with her memory erased did he stand a chance. In pursuit of this objective, he would spare no effort, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous methods. Elder brother, you seem somewhat peculiar lately. Do you have something on your mind? Xiao Xiao cheerfully bounded over to Xiao Yulong. Little sister, gazing at the whimsical Xiao Xiao, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yulong. His thoughts had been somewhat stagnant recently. Perhaps his sister might possess a clever solution. You know, my previous confession might have unsettled Xiao Li. Over the past few days, I've been contemplating a gift to express my apologies. Yet I fear she may refuse it. Do you have any suggestions on how to deliver the gift discreetly? Xiao Yulong inquired. Let me ponder. Xiao Xiao tilted her head slightly, her lively eyes darting about. It's quite simple, she soon exclaimed. Quickly tell me. Elder brother, please clear my shopping cart. Witnessing her brother's eager compliance, how could she resist taking advantage of him? No problem. Xiao Yulong readily agreed, but nearly leapt in surprise upon inspecting her shopping cart. Little sister, why are there 5 castles in your cart? Oh, I just thought it would be nice to vacation when summer arrives. Surely, elder brother ISNT having second thoughts? Xiao Yulong was momentarily speechless, yet in his eagerness to hear her plan, he acquiesced. The shopping cart has been cleared. Chimed a robotic voice from his phone. Elder brother, I love you. I'll now share my idea with you, and rest assured, it will lead to your success. After calming her excitement, Xiao continued. Delivering a gift to Sister Su is quite straightforward. If you cannot present it yourself, you may enlist someone to assist. ISN T Chanjia and Sister Su exceptionally close? You could ask Chinjia to deliver it on your behalf. Just instruct her not to disclose that the gift is from you, and I'm certain Sister Su will accept it. Then, after some time, you can reveal that it was you who sent the gift. Though the sentiment may arrive belatedly, at least it will have reached her. All right, I've finished my explanation. Now I must go check on my castles. With that, Xiao dashed away, leaving Xiao Yulong deep in thought. Chun Qian. A wave of elation surged in his eyes. Yes, he could certainly utilize Chun Qian. He had been struggling to devise a means for Su Yueli to drink the amnesia potion without resistance. Even sending someone to infiltrate Su Yueli's villa would not guarantee she would consume the potion. However, if the potion were delivered by Chun Qian, Su Yueli would undoubtedly accept it. Quickly, investigate all of Chun Qian's recent activities. Additionally, follow her and eavesdrop on her conversations over the past few days. 2 days later, Xiao Yulong received a thick report detailing Chun Qian's daily activities, her whereabouts, and the conversations she had over the past 2 days. One particular piece of information caught his attention. It noted that whenever Chun Qian visited Su Yueli's villa, she would stop by a snack street to purchase an array of delicacies. Among these, a particular 8-treasure lotus seed porridge was always included, intended for Su Yueli. This was corroborated by the person he had sent to follow Chun Qian, who had overheard her instructing the vendor, please use less sugar. Miley Bao has been mindful of her figure lately. An idea began to form in Xiao Yulong's mind. Since Su Yueli had a fondness for the 8-treasure lotus seed porridge, he decided to exploit this. He quickly arranged for the vendor of the porridge to be coerced, instructing him to mix a memory-erasing agent into the porridge the next time Chun Qian made her purchase. Initially, the vendor hesitated, concerned that selling such a mysterious substance to a young woman could potentially harm her. However, following threats to his family, he reluctantly complied. As expected, 2 days later, Chun Qian returned to purchase the lotus seed porridge. Vendor, 1 serving of lotus seed porridge, the usual, less sugar, more hawthorn. Thus, Chun Qian arrived at Su Yueli's villa, carrying the porridge laced with the memory-erasing agent. Li Bao, here is your lotus seed porridge. After taking a sip, Su Yueli immediately spat it out. What's wrong? Li Bao, was it too sweet? Chun Qian inquired. No, it just seems different today, Su Yueli explained. That can't be. This is from the usual place, Chun Qian replied. Puzzled. At that moment, Lin Chen seized the porridge from Su Yueli's hands and took a sip. It's quite good. If you're not going to drink it, let me have it. Don't waste it. Lin Chen continued to drink several mouthfuls. Go ahead and drink it. I just don't find it very palatable, Su Yueli said before turning to indulge in other delicacies, while Lin Chen finished the porridge in one go. After their meal, Lin Chen continued to assist Su Yueli in organizing documents. Finally, when they had completed their tasks, Lin Chen declared time for sleep. He cradled Su Yueli in his arms, inhaling her alluring scent as he gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Lin Chen lowered his gaze slightly, resting it upon the exquisite woman nestled in his embrace, confusion and uncertainty flickering in his eyes. With a hint of hesitance, he gently asked, Who are you? Chapter 87. Could I possibly be a duck? Who are you? The inquiry lingered in the air, yet the woman offered no response, as she remained ensconced in slumber. Lin Chen found his mind enveloped in a haze, utterly devoid of recollection. Upon opening his eyes and discovering a woman, unclad, nestled in his embrace, he initially believed himself to be dreaming. Yet, the palpable warmth and the oddly familiar sensation confirmed the reality of his situation. His gaze wandered slowly across the woman's exquisite features, igniting a sense of inexplicable familiarity that eluded his memory. Who was he? Who was she? How had they come to share this bed? At that moment, the woman's eyelashes fluttered delicately. Her rosy lips parted slightly, releasing a soft, enticing sigh that seemed to possess an invisible enchantment, stirring Lin Chen's heartstrings. As if instinctively seeking warmth and comfort in her dreams, she nestled closer to him. Lin Chen felt his heartbeat quicken, though his memory remained shrouded in mystery. His body, however, responded with undeniable fervor. To regain composure, he cautiously extricated her hand from his and shifted towards the edge of the bed, striving to maintain a respectful distance. Strangely, as he separated from her, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Was it due to the prolonged embrace? Yet, the pressing concern was to unravel the mystery of their situation. He could not afford to indulge in the ambiguous atmosphere. On the sofa beside the bed, he noticed scattered men's clothing, presumably his own. As he descended from the bed to dress, he became aware of several varying depth bite marks on his shoulder. A glance at the woman revealed faint blushes adorning her neck, indicating they had likely engaged in intimate relations. Damn it, what a catastrophic beginning after amnesia. He needed to vacate this place swiftly. What if this woman had a husband? He could very well be the interloper, or perhaps he was merely a plaything. After all, she exuded the aura of a wealthy heiress, and the decor of the room bore a distinctly feminine touch. He might have been brought home by her last night. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he heard Su Yuli's languorous murmur. "I'm awake. Give my waist a rub." Lin Chen froze, instinctively replying, "Wait until I get dressed." "All right," Su Yuli responded, turning to lie on her stomach, her eyes fluttering shut once more, awaiting him to attend to her. After a prolonged period without his approach, she opened her eyes, realizing Lin Chen was no longer by her side. "Where is he?" she wondered, scanning the room for him. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Chen lingering at the door in an awkward posture. "What are you doing at the door?" Su Yuli inquired, curiosity piqued. Caught in an embarrassing moment, Lin Chen turned away, having intended to slip away unnoticed, only to find the door secured by a mere code lock. He faltered, uncertain of what to say next. "Come here and rub my waist. I've been waiting for you for half a day." Lin Chen, after a soft reply, reluctantly returned to the bedside. This woman appeared to possess a relatively amiable demeanor. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from fleeing and inquire about the situation at hand. With a somewhat awkward expression, Lin Chen approached Su Yueli, hesitating before placing his hands on her slender, delicate waist. Initially, he felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning the propriety of his actions, especially since he was entirely unfamiliar with this woman. However, as he began to massage gently, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as though his hands had gained a will of their own. Meanwhile, the woman displayed an expression of utmost enjoyment. Her eyes slightly squinted and a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips, devoid of any sign of aversion. Noticing Su Yuli's pleasant mood, Lin Chen resolved to voice the questions swirling in his mind. "Do you know who I am?" he ventured, tilting her head slightly. Su Yueli responded to Lin Chen's peculiar inquiry. "Have you lost your mind?" Yet, she soon chuckled softly, infused with a hint of pride. "Oh right. 7 days have long passed. You are now my plaything." Lin Chen did not fully comprehend her response. However, he grasped the latter part. This woman claimed he was her toy. Could it be that he was truly at her beck and call? With a strange train of thought, Lin Chen continued to massage Su Yueli. After a while, she turned to him and remarked, "Not bad. Your skills have improved. Once I change my clothes, we shall go out for a meal." "Skills?" Lin Chen echoed, taken aback. Immediately, Su Yueli began to dress before him, her movements fluid and natural, seemingly unconcerned by his presence. Although he intended to look away, he found himself unable to avert his gaze. Su Yueli playfully chided him. "Haven't you had your fill of looking?" Once Su Yueli had finished dressing, a rare blush graced Lin Chen's cheeks. "Strange, why is your face so red?" she inquired, sensing an inexplicable oddity about him that morning. However, she dismissed it and took his hand, leading him toward the door. "Let's eat." "Wait," Lin Chen called out to Su Yueli. He could discern that this beautiful woman harbored no ill intentions toward him, and from their recent exchanges, it seemed they shared a significant connection. He decided to express all his questions in his current situation. What is it? Su Yueli paused and asked. I need to ask you a question, Lin Chen began. What question? Am I a toy? This was the question that occupied Lin Chen's mind the most. What did you say? Su Yueli froze at his inquiry, bewildered. Was he implying that merely asking her to massage her waist had led to such a designation? As Lin Chen observed Su Yueli's reaction, he realized that he must have misunderstood the situation, and a slight sense of relief washed over him. Although he could recall nothing at present, he felt deep down that he was not a person devoid of principles. He continued, I understand that you might find this hard to believe, but it seems I have lost my memory. I cannot remember anything at all. Su Yueli, thinking Lin Chen was jesting, chuckled softly and playfully admonished, I sensed something was amiss with you earlier. Are you playing some sort of amnesia game? It's quite dull staying in the villa anyway. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chen's heart raced with urgency. He instinctively grasped Su Yueli's shoulders and earnestly declared, I am not joking. I truly cannot remember anything. When I awoke and saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity, yet I do not know who you are, nor do I know who I am. The confusion and helplessness reflected in his eyes momentarily startled Su Yueli. Chapter 88. Adorable, Su Yueli carefully observed Lin Chen's expression and discerned that there was not a hint of amusement in his gaze, only profound confusion. Recalling the peculiar sensation he had evoked in her moments ago, the smile in Su Yueli's heart gradually faded. She furrowed her brow slightly and inquired softly, Have you truly lost your memory? Indeed. How could this happen? Everything seemed fine before I went to sleep last night. I am uncertain. I simply remember awakening to a void, as if my mind had been entirely wiped clean. Lin Chen released Su Yueli's shoulder with a sense of helplessness. Wait a moment. Su Yueli promptly picked up her phone and dialed her private physician. Please come at once. Let us eat first. The doctor will arrive shortly. All right. Lin Chen nodded. As they entered the dining hall, Lin Chen glanced around the familiar yet strange surroundings and asked, Could you share some details about my life? Perhaps it might trigger a memory. Very well. First, your name is Lin Chen, and I am Su Yueli. Lin Chen, Su Yueli, he murmured to himself. Aside from the way the name Su Yueli made his heart flutter, he recalled nothing further. What is our relationship? Lin Chen continued, having ruled out any involvement with a third party. Next, he merely needed to ascertain that he had not intruded upon another's romance. After a brief contemplation, Su Yueli replied, Strictly speaking, we are in a quasi-dating relationship. Quasi-dating? Is there such a thing? Su Yueli shot him an exasperated glance. This is all your fault. You kept everything to yourself, and now look, you've forgotten it all. Her tone bore a hint of playful reproach, mingled with a touch of helplessness. Reflecting on the myriad moments they had shared, the subtle emotions began to unfurl within her heart. It was disheartening to realize that he had lost his memory, evoking both anger and urgency within her. Lin Chen, I warn you, if you dare to forget everything about us, just wait and see how I will deal with you. As Su Yueli's words echoed with an undertone of both threat and concern, an inexplicable sense of guilt stirred within Lin Chen. He gently grasped her hand and earnestly assured her, I do not wish for this either. Rest assured, I shall strive to remember. With Lin Chen holding her hand, the remnants of her earlier ire dissipated. She mumbled softly, That's more like it. Now, let me continue telling you. Subsequently, Su Yueli recounted the journey of their acquaintance, detailing their experiences together and sharing tidbits about Lin Chen's life. Despite her extensive narration, Lin Chen still could not recollect anything significant. He began to thump his head lightly with his hand, yearning for a spark of memory. The sensation of his mind being a blank slate was utterly unbearable. Before long, Su Yueli's doctor arrived. He has suddenly lost his memory. Let us see what might be amiss. Yes, Mississippi. The doctor nodded respectfully before approaching Lin Chen. He scrutinized Lin Chen's expression closely and posed a few simple inquiries regarding the circumstances before and after the memory loss. Lin Chen answered as thoroughly as possible, though the information he could provide was regrettably limited. Immediately after, the flashlight illuminated Lin Chen's eyes. Miss, my preliminary assessment reveals no apparent issues. I recommend a thorough examination at the hospital. Su Yueli pondered for a moment. Zhang Long, ensure our safety on the way to the hospital. Yes, Mississippi. Thus, Su Yueli and Lin Chen arrived at a hospital not far from the villa. After undergoing a series of meticulous tests, no problems were discerned. It was as if Lin Chen's memories had simply evaporated. A bunch of inept fools. What use are you to me? Su Yueli had initially thought that with the Su family's elite medical team, resolving Lin Chen's amnesia would be a trivial matter, hence her earlier lack of concern. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. Taking a deep breath, Su Yueli endeavored to regain her composure. She understood that losing her temper would be futile. The most pressing matter was to find a solution. Is there any other approach? One of the older doctors cautiously remarked. Miss, we are equally perplexed. This condition is indeed exceedingly rare. From the current test results, Mr. Lin's bodily functions are entirely normal, even exceptional, yet the amnesia has undeniably occurred. By the way, has Mr. Lin consumed anything unusual recently? The elder doctor suddenly inquired. He realized that while various psychological and neurological factors had been ruled out, the dietary aspect had been overlooked. Food. The villa's meals were independently sourced and typically reliable. The only external food came from the snacks that Chen Qian brought from the food street each time. Someone, investigate the food street. Upon receiving the news, Chen Qian hurriedly arrived. Lin Chen, do you truly remember nothing at all? No. How could this be? It's so bizarre. You're not trying to drain Li Bao dry and escape, are you? Is he truly that kind of person? Soon, the investigation results from the food street emerged. All vendors were present except for one selling lotus seed porridge, who was missing. Lotus seed porridge. Su Yueli suddenly recalled that the taste of the porridge she had consumed that day had been different from usual, and Lin Chen had finished it all. Now, with the vendor gone, it suggested that the lotus seed porridge posed significant issues. Qian, did you notice anything unusual when you bought the lotus seed porridge that day? Qian gently shook her head, a hint of guilt crossing her face. Livo, Su Yueli gently grasped Qian's hand in comfort. It is not your fault. It was my oversight. She then raised her gaze to the doctors. Are you certain there are no other issues with his body? Miss, apart from the amnesia, his body is entirely fine. Very well. Should there be any new discoveries or treatment methods, inform me immediately. Su Yueli instructed her subordinates and the doctors. Yes, Mississippi. Upon returning to the villa, driven by guilt, Chen Qian took the initiative to search for clues. Seeing her determination, Su Yueli chose not to intervene. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, desperately attempting to extract fragments of memories from the chaotic recesses of his mind. Even if it were but a whisper, yet, in the end, all he garnered was an overwhelming sense of fatigue and a throbbing headache. He pounded his head, seemingly hoping to dispel the vexing confusion or perhaps to rouse those deeply buried memories. Still, his efforts bore no fruit. Observing Lin Chen's distress, Su Yueli's heart ached, and she gently pulled his head into her embrace, tenderly cradling him. Do not worry, I will help you remember, she reassured. Moments later, Lin Chen unexpectedly began to struggle. Miss Su, are you trying to suffocate me with your bosom? This somewhat heavy atmosphere was gradually alleviated by Lin Chen's jest. Su Yueli was taken aback by his words, then burst into laughter. She loosened her hold on him slightly, but did not fully release him. Instead, she shot him a playful glare and said, Humph. My kindness is being taken for granted. I am here to comfort you, and yet you complain. Lin Chen came to a realization. Even in the face of temporary amnesia, it was essential to maintain a positive outlook. With Su Yueli by his side, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if, as long as she remained with him, the challenges of his memory loss would not be so daunting. As time passed, it grew late, signaling that it was time for bed. Miss Su, shall we sleep together tonight? He inquired. What other option is there? She replied, very well then. Seeing Lin Chen's somewhat bashful demeanor, Su Yueli found his amnesia oddly endearing. A playful glint appeared in her eyes. Why don't we try something? It might help jog your memory. Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Chen's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. So adorable. Su Yueli couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. All right, I won't tease you any longer. We will discuss it when you feel better. For now, hurry and take a shower, then hold me as we sleep. Okay. At that moment, deep within Lin Chen's heart, a small version of himself was stomping his feet in frustration. Yueli, how dare you tease me? Just wait until I regain my memories. You will see how I deal with you. Just as Lin Chen, having bathed and comfortably embraced Yueli, settled in, her phone rang. Yueli. Chapter 89. The frantic Xiao Yulong had been waiting at home for an entire day. Through his investigation into Yueli's villa activities, he discovered that she had visited the hospital. After inquiring with Zhu Lu and confirming that the effects of the amnesia potion had fully taken hold, Xiao Yulong could no longer contain himself and called Yueli. The dark night must be quite difficult for someone suffering from amnesia. He intended to seize this opportunity to offer her emotional solace. Yueli. Xiao Yulong suppressed his excitement, adopting an exceptionally gentle tone. Xiaoyi, what brings you to call so late? Yueli inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Xiao Ge. Upon hearing Yueli's address, Xiao Yulong was momentarily taken aback. According to the plan, Yueli should have lost her memory and felt estranged from her surroundings. Yet, not only did she remember how to address him, her tone suggested no trace of unfamiliarity, as if everything remained unchanged. Xiao Yulong's mind began to race. Perhaps it was merely due to the contacts saved in her phone that she recognized his number so readily. To be cautious, he decided to test the waters. And no, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking aimlessly in the middle of the night and suddenly recalled how uncomfortable you felt at our last gathering. I thought I should call to apologize. It's nothing. I've lost count of how many times you've confessed to me. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, didn't you say that was the last time? So don't take it to heart, Yueli replied. Yes, it's my fault. I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep, then. Good night. Once the call ended, Xiao Yulong's expression darkened drastically. The conversation had revealed that Yueli had not lost her memory at all. She remembered everything. Was it possible that the amnesia potion had failed? Why had she gone to the hospital today? Or perhaps it was not she who had lost her memory. Had someone else consumed the lotus seed porridge? In a state of turmoil, Xiao Yulong dialed Zhu Lu's number. Get over here now. A moment later, Zhu Lu stood before Xiao Yulong and asked, Young Master, what is the matter? I want to know, is there any chance the amnesia potion might not work? Impossible. I have complete confidence in my research. Feeling that his years of research were being questioned, Zhu Lu immediately pulled out his phone to call his son. Young Master, my son took the potion 6 months ago. I shall prove it to you. The call connected swiftly, and Zhu Lu shouted into the phone, Hello, son? Bah, old man. Who are you calling, son? I'm your father. A furious roar erupted from the other end, followed by a resounding click as the call was abruptly terminated. Young Master, if you don't believe me, I can give you another vial of the potion. You may conduct an experiment on anyone you choose. If it fails, you can immediately expel me from the Xiao family. Zhu Lu's eyes grew increasingly fervent as he stared intently at Xiao Yulong, defending his dignity. He would not allow anyone to question his research. Upon hearing Zhu Lu's words, Xiao Yulong furrowed his brow. Since Zhu Lu solemnly declared that the issue was not with the medication, it must mean that Yueli had not ingested it at all. But who consumed the drug? As Xiao Yulong pondered this, Yueli unexpectedly called him. His expression brightened, and he curtly told Zhu Lu to leave before immediately answering Yueli's call. Xiaoli, what is it? Shouted Ge. I have something I would like to consult you about. Having just concluded a conversation with Xiao Yulong, Yueli suddenly recalled the renowned achievements of the Xiao family in the field of medicine. Perhaps they had a solution for Lin Chen's amnesia. Although there existed a deep-seated animosity between Lin Chen's parents and Xiao Yulong's, the latter's character had thus far proven commendable. In her eagerness to restore Lin Chen's memories, Yueli set aside her reservations. Just speak freely. No need for formalities, Xiao Yulong replied with a smile. All right, Xiao Goma. Xiang has lost her memory. Do you have any effective methods to help her regain it? Yueli refrained from disclosing that it was Lin Chen who had lost his memories, until she unraveled the identity of those who sought to harm him. She did not wish to expose the situation to the outside world. Moreover, Lin Chen's amnesia was evidently a plot targeting him. Wait a moment. As this thought crossed her mind, Yueli suddenly sensed something amiss. The lotus seed porridge was intended for her consumption. However, she had noticed an unusual taste and refrained from drinking it, while Lin Chen's consumption had been entirely accidental. If that were the case, she was the one who should have lost her memories. Lin Chen was not the sole victim. She was one as well. With this realization, a foreboding sensation gripped Su Yueli's heart, as if an unseen hand was reaching toward both her and Lin Chen. What could this possibly mean? Were the individuals who installed a bomb in Lin Chen's vehicle and those intending to erase her memories one and the same? Who could harbor such intentions? The Chu family should not possess the audacity to act against her, given that everything concerning them lay within her grasp. The Lin family was peaceful and uncontentious, making their involvement unlikely. As for the Xiao family, if Lin Chen's lineage were to be implicated, there might be some suspicion, but it was minimal. After much contemplation, the only one who came to mind was Yi Linger, who had once harmed others only to be harmed herself. However, since then, Yi Linger had exhibited signs of mental instability and remained confined to a hospital. Who else could it be? Hello, Xiao Li, why have you fallen silent? Xiao Yulong, noticing Su Yueli's prolonged silence, grew concerned that something was amiss. Su Yueli was jolted back to reality by Xiao Yulong's voice. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily suppressed her myriad of uncertainties and spoke into the phone. It's nothing. Perhaps Xiang has been under too much stress lately. If you have any relevant instruments or medications, please let me know. I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up now. After terminating the call, Su Yueli's gaze gradually darkened. She believed that in such circumstances, outsiders could no longer be trusted. Xiang, assist me in a task. After making several calls and conveying all necessary instructions, Su Yueli finally set her phone aside, massaging her temples as she leaned against Lin Chen's embrace. Although Lin Chen could not recall anything, he recognized the efforts made by Su Yueli to help him regain his memories. His gaze softened as he gently embraced her and whispered in her ear, "You have worked hard." Su Yueli shook her head delicately before leaning up to kiss Lin Chen's lips. After a long moment, she breathed softly against his chest and murmured, "In comparison to your desperate protection, what I have done is nothing." The two settled into each other's arms for slumber, as they usually did, without a trace of distance between them. However, on the other side, someone found it impossible to sleep. Although Su Yueli had abruptly ended the call with Xiao Yulong, the words she spoke before doing so left him in deep contemplation. Chen Qian had lost her memory. Chapter 90, The Trap. Damn it! Xiao Yulong silently roared in anger. If Chen Qian had indeed lost her memory, it would imply that the medication prepared for Su Yueli had been consumed by Chen Qian. What a gluttonous wretch she was. Just as Chen Qian, who was about to retire for the night, unexpectedly sneezed, she mused, I must be quite charming if someone is thinking of me at this hour." Xiao Yulong, filled with agitation, collapsed heavily onto his bed, striving to succumb to slumber and forget the disheartening turmoil. Yet, images of Chen Qian, Su Yueli, and the failed scheme incessantly flashed through his mind, intertwining in a chaotic tangle that rendered him incapable of finding peace and entering the realm of dreams. Not long after lying down, Xiao Yulong abruptly sat up in fury. His eyes ablaze and vociferously shouted, Chen Qian, you insatiable harlot." His voice reverberated in the stillness of the room, brimming with rage and frustration. "Achoo! Hey, I just fell asleep. Don't think of me." As dawn broke, a new day emerged. Xiao Yulong had spent the entire night contemplating how to win over Su Yueli. Perhaps his initial expectations had been too lofty, and the subsequent disappointment had driven him to madness. At last, he devised a new plan. If gentleness would not suffice, then he would resort to force. Since Su Yueli had mentioned assisting Chen Qian in regaining her memory, he could cleverly use that pretext to lure Su Yueli into his domain. Once she was on his territory, he would be in control. Xiao Yulong couldn't help but reflect on his former foolishness. Why hadn't he simply deceived Su Yueli into submission before? He had tried to play the role of a good man in her presence. His sister was right. He had merely been a sycophant, but no more. Perhaps Xiao Yulong was unaware that this incident had begun to instigate a transformation within him. The former Xiao Yulong had genuinely respected Su Yueli, yearning to move her heart with sincerity. The current Xiao Yulong, however, was prepared to abandon that once affectionate and patient path. The tenderness and gentlemanly demeanor he once possessed had all but evaporated. Meanwhile, Su Yueli sat languidly on the edge of her bed, her long hair cascading around her. Sunlight filtered through her sheer nightgown, accentuating her alluring form. Tilting her head slightly, she inquired softly, "Have you recalled anything today?" "Not much, but it seems that when you kissed me last night, some memories flickered through. Shall we give it a try?" Yueli cast a skeptical glance at Lin Chen, who appeared to harbor a simple desire to kiss her. Was he truly oblivious to his own intentions? Such behavior was decidedly unappealing. Noticing Yueli's gaze, Lin Chen sheepishly turned his head away. Well, the jig was up, but he couldn't be blamed. The first person he saw upon regaining consciousness was Yueli. Although he initially felt a degree of discomfort regarding their closeness, he soon found himself relishing it. He was almost certain that once his memories returned, his affection for Yueli would only deepen. It is not due to a lack of affection in the past, but rather an extraordinary experience that has fostered an unusual fondness. In light of the fact that you transformed after drinking my lotus seed porridge, I shall reluctantly compensate you. With that, Yueli leaned in and kissed him, the fragrant scent enveloping them, instantly dispelling Lin Chen's morning drowsiness. Suddenly, Yueli's phone buzzed. Lin Chen glanced at the caller ID with some annoyance. Xiao Yulong. Yueli nestled in Lin Chen's embrace as she answered the call. "What is it, Brother Xiao?" "Xiaoli, you mentioned last night that I should help find a way to restore your memory. I gathered some family experts to discuss it. Fortunately, one specialist in neurology has made a groundbreaking advancement in this area. I believe he can address your issue." Xiao Yulong's voice radiated enthusiasm, yet only he was aware of the intentions lurking beneath. "Brother Xiao, could you arrange for that expert to come and see us?" A flicker of surprise crossed Yueli's eyes, quickly replaced by caution. Though Xiao Yulong posed no immediate threat, vigilance was prudent given that adversaries lingered in the shadows. She resolved to wait until the expert arrived to clarify that it was Lin Chen who had lost his memory. "I will inquire with him." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yulong responded. "Xiaoli, I have asked, and he is willing to come. However, for further examinations or treatments, he would require specialized equipment that is not easily transportable." "I see." Yueli pondered